Chapter 1. The Role of the Fallen. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the infinite black backdrop renders it more terrifying than the abyss itself, instilling a profound sense of insignificance within those who find themselves amidst it. Yet, to exist within this realm can evoke an extraordinarily luminous sensation, as the boundless void is illuminated by starlight from galaxies thousands of light years away, complemented by the radiant glow of surrounding stars, rendering this celestial domain as bright as day. As one gazes forward, the vision gradually extends, ultimately revealing a verdant planet. This planet is breathtaking, floating amidst the pitch-black universe, surrounded by a faint, membranous veil that seems as if it could be pierced with a mere touch. Such a world often signifies the potential for abundant life, teeming with myriad forms of biological proliferation. However, within this vibrant sphere, there lies a region undergoing violent geological upheaval. A deep rumble resonates from its epicenter, echoing for thousands of miles, illustrating the sheer intensity of the chaos. Tectonic plates fracture, mountains sink, and flatlands bulge. The entire scene resembles the cataclysmic orogeny of a newly formed planet, albeit this tumult occurs in an exceedingly brief span of time. Ugh! At the edge of a precipice, an infant sits bewilderedly on the ground, emitting unintelligible syllables. Curiously, despite being merely a few months old, the child possesses an abundance of long, thick hair. Most remarkably, a tail protrudes from the infant's rear. The child appears oblivious to fear, even as the surrounding rocks fracture under immense tremors. He refrains from crying out. Yet his courage does not translate into fortune, as a fissure suddenly appears beneath where he sits. Sensing an impending danger, the infant abruptly halts his vocalizations, his body tilting toward the collapsing precipice. Before he can comprehend the situation, a thunderous crash resonates as the entire cliff crumbles, plunging him into the depths of a ravine hundreds of meters below. The infant, lost in bewilderment, feels the pull of gravity as he descends, watching in horror as a massive boulder draws near, culminating in a startling collision with his head. On planet Vegeta, within a tower adorned with instruments, the walls are lined with screens at various angles. Above, dozens of small monitors display information, while several large screens dominate the front, with a slanted section at the bottom facilitating the input of commands by the operators. The staff member seated in a recessed chair observes a message that appears on the screen, and with a derisive curl of his fish-like lips, he scoffs, "Humph, just as I suspected, lower-tier warrior, dead in less than 10 days. Ha, truly, planet Draku seems to be a mere backwater with exceedingly low combat power." To his right, 5 meters away, a figure named Kakarot sits, his head adorned with a tuft of yellow hair, while the rest remains bald. Strangely, his ears are pointed, yet unlike the ethereal beauty of legendary elven ears, these are wrinkled and not particularly long. Keijo turned his head with a hint of annoyance, and said, "Enough, place him on the death list. When a noble's child is born, send him to Drago's Star." No more chatter. As Keijo turned, he realized that this individual resembled a bird, particularly in the features of his beak, eyes, and nose. Were it not for the voluminous dark blue cloak draped over his shoulders, concealing all but his slender arms, one might truly mistake him for a bird. Seemingly struck by a thought, Keijo addressed the person beside him. "Hawk, I've heard that Bakula's second child is about to be born. Have you selected a suitable planet?" Although his strength surpasses that of an ordinary elite warrior, he remains a low-tier fighter at heart. In response, Hawk narrowed his eyes, contemplating as he nodded thoughtfully. He then gazed at the screen, deftly tapping a few keys on the matrix keyboard before him. Instantly, the screen shifted, revealing a magnificent blue planet. Here it is, this little planet. The biological combat power there is quite low, and notably, it possesses a moon, making an ideal launch point for low-tier warrior infants. Keijo, observing the planet on the screen, nodded affirmatively. Earth, is it? Nestled on the fringe of the North Galaxy, is indeed a relatively pleasant planet in the vicinity. Such a small world. Even if there are adversaries, their combat prowess will hardly be formidable. Precisely, as the two exchanged their thoughts. Hawk continued speaking while entering the casualty data of the Drago Star Saiyan infants into the information database, designating this planet as a medium-tier world, awaiting elite warrior infants or adult fighters to engage. After an indeterminate period, the shadowy figure awakened from his slumber. Sensing the chill of the ground beneath him, he attempted to rise, but his limbs felt feeble. As he tried to open his eyes, a torrent of information surged into the depths of his memory, relentlessly compressing his inherent consciousness, akin to a person grasping a rope, struggling against a fierce current, teetering on the brink of peril. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, the long-deceased Saiyan infant twitched, gradually opening his eyes in a daze, using his tiny arms and legs to sit upright. "I am Yagu. My name is Yagu." This infant was indeed Yagu, the low-tier warrior deemed deceased on Vegeta. No one could fathom that he had revived under such circumstances. No, merely calling it revival would be an understatement. One might say his physical form was reanimated. The transition of souls goes unnoticed, especially within the vessel of an infant. Even in his stupor, the Shadow had already assimilated the reality of his transference into the Dragon Ball universe. He was a person who both accepted his fate and yearned for opportunity. Particularly in matters of interest, he displayed a singular focus, one that could be described as super. As the saying goes, one does not turn back until they hit a wall, yet he was the type to collide with the wall multiple times, testing whether his head might eventually break. Through before conceding, the original Spectre, now known as Yagu, is a reality that cannot be altered, no matter who one might be, for it is an undeniable truth that a mere infant, scarcely a year old, finds itself alone in the wilderness. Yagu yearned to rise, yet having only departed from the womb mere months ago, he lacked the strength to support his fragile frame. Soon, he resembled a weeble, toppling over, only to rise again, repeatedly caught in this cycle. With a thud, Yagu fell to the ground, closing his eyes and sprawling his limbs. Oh well, I truly wonder what the person who brought this body here was thinking. Surely, they ought to have provided me with some infant formula or liquid sustenance. Now, I find myself with a grumbling stomach. Having gone so long without nourishment and being a Saiyan renowned for their hearty appetites, Yagu could hardly bear the discomfort. What am I to do? At this rate, I shall surely perish. Although he appeared despondent, Yagu was not ready to embrace death, better to endure than to succumb. Everyone fears death, and, after having lived twice, Yagu held an even deeper appreciation for the essence of life. What is that? Suddenly, Yagu wrinkled his nose, straining to detect the scents wafting through the air. As he concentrated on his olfactory senses, his furrowed brow began to relax. It's meat. Yes, it must be meat. Though charred, it should be edible. The thought of nearby sustenance invigorated him, and despite having collapsed from hunger moments earlier, Yagu began to wiggle and crawl towards the source of the enticing aroma. Turning a corner and emerging from the ravine, his gaze fell upon a large tree ablaze, the scent he had detected emanating from the lifeless body of an unfamiliar creature lying nearby. As he approached, Yagu discerned its form. It resembled a dog, yet its head bore the characteristics of a snake, devoid of scales, certainly not a species native to Earth. Ah, it seems the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe harbors many species unknown to my previous life. The thought that the king of this world was a meerkat left Yagu momentarily speechless. Before him lay this creature, partially cooked yet still mostly raw, which did little to whet his appetite. Ultimately, however, Yagu succumbed to temptation, tearing off a piece of the quickly roasted meat, and, with eyes shut tight, shoved it into his mouth. Ugh! It was far from delectable. The absence of seasoning, combined with the gruesome image of the carcass, prompted him to retch, expelling the morsel he had barely swallowed. Gasping for breath, Yagu stared at the uneaten meat he had just expelled, feeling increasingly nauseated. This unidentified creature likely sought refuge beneath the great tree when disaster struck, only to meet an untimely demise as the roots erupted from the earth, trapping it. Beneath a branch that, the tree, caught fire, the unfortunate beast, being at the periphery, had only a small portion cooked by the flames, and now, as he distanced himself from the inferno, the edible remnants appeared even scarcer. Though he remained there, Yagu's mind was ceaselessly at work. He contemplated that his presence on this unknown planet was fraught with peril, and he was uncertain whether its inhabitants bore any resemblance to humans. Most crucially, he pondered whether they were aware of the existence of Saiyans. After much deliberation, Yagu concluded that it would be wiser to locate a spaceship and journey to Earth. Reflecting on the original narrative, it is clear that prior to Piccolo's emergence, numerous crises were instigated by humanity itself. Yagu was confident that possessing Saiyan blood, he could not possibly be at a disadvantage against Earthlings. The essence of the matter lay in the fact that Earth, situated at the farthest edge of the northern quadrant of the galaxy, seldom encountered extraterrestrial beings. While this resulted in a significantly low level of interstellar development, it also ensured that formidable warriors were not frequent visitors. However, the spaceship. Yagu turned and gazed upon the faintly discernible silver-gray, circular metallic structure atop the towering cliff hundreds of meters high behind him. Perhaps it would be prudent to first satisfy my hunger before making further plans. Chapter 2. A new arrival on Earth. Young Yagu found himself compelled to enhance his abilities, with the intention of departing from this place aboard a spacecraft. Although the food was unsatisfactory, being devoid of salt despite being meat, he would not have tasted it had he not been genuinely hungry. Since this is the world of Dragon Ball, he resolved to cultivate his strength. Fortuitously, in this realm, the avenues of training are plentiful. Aside from the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, various forms of mental energy and magic are also accessible, which can be directly perceived through the body. Yagu felt a sense of relief. Were he in a martial arts world without inner cultivation techniques, he would be utterly stranded, while external skills could be practiced. He believed that witnessing others effortlessly become masters while he toiled daily, drenched in sweat, would surely breed discontent. At this moment, Yagu's options were limited. Even standing proved to be a challenge, particularly concerning the most pressing dilemma, what to do tomorrow. Although he was a Saiyan, he did not inherently comprehend ki. In the manga, Gohan teaches Dilly how to sense the presence of ki. Yagu was aware of this process, yet his combat power was woefully inadequate, merely 5 points. With such a feeble strength, akin to that of an ordinary earthling, how could he possibly condense ki? Thus, Yagu's immediate priority was to fortify his physique. The days of training were arduous, and the greatest challenge lay in securing food. Initially, Yagu devoted half of his day to foraging for edible items, a third to rest, and the remaining sixth to training. This was an unavoidable predicament, as any infant left to fend for itself in the forest would face similar issues. Fortunately, there were no formidable beasts in the vicinity. Perhaps due to the region's tumultuous geology, the wildlife capable of traversing it had vacated the area. Yagu's forage sustenance included wild fruits and fish from the lake, which, thankfully, could not escape in great numbers. After 2 years of living in the forest, Yagu had transformed into a true savage. Simultaneously, he had acquired the rudimentary skills necessary for survival and self-preservation within the woods. The tranquility of these 2 years allowed the forest to gradually rejuvenate. In contrast to the resurgence of wildlife, the fish population in the lake had significantly dwindled. Over this period, 2.5 of the 3 days were spent consuming fish, which now invoked a sense of nausea in Yagu at the mere mention of it. This was, of course, due to the lack of seasonings. Prior to his journey, Yagu had grilled fish himself. Without any flavoring, most would merely savor the freshness, relishing its natural taste. However, after 3 consecutive days of such a diet, one would undoubtedly lose their appetite for half a year at the sight of unseasoned fare. Having consumed fish for nearly 2 years, Yagu bore an indelible sin of fishiness, which troubled him greatly. However, today was a day of joy, for he had finally scaled the towering cliff, hundreds of meters high, to access his spacecraft, without needing to prepare anything. Yagu climbed up and approached the open door of the spaceship. Uncertain of the materials that constitute the vessel, which has withstood 2 years of wind, rain, and sunlight without the slightest alteration, Yagu could only offer his admiration before settling inside. No sooner had he taken his seat than the ship's door sealed shut, and a screen to one side illuminated with a striking image of the Milky Way. It bore coordinate lines resembling a mathematical diagram, a star map. While the map was self-aware, Yagu was left to search for Earth within the confines of the northern Milky Way. To his astonishment, Earth was right there. He gazed at the depiction of his home planet, which, to be candid, appeared rather rudimentary, positioned on the periphery of the northern Milky Way. It was surrounded by a meager civilization, most of which consisted of primitive worlds, marked on the ship's data as lacking any strategic value for conquest. Earth, lauded as the most beautiful planet in the northern Milky Way, was not an exaggeration, yet it lacked the embellishment of being the smallest amongst the beautiful. The gravity of Earth, in the eyes of many advanced civilizations, was deemed too insignificant. Residing on such a planet implied that the combat potential of its inhabitants would not be formidable unless they possessed unique abilities. Yagu wasted no time. Upon identifying his objective, he commanded the ship to set a course for Earth. Is this the universe? Indeed, it is breathtaking. As Yagu gazed through the viewport at the myriad stars illuminating the inky blackness of space, he recalled his earlier lament about the vessel's artificial gravity, which had dashed his hopes of experiencing weightlessness. After approximately 10 minutes, to mitigate any physiological discomfort, Yagu activated the hibernation mode, ensuring that he would awaken upon arrival at Earth. The strength of Dragon Ball warriors is largely derived from rigorous training, even while adrift in the cosmos. One can attain greatness by enduring solitude. However, The sentiments of those who traverse worlds towards original characters cling to them like an oak, compelling Yagu, who faced a 3-month journey aboard the ship, to hasten towards Earth with an unexplainable fervor. For what reason? Yagu could not discern, yet a voice within him whispered. Dragon Balls. He recalled that within the Dragon Balls, one wish had been squandered by a pig named Oolong, who had whimsically wished for a pair of underpants from the eternal dragon. 3 months of slumber left no impression on Yagu's mind when he finally awoke. The ship had entered the solar system. As he beheld the exterior of Earth, only a minute remained in his journey. During this period, Earth was embroiled in chaos. Divided between the Red Ribbon Army and government forces, a veritable warlord's nightmare. The ship streaked across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately descending into a forest. The impact sent tremors rippling through the land, causing the local fauna to scatter in panic. How peculiar, though it was Earth. The trees bore no familiar scent to evoke nostalgia. As Yagu emerged from the vessel, he frowned, not out of malice, but merely to express his discontent. In his current state, he was far too weak to learn the art of flight. Confronting ordinary individuals and certain beasts poses no challenge, yet facing martial artists presents a daunting endeavor. I hope this place remains undiscovered. Yagu furrows his brow, then grits his teeth, employing his youthful physique to propel the spacecraft, striving to conceal it in a secure location. Though Earth lacks interstellar travel technology, the universal capsule stands as a testament to its unparalleled advancements within the cosmos. If only the spacecraft could transform into a capsule, Yagu would not have to exert himself so laboriously. After 2 arduous hours, Yagu finally relocates the spacecraft 4 kilometers from the landing site, hiding it within a desolate beast's den, recently vacated by its occupant. Having concealed the vessel, Yagu meticulously erases any traces of his presence before dedicating himself to training and foraging for sustenance in the forest. A month later, clad in garments crafted from the hides of beasts encountered in outer space, Yagu is elated to finally glimpse a village. Despite its dilapidated state and rudimentary structures, he feels a profound sense of joy. He has arrived in the realm of humanity. Chapter 3. The legendary Heist Saiyans are a race of warriors. This intrinsic characteristic is not altered by mere ideological differences. It is embedded within their very blood, akin to a human transforming into a vampire. If they do not consume blood, they face death, and thus, they must feed. Yagu, as a Saiyan, is driven by the combatant essence coursing through his veins, yearning to relish the thrill of battle. This sentiment echoes that of Sun Wukong, who delights in combat and seeks to perpetually challenge himself. In contrast to Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who revel in slaughter for its own sake, Yagu shares a more innocent affinity for the fight. Albeit with a greater complexity, he recognizes the disparity between wealth and knowledge and strength in arms. Though the Dragon Ball narrative tends to overlook the significance of wealth, it undeniably exists. How to acquire such riches? Yagu identifies 2 potential sources: the Red Ribbon Army, which is destined for annihilation by Wukong, harbors a wealth that would be a grievous waste to ignore. Yagu envisions uniting the Red Ribbon Army under his command. The second source lies within the pirate treasure Wukong discovered beneath the sea during his quest for the Dragon Balls, a veritable fortune that could serve as the foundation for prosperity. Regardless, enhancing his own strength remains paramount. Yagu reassures himself that focusing solely on monetary gain feels akin to pursuing a falsehood, as though he has stumbled into the wrong realm. As he traverses the farmland, he observes many farmers diligently toiling. They regard the child clad in beastly attire with curiosity, but refrain from approaching him. Life is arduous, though they might feel sympathy for a mere 2 or 3-year-old. None venture to inquire about his family. For them, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications, especially within the Red Ribbon Army's occupied territory. While benevolent souls exist, everyone must consider their own kin. Yagu, however, remains unperturbed, swiftly racing along the path leading from the mountain village to the outside world. After 2 years of rigorous training, the characteristics of a Saiyan have manifested within him. With his heightened awareness of ki, he has now developed the ability to sense the positions of people and animals in his vicinity. Consequently, hunting has become a trivial endeavor for him. Unlike Goku, who was oblivious to the concept of ki during his childhood, he possesses a wealth of information that places him at a significant advantage. This is the only aspect in which he can compare himself to Goku and Vegeta. His knowledge, since he remains uncertain whether he can cultivate as diligently and assiduously as they do. In the fanfiction he had read in his previous life, the protagonists always engaged their adversaries from a position of superiority, and even when they were not stronger, they would unleash a surge of power. One thing is certain for him: a traveler lacks the courage to charge forward towards certain death. He wonders if he would be willing to fight to the last breath to protect the pride of the Saiyans. The thought is too daunting to entertain. Death is an inevitable fate that befalls every individual from the moment of birth. Whether it arrives swiftly or slowly is inconsequential. It will come, and no one can obstruct it. At least, he perceives this eventuality with a sense of lightness. His only wish is for the process to be swift and devoid of suffering when the time arrives. Over the course of 2 weeks, he traversed 3 villages. This region serves as a conduit to the outside world, so each village he encountered was larger than the last. Eventually, he arrived at a city, a stark contrast to the dozen or so villages he had previously seen, with towering buildings that truly warranted the title of a city. Upon entering, he felt that the month of training had not yielded significant improvements in his abilities, though for an ordinary person, such a level of training could be fatal. His strength had indeed increased, yet it remained far from the level he aspired to, where he could effortlessly obliterate a swath of land. As he stepped into the city, his attire rendered him a curiosity to the passers-by. Those who were not in a hurry would pause to cast a glance in his direction. Where did this child come from? Just another wild kid. Isn't he someone going to take care of him? He can't be more than 4 years old. TSK. I can't fathom how his parents manage him. Should we call the police? Are you out of your mind? This area borders the Red Ribbon Army's territory. If they come here and you get the police involved, think of your family's safety. Everyone was discussing him, yet no one dared to take action. As a region where the government forces and the Red Ribbon Army intersect, the inhabitants faced heightened danger. The government forces were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Red Ribbon Army, leaving them powerless to protect the citizens. Since the populace was outside the Red Ribbon Army's jurisdiction, they could kill without hesitation. As he entered the city, he carried several small wild beasts he had brought down from the mountains in his pack. However, for a child of his size, these small creatures were still quite substantial. He struggled to lift a rabbit whose ears were taller than his head and a fawn that stood a head taller. He intended to exchange them for money. Yagu arrived at a restaurant that he believed to be quite commendable in the city. However, as it was mealtime, a throng of patrons surged in and out, leaving him with little opportunity to squeeze inside. Consequently, Yagu remained at the periphery, patiently awaiting his turn. Hey, kid? What's that on your back? Show me, a voice called out. Yagu turned to see a stout young man in a black jacket approaching him. The man's lips were plump, his brows thick, and his countenance bore the unmistakable hallmark of a villain. Beside him stood a blond youth, his hairstyle resembling that of the black jacket wearer, a mushroom cut that pointed skyward. The juxtaposition of the yellow and black mushrooms elicited a slight smile from Yagu. The man in the black jacket had reached him and reached for the bundle strapped to Yagu's back. His demeanor was brazen, and it was only when Yagu felt the man's grip on his belongings that he comprehended the situation. He was being robbed. Yet, it was peculiar that 2 young men, nearly 20, were attempting to seize an item from a child not yet 3 years old. Thus, after obtaining the bundle, they showed no inclination to flee. Wow, this is quite heavy. Let me see what you have, the man in the black jacket said as he attempted to untie the bundle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yagu took action. He delivered a swift kick to the back of the black jacket wearer, sending him sprawling into the blond youth. And the two tumbled forward in a chaotic roll. Yagu then retrieved his bundle, securing it once more to his back, fully intent on not letting these two escape unscathed. The black jacket wearer groaned as he disentangled himself from the blonde, wincing in pain as he turned to face Yagu. Upon seeing Yagu reclaim his belongings, he was consumed by rage, momentarily forgetting the identity of the assailant. Fueled by fury, he sought an outlet for his pent-up aggression. The blonde, cursing as he rose, directed his complaints towards the black jacket wearer, having noted Yagu's extraordinary agility. When he saw his companion charge at Yagu, apprehensive for his friend, the blonde drew a dagger from his waist and hurried to assist. Yagu, however, was resolute and would not show mercy. He dashed towards the two, and the black jacket wearer and the blonde, caught off guard by Yagu's swiftness, were unable to react before Yagu struck each of them in the waist. "Ah!" they exclaimed. "Ouch!" With a thud, both men collapsed to the ground, clutching their waists and trembling in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. A crowd gathered, pointing and murmuring, yet none dared to intervene. Some pedestrians, who initially intended to pass through, deliberately detoured, avoiding the scene altogether. Yagu approached the man in the black jacket, intentionally circumventing the blonde, and stepped on the right hand of the latter, which had been poised to grasp the dagger. The blonde cried out in dismay, his hand rendered powerless. "Hey, can you stand up?" Yagu squatted before the black jacket wearer, feigning innocence. The man's rotund face contorted in agony, his mouth twitching as he endeavored to suppress his tremors. In a feeble voice, he muttered to Yagu, "You've gotten yourself into a heap of trouble, kid." With that, the black jacket wearer closed his eyes, his body convulsing once more. If one were to draw near, they could hear the muted whimpering sounds emanating from, akin to the sobs of a child or the low whine of a dog in pain. Yagu stood up. Whether squatting or standing, the change in perspective was minimal. For to others, he appeared merely as a round, plump ball of flesh. Prolonged training had significantly strengthened Yagu's physique, yet the body of a child could not accumulate muscle. The influx of copious amounts of food had rendered Yagu more rotund. Was this troublesome? I am curious to see what trouble I have stirred. With this thought in mind, Yagu turned and dashed away at a speed that left others struggling to keep pace. Subsequently leaping to the rooftop where he found the figure in the black jacket and yellow hairline. Chapter 4. A hasty battle on the rooftop. Yagu did not have to wait long before witnessing a dozen motorcyclists racing towards him from the street, their velocity astonishing. Leaping off their bikes even before they came to a complete stop, the group approached the two individuals sprawled on the ground, causing nearby pedestrians to scurry away like mice fleeing from a cat. Taka, the leader of the Black Wind Squad, was the underground overlord of Fungu City. 2 years prior, the city had been home to 5 or 6 gangs. His rise to power was a consequence of the backing from the Red Silk Army, leading to the annihilation of rival factions within 3 months. Though the Red Silk Army had previously controlled certain gangs, they had begun to disobey, prompting them to support a newcomer lacking any solid foundation. For the Red Silk Army, eliminating Taka's Black Wind Squad required little effort. Taka kicked the black jacket at his feet. Upon receiving no response, he drew a black Red Silk Army standard issue Red 12 series handgun. Scoffing at the uselessness of the two fallen individuals, they were defeated by a mere child? Indeed, according to our informants, they attempted to rob that child, only to have their plans thwarted by Shang-Yi. Clad in black, true to their namesake, Taka aimed the Red 12 at the black jacket and pulled the trigger amidst the watchful eyes of his comrades. The resounding gunshot echoed, and the body slumped, breathless. The other yellow-haired individual met a similarly grim fate. Yagu smacked his lips, chuckling softly. How ruthlessly efficient. Splendid. Now I can act without restraint. To rob the wealth of a virtuous person versus that of a villain may yield the same outcome, yet psychologically, the latter presents a far more appealing choice, even if it seems perilously risky. Captain, should we not pursue that child? Shang-Yi inquired from the side. Taka shot him a glance. What purpose would that serve? A mere country bumpkin. Our priority now is to assist the Red Silk Army in establishing their operations in Fungu City. Do not jeopardize our mission at this critical juncture. With that, the group returned to their motorcycles, the engines roaring to life, the cacophony echoing off the Yagu watched them depart, stealthily trailing behind. As evening fell, Taka and his crew finally arrived at their dwelling, prompting Yagu to exhale in relief, though his vigilance quickly. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, a multitude of military vehicles clustered around the streets, their engines humming ominously. Soldiers clad in uniforms disembarked, brandishing the infamous Red 09 rifles, an instrument of death loathed by the Earth government for its extended range and unparalleled accuracy, having claimed the lives of many soldiers. What could their intentions be? Alas, I lament my current lack of strength. Otherwise, I would charge forth, vanquishing any divine or demonic opposition without hesitation. Acknowledging my vulnerability, I realized that a direct confrontation would be futile. Thus, I must resort to stealthy tactics in the shadows. It is evident that the presence of the Red Satin Legion here bodes ill, yet I choose to disregard them. In this epic, even the revered Turtle Sage, the mightiest being on Earth, refrains from confronting the Red Satin. I see no reason to expend excessive energy on such a task. If only I could recruit them instead. That would be ideal. As night descended, a shadow flitted through the corners, moving with remarkable speed, deftly bypassing 2 Red Satin soldiers without arousing suspicion. The principle of capturing the leader before the followers guided my actions this time, not in pursuit of some mythical justice, but for the sake of monetary gain. If I could eliminate these adversaries, it would contribute to the greater good of Earth. Inside the corridor, Soldier A indulged in a cigarette, his gaze intermittently drifting towards the corridor's end. This passage had been meticulously designed. Access to this area was only possible from the far end, allowing a small force to repel a significantly larger enemy contingent. In the eyes of the Red Satin soldiers, anyone attempting to traverse this corridor was yet to be born. Furthermore, their operations were tightly coordinated. The path had already been cleared by the Black Wind Squad, with any suspicious individuals neutralized. Hey, don't you think something feels amiss tonight? Soldier B queried from around the corner. Even if a hail of gunfire were to strike Soldier A at the corridor's end, the warning could still be relayed to those behind him, affording them time to prepare. Having finished his cigarette, Soldier A turned to respond. There are numerous anomalies. Can you keep track of them all? Just then, a shadow darted rapidly towards him from the corridor's end. Soldier A could have sworn it resembled a Black Panther. The Red 09 erupted in gunfire, but the bullets merely grazed the shadow, which traversed the nearly 20-meter stretch in a mere 2 seconds, including its As Soldier B finally grasped the situation, he stepped around the corner, aiming to assist Soldier A in fending off the threat. However, a mass of darkness lunged at Soldier A. When he turned to discern the nature of this entity, a crushing blow rendered him unconscious, plunging him into darkness. Ouch. That really hurts, I lamented. At this moment, my abilities were only slightly superior to those of elite special forces. Not only did the direct shots pose a threat, but even ricocheting bullets could inflict harm. I rubbed my skin, tender from the impact of a stray bullet, filled with dissatisfaction. Ding. The battle system has commenced activation. A neutral electronic sound emerged within the ancient structure, prompting the search for its source, yet no discovery was made. Time was of the essence, and lingering was no longer an option. What transpired? Was there an issue at entrance 4? Everyone must investigate, but exercise caution. If any targets are identified, fire immediately. Then came the rapid patter of footsteps, hastening towards the ancient structure. Dismissing the matter for the moment, the individual glanced at the ceiling. The architecture was archaic, with corners that could easily support his weight. With a powerful push from his legs, he ascended to the wall, leveraging his strength once more to swiftly reach a corner. In that fleeting moment, he pivoted on his left foot against the wall, aligning his body to transition from facing the wall to being oriented towards the ground, while simultaneously pressing his limbs firmly against the wall, freezing in place. His ability to remain undetected was aided by the dim lighting of the environment, coupled with his youthful stature of 3 or 4 years, rendering him nearly invisible. "Sir, the enemy has vanished," came the report of a man, accompanied by the sound of footsteps below. A man of apparent high rank, draped in a military coat, approached the fallen soldiers sprawled on the ground. Punched. Kicked. The official crouched down to examine their wounds, then surveyed the corridor, instructing, "Inquire with the soldiers outside if they have discerned anything." The enemy had charged directly from the corridor's entrance, incapacitating individuals while evading bullets. What? Evading bullets? Sir, what manner of foe is that? The soldier beside the official expressed astonishment. If they were up against an adversary capable of dodging bullets, the soldier tightened his grip on the Red 09 rifle. Feeling a surge of insecurity, the commander, though somewhat dismissive, elucidated, "Headquarters is developing a super soldier program. Warriors impervious to bullets do exist. Keep this discreet. It is a weapon intended for our confrontation with the government forces. While it is rumored that such soldiers exist among the government troops, our progress with the Crimson Satin is undoubtedly unparalleled." Noticing that the soldiers had yet to follow his orders, the commander grew irate. "Hurry." "Yes, sir," the soldier replied before leading 2 others out. Chapter 5. System activation. After the soldier departed with his companions, the individual realized only 6 adversaries remained below him. Calculating the odds in his mind, he felt a surge of confidence and lowered his voice, inhaling deeply. As the commander turned to retrace his steps, the figure loosened his grip on the ceiling. Under the influence of gravity, he forcefully pushed off the ceiling with his legs. Thus, he became a fleeting shadow, appearing before the commander before anyone else could react. The commander was no fool. Sensing the impending threat, he attempted to brace himself. However, upon realizing he was unable to defend himself, he crouched, preparing to roll away. Yet, he underestimated the individual's speed. A single punch was all it took. The collision of fist and face echoed with a resounding thud, and the commander's world was filled with the sounds of paradise. Yagu had not forgotten that 5 armed soldiers were present. With a powerful punch to the enemy's head, he leveraged the opponent's shoulder, propelling himself with a vigorous kick of his legs to pounce on the adjacent soldier. The same captivating scene unfolded once more, as Yagu, with his own flesh, orchestrated a symphony that summoned souls to the heavens. The rhythmic sound echoed, and finally, someone reacted. He disregarded whether the figure before him was an ally. The priority was to eliminate that target. A spurt of blood shot forth from his intended victim, splattering across Yagu's face, prompting him to grit his teeth and rush towards the gunman's feet. Before the adversary could redirect his weapon, Yagu forcefully stomped down on the soldier's ankle. After successfully landing his attack, he swiftly departed, charging towards the last 2 individuals. Startled and standing at a distance, the 2 men opened fire as Yagu approached. A soldier, having inadvertently slain his comrade, let out a wretched scream after a brief moment of silence, discarding his Red 09 rifle. With a resounding thud, the soldier's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed lifelessly. As Yagu surged forward, the 2 soldiers began to shoot. One bullet ricocheted off a rivet on the ground, striking the soldier squarely in the forehead. In the dim light, it remained uncertain what expression adorned his face in those final moments. The soldier who had killed his comrade had no time for contemplation, nor did Yagu. As for the soldier unrelated to this chaos, he was of no concern either. For at that moment, a small fist struck his forehead before he could even register a response. Instantly, it felt as though a cacophony of bells was ringing in his head. as Yagu surveyed the 6 fallen bodies, just as he was about to voice a thought. He was suddenly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor behind him. 3 individuals, the very ones who had just departed upon the commander's orders, returned immediately upon hearing gunfire. However, as they rounded the corner, they were met with a fist. The speed was so great that one soldier collapsed to the ground before he could comprehend the situation. The 2 soldiers beside him, despite brandishing their weapons, did not have time to react before they felt excruciating pain in their feet. As they bent down to inspect their injuries, their foreheads were struck. The 2 unfortunate soldiers leaned back, propelled off the ground by the force of the attack, momentarily airborne. Having listened to the surroundings and felt the absence of footsteps, Yagu finally sighed. With the physique of a mere 2-year-old, such vigorous actions had indeed fatigued him. Panting heavily, Yagu sat on the ground to regain his strength. At that moment, the neutral electronic voice he had momentarily forgotten echoed in his mind once more, announcing the completion of its assessment and initiating the execution of its task. Who are you? Who are you? This time, Yagu was certain the voice emanated from within his mind, instilling a profound sense of concern. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection on the earlier dialogue, he could not shake the feeling that he had become entangled in a narrative of transmigration coupled with a system. However, unlike the swift calculations typical of system narratives in his previous Life novels, which completed in an instant, his situation felt akin to a sluggish educational device. Yagu rose to his feet, realizing he could no longer linger, as a multitude of menacing energies surged toward him. He swiftly propelled himself forward, vanishing from the scene of the crime. Most of his stamina was depleted in the frantic evasion of bullets. Such explosive exertion was tremendously taxing. Under ordinary circumstances, one might not consider that he had endured 2 years of grueling training, yet his Saiyan physiology endowed him with remarkable endurance. The pursuers numbered over 20, and as Yagu sprinted through the corridor, he searched desperately for an open door to conceal himself. However, after attempting several doors in vain, he hesitated to resort to forceful entry. There it was, a bathroom. Surely, it would be safe. He dashed toward the unmistakably marked restroom, and to his relief, the door swung open, revealing an individual emerging, a firearm slung casually over his shoulder. Oblivious to Yagu's presence as he fumbled with his belt while listening to music through poorly designed headphones that emitted a cacophony of mechanical noise, audible even to Yagu. The man stood momentarily stunned, his mind rendered blank by Yagu's sudden appearance. Damn it! Yagu muttered under his breath, seizing the opportunity to leap forward. Positioning himself before the man's forehead and delivering a powerful punch, Yagu's fist struck like a small hammer, causing the unfortunate soul's eyes to roll in opposite directions before he collapsed in a heap. As the distant energies converged closer, Yagu dragged the unconscious man back into the restroom, forcing him to sit once more over the toilet. In a past life, I must have owed you a quarter, he grumbled, exasperated at the need to tend to this unfortunate fellow. He positioned himself by the narrow window, which might have posed a challenge to others but offered no hindrance to Yagu. At that moment, a significant portion of the guards stationed outside retreated within, preparing for any potential crisis. Upon emerging outside, Yagu noted a marked decrease in their defensive posture. Rather than confront those outside, he endeavored to infiltrate deeper into the premises, recognizing that the spacious terrain could easily turn against him if surrounded. As he approached within 10 meters of the front, he caught sight of a soldier with a red scarf, aimlessly scanning the area with his weapon drawn. Suddenly, the familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. Battle system execution commencing. As the voice faded, Yagu felt a surge of new information flood his consciousness. Battle system. Level 0. Current experience 012. Name Yagu. Combat power activation level 10. Burst activation level 15. Combat level beginner, low tier. Additionally, 3 icons resembling light bulbs appeared, denoting friendly match 50, Dominion battle 80, life and death battle 100. Uncertain of what the percentages indicated, Yagu remained undeterred in his objective to incapacitate his target. The hulking figure before him merely grunted before collapsing to the ground. To Yagu's astonishment, his experience points surged from 012 to 013. As Yagu dragged the bulky figure away, he felt a surge of indignation within. What a farce. Not only was the level 0, but it also yielded a mere 001 experience for taking down a single soldier. Reflecting on this, Yagu realized he had scarcely taken a life, and in previous encounters with foes, one had even been slain by his own comrades. The combat system, Yagu pondered, was it merely the occurrence of battle that mattered? If so, then sparring, territorial contests, and life or death battles could all be justified. Yet, what of the percentages that followed? Yagu had no time to contemplate further, as he spotted 4 patrolling figures approaching from a distance. Clearly, they had noticed the disappearance of the guard and immediately shouted, "Everyone, be alert." Enemies are on the perimeter. Concealed in the shadows, Yagu remained still. His small stature and the dim lighting cloaked his presence effectively. There were matters to be resolved before tackling the Red Silk Army. With the enemy distracted, he began to seek out potential targets for attack. You, take position on the left high-rise with the rocket launcher. If anything seems amiss, fire at the designated target. The captain instructed, what if he gets entangled with us? As Yagu drew nearer, his heart raced, though only he could perceive it. The captain assigning the tasks seemed to sense something, turning abruptly, only to receive a crushing blow to his throat. A spray of blood erupted forth as agony surged through him, causing crimson streaks to appear in his eyes. The two red silk soldiers by his side prepared to strike, but the proximity was too close. Although the captain had just instructed them to disregard their own safety and attack alongside their comrades, it was contingent upon the captain's survival, a burden he could bear, but not theirs. Consequently, the two met a tragic fate, letting out cries before collapsing in defeat. This moment presented a rare opportunity. Their scattered formation made it easier to confront the red silk soldiers than if they were clustered together. Thus, the Black Panther sprang into action once more, moving through the night like a whirlwind, swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 6. Explosion in the center of the house. A basement housed a passageway where iron tracks extended into the territory occupied by the Red Silk Army. Taka stood beside the commander of the Red Silk Army, having already heard the commotion outside. Their task was to relocate 3 tons of gold, various specialized materials, a small box containing classified government documents, and an array of weapons. The commander of the Red Silk Army, named Mutra, was the squad leader from the nearby division. Their mission was to transfer the gold and various confidential items stored with the Black Wind squad. Commander, should we send others outside to investigate? Taka hesitated before making the suggestion to Mutra. Mutra was a robust figure. If he emerged from the forest at night, one might easily mistake him for a bear. He donned a trench coat, the back adorned with a crimson satin emblem. Truth be told, such a flamboyant insignia, when not under the aegis of the Red Satin Army, could easily attract unwarranted attention. Once everything was packed and ready for departure, he would deal with that pesky fly. Could you not even discern the priorities at hand? Mutra's tone was devoid of inflection, yet the chill emanating from his presence sent shivers up Taka's spine. Although equally ruthless, Taka dared not display insolence before this man. He complied, striving to appear unremarkable. The members of the Black Wind squad were stationed just outside this basement, typically ruling the underground with an iron fist, yet in truth, they served as the eyes and ears of the Red Satin Army. The opposition, less encumbered than the government forces, bore no responsibility for the so-called public opinion. They could rob a bank or commit murder without the same reservations that plagued the government troops. Normally brazen, they now appeared subdued, seemingly afraid to make even the slightest commotion. They were anxious about the disturbances outside, despite their ostentatious bravado before the citizens of Peak Valley City. They were acutely aware that should the government forces launch an assault, they would be the first casualties, no matter how they endeavored to signal their intentions to the government. The people of Peak Valley City would never forgive the Red Satin Army. They sought a group of individuals who had already reached a dead end. 15 minutes later, as the number of Red Satin guards outside dwindled, Yagu's pace quickened. Some fell to his blade, others were rendered unconscious. For Yagu, a swift kill required no further elaboration. Possessing an acute awareness of his surroundings, Mutra and Taka's location was already mapped in Yagu's mind. He now found himself near the Black Wind squad. Yet the vastness of this underground storage facility rendered a direct approach unwise. After a moment of contemplation in the shadows, a sudden epiphany struck Yagu. I can wield a firearm. Why not use it to eliminate them? Whether chiding himself or posing the question, it mattered not. For Yagu promptly set to action. He retreated from his position, retrieving a red 09 rifle from the fallen masses he had previously cleared. Swiftly, he moved back to his prior hiding spot, his diminutive stature allowing him to slip through spaces inaccessible to many adults. In truth, no one would suspect that their adversary was a child of merely 3 or 4 years of age. Raising the rifle and aiming at his foes, an exhilarating thrill surged within Yagu, a remnant of influences from a past life. In that realm, firearms were beyond reach for someone of his standing. And while he understood that in this world, against the pinnacle of military might, a gun held little utility, he was nonetheless aware that a bullet could spell his demise. Boys, savor what I have prepared for you, Yagu declared, lowering the rifle, which felt unwieldy in his grip, despite his strength being quite sufficient. However, it was inherently awkward for one to wield an object so disproportionately larger than themselves. Yagu turned to his side, where he had placed 5 explosives scavenged from the Red Satin soldiers outside. For the warriors of Dragon Ball, this device possesses considerable power, after all. It was enough to claim half of Tao Pai Pai's life with a bomb of its own making. The sound of rapid explosions resonated as 3 grenades were activated, targeting a group of individuals standing idly at the entrance. Unlike the organized Red Ribbon Army outside, these individuals were haphazardly clustered together. The grenades struck their midst, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. What transpired? Are you injured? Do you recognize the nature of the attack? Inquiries were exchanged among those who had been struck, while some brandished firearms, scanning the shadows for threats, and others fired blindly at unseen foes. It was only a matter of time before someone discerned the source of their plight, but there was no moment to spare. The ground shook with a series of deafening explosions that sent the beleaguered crowd sprawling in all directions. A figure was launched like a cannonball into the air. In such a world, it seemed that only Satan could survive such catastrophic blasts. In Yagu's eyes, Satan was undoubtedly the epitome of mediocrity within the Dragon Ball universe. So weak that even Master Roshi could vanquish him. Yet, the attacks from the opposing cell allowed him to endure. And then there was Bu, who entered his realm as if stepping into a comedic cartoon. Seizing the opportunity, Yagu deftly secured 2 additional grenades, clutching the red 09 as he sprinted forward, firing at the remaining targets. This assault unfolded with astonishing ease, eliminating all foes within 20 seconds, after which he ensured that each fallen adversary received a final blow. Inside, Mutra turned to observe the heavy door behind him. He had heard the earlier explosions. With a mere gesture, over 50 warriors promptly took their positions, rushing to various defensive fortifications. Among them, 5 men readied rocket launchers, aiming at the entrance. Tako was the most anxious of the group. His subordinates were outside, and should they all perish, he would be left as a mere figurehead. Given his misdeeds, if others discovered he stood alone, he would surely be torn to shreds. "Commander," he stammered, a sheen of cold sweat glistening on his brow. Mutra turned to him, and before Taka could comprehend the situation, delivered a powerful punch to his face. Blood sprayed as Taka was sent reeling into the air, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Mutra wiped the blood from his knuckles with a handkerchief retrieved from his pocket, muttering softly, "It has been quite some time since I employed this strength. It feels diminished." He glanced at the groaning Taka on the ground, contemplating delivering another blow. At that moment, the door swung open with a resounding crack, capturing everyone's attention. The Red Ribbon soldiers stationed there were not like those outside. They would not discharge their weapons without sighting the enemy. Mutra acknowledged those with rocket launchers, and soon 3 of them fired. A brilliant light erupted at the entrance, followed by a thunderous roar. Despite the door's formidable construction, it could not withstand the ferocity of the explosion. With a creaking sound that could make one's teeth ache, the massive iron door collapsed with a resounding crash. The dust was lifted several meters high, compounded by the previous explosion, obscuring the perspective of the Red Silk Army. Unlike the tense atmosphere surrounding others, Mutila appeared remarkably composed, though he no longer paid any attention to Taka beside him. Instead, he curiously gazed towards the direction of the gate. With 2 swift sounds, 2 objects were hurled from the dust at the entrance, their nature indistinguishable due to their rapid velocity. Nonetheless, those who discerned this phenomenon began firing towards the gate. It was only when the thrown objects landed on 2 opposing positions that the Red Silk Army let out a collective scream and scrambled to flee. However, the grenades had already been counted down by Yagu, detonating with a thunderous explosion the moment they touched the ground. 2 violent blasts erupted among the Red Silk Army, affecting even the rocket launcher operator, who, despite standing some distance from the epicenter, found his weapon tumbling to the ground. At that moment, a figure darted out from the dust at the entrance with remarkable speed, resembling a cheetah. He swiftly entered the left flank of the construction site, methodically dispatching those who groaned, stood, or even fired their weapons there. Then, he lunged towards the right side of the site. At this juncture, Mutila, who had remained still until now, sprang into action, racing towards the shadow with astonishing speed, arriving before the figure in an instant and swinging a powerful punch. The impact resonated as his fist connected with the target, sending the shadow hurtling into the dust like a cannonball. From within the haze, the sound of something crashing to the ground followed, accompanied by the scraping noise of something being dragged along. Mutila examined his right fist, puzzled as to why such force had not rendered his opponent asunder. Chapter 7. Judgment. Yagu felt a sharp pain, rolling several times in the dust before desperately seeking refuge behind the door. He rubbed his right shoulder vigorously, aware that Mutila's punch had been formidable, revealing the opponent's considerable strength. Although he knew the Red Silk Army was engaged in the research of artificial humans, he understood that during this period, such beings were scarce and possessed limited combat prowess. Could it be that I have encountered an artificial human? Yagu pondered while seated against the door, listening to the quiet footsteps of several individuals approaching. Bracing himself against the ground and the wall, he rose to his feet. The dust at the entrance still obscured the enemy's line of sight. Yagu stood up, leaped to grasp the top of the door, and crawled atop it, crouching in concealment. As the dust began to dissipate, Yagu glimpsed soldiers in the distance armed with rifles and rocket launchers, evidently prepared to fire upon anyone who approached, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger to eliminate both the advancing soldiers and Yagu himself. Taking a deep breath, Yagu quickly assessed his escape route within the limited time available. Although the area was open, there would always be spaces accommodating his body. The dust was clearing, and if he lingered, the enemy would surely discover him. Thus, Yagu leaped onto the head of a nearby red silk soldier, instantly breaking his neck, then swiftly jumped in front of another soldier, delivering a kick that shattered his jaw before stepping onto his head and propelling himself towards the open ground ahead. Bullets rained down upon him, yet all struck the concrete behind him, leaving a myriad of pockmarks on the surface, with several areas entirely shattered. The soldier who had previously approached the door suddenly regained his senses, pivoting to aim his weapon at Yagu. However, a rocket shell landed between them, its explosion stirring up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the view of everyone present. Yagu dashed towards the position he had just neutralized, seizing any grenades he could find and activating them before hurling them at the enemy. His speed was remarkable, and the force with which he threw them was formidable, rivaling the precision of the rocket launcher. The individual wielding the rocket launcher had his nose crushed by the impact, followed by a resounding explosion that triggered the detonation of the rocket, resulting in an even more violent shockwave. Mutra was infuriated. The soldiers he took pride in had proven to be utterly useless, mere waste. After shouting 3 times in frustration, he shed his overcoat and advanced towards Yagu. The imposing figure of Mutra was not easily forgotten by Yagu, and as he transitioned from walking to running, Yagu sprang into action. Throughout this process, he continued to eliminate ordinary soldiers without pause. After Yagu threw another grenade, Mutra finally closed the distance to within 3 or 4 meters of him, appearing poised to seize him with just a step closer. Yet, at that moment, Yagu abruptly turned, swinging his right hand in a punch directed at Mutra's face. Mutra attempted to catch it with his right hand, only to realize that what he grasped was not Yagu's fist. In a moment of distraction, Yagu wrapped his tail around Mutra's left arm and leaped beneath him, delivering a swift punch to his stomach. Yagu's tail, a surprising and lethal weakness for a Saiyan, had been honed through rigorous training. As Yagu rolled from between Mutra's legs to behind him, he barely distanced himself before hearing a thunderous explosion behind him. The blast rattled his body painfully, yet he dared not linger, directing part of his focus on the scene while using the rest to contend with the remaining Red Ribbon Army forces. The earlier grenade attack had sent them fleeing in terror, and upon witnessing Mutra's direct hit, their panic only intensified. In the Dragon Ball universe, there were far too many individuals unconcerned about explosives. Yagu did not believe that a single grenade could eliminate someone of prominence within the Red Ribbon Army. With caution in mind, he swiftly grabbed an automatic rifle, targeting the surviving members of the Red Ribbon Army. As the smoke from the previous explosion dissipated, Mutra's figure reemerged. He stood tall, as Yagu anticipated. This man was unafraid of firearms, though his clothing, pants, and hair bore little resemblance to their original states. There was, however, a sliver of good news. The enemy's right hand, still clutching a grenade, had vanished from the elbow down, reduced to a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal indistinguishable as either human or machine. A bioengineered being. Yagu recalled that the artificial beings that had emerged from such modifications were known as androids 17 and 18, or in the future Trunks timeline, as androids 19 and 20. When Trunks first encountered Goku, he spoke of the destruction wrought by androids 19 and 20, only for them to later become 17 and 18 after defeating Cell. A truly perplexing turn of events. At this moment, Mutra did not cast his gaze towards Yagu. Instead, he stared blankly at his vanished arm, a grotesque expression gradually overtaking his features. Yagu, seizing the advantageous opportunity, had amassed a considerable quantity of grenades from the soldiers. His current methods of attack were regrettably limited, and the frustration was palpable. Sensing the anger emanating from that direction, Yagu retrieved 2 of the grenades he had collected, paused for a brief moment after activating them, and then hurled them towards his adversary. To Yagu, Mutra's movements were far from those of a soldier or martial artist. They were rigid and mechanical, relying solely on raw talent. In Yagu's eyes, only someone who had suddenly acquired immense power would behave in such a manner. Luck was indeed on Yagu's side. Mutra held a significant position within the Red Silk Army. However, due to a peculiar affliction that jeopardized his life, he had called upon the scientists of the Red Silk Army to conduct experiments on him, utilizing a subject they were about to explore, biological modification. The results were promising, greatly enhancing the strength of his body without significantly impairing its other functions. Yet, A notable flaw emerged. It could not withstand electronic attacks and required a substantial dual energy supply. This dual energy comprised the biological energy provided by food and an external energy source necessitating a large device for periodic recharging, a rather cumbersome requirement, but one afforded to Mutra due to his leadership status within the Red Silk Army. Furthermore, they discovered that his modified body could withstand bullet attacks, which thrilled Mutra, who had once been frail. However, he never anticipated that his body could be breached. Although the pain was minimal, and he could reattach the severed arm upon returning, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Most critically, a fragment from the recent grenade explosion had penetrated his external energy reservoir, leading to a catastrophic energy leak. In a frenzied rush towards Yagu, Mutra disregarded everything else, fixated solely on annihilating the child before him. Meanwhile, Yagu clutched the grenades, occasionally pulling the pins, pausing for a moment, and then fiercely launching them at Mutra. He was remarkably accurate. Over the past 2 years, he had perfected this technique to bring down birds from the sky. The lumbering figure behind him resembled a clumsy bear. Just as he prepared to throw another grenade at Mutra, the latter suddenly lunged forward from a distance, delivering a punch aimed at the back of Yagu's head. In terms of reflexes, Yagu was agile. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his right leg, evading the blow at an angle. Dust and concrete flew, causing him to cough as he covered his mouth and nose, swiftly retreating. After enduring a series of assaults, Mutra appeared increasingly disheveled, with approximately 40% of his skin missing, revealing the steel framework beneath. It was evident that he resembled a biomechanical entity rather than a mere human. There remained a considerable distance before reaching the likes of the modified beings numbered 17 or 18. Suddenly, Yagu froze, not due to the enemy before him but because, within his consciousness, the combat system displayed a red glow beneath the categories of sparring, conquest, and life and death battles, illuminating the latter with alarming intensity. It seems that the light had just illuminated moments ago, yet Yagu had paid it no heed. In life and death battles, a score of 100 was entirely agreeable to him. He could scarcely believe he had fallen into the clutches of the adversary across from him, who had even managed to concoct a nest of bird's nest and shark fin for himself. Wait a moment. Could it be that the experience points awarded were contingent upon the nature of the combat? Yagu's mind raced swiftly. In sparring matches, the danger was minimal, thus yielding only half the experience. In honor duels, the stakes were significant, meriting 8 layers of experience, while the most perilous life and death battles granted full experience. How distinctly categorized indeed. Chapter 8. Departure. The capsules were truly precious items, nearly equivalent to spatial rings. The minions defeated moments ago wielded firearms, resulting in no experience points accrued for him. Conversely, Mutra, largely unaffected by the firearms due to their limited impact on him, had primarily relied on his own actions, thus yielding Yagu a meager 0.66 experience points. Gazing at his current level, displayed as level 0 current experience, 0.66, that 0.66 was a glaring affront to his eyes. What was this? A formidable opponent like Mutra had only granted him a paltry 0.5 experience points. Was this a jest? Yagu could not contain his ire. 0.5 indicated that he would need to endure 200 such encounters to level up. How could he possibly contend with such strength? What would he do next time? But that was a concern for another day. Yagu glanced at the spoils he had acquired. Such an abundance of gold. As long as I refrain from excessive waste, it would suffice for a lifetime. Consider Sun Wukong, a being who could not earn money, yet lived for eons. If I merely find a suitable investment and cast my funds therein, barring any major issues, I could rest easy. 3 tons of gold may sound substantial, yet it occupies a surprisingly small volume. This is the most valuable asset. Next are the special materials, which cannot be mass-produced and can only be synthesized in limited quantities within laboratories. Finally, there are the documents obtained from the government forces, courtesy of the Red Silk Army, which are particularly advantageous for the military. As for the heavy weaponry accompanying them, Yagu scarcely glanced at it. Those items were of no use to him and could not be transported. The capsules scavenged from the Red Silk Army were akin to automotive trucks, laden with munitions. While these items held considerable value, they paled in comparison to the gold and special materials. After toiling for 10 minutes, breathless, Yagu tucked 5 capsules into his garments. Farewell, Red Silk Army. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, he cleverly set several grenades as decoys at the entrance before swiftly departing. Crawling through the ventilation shaft, he was small enough to manage. At merely 2 years of age, he was of a size comparable to a 3 or 4-year-old child. By dawn the following day, Fingu City was besieged by 1,000 troops of the Red Silk Army. When the residents of Fingu City awoke to this reality, none dared to step outside. They trembled as if in a war zone, fearful of offending the Red Silk Army and facing annihilation. Meanwhile, Yagu had already driven away. Fortunate to have arrived in the Dragon Ball world where operating vehicles and motorcycles was remarkably simple, as anything is simplified. Yagu departed from Fingu City in a vehicle resembling a bun, heading towards the territory controlled by the government forces. Dragon Ball world, here I come. Yagu's spirit soared, prompting him to sing. Though the world of anime harbors its share of malevolence, the distinction between good and evil remains remarkably straightforward. Few are those who scheme behind the scenes, particularly the king known to Yagu, whose reign, despite bringing calamity to Earth, was predominantly marked by periods of peace. Yagu resolved to seek out the king and deliver the confidential information he had acquired from the Red Silk Army. This course of action held two implications. First, if the king harbored ulterior motives against him, it would signify that Yagu's understanding of the simplistic nature of the minds within the anime realm was misguided. Second, should the king express gratitude, it would ensure Yagu a place to reside on Earth, perhaps even a home. The journey from Fingu City to the king's stronghold was extensive. Yet Yagu had procured a considerable sum of money from the Red Silk Army, enabling him to traverse the distance with relative ease. The sole inconvenience lay in the fact that a young child driving a car would undoubtedly attract the attention of the police, particularly those with the stubborn traits characteristic of the anime world. Exercising utmost caution, Yagu's vehicle was finally halted by a traffic officer 6 days later. "Who are you, young one? How can a child such as yourself drive? Do you comprehend the dangers involved?" the officer inquired. Yagu sighed, feeling helpless against the well-meaning authority figure. "I apologize, but I must see the king, and this is the fastest means of travel. It is no jest, given the Red Silk Army's presence. Flying is exceedingly perilous," thus leading to the swift decline of the once thriving aviation industry. The middle-aged officer sported a small trapezoidal mustache, donned large-framed glasses, and held a pen in his right hand while grasping a notebook in his left, poised to issue a citation. After chastising Yagu, his expression shifted upon hearing the boy's intent to meet the king. "Surely you jest. Where are your guardians? Do they truly allow you to drive alone?" he exclaimed, dismissing Yaga's claims as childish deceit. After a moment of bluster, the officer softened, narrowing his eyes into a smile and ruffling Yagu's hair. "Now, child, tell me your name." Seeing the officer genuinely regard him as a runaway, Yagu was at a loss for words. He found it difficult to strike down someone so weak yet earnest in their desire to assist him. Let me clarify. I am on my way to speak with His Majesty the King about a matter of great importance concerning the Red Silk Army." Reluctantly, Yagu invoked the name of the Red Silk Army, the paramount issue plaguing Earth, entangling the government forces with the insurgent Red Silk Army. The officer's demeanor shifted immediately upon hearing the mention of the Red Silk Army. His expression grew tense, and his hand instinctively rested upon his firearm. As Yagu seized the moment, he declared, "Officer, it is precisely due to an urgent matter that I must see the king." Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the sky, prompting both Yagu and the officer to look up. Above them, a passenger plane, billowing black smoke, was hurtling towards a nearby hill. The two men stood in stunned silence. The officer shocked by the gravity of the situation, while Yagu, exhilarated by the unprecedented sight of an aircraft in distress, did not perceive it with cold indifference or as mere amusement. Rather, in the realm of Dragon Ball, where lives were frequently extinguished only to be restored by the Dragon Balls, the value of life seemed diminished. The wailing intensified, culminating in a thunderous crash as the plane struck the ground, flames erupting from the wreckage. Fortunately, an explosion was averted. "Oh no, this is dire," the officer exclaimed, hastily returning to his vehicle to alert his colleagues at the precinct. At that moment, Yagu revved his engine and shouted to the officer, "If I encounter other officers on the road, I will summon them here to assist you." The officer, taken aback by Yaga's demeanor, stood there holding the car phone in a daze. Chapter 9. The king's capital. The great demon king once remarked that he heard of a person unafraid of danger, which is why they summoned me. This implies that even then, the king and his army were aware that there existed individuals undaunted by gunfire. Yagu aspired to establish a connection with the government, believing that with their substantial support, many training conditions could be resolved. Matters such as gravity manipulation, extensive cultivation of senza beans, and the future need for human assistance in harnessing energy blasts could all be satisfactorily addressed. In certain respects, Mr. Satan was indeed a remarkable figure, contributing a fair share of humor to the Dragon Ball universe. However, Yagu regarded him with disdain. Although Mr. Satan was considered the strongest among ordinary Earthlings in the latter part of Dragon Ball, excluding Master Roshi and Crane Hermit, his appropriation of the efforts of Goku and others, results even earned at the cost of Goku's life, was intolerable to Yagu. Of course, holding such sentiments did not imply that Yagu wished to eliminate Satan. Just as one might dislike a person without seeking confrontation, some choose to ignore them, maintaining a polite distance without overt displays of aversion. Each individual possesses their own methods of navigating situations, and none are inherently superior. However, certain circles adhere to specific operational protocols, dictated by the norms of that realm. Yagu, on the other hand, felt at ease. He belonged to no faction and was a free spirit. In the ensuing fortnight, Yagu traversed rural paths, ultimately arriving at the king's domain. The two-dimensional world was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the cumbersome procedures of reality. Upon reaching the capital, Yagu made his way directly to the royal palace. The architecture of the capital was grand, characterized by the circular designs emblematic of the Dragon Ball universe. Numerous soldiers were stationed around, their density seemingly heightened due to the Red Ribbon Army's influence. Such a concentration was not even witnessed during the attack by King Piccolo. "Ah, little one, you cannot enter here, do you understand?" A female officer stationed at the perimeter noticed Yagu walking directly towards the palace gates and stepped forward to intercept him. "Be a good child and tell your sister your name. Where are your parents?" Yagu despised being treated as a child by others, for such condescension would inhibit many of his aspirations. After all, aside from doting parents, who would unconditionally fulfill a child's demands, the officer was strikingly beautiful, sporting a head of short green hair, devoid of adornments, and possessed a graceful figure that exuded a sense of competence. While the sight of such a lovely woman was indeed a delight, Yagu had pressing matters at hand. In comparison to his own concerns, everything else was expendable. "Officer, I have something to deliver to His Majesty the King. It is this." Aware of the stern guards ahead, Yagu understood that if he did not clarify his intentions, there would be no chance of gaining entry. The female officer regarded him with a puzzled expression, her brows furrowing slightly as she inquired, "Darling, what is it that you wish to deliver to the king? You must know that deceiving is not the behavior of a good child. Now, run along and find your parents." Yagu stared at the woman before him, exasperated, and replied, "I genuinely have something of great importance to present to the king. It pertains to the Red Silk Army." "What? What did you say?" The officer's reaction mirrored that of the police he had encountered a week prior. Upon hearing the words Red Silk Army, she nearly erupted in disbelief. Calm in the face of her astonishment, Yagu articulated each word clearly. "Officer, I possess information obtained from the Red Silk Army. Here it is." He patted the document contained within the brown paper bag he held. The officer swiftly snatched the bag from Yagu's hands, stating, "I will verify this," and began inspecting its contents, momentarily disregarding him. Observing the officer's flustered demeanor, Yagu mused to himself, "So, she is a novice. It is no wonder she engages in such trivial conversation." As the officer gazed wide-eyed at the material inside the bag, it became apparent to her that, despite her lower rank, this document had been pilfered from the government by the Red Silk Army. The classified nature of its contents far exceeded the access permitted to a soldier of her standing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the officer withdrew her earlier friendly demeanor and addressed Yagu with newfound seriousness. "Young one, I misunderstood you earlier. I am Lieutenant Loris. What is your name?" "I am Yagu. Please deliver this document to His Majesty the King. I came across it by chance and thought it prudent to bring it to the king." Yagu continued, "I have perused the contents, and although much remains unclear to me, it is evident that this is a document of considerable significance. Initially, I believed it would be safe to hand it over to the police, but upon reflection, I could not guarantee that it would ultimately reach the king's hands. This is why I have come to the capital." Loris gazed at Yagu in astonishment. She was baffled that a child of merely 3 or 4 years could articulate such profound thoughts. After a while, Loris regained her composure and recollected her purpose. Hastily grasping Yagu's hand and heading towards the grand entrance, "This matter is of utmost seriousness. We must meet the king." Hesitant to follow this seemingly untrustworthy woman into unknown territory, spoke as they neared the door, "Shouldn't you announce our arrival?" "Ah?" She halted and stared at Yagu, her expression transforming to one of realization as she understood the child's words. "Yes, you are right. I almost forgot. Be a good boy and stay here. I will return shortly." Resuming her previous demeanor, Yagu sighed, understanding the situation. He watched as Loris hurried away, presumably to report to her superior. Thinking to himself that once this matter concluded, he would keep his distance from her. He simply could not tolerate it. Being in the company of a beautiful woman tends to attract admiration, regardless of whether one is male or female, as human aesthetics are rarely lacking. However, for Yagu, it was imperative that his life remain unperturbed. No matter how stunning, he would find a way to avoid entanglements. Much like Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, who devoted herself wholeheartedly to raising Goten, Yagu felt she interfered excessively in both Goku's and Goten's lives. Had she not married Goku, he mused, Perhaps Goku's child might have achieved far greater feats than Goten. Yet, as the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Some believe that dying under a peony flower is a form of romantic allure, and that is a perspective in itself. As for Yagu, his approach was equally a reflection of his own beliefs. In his past life, he had never tasted the sweetness of love. Several infatuations had crossed his path. But upon reflection, he realized that what he felt could hardly be termed as love. It was merely an appreciation for their beauty. Had there been someone more exquisite, he would undoubtedly have shifted his affections. Ultimately, Yagu concluded that he was an exceedingly selfish individual who permitted no one to encroach upon his domain. Because of this, he had never truly loved anyone nor forged genuine friendships. Anyone who ventured too close would be met with the icy barrier surrounding him. Life had been so disheartening in his previous existence. Thus, in this new life, Yagu resolved to become a man akin to Satan. Clenching his fists, he declared this to himself, a smile gracing his features. He wondered what expressions would adorn the faces of the others who had crossed over once they learned of his ambitions. Chapter 10. The Plans Within. Upon Loris's return, she escorted Yagu through the grand doors. The king's palace lay a short distance ahead, and she had previously reported Yagu's circumstances to her superior, who had taken an interest in him and relayed the matter to the king. Upon learning about Yagu, the king expressed keen curiosity and consented to a meeting. After a 5-minute walk, Yagu and Loris arrived at the royal palace, traversing the crimson carpet. Though devoid of gold and jewels, the hall emanated an air of grandeur, prompting Yagu to nod approvingly in his heart. As they entered, Yagu caught sight of the legendary cat perched on the throne before them. In his previous life, Yagu had found it amusing that at the onset of Dragon Ball, Earth was home to many beast men, much like the king before him. Moreover, there exist creatures such as werewolves, pandarens, bear folk, and beings resembling dinosaurs, entities classified as human yet devoid of human appearance. However, as time progressed, such individuals became exceedingly rare. Save for the king. Loris led Yagu to the center of the palace, standing upright as she saluted the monarch before them. Yagu appropriately bowed slightly to the king, ensuring he did not present any glaring errors. The king addressed Loris and Yagu, reassuring them, "There is no need for anxiety. You must be the remarkable youth, Yagu." Upon hearing these words, Yagu smiled and replied, "I am Yagu, though I do not consider myself remarkable." The king, displaying a kind demeanor, noted that in the original Dragon Ball narrative, his contributions to the world were minimal, yet he maintained a commendable state of peace after the Red Ribbon Army was vanquished by Sun Wukong. "Do not be modest. I have heard of the information you have brought. Acquiring that data from the Red Ribbon Army is no simple feat. Oh, do not worry. My curiosity is merely piqued. Additionally, may I request the document you delivered?" Yagu handed the bag containing the documents to Loris. "Certainly, Your Majesty. One of my purposes for coming here was to deliver this." Loris took the bag and approached a soldier stationed to the king's left, who then presented it to the king. After the feline creature perused its contents, it nodded silently, betraying no discernible emotion. The king returned the document to its brown paper bag and entrusted it to a burly soldier behind him, instructing, "You may examine it. Dispose of what needs to be discarded." The burly soldier nodded efficiently, "Yes." The king then shifted his gaze back to Yagu, seemingly pleased with him. Yagu appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old, and the king found it increasingly delightful that such a child could exhibit such composure within his palace. "Yagu," he inquired, "you mentioned this was one of your conditions for being here. What, then, is the second condition?" He believed that if Yagu's request were reasonable, he could offer assistance. Previously, attempts had been made to uncover Yagu's origins, but alas, no information was found. Such endeavors might not yield success even in the future Dragon Ball world, given the many enclaves of indigenous peoples. Especially now that the Red Ribbon Army occupied a substantial territory. Yagu simply sought a tranquil environment conducive to focused training, devoid of daily concerns over sustenance. "I aspire to establish a media company in the future. For now, I merely wish to invest in several major corporate enterprises with the funds at my disposal. This way, I can dedicate myself to training in peace." "Training?" The king appeared perplexed. To him, investing in large groups was solely for the acquisition of wealth. An undeniable truth. Yet, the utterance of training by such a young child was astonishing. "Indeed, training," Yagu replied, his expression earnest. So much so that those around him found it amusing, given its incongruity with his age. Perceiving the sly glances from the onlookers, Yagu felt quite innocent. He simply could not project the aura expected of a time traveler. Even with the blood of a Saiyan coursing through his veins, once the fervor for slaughter is lost, he becomes no different from an ordinary youth. Before the king, seated in his throne, could continue his discourse, Yagu interjected, "Your Majesty, Acquiring this document should be considered a testament to my prowess, wouldn't you agree? The king, who had been smiling at the youth's retort, paused in reflection. Indeed, while the document itself may not hold paramount importance, should it fall into the hands of the Red Ribbon Army, it could spell significant trouble. The mere fact that the boy obtained this document, regardless of whether he had assistance from someone behind the scenes, suggests that befriending such individuals could only bode well for both himself and his country. My apologies. I must admit I was judging by appearances. Such a remarkable youth. Are you returning home? This marked the beginning of the king's inquiry into what Yagu desired in return. Without hesitation, Yagu stated plainly, I seek a substantial piece of land within West City to establish my residence, where I can train, and once I have matured, I will set up a business nearby. Oh, the clarity and organization with which Yagu articulated his request caught the king and others in the palace by surprise. They mused inwardly, astonished by the audacity of this child to request a significant expanse of land from his majesty in such a manner. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. The king appeared quite pleased, chuckling heartily. Very well. You are our benefactor, wishing to settle in West City, are you? General. The man standing beside him straightened his posture and responded loudly, at your command. Let this matter be entrusted to you. Ensure its execution. The general replied with utmost seriousness. Though, in truth, Yagu's reward required no intervention from him. However, the king desired to witness such an attitude. A smile illuminated Yagu's face as he expressed, Thank you ever so much, your majesty. The king regarded the youthful figure before him and remarked, Young man, since you first addressed me without the respect of your majesty, and now, having received something, you switch to such formalities, do you not find this rather opportunistic? Yagu smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. The reality was that had he made that remark and the king chosen to ignore it, he would have perceived the monarch as an ordinary individual and would likely not engage with him further. One must look out for oneself. While this king is not without merit, it would be an exaggeration to label him as truly virtuous. Nevertheless, he is certainly beneficial for the advancement of Earth. At the very least, a prosperous future for the planet seems inevitable. However, if one cannot derive advantages from such interactions, why engage excessively with others? The combat prowess of the Saiyans could eventually overshadow even the mightiest weapons on Earth. Should they become adversaries, it is not inconceivable that they could unseat the king. At present, the mutual benefits are evident. Yagu cleverly plays the game, as the king believes him to be backed by a formidable force, thus treating him as a promising investment. Yagu regarded this meeting as a resounding success. He secured a vast expanse of land in West City and established an initial contact with the government. He is confident that once he demonstrates his burgeoning strength in the future, he will be able to leverage that to secure even greater advantages for himself. 2 days later, Yagu arrived at a designated piece of land, guided by a military officer near the West capital. This area, once an industrial zone, had seen factories relocate due to its proximity to the city center. With a grand gesture, the king bestowed upon Yagu 200 acres of land, granting him a span of 20 years for development. However, despite its integration into the city's core, transforming this land into a bustling urban environment would be an arduous task, requiring more than a decade for any semblance of success. The king's words subtly conveyed a message. Should Yagu fail to utilize the land effectively after 20 years, he would face grave consequences. Yagu had procured 3 tons of gold from the Red Silk Army, which would undoubtedly ease his existence. Before arriving at the West capital, he had converted a portion of this gold into currency, recognizing that mere gold could not facilitate transactions. Additionally, attempting to exchange gold personally would incur considerable losses. Having recently established a minor rapport with the king, he intended to make the most of the situation. To his surprise, he discovered an intact factory, which would serve as his dwelling. Saiyans, in their pursuit of training, require few comforts. The harsher the training, the better. However, during moments of respite, a good night's sleep and delectable food would suffice to alleviate any concerns. The West capital was beginning to take shape, resembling a future metropolis. The Universal Capsule Company had been flourishing for over a decade, with the brilliant Dr. Briefs distributing these innovative capsules worldwide. This small capsule represented Earth's unparalleled technological advancement in the Dragon Ball universe. Yagu pondered the fate of the envoy sent by the king, hoping they could persuade Dr. Briefs to part with a share of his company. Indeed, prior to his arrival in the West capital, Yagu had requested the king to seek a negotiator, aiming to acquire some equity in the Universal Capsule Company. Chapter 11. Dr. Briefs leveraging his connections and investing some money. Yagu arranged for furniture to be moved into the abandoned factory. Simultaneously, he commissioned a construction company to erect a modest 2-story house adjacent to the factory. The structure was quite small, with the upper floor comprising a bedroom, bathroom, and bathtub, while the ground floor contained only a living room. Exceedingly simplistic. The factory was transformed into an indoor training facility, stocked with an array of training equipment that Yagu deemed both reasonable and beneficial. Though inexperienced in martial arts training from his past life, he opted not to hire a coach. On Earth, aside from the deities from the temple, such as Bubbles, Corinne, and Master Rashi, he held little regard for other figures like King Kai, despite being no match for him at present. However, having studied Master Rashi's training outline for Goku and Krillin, Yagu felt a sense of superiority over them. In the Dragon Ball world, the government's efficiency was notable. As the police arrived after the fact, while wandering the West Capital, Yagu witnessed a jewelry store being robbed. At the sound of the alarm, 5 or 6 police cars emerged from various alleyways, swiftly surrounding the store and thwarting the robbers' escape. Upon witnessing the remarkable efficiency of the police, Yagu decided to visit the location they had arrived at, as if he had utilized instant teleportation, leaving no trace of their high-speed chase. Perhaps this is the rule of the two-dimensional world, Yagu mused. Reflecting on the absurdity of a living person like himself entering such a fantastical realm, what extraordinary occurrences could possibly be beyond the realm of possibility? Having spent only a few days in the Western capital, government officials informed him that Dr. Bryphus had consented to sell a portion of his shares. But he wished to meet Yagu first. Naturally, Yagu agreed with eagerness, as he was keen to request Dr. Bryphus to construct a gravity chamber for him. May the divine powers bless him. It was imperative that Dr. Bryphus could indeed create the gravity chamber, initially intending to pray to the deities. He suddenly recalled that the gods of this world were not as formidable as he had imagined from his previous life. Instead, it was the wish-granting dragon that truly captivated attention, showcasing its remarkable power. With short, glossy black hair, a fair complexion, deep black eyes, a petite upturned nose, and chubby cheeks, the figure reflected in the mirror could only be described as adorable. Was it a mistake that no matter what he wore, he could not appear more dignified? Yagu gazed at his reflection in distress. Today, he was to visit Dr. Bryphus's residence, and he did not wish to appear overly juvenile. For someone like him, who required ample personal time, excessive attention from others was merely an impediment. He preferred to maintain a certain distance from others at this juncture. This was the Universal Capsule Company, undoubtedly impressive. Standing before a towering circular edifice, Yagu, clad in a deep black trench coat and hat reminiscent of a detective from a bygone film, assessed the building in his mind. The Western capital was indeed a splendid tourist destination, adorned with picturesque landscapes and a pleasant climate, while also serving as the economic heart of the nation. The headquarters of Universal Capsule, resplendently white, exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Yagu contemplated. Indeed, it was a global corporation, despite Dr. Bryphus's low emotional intelligence. His area of residence boasted such grandeur. Observing the structure, he noted that it bore little difference from his memories, and he hoped fervently that Dr. Bryphus had made progress in constructing the gravity chamber. He began to worry about Earth's technological advancements. When Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth, Goku and his companions had calculated, using the spacecraft designed by Bulma's father, that it would be impossible to reach Namek unless one were immortal. This represented a significant technological gap. However, since then, Dr. Bryphus's ability to manufacture spacecraft had grown exponentially, his improvised technology rivaling even that of the Republic. Ding dong. After ringing the doorbell, Yagu waited for a moment before a cylindrical robot answered the door. Greetings, guest. Whom may I assist you in finding? Inquired the silver-gray robot, resembling a trash can in Yagu's eyes. Yagu would never display disrespect towards him. In the realm of Dragon Ball, robots are capable of miraculous feats. If this trash can-like fellow could read the mood, he would be left with no tears to shed. Greetings, I am here to see Dr. Briefs. My name is Yagu, and the doctor should be aware of that. The wheels of the trash can rolled backward, addressing Yagu. Mr. Yagu, please come in. Oh, thank you. Expressing gratitude to a robot is something only Yagu could manage, at least for the moment. As he walked across the lush lawn and entered the house, he found it spacious and well-lit, the glass glimmering from the robot's diligent cleaning 3 times a day. The interior boasted a sofa and a television. Yet no one was in sight. Yagu turned to the robot that had escorted him, awaiting its next words. The robot stepped aside and said, Sir, please rest here while I fetch Dr. Briefs. Very well, go ahead, Yagu replied, uncertain of the robot's intellect, but feeling it appropriate to respond politely. Watching the robot depart, Yagu wandered around the living room, but after 3 or 4 minutes without the arrival of Dr. Briefs, he felt a twinge of disappointment and sat down on the sofa in front of the television. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar sound and, upon closer inspection, discovered a robot with a caterpillar-like design, carrying drinks. The robot approached the sofa where Yagu sat, and placed a glass of juice on the table beside him. Please enjoy. The living room was exceedingly spacious, encompassing nearly the entire first floor of the building, with large glass windows that invited ample light, creating a delightful atmosphere. Yagu was not merely a guest, although Dr. Briefs had requested to meet him. Even if the doctor had no desire to see him, Yagu would find a way to return. After all, the gravity chamber was an excellent training device, despite his poor innate talent. If he could endure 500 or 1,000 times the gravity and learn the Kaioken from the King Kai, he believed his strength would rival that of a Super Saiyan. In Yagu's understanding, the Kaioken functioned similarly to transforming into a Super Saiyan, providing an instantaneous surge in power. However, as the 15th generation old Kai had stated, frequent use of the Super Saiyan form could shorten one's lifespan. The Kaioken, being one of the two ultimate techniques developed through years of research by the North Kai, seemed to Yagu to have minimized its side effects. After all, a method of enhancing strength with significant drawbacks would hardly be revered by someone like the North Kai, a figure of virtue. After about 3 more minutes, Yagu heard footsteps approaching from the backyard. He turned to see a man with light blue hair entering, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a small black cat with round eyes perched on his shoulder. Yagu dared not be arrogant. He stood from his seat and bowed respectfully to the man. Regardless of who created this world, the middle-aged man before him certainly possessed no capacity for generating animosity. Dr. Briefs, hello. I am Yagu. Dr. Briefs dropped the cigarette from his lips onto the floor, gazing at Yagu with astonishment. You are Yagu, the one who purchased shares in my company? Upon seeing Yagu nod, Dr. Briefs was filled with wonder. He approached Yagu, crouching down to examine him closely. Yagu remained still, puzzled by Dr. Briefs' close scrutiny. Oh, what a delightful child you are, Dr. Briefs exclaimed with a chuckle. His expression of surprise transformed into joy as he reached out to pat Yagu's head, declaring, truly, you are more adorable than Bulma. Yagu's brow twitched with 3 lines of annoyance, leaving him speechless at Dr. Briefs' remark. However, he quickly composed himself, concerned that Dr. Briefs might summon Mrs. Briefs. Doctor, I have a matter to discuss with you. I wonder if you have the time. Still crouched, Dr. Briefs had not fully regained his composure. He and Mrs. Briefs had a penchant for all things cute and had nurtured many adorable creatures at Capsule Corporation. Even during Majin Buu's threat to obliterate all of humanity, they refused to abandon these animals, opting not to seek refuge in the sanctuary. Noticing Dr. Briefs still lost in thought, Yagu raised his voice. Doctor, I truly need your assistance. The intensity of Yagu's voice jolted Dr. Briefs back to reality. He blinked in surprise, standing up to regard Yagu with a more serious demeanor. I sincerely apologize, Yagu, but you are just too charming. If my wife were to see you, she would surely. Yagu smacked his right hand against his face, unsure how to describe this comical figure from the Dragon Ball universe. Doctor, I would like you to construct a gravity chamber for me. Given that scientists are often intrigued by various inventions, he decided to be forthright about his request. Just as Yagu had anticipated, upon hearing the term gravity chamber, Dr. Briefs' playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. A gravity chamber? A room where the gravitational force can be freely adjusted? Yagu confirmed, yes, doctor. I hope you can create one that can reach a maximum of 500 times gravity. If you believe the lifespan of the chamber may not exceed 20 years, 300 times would suffice. However, it must not be lower than 100 times. Chapter 12. The training is about to begin. If you think this is still worth reading, please do not hesitate to recommend and save it. Your support is my motivation. Yagu reassured the steadfastly opposing Dr. Briefs. Doctor, rest assured, I will carefully consider any life-threatening matters. I truly beg you, please. With no other recourse, Yagu resorted to leveraging his current charming appearance to plead with Dr. Briefs, feeling goosebumps rise on his skin. Dr. Briefs, seeing Yagu's pleading demeanor, reluctantly agreed. Very well. But I have no practical experience with this project, only theoretical knowledge. How about you return in 10 days? Fantastic, doctor. Thank you. Haha, it is nothing. I am indeed quite the genius, haha. Observing Briefs awkwardly scratching the back of his head while proclaiming my brilliance, Yagu chuckled along. For he knew that Briefs was his benefactor. After sharing a hearty laugh, Briefs began to inquire about Yagu's personal life. By this time, they had settled on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. In Yagu's mind, after that exchange, he ought to take his leave. However, out of politeness and recognizing Briefs' stubborn nature, he could not ignore the fact that Briefs was oblivious to Yagu's eagerness to depart. Yagu, where do you live? Asked Briefs. At Baozi Mountain, Yagu thought to himself, pondering whether it would be acceptable for Wukong to be his neighbor. Baozi Mountain was a remote area, nestled within a dense forest, and even within the Dragon Ball universe. It belonged to a more isolated region. particularly in the final chapters, where Xiao Feng had become an elderly woman. Baozi Mountain had grown even more desolate. Indeed, Bryphus paused, contemplating. Yet he remained unaware of the location of Baozi Mountain. If you have the opportunity, please invite your family over to my home. My wife has a fondness for hosting guests and serving snacks, Bryphus remarked. Yagu took a sip of tea, watching the delicate steam rise from the cup, and replied, I have no parents, I am an orphan now. Noticing Bryphus's sudden display of compassion, Yagu quickly added, substantiating his statement with facts. Currently, the doctor has arranged for me to acquire shares in the company, which has resolved my survival issues. Thus, doctor, you have indeed been of great assistance to me. Bryphus and his wife had a fondness for small animals and were very compassionate. Upon learning that the charming young boy was an orphan, they began to consider keeping him close. Additionally, their little Bulma needed a playmate, and having the delightful Yagu around would bring them peace of mind. Hearing Yaga's explanation, Bryphus nodded in silent agreement, saying, That reassures me. However, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I certainly will. Especially since I do not know anyone in West City, I may need to trouble you with various matters in the future. As one of the foremost scientists and inventors in the world, you must possess numerous groundbreaking studies that transcend this era. Yagu casually inquired. Bryphus was not the sort of malevolent scientist who would conduct experiments on humans. Without human trials, data could not be collected, and without data, one could hardly speak of successful experiments. Moreover, throughout the Dragon Ball narrative, Bryphus's most significant contribution was the cultivation of his daughter Bulma, who developed the Dragon Ball radar. Additionally, he made improvements to the gravity chamber and the spacecraft. This illustrates that Bryphus's research and practical skills were formidable, rivaling those of the notorious villains. Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew. As they conversed and enjoyed tea, Yagu quickly finished the contents of his cup. Before the nearby robot could refill his cup, he stood up and said to Bryphus, Doctor, I have just arrived, so I must return now to organize my belongings. Please excuse me. Oh, is it time to part ways? A look of regret crossed Yagu's face as he said, I truly apologize, Doctor. Observing Yagu's demeanor, Dr. Bryphus felt disinclined to continue. Waving his hand dismissively as he remarked, It's quite all right, quite all right. Do visit my home when you have the chance. Little Bulma will surely enjoy playing with you. Bulma is now just 4 or 5 years old, Yagu mused, bidding farewell to Dr. Bryphus before taking his leave. Today, his encounter with Dr. Bryphus was merely to ascertain the character of the individual whom the king had dispatched to negotiate the division of shares in his company. After their meeting, Bryphus found himself quite fond of Yagu. Upon exiting the Capsule Corporation, Yagu hailed a taxi. The driver, taken aback by the sight of a child no older than 4 or 5, exclaimed, Child, where are your parents? Why are you alone? Yagu offered no explanation, simply producing a banknote and requesting, to the Shidu Soda Ash Factory. The Shidu Soda Ash Factory was his residence, for that was its original name. The driver, evidently familiar with the place, gazed at the banknote but refrained from taking it, continuing to inquire, Little brother, that factory is abandoned. Where are your parents? Uncle. I live there, so there is no need for concern, Yagu responded, reluctantly addressing him as uncle. He could handle the malicious with decisive force, yet found himself vexed when confronted with the innocent and vulnerable. He was not one to wield power over the weak for the sake of dominance. Hearing the child's words, the driver glanced at the Capsule Corporation, pondering that it seemed someone had taken over the factory after its closure. Very well. Uncle will take you there. Just hold on to your money. We can settle it once we arrive. Make yourself comfortable. In this era, many vehicles had only 2 seats in the front, yet this taxi boasted a rear seat. Yagu settled in, observing the scenery flashing by outside. Shidu was bustling with life, with ground-level pathways and aerial routes encased in glass tubes, a spectacle that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. However, such vibrancy was confined to the heart of the city. As one moved outward, the roads returned to a state of normalcy, and the traffic became increasingly congested in comparison to the center. Within merely 15 minutes, the driver halted the vehicle at the entrance of the Shidu Soda Ash Factory. Upon receiving payment, the driver, puzzled by the apparent dereliction, only understood the situation upon witnessing Yagu receive change and walk towards a nearby structure, which turned out to be a modest 2-story house beside the massive factory. Well, there you have it, the driver thought, surprised that the child resided in such a place, clearly having moved there surreptitiously. Should this land be taken over, the child's family would likely find themselves without a home. Yagu strolled leisurely to his residence. The first floor comprised a living area, which included a partitioned restroom. Spacious enough. Inside, he shed his trench coat and hat, changing into training attire. The space was equipped with a television, sofa, water dispenser, and dining table. while the windowsill was adorned with several vases of flowers, adding a touch of beauty to the environment. The white petals, the buttery yellow curtains, the verdant vines, and the walls adorned in a delicate blend of pale blue and pink imbue the entire living room with an air of freshness and delight. Having changed his attire, Yagu emerged from the restroom, swiftly approached the refrigerator, and reached out to open its door, retrieving a light red box nestled within. Upon opening it, he discovered the box divided into 2 sections, each containing 4 dark red capsules, each adorned with a white label indicating their contents. The 8 capsules were meticulously arranged within their grooves. With his right index finger, Yagu extracted one of the capsules, closed the box, and returned it to the refrigerator's chilly compartment before shutting the door. Clutching the capsule, Yagu made his way to the most spacious area of the living room, pressed the button atop the capsule, and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it forward as if carelessly discarding an item. Just as the dark red capsule was about to touch the ground, a puff of white smoke erupted, and the capsule vanished, replaced by a white storage box. The box, measuring 1 cubic meter, possessed the ability to preserve its contents at low temperatures. Yagu approached the box, and due to his shorter stature, he dashed to the dining table to retrieve a chair, standing atop it to open the box. The contents within were carefully selected by him, though he had not yet examined them. Peering inside, he beheld an array of cooked beef, roasted duck, and braised chicken, all wrapped in foil. As they were preserved at low temperatures, they would require heating before consumption. A hearty laugh escaped him, for he realized he would be able to enjoy these delights every day henceforth. Reflecting on the painful experiences endured on an unknown planet, Yagu felt a pang of sorrow. Even with the intent to cultivate his skills, hunger would often force him to cease, for survival and satiating one's hunger were paramount. Chapter 13, Cultivation. Yagu, with profound gratitude, acknowledged the support he had received thus far, noting 8 collections and 12 recommendations. He hoped for further encouragement, inviting readers to cast their votes if they found the work worthy. He vowed to strive diligently. With relish, Yagu savored the tender pieces of beef, chewing and swallowing them with delight. The abundance of food available for his enjoyment brought back memories of his earlier hardships, a solitary youth lost in an unfamiliar forest, daily grappling with the struggle for survival, often going hungry and shivering in the cold. With determination, he drained the last of his milk, letting out a burp that caused a small trickle of milk to escape from the corner of his mouth. Unfazed, he boldly declared to the empty packaging strewn across the table, "From this day forth, my era shall dawn." There were countless experiences yet to be discovered, foods never tasted, games never played, and comforts never enjoyed, all that he had not encountered in this life or the last, excluding death. Thinking of the most crucial point, Yagu added, "The world of Dragon Ball is one where strength reigns supreme. In a realm like Dragon Ball, or even before, who could possibly thwart a warrior's quest for dominion? Even the first generation of the great demon king Piccolo could only be subdued by Goku, who had consumed the divine water, highlighting that once one possesses formidable strength, anything can be attained." From the adjacent drawer, Yagu retrieved a stack of black plastic bags and brought them to the dining table. He methodically stuffed the food packaging into these bags and placed them near the road outside the factory. After dusting off his hands, he cast his gaze towards the factory building, which had undergone certain repairs. Thus, the day's training commenced. Yagu dashed towards the factory, though diminutive in stature. His speed was remarkable, surpassing that of an ordinary person. His previous victory over the modified human had been somewhat opportunistic. Even a typical martial artist could easily defeat such an incomplete being. The factory was expansive, housing an array of equipment solely designed for physical training. However, the apparatuses within were entirely unsuitable for an average individual. The training area was dominated by a series of sandbags arranged in a configuration, equipped with numerous pulleys. Above these bags, machinery was installed to harness energy, allowing the force exerted on a sandbag to be transmitted elsewhere while simultaneously absorbing previously accumulated power. As the entire sandbag array activated, individuals within would face a barrage of training attacks from all directions. To prevent the sandbags from being propelled by Yagu's immense strength, he donned specially designed gloves that alleviated pressure during training. Moreover, the sandbags contained lightweight plastic balls instead of heavy sand, ensuring that even a careless display of power would not send them flying. Initially, to enhance the lethality of the sandbags and ensure the training retained its significance, they had been fitted with needles. However, upon reflection, the absence of senza beans could lead to serious injury, particularly to the eyes, prompting the removal of such features. Additionally, there were barbells crafted from lead to strengthen core and abdominal muscles, along with weighted training equipment and instruments designed to finely gauge one's control over ki. With determination, Yagu sprinted to the central training area and began his push-ups, counting aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4. Human inertia is profound, without supervision. The duration of one's perseverance becomes a pressing concern. This was Yagu's worry. His willpower would not inherently increase due to his status as a transmigrator, and the knowledge of the narrative could potentially lead to adverse effects. 2 hours elapsed, and Yagu's hands trembled as he struggled to perform push-ups at a painfully slow pace. 118, 119, 120. Upon completion, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like an exhausted dog. Excellent. Now, only a set of sit-ups remains before I can progress to other exercises. He has set for himself a rigorous training regimen, 120 push-ups per set, 5 sets each day, coupled with an equal number of sit-ups. Following these, he engages in core exercises, sandbag drills, running, and swimming, the latter requiring him to leave the factory premises. As his strength improves, he intends to incorporate weighted exercises throughout his entire training plan. Sweat cascades down his temples, forehead, nose, chin, and jawline, pooling beneath him where he has just completed his push-ups. Overwhelmed by thirst, he craves water desperately. With parched lips, he struggles to rise and stumbles to a corner of the factory. His nearly exhausted body moves with the frailty of an elderly man, reminiscent of a patient suffering from Parkinson's disease. In that corner, he finds a water basin adorned with an antiquated yet pristine faucet, a line specifically installed from an external source. Otherwise, how could this abandoned factory still possess a clean faucet? As he twists the handle, a familiar creaking sound accompanies the flow of water. He bends down, letting the cool stream wash over his face. What a relief. Just moments ago, he felt akin to a steamed bun on the verge of burning. After quenching his thirst with several generous sips, he glances at the clock, almost 3 o'clock. This pace cannot continue. He must hasten to complete his training tasks for the day. Failing to adhere to his training schedule on the very first day would make it difficult to sustain progress thereafter. In both this life and the last, he adheres to the principle that 1 leads to 2, 2 to 3, and so forth. Without a solid beginning, a favorable conclusion becomes exceedingly elusive. While others may defy this principle, he finds it challenging to do so. As he prepares for his final set of sit-ups, he does not pause. After a quick drink, he drags his weary body to the barbell's resting place. Drawing a deep breath, he squats down and positions the barbell upon his shoulders. Engaging in deep squats to strengthen his core proves effective, mirroring the quantity of his previous push-ups and sit-ups. 120 per set, 5 sets in total. Feeling the fatigue in his body, he counts each repetition while pondering whether such exertion might leave hidden scars on his youthful form. It seems imperative to quickly enhance his abilities to visit Kalinta and request some magical beans from Lord Kylan, if possible. He wishes to learn the methods of cultivating these beans, which would allow his training to be boundlessly strengthened, provided he remains unharmed. The subsequent exercises continue, with Yagu pouring forth his sweat. Today, having spent considerable time at Dr. Briff's residence, he has truncated his meditative training. If he cannot glean insights into his energy, he can at least regard this as a dedicated period of practice. Contemplation, as the term suggests, is a time-consuming endeavor. A mere 10 or 20 minutes cannot yield significant results. In the absence of external distractions, Yaga dedicates 2 hours each day to his training. The cultivation of Qi is paramount. Indeed, the training journey of Sun Wukong exemplifies this. As the mastery of Qi enabled the early Dragon Ball warriors to prevail over extraterrestrial foes, without the ability to adequately control Qi, one cannot harness their formidable strength. Resorting to transformations, as Frisia does, to manage overwhelming power is an exceedingly foolish approach. Should he fail to transform successfully at the crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. As the clock approached 9 o'clock in the evening, Yaga finally completed his training regimen, which was originally scheduled to conclude at 6. Those who pursue martial arts must possess ample energy, especially considering he is still a child, naturally prone to drowsiness. Irregular sleep patterns are detrimental to his growth. Dragging his weary body, Yagu half closed his eyes and made his way to the bathroom upstairs. After a refreshing shower, he reclined in the bathtub, allowing the warm water to alleviate his fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. The sound of rushing water jolted Yagu awake. He hastily dried himself, donned his pajamas, and dashed out of the bathroom, glancing at the clock in his room. A look of dismay washed over his tired face as he realized it was already midnight. How could this be? He had unknowingly slept in the water for nearly 3 hours. Observing his wrinkled skin and feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Yagu reluctantly descended the stairs to retrieve the dinner he had prepared earlier. Chapter 15. Efficiency of Police Response. Yagu gazed in astonishment at the man in the black jacket, who, with his pale complexion, appeared anything but a child trafficker, attempting to lure him with beguiling words. "Little friend," the man began, but before he could finish, Yagu unleashed a small fist that grew larger before the man's eyes. The impact was instantaneous. He heard a resounding thud as his head met the ground. Subsequently, the man found himself enveloped in darkness, his senses overwhelmed as if someone had drilled a hole in his nose, with a warm torrent flowing from his nostrils and mouth. Yagu had felled the man, who had been crouching and smiling, to the ground. Instead of fleeing, he shouted to passers-by, "Help! There's a scammer here! Help! There's a scammer!" It is prudent to avoid using force unless absolutely necessary, provided one can ensure that their strength will resolve the situation and safeguard their own interests. Within 3 seconds of his cries, a couple of police cars appeared on the street. Even though Yagu possessed extraordinary strength, he could hardly fathom how swiftly they had responded. Their speed was indeed remarkable. Was the response time of law enforcement in this world inversely proportional to that of the real world? Reflecting on the sluggishness of contemporary public safety, he turned to see 6 officers clad in deep blue uniforms approaching. The 6 policemen gathered around Yagu, first casting a glance at the man in the black jacket, who lay on the ground with hands covering his mouth and nose, before shifting their astonished gazes to Yagu, who stood defiantly. A policeman sporting a small mustache was the first to speak. "Little one, who is responsible for injuring this man?" "I am." "You?" The little mustachioed policeman gazed in astonishment at Yagu. The 5 individuals nearby similarly shifted their attention to him, scrutinizing the child who stood just over a meter tall. It was difficult for them to believe that this diminutive figure could have brought down a youth nearly a head taller than himself. 2 officers assisted the man in the black jacket who had fallen to the ground, while another stood by, dialing for an ambulance. The leader among the officers was the little mustachioed policeman, accompanied by a young man with tousled black hair, exuding an air of competence. "Young lad, lying is unbecoming of a good child," the young officer remarked to Yagu in a busy tone. In the days since his arrival on Earth, Yagu had grappled with the challenges posed by his age. Unlike Vegeta, he could not simply punch away obstacles. Coming from a world marked by emotional detachment, he found it difficult to turn a cold shoulder to those who offered kindness. Such warmth was a rare treasure. It was akin to a friendship where a single hurtful word could fracture trust, yet mending those fissures could take years. "Uncle, I am no longer a child. You ought not to regard me with such condescension." Suddenly, Yagu recalled something, an important document entrusted to him by a general when he was brought to the capital by the king. He had stored it within a multifunctional capsule. "Please wait. I have something for you," Yagu addressed the officers. The 2 policemen who had confronted him exchanged glances, perplexed by Yagu's intentions. They found it hard to accept that a mere child could have toppled an adult. Admittedly, Yagu's demeanor was anything but childish. Yet the world was rife with prodigious young talents. Despite their advanced intellects, they often lacked the time to cultivate a mature worldview and set of values. Yagu retrieved the multifunctional capsule from his pocket, eliciting gasps of surprise from the surrounding officers. The multifunctional capsule had proven immensely beneficial to humanity. Yet it was not something everyone could afford. Some transformed mobile homes into capsules, others modified vehicles, and some even converted various weapons. All these endeavors signified considerable wealth. In contemporary society, while multifunctional capsules had become commonplace, they remained beyond the reach of the average worker. Akin to an Audi among automobiles, offering both affordable second-hand options and expensive models, but never truly accessible to the ordinary wage earner. "How do you possess a multifunctional capsule? Is it your father's?" The officer's wariness was palpable. It resembled a 4-year-old child parading a piece of gold through the streets, easily inviting scrutiny. Given Yagu's tender age, the young officer quickly deduced the truth. Yagu had been walking the streets when someone discovered he was concealing a capsule and attempted to snatch it, only to be thwarted by a bodyguard secretly watching over the child. Indeed, that must be it. The young officer nodded affirmatively, satisfied with his conclusion. With a sudden bang, white smoke erupted as the capsule transformed into a box. The box was sizable, drawing the curiosity of the nearby officers and several pedestrians who gathered to inspect it. Yagu opened the box and retrieved a conspicuously obvious brown paper bag. He unfolded the bag and extracted the documents within. "Officer, please take a look at this." The mustached officer glanced at Yagu, accepting the documents from his hands. Upon merely casting a cursory glance, he inhaled sharply, a reaction that piqued the curiosity of the 5 other officers nearby, who wondered what could possibly astonish their captain. Could this child possess an extraordinary background? Indeed, it seemed plausible. The young officer closest to the mustached man leaned over, straining his neck to catch a glimpse. However, the mustached officer pushed him aside and solemnly returned the documents to Yagu, saying, "All right, child, I understand. Nevertheless, you will still need to visit the police station to provide a statement. Do not worry, it will not take much of your time." Yagu shrugged and replied, "No problem. However, I would like to visit the Universal Capsule Company afterward." Could you take me there once we finish? The mustached officer smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, child. Consider this a small compensation for the disruption. He instructed his team to escort Yagu, and they departed. Yagu tidied up the documents and box, transforming it back into a capsule which he secured at his waist. As they rode in the police car, Yagu glanced around. Intrigued by the sudden appearance of 3 police vehicles at his call, he, the mustached officer, and the young officer occupied one vehicle, with the latter at the wheel and the former in the passenger seat. After examining the document signed by the general, the mustached officer felt no need to afford Yagu special protection, suspecting that the dark-clad individual was likely a covert operative of a national security agency. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, and the scenery along the streets gradually receded. Observing Yagu's distracted demeanor in the back seat, the mustached officer inquired, "Yagu, what are you looking for?" The name had been gleaned from the document, and he did not turn his head to address Yagu directly. Ignoring the officer's rudeness, Yagu responded, "Do you always drive this slowly?" "Slowly," the young officer interjected, his focus fixed ahead. "We are approaching the bustling city center. Excessive speed could lead to an accident. Drive carefully," the mustached officer advised, then turned to Yagu, adding, "In case of an emergency, we will proceed at maximum speed." Before he could finish, the police radio crackled to life. "Attention, a robbery is in progress at the Belly's Bank on West No. 1 Street. Nearby officers are to respond immediately." The announcement repeated twice, and the mustached officer exchanged a knowing glance with the young officer, who quickly gripped the steering wheel. Simultaneously, the police lights flashed, and the young officer slammed on the accelerator, the engine roaring to life, pressing Yagu back into his seat with a sudden force. Though not overwhelming, it was evident that the young officer had pushed the vehicle to its limits. "Aren't you concerned about a possible accident?" In his mind, Yagu contemplated the bustling scene along the streets, where pedestrians thronged and vehicles navigated the thoroughfare. Should a mishap occur, though he dismissed such a notion, Yagu's keen eyesight swiftly discerned that all individuals and cars ahead had vacated the path. Among the 4 lanes, one appeared designated solely for the rapid transit of police vehicles. Moreover, the traffic lights at the intersection glimmered with vibrant colors, seemingly urging both pedestrians and drivers to exercise patience. This revelation somewhat upended Yagu's perception, despite being approximately 3 kilometers from Main Street. The duo had traversed the distance in under a minute. Just 3 seconds prior, one might have warned of the bustling city ahead, cautioning against excessive speed, yet astonishingly, in the blink of an eye, the velocity surged to 300 kilometers per hour. Moments earlier, Yagu had observed, with extraordinary clarity, 2 vehicles involved in an accident being swiftly cleared by bystanders. Indeed, what an astounding efficiency! At that moment, apart from exclaiming his amazement, Yagu found himself at a loss for words to adequately articulate such remarkable promptness. Chapter 16. Yagu's character upon their arrival. Yagu and his companions beheld a dozen police cars stationed at the bank's entrance. Their own vehicle could only be parked further back. As soon as the car halted, Officer Hu and the young policeman leapt out, leaving the door ajar as they rushed forward, eager to gather first-hand information. Suddenly, Officer Hu recalled something, turned to glance at Yagu in the vehicle, and shouted, "Yagu, stay in the car and do not come out." Without further ado, he dashed ahead. However, Yagu could hardly remain idle within the confines of the car. He alighted from the police vehicle and cautiously approached the front. Not far ahead lay a police cordon hastily erected, crowded with onlookers, mostly journalists. The direct route was blocked. He would have to find an alternative. Observing the scene, he noted police officers stationed at both the front and side of the bank, realizing that a safe entry would be challenging. Seeing no opportunity, Yagu quelled his ambitions and approached a nearby police car. With a powerful push of his legs, he effortlessly leaped atop it. Sitting cross-legged as he surveyed the unfolding drama between the police and the robbers. "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and release the hostages," Yagu softly recited, pondering why such phrases could not be varied. Surely, if robbers were swayed by such words, they would not have chosen this path. As Yagu had anticipated, a window of the bank suddenly shattered with a crash, and a burly man brandishing a rocket launcher bellowed at the officers outside, "Die!" With a whoosh, he fired the rocket. The officer holding the megaphone was so startled that he jumped, losing grip on the device. Fortunately, his nearby colleague managed to evade the impending danger, as the hefty assailant, though imposing, displayed remarkable agility. In the instant the rocket soared toward him, he dashed away with great speed. Boom! The blast shattered the windows of several surrounding police cars, rendering them likely total losses at first glance. The abundant debris from the rocket blast felled 2 police officers to the ground, their anguished cries emerging immediately after the explosion. Yagu observed as the surrounding officers dragged the fallen men away, pondering the absence of a sniper. Given their efficiency, such a scenario should have been anticipated. The two officers on the ground were losing a considerable amount of blood. Yagu had previously slain members of the Red Silk Army, but in his mind, they were villains deserving of their fate. This notion of good and evil is rather foolish in the real world. However, in this realm, distinctions between right and wrong are effortlessly discerned, devoid of any ambiguity. Resting his chin on his hand, Yagu contemplated, "Must I intervene?" Indeed. It would serve as an excellent opportunity to elevate his notoriety. With fame comes attention, and with attention, the prospect of profit. The gold acquired from the Red Silk Army and the shares from the Universal Capsule Company ensured Yaga's financial security for life. Yet, as a traveler from the 21st century, who would ever complain of having insufficient wealth? Before his transcendence, some sought beauty, others pursued power, and many craved riches. As for him, he was willing to forsake beauty for wealth and to relinquish riches for authority. Regrettably, the intricacies of power eluded him, rendering money the most tangible pursuit. He could not fathom the hearts of others, thus he distanced himself from women. There were ample avenues to address physical desires. As for love, he dismissed it, unaware of its worth. Strength equated to wealth, a formula Yagu derived upon entering the Dragon Ball world. Just contemplating the profits of Satan demonstrated that Yagu did not believe he could thrive without his own merit. Very well, it's settled, he decided with excitement. Rising from his seated position, he stood atop a police car, blending into the scene. The smoke from the explosion obscured the vision of the bandits, presenting a prime opportunity to act. However, Yagu was apprehensive about potential hostages in the hands of the criminals, should he rush in for a rescue. And they retaliated by harming more innocents, his conscience would be troubled. Yagu cherished wealth but lacked the divine capability to manipulate it to the extent of becoming a politician. After surveying the entire building, he suddenly spotted an entrance inaccessible to others, the exhaust vent. Why not enter through there and neutralize the enemy from within, thus ensuring the safety of the majority? Resolute, he leapt from the car's roof and unleashed his utmost speed, covering 100 meters in less than 9 seconds. The speed of a child barely 3 or 4 years old. Achieving such a feat is truly astonishing. Although this speed may not be noteworthy among future Super Saiyans, it was worth noting that Goku, training under Master Roshi, showcased a 5-second sprint for the same distance. By comparison, Yaga's 9-second dash at 2 years old represented remarkable progress. His small stature allowed for easy concealment, employing a frog leap technique to sprint briefly, then halt to evade detection, and repeat the cycle. In less than a minute, he stealthily approached the ventilation shaft on the side of the bank, unnoticed by anyone. The wall was a smooth expanse, with few places to gain leverage. Yaga dashed forward, his feet pressing against the wall as he moved swiftly, reaching the barrier at the ventilation shaft in mere moments. With his feet still exerting force, he ensured his body could remain in position for the briefest time possible. After all, he had yet to master the art of flight. Although he had seen clips of Gohan demonstrating the flight technique, his own strength had not yet reached such heights. After all, at that time, Videl was one of the strongest beings on Earth, surpassed only by the Dragon Ball warriors and Master Roshi. With a sudden motion, he dislodged the grating of the ventilation shaft, and in the cramped space, Yagu reached in, and with a powerful thrust, he squeezed himself inside. The atmosphere was far from comfortable. This was no place for a martial artist. Yet, despite his mild obsession with cleanliness, Yagu found the situation tolerable for the moment. He needed to resolve the matter of the robbers swiftly. It seemed that upon his first arrival here, he had witnessed a robbery. Could it possibly be the same group? As Yagu cautiously crawled towards the other end of the passage, he pondered, "You scoundrels, robbers are despicable. Their actions warrant punishment, their crimes unforgivable. Although the gods may not intervene, I shall take action." The thought of killing filled him with no trepidation. Having taken lives before, he was aware that those who worshipped wealth above all else, valuing money over their own existence, would hardly regard the lives of others. For Yagu, his affection for money bore no shame. He earned it through honest means, far more respectable than those who resorted to theft or violence. "Brother, these incompetent officers have surrounded the area. Our comrades outside cannot breach in. What should we do?" A coarse voice reached Yagu's ears, momentarily causing him to pause. They had comrades outside? Such organization and forethought were impressive, indeed. After a brief moment of reflection, he resumed his cautious movements. "No worries, we have over 30 hostages. From this moment on, we shall execute one every 5 minutes. If the police injure one of our brothers, we will kill 5. Let us see how these fools choose." Another voice, presumably the leader's, spoke in a low tone. "I apologize for my impatience, brothers." "What are you saying, leader?" "It's all this bastard's fault." Then came the sound of boots striking flesh, a cruel percussion against the lifeless body. Yago had now reached a vantage point and peered out to see a skinny thug, unfamiliar to him, wielding an automatic rifle, viciously kicking the corpse of what seemed to be the bank president. Feeling a surge of anger, Yagu continued his search for an alternate route. Descending from this position would surely lead to disaster. In the original narrative, sniper rifles could not harm Goku. Even bullets that struck him caused considerable pain. It is evident that even in circumstances of diminished combat prowess, bullets can pose a substantial threat to the Saiyans. Chapter 17. Experience. In less than 2 minutes, Yagu emerged from the corridor, truly entering the bank. His arrival was at a corner adorned with lush plants, which provided him ample concealment. Yagu had a favorable vantage point, allowing him to observe numerous individuals, among them two engaged in whispered discourse. Stealthily surveying the layout of the bank, Yagu recognized that his time was limited. Although this area offered some cover, it was inherently unreliable and could easily betray his presence. After all, in the expansive hall, a cluster of greenery inevitably draws attention. With little time to spare, a cursory glance revealed 4 robbers. Among them, including the leader. 2 were stationed centrally within the bank, their voices familiar to Yagu. Additionally, 1 thug was guarding the hostages, and judging by his demeanor, it appeared that should anything go awry, he would not hesitate to execute all nearby hostages. Another figure, robust in stature, was the one who had previously wielded the rocket launcher, now resting in a corner. The slender man beside the robber leader continued to desecrate the lifeless body of the bank president, while Yagu rotated his gaze, searching for a potential breakthrough. In this scenario, rushing out could very likely lead to being encircled by all 4 men, a perilous prospect indeed. However, if someone could make their way to his side, utilizing a speed advantage to incapacitate 1 or 2 of the robbers in an instant, then the subsequent actions could be more manageable. The placement of the jewel was somewhat precarious. Should the robbers become aware of his location, the danger would escalate. Although Yagu was concerned that lingering here too long might invite trouble, he lacked the certainty to act recklessly. The emaciated man, after tormenting the corpse, brandished an automatic rifle and approached the entrance for a check, only to be halted by the robber leader's command. "Everything is fine. We have so many hostages. Do they dare to act?" The leader disregarded his words, stating firmly, "Return and remain here quietly. Do not stir up trouble. Today has deviated from my expectations, and I cannot afford any further chaos." Seeing the resolute demeanor of his leader, the slender man acquiesced with a grunt, repositioning himself close to the hostages. "Robbers, you are completely surrounded. Surrender at once." The leader instructed the lean man, "Eliminate 1 to silence them." "Understood," the slender man replied, aiming his firearm at one of the white-collar workers, who appeared to be a bank employee. "Please, spare me. I beg you, spare me." The bank worker, aware of his imminent demise, trembled as he spoke, his legs weakening under the weight of the situation. Witnessing the man's plight, Yagu could only sigh. Those lacking strength in the face of such dire circumstances invariably react this way. It is only those of exceptional power and insight who can stand resolutely and proclaim that one should resist in such situations, asserting that if death is inevitable, it is better to confront them head-on. Yagu pondered deeply, as the recent thoughts stirred memories within him, though they bore no significance to the current predicament. A gaunt man pressed a gun against another man's head, barking, "Get up, slowly make your way to the door, and hurry up." The lean robber fired 3 shots, the bullet striking the ground at the man's feet, sending shards of stone ricocheting painfully against him, causing him to cry out in agony. Unfortunately, regardless of how much the man displayed his suffering, the robber remained unmoved. As the robber's patience waned, the man, face contorted with despair, inched towards the door, fully aware that reaching it would signify his demise. The bank employee trembled, praying fervently, "Oh God, I beseech you, save me, please." Just as the man approached the threshold where he could glimpse the outside world, a dull sound reverberated within the bank. It was then that the individual wielding a rocket launcher approached Yagu, seemingly intent on peering through the window to assess the situation outside. As the massive figure obscured the view of both the robber leader and the gaunt man, Yagu swiftly deduced their positions and darted from his hiding spot. He delivered a sharp kick, his small foot striking the chest of the man with the rocket launcher. A brilliant, white shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending the robust man hurtling like a cannonball towards the robber leader. As Yagu descended from the air, he deftly landed on his toes, causing the ground beneath him to shatter and crack. In a blink, he appeared like a specter beside the lean man, who was perplexed by the sudden noise behind him. The gaunt man gaped at the unexpected presence of a child. Yagu, however, had no intention of engaging in conversation. Instead, he delivered a swift kick that struck the man between his legs. The blow elicited a howl reminiscent of a wolf, causing the man to drop the gun he had clutched since the onset of the ordeal, allowing it to fall to the ground. The gaunt man doubled over, hands clutching his groin, his eyes wide with shock, while frothy white bubbles escaped his mouth. Yagu, unfazed by the predicament, seized the fallen automatic rifle and turned to hurl it toward the robber in the midst of the hostages, who was observing him with curiosity. However, as the gun left his hand, Yagu realized with alarm that it had veered off target. The robber, stunned to see a child had felled his comrade, stood frozen, but swiftly regained composure, particularly as he saw Yagu throw the gun in his direction. With a swift motion he ducked. The gun whizzed past his head, crashing into the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole as bricks tumbled to the ground. Damn it, you won't escape this alive. The robber's task was clearly delineated. His sole responsibility was to manage the hostages. Regardless of the turmoil occurring outside, his weapon was aimed unerringly at the captives. Whoosh! In an instant, a dark silhouette appeared above the robber's head. Despite his awareness of his assignment, human instinct proved irresistible in the face of imminent danger. Gripping his firearm, the robber rolled inward to evade the threat. As Yagu descended, he swiftly realized that his adversary had deftly avoided his attack, prompting him to seize a shattered piece of debris from the ground and hurl it with great force towards the robber, positioned a few meters ahead. Simultaneously, the robber, having adjusted his aim mid-roll, squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunfire resonated, followed by a thud as the brick struck the robber's forehead, causing a grievous injury. Yagu stood frozen, witnessing the robber fall before him, his head bloodied, yet he found himself unable to move. A sharp pain radiated from his waist, leaving him bewildered as to why the shot had struck there. The entire encounter transpired in less than 5 seconds, leaving the bank staff and customers, some still crouched in fear and others trembling at the entrance, in a state of shock at the unfolding scene. The robber's leader, who had been knocked down by Yagu's powerful kick, lay still on the ground. Though one would expect silence, his head met the metal chair with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Yagu felt a surge of experience points accumulating in his mind, albeit modestly, rising from 0.66 to 0.7, cradling his bullet-wounded waist. Yagu cursed inwardly, questioning the intellect of the system's designer. After 2 harrowing encounters, he was still at level 0. It struck Yagu as peculiar. In a typical game system, an increase in strength would correlate with a rise in level. Yet, here he remained at level 0. How could he possibly triumph over the creatures within the game at such a base level? Additionally, what did the terms combat activation and explosive activation truly signify? Gazing at the combat system interface, he noted, level 0, current experience, 0.70, name, Yagu combat power activation, 10 explosive activation, 15 combat level, beginner. It seemed that the elevation of levels bore no connection to his attack power. Upon further contemplation of this system, an unsettling realization took root within him. Ah, young one, are you hurt? A woman's voice broke through Yagu's thoughts just as he intended to assess his wound. It was one of the hostages, and as the others snapped back to reality, their instinct was to flee. However, witnessing the robbers incapacitated stirred a sense of unease alongside a desire to assist Yagu. The nearest bank employee reacted first. Quick! Everyone, call for an ambulance. Yes, I'll make the call. In a flurry of activity, the crowd mobilized. Yagu glanced at his injury. The bullet had embedded itself within the skin, but had not penetrated entirely. Indeed, the enhancement of combat prowess has proven beneficial to me. The bullets failed to penetrate my skin, and I, Yagu, was quite elated. The commotion in the bank naturally attracted the attention of the police. Armed officers, upon witnessing the fallen robbers, expressed mild astonishment before swiftly apprehending them. The officers were astonished to learn that it was I who had subdued the 4 adult criminals. Is it truly you? Exclaimed a small bearded officer who squeezed through the crowd, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Chapter 18, The Pursuit of Martial Arts. 3 hours later, I departed from the hospital after completing my statement. Ordinarily, I could have requested a police vehicle to transport me to the Universal Capsule Company. However, due to the recent resolution of the robbery cases in the Western City, the police were inundated with tasks. Recognizing their busyness, I refrained from insisting on a ride. Instead, I leisurely strolled through the streets for 3 hours, finally arriving at the Universal Capsule Company, the residence of Dr. Brevis, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were supposed to be reporters present, but considering the multitude of adversaries I still faced on this planet, I earnestly requested the police and the bank personnel to keep my identity concealed. The police, tasked with safeguarding the lives and property of citizens, complied with my request, as the hostages were grateful for my intervention in saving their lives. However, the ever-inquisitive reporters managed to glean some information, akin to dogs sniffing out a trail, discovering that it was not the police who resolved this crisis, but rather another individual. In this current world, the Red Ribbon Army alone is enough to keep me on my toes. I wonder when I will be able to disregard such threats. I genuinely aspire to grow stronger, to become more formidable. I possess a mechanism known as the combat system, and though I am uncertain of how its level progression relates to me, it does not hinder my pursuit of experience from the Red Ribbon Army once I acquire sufficient strength. Attention, citizens. We interrupt this broadcast with an important announcement. The police have confirmed the specific number of recent robbers. Currently, 3 have been apprehended, 1 is deceased, and 3 remain at large. As I gazed at the news displayed on the large screen across the street, I thought to myself, how efficient. It seems the city does not suffer from the ubiquitous presence of surveillance cameras. While the city might not be rife with cameras, it is remarkable that they could identify the remaining robbers so swiftly after apprehending 3 criminals. Filled with admiration, I pressed the doorbell at Dr. Breevy's residence. Hello. Who may I assist you? The voice was monotonous, devoid of the natural inflections of a human. Recognizing it as a robotic voice, I replied, I am Yagu. Here to see Dr. Brevis. Please, come in. The door opened, and I stepped inside, only for it to close behind me. As I began to walk further into the house, the robot I had encountered previously appeared from around the corner of the lawn. Greetings, Mr. Yagu. Please follow me. I trailed behind the robot, noticing it was leading me to the backyard of Dr. Brevis' home. Has the doctor completed my gravity chamber? I inquired. This robot is merely a construct of metal, devoid of any semblance of expression. It has been completed, and you may summon it. Nodding in acknowledgement, the robot refrained from further elaboration. Its responses were simple, offering no answers to complex inquiries. Yagu, exercising patience, proceeded to the backyard of the Universal Capsule Company. Oh, there lies the gravity chamber. Upon traversing the archway into the back garden, Yagu beheld a circular apparatus exuding a modern aura, its surface markedly distinct, adorned with black and white rings, and prominently featuring the logo of the Universal Capsule Company. Swiftly approaching this colossal object, Yagu marveled at its size. It was truly immense. He recalled the gravity chamber aboard Sun Wukong's spaceship, which was merely the size of an ordinary room. Yet the gravity chamber before him was as large as 3 three-story houses, a veritable behemoth. Yagu, you've arrived. Dr. Briff's head emerged from the entrance of the gravity chamber, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a device for measuring some variable in his hand. Yagu lowered himself in deference, standing respectfully outside the gravity chamber. Responding with a shy smile, Yes, doctor. Is this the gravity chamber? It's quite large. Indeed, this is the gravity chamber, although I endeavored to reduce its size. This was the best I could achieve. Moreover, to facilitate its transformation into capsule form, I had to incorporate numerous additional components. Dr. Briffs elaborated on some technical aspects before concluding in a persuasive tone. The maximum capacity of this gravity chamber is 100 times Earth's gravity. This is the most optimal data achievable under current conditions. Why? Yagu inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't it be possible to forcibly enhance it? There is still over a decade before the Namekian battle. However, Dr. Briffs had, after acquiring alien technology, the spaceship, managed to construct a vessel grounded in terrestrial science within merely a few years. With his intellect, how could he be stymied by such a trivial issue? Dr. Briffs replied, The current components suffer severe damage under conditions exceeding 100 times gravity. Mishandling could jeopardize lives. My advice is to absolutely refrain from activating 80 times gravity. However, you likely won't need it. And remember, you must keep this information in mind. Understood? I understand, Dr. Yagu affirmed decisively, confident in the excellence of Dr. Briff's creations. He firmly believed that Bulma's genius was inherited from him, never considering that Bulma's intellect could be attributed to her mother. Dr. Briffs took a drag from his cigarette, then produced cat food from the pocket of his work attire to feed a small black cat sitting nearby. For this exceedingly compassionate scientific madman, Yagu found himself at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Doctor, may I ask if the gravity chamber is complete? I wish to retrieve it. While engaging with the little cat, Dr. Briffs turned to Yagu and replied, Not yet. The designs for the restroom, sound system, bedroom, and other areas are still incomplete. Please be patient for another 5 days. While it is known that Breves is meticulous in trivial matters, his thoroughness is indeed surprising. The gravity chamber is merely a training space for him, not a place akin to Sun Wukong's prolonged stays where he indulges in every whim. Many daily necessities are of no use here. No need for that, Doctor. I believe this will suffice. Could you please instruct me on its usage? A curious Breves inquired. You wish to use it now? The most basic living facilities are not yet complete. It can be made to work, but it would be quite inconvenient. Waving his hand, Yagu feigned innocence. Rest assured, Doctor, I do not intend to make the gravity chamber my abode. Breves approached Yagu, gently patting his head. That is a valid point. This apparatus is quite perilous. It is best to maintain a safe distance. Oh, I truly wish I didn't have to entrust it to you. No, I must take it back, Doctor. Please, let us proceed quickly. Yagu was determined to prevent any further complications from Breves. Very well, come inside then. As Breves entered, he suddenly lamented, your timing is unfortunate. Had you come earlier, you would have met Bulma and her mother. They went to the amusement park for lunch. Would you like to wait for them to join us for dinner? Bulma and her mother would surely enjoy your company. What a ridiculous notion. Yagu silently chastised, unwilling to entangle himself in such matters. No, that will not be necessary, Doctor. I have matters to attend to at home. Please, let us begin promptly. All right. Breves momentarily paused, regretting that he could not extend an invitation to Yagu and his family for dinner. After a 15-minute explanation from Dr. Breves, and with Yagu confirming that there would be no mistakes, the two exited the gravity chamber. Upon reaching the chamber's exit, they found a button. Pressing it, the massive gravity chamber transformed into a capsule amid a resounding thud and a cloud of white smoke, which Yagu deftly caught in his hands. Breves observed Yagu and asked, are you truly not joining us for dinner? The culinary skills of the child's mother are exceptional, and little Bulma would certainly take a liking to you. Yagu held no particular feelings towards Bulma and was wary of becoming too close, fearing the myriad complications that could arise. It is no exaggeration. He had never doubted Bulma's knack for causing trouble. He was self-aware, in terms of willpower, resilience, and pursuit of martial arts. He was far from the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Such disparities cannot be bridged merely by proclaiming, my fate is mine to command. If it were that simple, he would have declared it before his journey, yet the reality was stark. He was merely a graduate of a mediocre university, toiling away in a low-paying job, vastly different from those prodigies earning six-figure salaries. Indeed, the differences among people are palpable. Some possess talent but lack perseverance, while others have unwavering determination without innate gifts. In this world, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exemplify those who possess both tenacity and talent, whereas Gohan, Goten, and Trunks belong to the realm of the gifted yet lack resolve. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Tien Shinhan represent those with steadfastness but devoid of natural ability. From the perspective of the pursuit of martial arts in Dragon Ball, it is evident that Son Goku rightfully holds the title of the foremost practitioner, followed closely by Vegeta, who is nearly his equal. Following them are the likes of Piccolo and Tien, and then come Krillin and others. Yagu perceives his own dedication to martial arts to be on par with Krillin's, falling short even of Tien's steadfast commitment. Therefore, if he does not establish a solid foundation now, he fears he may eventually follow in the footsteps of those who retire from high-level combat, becoming mere spectators. Half an hour later, Yagu departed from the Universal Adhesive Company, hailing a taxi to take him back to his residence. Chapter 19. The journey begins. Moguri, are you serious? In a room at the Central City Hotel, a burly man with a bushy beard inquired of the man before him. The man seated on the sofa, with a broad forehead and sunken cheeks, appeared as though he had not slept in days. Indeed, I have located the hostages within the bank. My brother and the others have been thwarted by that wretched child. Beside him stood a long-haired man gripping a bottle of alcohol, a floral headscarf adorning his head, as he took several deep swigs from the bottle. Raiden, we must take revenge for my brother. That little brat must learn the consequences of his actions. He cursed vehemently when I find that bastard. I will ensure he is crippled. Fuss, calm yourself. We cannot rescue our leader with such reckless behavior, the bearded man warned darkly from his seat on the sofa. However, the gaunt man beside him nodded in agreement, saying, Raiden, I believe Fuss has a point. After all, it is exceedingly difficult to save our brother in such a short time, especially since he has already killed our third brother. Even if our leader were present, we must first appease the spirit of our departed brother. Raiden, the bearded man, responded, I will avenge this wrong, but our foremost priority now is to remain composed here. That child will not escape. There is no need for haste. Furthermore, refrain from gathering information outside. Once that child is attacked, the police will undoubtedly begin their inquiries with the previous hostages, which will implicate us. After some time has passed, when the situation has calmed, I will ensure he suffers beyond imagination. At that moment, Yagu stood beside the factory, where the gravity chamber had reverted from its capsule state. Ah, splendid. With this, I can train within, he mused. However, his previously buoyant spirit waned abruptly as he recalled that Son Goku had adapted to 100 times Earth's gravity in merely 6 days, largely due to the miraculous recovery properties of the Senzu beans. Without such beans at his disposal, could he truly hope to match Goku's remarkable adaptability in such a brief span? Moreover, training as Goku did could easily drain one's vital essence. Sighing, he resolved to methodically improve his skills, waiting until he was sufficiently powerful before seeking out Master Karen. While these individuals may not attract the attention of others in the later stages of their training, their vision and insight are undeniably exceptional. On his return, Yagu purchased a substantial supply of food from the supermarket, enough to sustain him for half a month. He decided to refrain from using the training equipment in the factory for the time being, prioritizing the need to acclimate to the gravity within the chamber. Simple exercises such as running, push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps, many of which required no equipment, would prove beneficial to him. Yagu is not focused on sculpting his muscles into an impressive physique. His sole aim is to augment his combat prowess. Take a look at the later version of Fat Bu, who, despite his corpulence, was able to defeat both Vegeta and Goku effortlessly. In the days that followed, Yagu devoted himself to rigorous training. The notoriety from a bank heist had garnered him a measure of respect at the police station, but through military connections, that slight influence had been swiftly erased. Each day was filled with repetitive motions, as he ran with weights in the gravity chamber, continuously performing push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jump. Occasionally, Yagu would devise a few challenging maneuvers, such as executing a front flip followed by a one-handed handstand, utilizing immense strength to perform another flip solely with the power of his arms. Time slipped by unnoticed for Yagu, and as the months passed, various training equipment was gradually moved into the gravity chamber. Given the chamber's sheer size, the influx of items did not render the space cramped. 3 years later, Yagu had turned 5. The sweltering summer sun cast a sense of oppression over the city. A few kilometers away from the Shidu soda manufacturing plant, several teams of workers were busy demolishing the ruins of an old factory. During the peak of noon heat, they sought refuge in the shade, waiting for the sun to begin its descent before resuming their labor. Old Juan, a middle-aged man, said, taking a swig of beer, "Why has that abandoned factory been torn down yet?" The foreman glanced in the direction indicated by the man and saw the Shidu soda manufacturing plant, which had been in operation for many years. He recalled visiting it in the past and noticed a newer building nearby, seemingly marked with the insignia of a Universal Capsule Company. That site has already been purchased. They just Haven T commenced the demolition. I suspect they are deliberating on what to construct once the factory is razed. Regardless, it's destined for demolition. Why leave it standing? Such a place left in disrepair could attract numerous troubles. Abandoned factories often become hotspots for delinquent youths, and many heinous crimes occur in such locales. The foreman chuckled at this remark, saying, "You are mistaken. That area has never been the scene of violent crimes. In fact, it has become a nightmare for those who dare to trespass. Any ruffians or criminals that venture there are apprehended by the police in no time." Some expressed disbelief, questioning the miraculous nature of such a place. Isn't it essentially a haven for criminals? No, I've been there, and it seems that only a child resides there. A child? Observing the astonishment on everyone's faces, the foreman chuckled helplessly. Indeed, a child. However, that child. Recalling the brief interactions he had with the child, he found himself at a loss for words, eventually uttering a few phrases that encapsulated the uniqueness of the situation. At that moment, the very special child the foreman referred to was sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a large pool of sweat. His bare torso glistened, drenched in perspiration, as beads of sweat trickled from his forehead, cheeks, and back, pooling beneath him. Phew, 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 he gasped, clearly not a feat for an ordinary person. It was surprising that after 3 years, he had yet to acclimate to even 40 times the normal gravity. Yagu, feeling both exhausted and frustrated, muttered in annoyance. The gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth, which implies that he should naturally acclimate to this tenfold gravity. Thus, over the past 3 years, as a Saiyan, he only needed to adapt to the levels of 20, 30, and 40 times gravity. However, until 2 months ago, Yagu had barely managed to adjust to 30 times gravity, and upon suddenly increasing to 40 times, his body immediately faltered. Struggling to support his body, Yagu rolled onto the ground to avoid being soaked by his own sweat. Nonetheless, being able to adapt to 30 times gravity at the tender age of 5 is quite commendable. Although he hasn't tested his current capabilities, he should be able to ascend the Korin Tower now. Yagu thought of Majirbi, who had decent strength, but now, he surely wouldn't be inferior to that version of Majirbi he encountered when meeting Goku. After contemplating for quite a while, Yagu still felt a lack of confidence. Perhaps he might fall short. He truly could not ascertain his own power. After 3 years of training, Yagu believed he was ready to challenge the Korin Tower. However, he couldn't gauge his strength accurately. With Master Korin's guidance, it should be significantly easier. Moreover, Master Korin had a plethora of senzu beans, which Yagu had coveted for quite some time. The mere thought of bringing some back for Dr. Briefs to study and potentially mass-produce excited him immensely. After lying on the ground for an hour, Yagu stood up, deactivating the gravity chamber before exiting the room. Once outside, he pressed the compression button, transforming the gravity chamber into a capsule. With a loud bang, a thick plume of white smoke erupted. Yet Yagu's eyes sparkled as he deftly caught the capsule in his right hand. It was decided he would set out tomorrow, clenching his fist tightly. He felt an intense surge of spirit rising within him, akin to flames igniting. As for the location of the Korin Tower, while it may not be the tallest peak in the world, one can still ascertain its direction with a little effort. Much like someone in the 21st century asking about the world's highest mountain. Returning to his personal quarters, Yagu entered the bathroom to address his essential needs, followed by a refreshing shower. Subsequently, he contacted the military station near West City, informing them of his impending absence, which could last several months or even years, and requested they look after his affairs. Not to mention, the person who received the call berated Yagu for his perceived insanity. After tidying up his belongings, he settled in the living room on the first floor, turned on the air conditioning, and enjoyed some fruit while watching television, quietly relishing the rare tranquility. Coincidentally, 6 days ago, 3 criminals escaped from a prison located 10 kilometers outside West City, a gang notorious for a bank robbery 3 years prior. Consequently, a wanted notice had been issued across all territories governed by the Earth's authorities. Unfortunately, Yagu had overlooked this news as he pondered what else he could learn in the Dragon Ball world and how he could further enhance his strength. Chapter 20. Departure. If you find this worth reading, please leave a paw print to support the dried bamboo shoot. Thank you all. As the sun rose high in the sky, Yagu, dressed lightly, ran along the mountain path. Having chosen the direction towards Kaitinta, Yagu proceeded in a straight, steadily increasing his speed. Throughout the years, he had not neglected the cultivation of his aerial technique, yet for reasons unknown, its effectiveness was rather limited. Although he could ascend into the air, his form was far from graceful. Consequently, whether in combat or during travel, he refrained from displaying his half-hearted aerial skills. It had been half a month since Yagu departed from the western capital, and the journey had been uneventful. The villagers in the mountains, however, were warm-hearted, often approaching the small child to inquire if he was lost, with some even offering to help him find his parents. After running for a stretch today, Yagu sensed something amiss and paused to inspect the ground around him. The area bore signs of cultivation, with numerous channels displaying the marks of human construction, yet, for some inexplicable reason, not a soul was in sight. Moreover, the landscape he beheld was desolate, characterized simply by a dire lack of water. Squatting down, he scooped up a handful of earth, crumbling the parched clod between his fingers, and pondered, how could the regions that were once flourishing yesterday now exhibit such severe drought? Rising to his feet, he brushed off the clinging dirt and continued on his way. With no one in sight, under the blazing sun and devoid of even the trees he could see were stripped bare of leaves. Thus, Yagu resumed his rhythmic call as he dashed along the mountain path. Hey, stop right there. Suddenly, a bald man wielding a wickedly curved knife leaped down from the side of the trail, bellowing at Yagu. Although Yagu had sensed the man, he was momentarily taken aback by the strikingly Eastern appearance of this character. The bald man bore a goat-like beard on his chin, a broad and hefty face, which made Yagu wonder if he had ever glimpsed his own reflection. Not to mention, the man's attire was peculiar, a short, open-fronted garment that left his chest exposed, revealing a tuft of dark chest hair. A cloth belt was tied around his waist to secure his dark trousers, and he wore straw sandals, culminating in a comical yet intimidating sight with the knife in hand. This giant, towering at least 3 meters, was a formidable presence, especially when Yagu himself stood at a mere 1 meter 23 centimeters, rendering him a mere diminutive figure in comparison. Just a little one, huh? Hey, where are your parents? The menacing expression on the man's face seemed to falter upon realizing he was confronting such a small child. Glancing around the mountain path, he noticed that apart from the two of them, there was not a soul in sight. Yagu found the situation somewhat amusing. As for the bandit, he was unsure how to assess him. At least in this world, where the Red Silk Army governed half the realm, many bandits were not driven by choice, but rather by desperation. Certainly, those involved in the bank robbery 3 years prior in the western capital were a different story. They were malicious and deserved punishment, perhaps even death. Yagu was unaware that the man before him had recently escaped from prison. Observing the giant's comical attempts to turn his head in search of his parents among the rocks, Yagu chuckled and said, "Big guy, it's just me here. Are you planning to rob me?" The robber appeared rather simple-minded. Although it was their first encounter, he exuded an aura suggesting a fundamentally good nature. As Yagu contemplated the surrounding arid fields, barren from the absence of rain, a moment of clarity washed over him. "What? Just you alone, little one? You mustn't tell lies," the towering figure remarked, his disbelief evident as he placed his hefty cleaver beside the mountain path. The weighty blade clanked against the rocks, creating a dent upon, squatting down with his hands resting on his knees. The giant lost his menacing demeanor and spoke with an expression that Yagu perceived as endearing. Tell your big brother where your parents are. How about this? Let's play a game, and it's called Find Dad. Before he could finish, the giant was propelled backward with the force of a cannonball. Yagu extended his right fist, his face contorting as if suffering from a toothache. The closer he got, the more he could see the goosebumps rising on his skin. How does calling himself a big brother and searching for a father, he was about to retch, witnessing a round-faced, burly man, especially one sporting a tuft of goat's beard. Claiming to be a big brother in such a naive tone nearly made Yagu's heart leap out of his chest. The impact of those words was overwhelming, sending a chill coursing through him that prompted several involuntary shivers. Ugh, the giant groaned, having flown several meters away. Yagu's expression turned peculiar. Logically, it shouldn't have happened so swiftly. But no, in this era, many possessed remarkable strength and excellent physiques. It was hardly surprising that this fellow regained consciousness so quickly after being struck. The giant twitched a few times before springing up in a rather undignified fashion, squatting down with his hands covering his face and howling in agony. Oh, it hurts so much. I'm in pain, pain, pain. Yagu's lips twitched as he pondered whether he should inquire about the transformation of this place into such a desolate landscape. Wait, had he forgotten something? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Ah, this was it. Clapping his hands together, he recalled the battle system. He had just knocked down the giant, and for the past 3 years, he had not engaged in combat, leaving him clueless about the workings of the battle system. To his bewilderment, the battle system still displayed level 0, current experience 0, 70, name, Yagu combat power activation, 10 eruption activation, 15 combat level, initial low tier. What was going on? He had just defeated this fellow, yet his experience remained at a mere 0, 7. Yagu was somewhat perplexed, glancing at the giant, who was now massaging his head with both hands. He wondered if perhaps the man needed to lose consciousness for the experience to register. No, that didn't seem right. It should suffice for the opponent to surrender. Let us give him another go. Resolute, Yagu swiftly approached the giant from behind, leaping to deliver a rapid elbow strike to the back of the giant's neck. The towering figure let out a grunt, his massive body swaying back and forth before reluctantly collapsing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Redirecting my focus to the combat system, I noted that my current experience still stood at a mere 0, 7. However, there was now a green ascending arrow behind it. The green arrow signified progress. Yet 3 years prior, dealing with the average soldiers of the Red Silk Army, each had contributed a modest 0, 1 to my experience. Why was it that now, against a formidable opponent, I received no more than a pittance of that? Frustration welled up within me, and I called out in anger. Can someone explain what assistance this combat system is supposed to provide me? Suddenly, I sensed an ambush. Despite my foul mood, I remained vigilant, noticing several stones hurtling towards me from a distance. Instinctively, I braced myself. The assailants were mere commoners and posed no threat to me, so I easily dodged their projectiles. Who dares? Show yourself, I demanded. Although I was aware that their physical prowess could not match my own, the introduction of firearms could change the tide. There was no response, yet more stones rained down from the hillside. Growing increasingly irate, I surveyed the path and glanced at the downed giant. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Could they be associated with him? Perhaps they were children? Given the earlier antics of the oversized fool, I deduced that the miscreants on the slope were indeed youngsters. However, I could not allow their antics to continue unchecked. Approaching the unconscious giant, I shouted towards the hillside. Cease immediately, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. As anticipated, the stone-throwing ceased. Realizing that my threat had proven effective, I decided to use the giant as bait. Come out, all of you. Do you wish to test my patience? My voice rang clear, though not excessively loud, yet sufficient for those lurking behind the hill to hear. Yet, they remained unmoving, as if engaged in a clandestine discussion. Not wishing to complicate matters further, I retrieved a fruit knife from my backpack. If you do not reveal yourselves, I shall take action. Wait. We are coming out. Please do not resort to violence, came a reply. Chapter 21. Inquiry of intentions. Few were present to witness this encounter, prompting me to slow my pace. I extend my apologies to those who have supported this narrative. Before me stood 2 youths, both taller than I, now appearing as timid as mice before a cat. Their faces bore a coating of dirt, not the result of misadventure, but rather a deliberate application of mud, faint yet noticeable. They seemed to believe this guise would embolden them to engage in thievery. My gaze shifted to the giant sprawled nearby, and I raised an eyebrow. They were indeed fledglings. Yet, it was evident that, Despite the lack of specific figures, my experience had indeed increased. The two children stood beside the giant, seemingly intent on protecting one another, yet aware that their strength was no match for mine. They stood there with awkward expressions. Yagu inquired about their names and residence. He did not ask about their origins, as he had no intention of traveling and could hardly remember the villages nestled within the mountains. Even if they told him, he would have no notion of the village's location. The two children were of similar height. One had a buzz cut, his freshly shorn hair barely sprouting, while the other had tousled locks, matted together from a lack of water, appearing greasy and dull, which was somewhat discomforting to behold. Upon hearing Yaga's question, the two exchanged glances, and the boy with the buzz cut spoke first. I am Ollie, and he is Guma. He is called Greensmuller. Our village is not far from here. We are the only village in this vicinity. Although nearing 10 years of age, he still bore the innocence of a child, lacking the ability to cope and thus readily divulged his information. Ollie referred to the taller boy, and Greensmuller, what an odd name. When Yaga remarked on the peculiarity of the name, the children smirked and inwardly scoffed. What is peculiar is you, a mere child yet so formidable, that is truly strange. No. It should not be labeled as strange, but rather as a freak. What is the matter with you? Is this your first robbery? Such a lack of finesse. How did you know? Guma replied. Such a conversation would surely leave outsiders agape, yet Yaga wished not to dwell on their absurdities. He dismissed them, asking instead, have you been lurking here for several days waiting for someone? Ollie glanced at Guma, who mirrored his gaze, and after a moment of silent communication, Ollie, wearing a perplexed expression, queried, how do you know we have been waiting for days? Yaga chuckled wryly. Isn't it obvious? One look at that fellow, and you can tell it's his first time. Moreover, robbing you in this desolate wilderness, how many passers-by do you expect? He laughed. If all bandits were like you, they would have perished from starvation long ago. Ollie and Guma lowered their heads in frustration, uncertain whether to express that they would be more cautious next time or that they would improve with practice. Greensmuller, having been knocked unconscious by Yagu, would take a significant amount of time to regain consciousness. Yagu then regarded the two youths, who stood a half-head shorter than himself, with a serious demeanor and asked, let us return to the matter at hand. You ought to tell me why you resorted to robbery on the road, though this may be your first attempt. Do you think those who travel and are robbed feel at ease? What if the money was meant for saving a life? We will inquire thoroughly. If it is indeed for saving a life, we shall not rob them, Guma stated without a second thought, looking at Yagu with a bemused smile. You are robbers. Yet you speak of principles? The youth was momentarily taken aback by Yagu's words. The situation was undeniably paradoxical, yet he pressed on. If they are villains, we shall rob them. If they are good people, we shall let them pass. Enough, Yagu interrupted. You have no business here. Returning to the earlier question, why did you resort to robbery? Guma turned to Ollie, who continued, our village is suffering from a lack of water, crops cannot be cultivated, and our food reserves are dwindling. Thus, we conceived of this method. Why do you not leave the village? The world outside is vast, to speak of it. Yagu observed Greensmuller lying on the ground and lifted his chin, stating that with his physique, he would not merely be a soldier, but could serve as a body, earning thousands each month. Greensmuller would not abandon us to depart alone. Ailey shouted at Yagu with great fervor, only to lower his gaze under Yagu's stare. Uninterested in engaging with the childish banter, Yagu glanced at Greensmuller and shook his head. This gesture was perceived by the two children as a blatant insult to Greensmuller, igniting their indignation, yet they found themselves powerless against Yagu, puffing up their cheeks and glaring at him. What a pity, such a fine physique. Gume glared at Yagu, momentarily forgetting their differences, and questioned, what do you mean by pity? If it were not for your sneak attack, Greensmuller would have already bested you. Yagu replied, his strength is too lacking. I believe that with such a physique, he ought to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The two children exclaimed in unison. Nodding his head, Yagu explained, indeed, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is held once every 4 years, and the champion receives a prize of 500,000. 500,000. Their voices suddenly rose in excitement. Yes, 500,000. The tournament was once held every 4 years, but after Sun Wukong participated at 12 while Klin was 13, its influence grew, and it became an annual event every 3 years. Observing the delight on the children's faces, Yagu smiled and added, there are many formidable individuals in the world. Besides the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, there are fighting competitions everywhere, and champions receive substantial rewards. Those with strength can challenge one another. We will definitely go. Greensmuller is so powerful, he is bound to win the championship. Yagu felt somewhat speechless at their unwarranted confidence, as he clearly perceived Greensmuller. Take me to your village. Upon hearing Yagu's words, Ailey and Gume froze, their concern growing that Yagu sought their families. Yagu approached Greensmuller, effortlessly lifting him. Though his limbs remained on the ground, indicating that he would require considerable time to recuperate. Never mind, I shall wait until he awakens, he mused, finding it. Had he known, he would have learned how to rouse an unconscious person. Yagu placed Grinsmuller back on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, his actions solidified the notion of him as a monster in Ali and Gumei's minds, while they also felt he was showcasing his strength before them. After several exchanges, the children recognized that Yagu was not a malicious individual, and their hearts felt considerably lighter. May I inquire when Grinsmuller will awaken? The two asked. Having checked and confirmed that he had merely fainted, Yagu glanced at him, rubbed his palms together, and replied, I do not know. Indeed, your descent into banditry was born out of the village's dire water shortages. Yet, this predicament is not a recent phenomenon. The scarcity of water has only emerged abruptly since last year, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety. Contemplating the village's plight, both Ali and Gumei found their spirits dampened. It is perplexing how the river has inexplicably vanished. Villagers ventured forth in search of its source, only to discover a mere trickle of water at the mouth of the Devil's Valley. Have you dared to enter that realm? It is the Devil's Mountain. How could one possibly venture inside? Ali's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Yagu pondered for a moment, resolved to assist them by exploring the so-called Devil's Mountain. The essence of the combat system lies in engaging in battle, and furthermore, such endeavors align with my character. After all, I hail from a modern society. Were I still in that world, I would undoubtedly remain an indifferent bystander, regardless of my abilities. Simply contemplating the chaos that ensues from unwarranted trouble is revolting. Most individuals, having experienced such turmoil firsthand, develop a form of immunity when confronted with similar. This is not merely an individual issue. It reflects societal failures and the government's shortcomings in educating its citizens. There are no students incapable of learning, only teachers who fail to impart knowledge. Though somewhat extreme, the repeated occurrence of such events leaves one astonished, prompting introspection. If such calamities transpired in my vicinity, how would I respond? The combat system is paramount. Since it has accompanied me into the Dragon Ball universe, it must possess unique attributes. Moreover, if a two-dimensional realm exists, why should I not explore other worlds through the lens of the combat system? These thoughts may be fanciful, yet they embody a hopeful aspiration. Chapter 22. Demonstrating power. An hour passed, and Grinsmuller gradually stirred from slumber. Just as he hovered between consciousness and dreams, a hand slapped across it, accompanied by a youthful voice ringing in his ears. Hey, wake up! Rise and shine. Grinsmuller felt utterly disoriented, yearning for a few more moments of slumber. He mumbled through pursed lips, Don't forget, Gumei. Let me sleep a bit longer. His words were slurred, yet those nearby understood him clearly. Yagu cast a glance at Gumei and Ali, who wore expressions of embarrassment, shrugged, and decided to employ my method. The other child looked on with curiosity, intrigued by what this method entailed. Clenching his fist with a bit more force, he swiftly struck Grinsmuller's chest. Gumei and Ali were taken aback by Yagu's approach, immediately exclaiming, What are you doing, you scoundrel? Following their outcry, both leaped onto Grinsmuller to shield him from further blows. In truth, Yagu's strike had already roused Grinsmuller, who erupted into a bout of violent coughing, clutching his chest where Yagu had struck, and sat upright. Ouch, Maya. Who among you struck me? That hurts. Grinsmuller. It was him. Gumei pointed an accusing finger at Yagu. Instead, the calm young man, Ali, addressed Grinsmuller, stating that he had heard about the circumstances in their village and wished to visit. Grinsmuller, rubbing his chest, turned his gaze towards Yagu. His eyes appeared somewhat dazed, as if lost in thought, and after a moment, he suddenly pointed at Yagu in astonishment, exclaiming, You were the one who knocked me down earlier? Impossible. You're so small. How could that be? Yagu, indifferent to this whimsical character, turned to Ali and said, He has regained consciousness and can. Please take me to your village. What? You want to go to our village? What business do you have there? I haven't taken anything from you. Glancing at the towering figure, Yagu couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was lacking in common sense, and sarcastically asked, How old are you? Huh. Why do you ask that? Nevertheless, Grinsmuller revealed his age, stating he was 13 this year. What? 13? Yagu stared in disbelief. Is this a joke? 13 years old. With a completely bald head and a comically styled goatee, not to mention his towering height of 3 meters. It's hard to believe he is actually 13. Yagu took a moment to process this revelation and then turned away from Grinsmuller, addressing Ali once more, Take me to your village. The world of Dragon Ball is filled with remarkable beings. A 13-year-old towering at 3 meters tall raises questions about how much more he might grow. In fact, the early episodes of Dragon Ball are populated with eccentric characters, including the King, who plays a pivotal role throughout the series. The Blue Cat, which explains why Dragon Ball is so popular in China, given he became a king, and the president of the World Martial Arts Tournament, who is a Shar-Pei dog, as well as flying dinosaurs, werewolves, panda people, and of course, Yagu's travel goal, the cat deity, Karen. In summary, there is no shortage of peculiar creatures, and encountering someone who grew up on Sanlu milk powder is hardly surprising. Grinsmuller remained wary of Yagu, but could not resist the circumstances, picking up his discarded weapon as the four of them proceeded along a narrow path beside the mountain road. Initially, the children, confident in their familiarity with the mountain trails, set off at a brisk pace. However, upon noticing Yagu effortlessly keeping up, they quickened their speed. Yet Yagu continued to match them. Ultimately, all four were racing along the mountain path, especially while climbing, resembling four monkeys darting out from a tropical rainforest, leaping exuberantly across the ridges. After an hour of this relentless pace, Yagu concluded that the three companions beside him were either not entirely dull or decidedly so. After scaling 3 ridges, they came upon a broad dirt road, which, although not comparable to a proper highway, was certainly superior to the narrow forest paths. Grinsmuller and his companions ignored such a prime opportunity for mischief and instead returned to the narrow mountain trail, leaving Yagu at a loss for words to express. After another half hour, they departed from the dirt road and entered a valley. After navigating a stretch of terrain, Yagu finally glimpsed the village that Ali had mentioned. Since earlier, the entire region has been suffering from a severe water shortage. Most of the trees on the mountains have turned a desolate yellow, indicating a dire lack of water. This alarming situation alerted Yagu, as such regional droughts typically do not manifest in this manner. Just yesterday, the areas he traversed, yet here, the scarcity is painfully obvious. Clearly, Yali village and its surrounding area grapple with a significant water crisis. Pointing to a series of mounds before him, Yali remarked, "This is our village. The valley we just passed through was once a river that has now run dry." "What? That was a riverbed?" Yagu exclaimed, astonished by this revelation. The information struck him with disbelief. He had admired the expansive sky above as he crossed that valley. The serpentine and rugged terrain seemed far removed from the notion of a waterway. Turning back to survey the path he had taken, he realized that such a large channel had indeed been a riverbed. It became evident that the so-called Devil's Valley mentioned by Yali harbored grave issues. Yagu felt a surge of excitement within him, unsure whether it stemmed from his inherent nature or the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins after his transmigration. "Let us proceed ahead. We have been out for quite a while. My parents must be worried," Yali said to Grinsmuller and Gumai, his green spikes bristling with urgency. Upon hearing his words, both companions displayed signs of anxiety. "Grinsmuller, you have taken them out for far too long. Do you realize how worried we have been? You are not permitted to go out tomorrow. Remain in the village." As they reached the village entrance, an elderly man wielding a makeshift pipe hurried toward them, loudly reprimanding Grinsmuller and the others. "Hey, who is this child?" After scolding the trio, the old man finally noticed Yagu among them. "I am Yagu, a martial artist passing through. I heard of your plight and came to see if I might be of assistance," Yagu responded. "What? You are here to help us?" The old man was taken aback, then a wry smile crossed his face. "Child, where do you live? Where are your parents?" Once again, he dismissed Yagu due to his age. Although he was already 5 years old, his 3 years of training had not yet revealed their full potential to him. Nevertheless, adapting to 30 times the normal gravity was no trivial feat. Yagu scanned his surroundings and, with satisfaction, fixed his gaze on a prominent rock formation not far away. The exposed portion of the rock towered 4 meters high and stretched 6 meters wide, an imposing sight to Yagu. Turning to the elderly man, Yagu declared, "Grandfather, I am a martial artist. Watch closely." Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the rock. To the astonishment of onlookers, he approached the stone, then propelled himself into the air using his right leg. As he neared the rock, Yagu struck it with all his might. Having never before showcased his destructive power in such a manner, he was uncertain of the outcome but hoped to impress the old man and the two companions. With a resounding crash, his fist penetrated the rock, first his entire hand, then his arm, until even his elbow vanished within the fractured stone. Boom! With a resounding crash, as Yaga's fist descended, a substantial portion of the rock fractured, the impact creating a sieve-like effect at the point of contact. The elderly gentleman, along with Grinsmuller, Eli, and Gume, stood agape, their jaws practically grazing the ground, their spectacles dislodged and cast several meters away. "Hush!" After the dust settled, Yagu exhaled, surveying the 6-meter-wide rock that had affected a 4-meter radius. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, a small sense of accomplishment blossomed within him upon witnessing the astonishment of Grinsmuller and the others. "I do not aspire to be the best in the universe. Merely getting by is sufficient." Chapter 23. Shaking off the followers. "Yagu, are you truly planning to venture into Demon Valley?" The elderly gentleman, named Anti-Fan, had taken to treating Yagu as an esteemed guest ever since witnessing his formidable punch shatter the boulder. Upon learning of Yagu's intention to investigate the situation in Demon Valley for the village, he became so exhilarated that he summoned the entire village to offer him a lavish feast. Now, Yagu was preparing to progress toward Demon Valley along the parched riverbed. Anti-fan, feeling a twinge of unease, posed his question out of concern. What if this young man decided to flee? In the midst of their previous indulgence, he had failed to notice that Yagu had consumed 1/10 of the village's food supplies. Anti-fan scrutinized Yagu's abdomen, perplexed by how such a small frame could accommodate so much. Everyone, please return. I shall uncover the truth, Anti-fan reassured them. With Greensmuller accompanying me, I shall not stray from the path, Yagu replied before turning to continue on his way. Behind him, Greensmuller waved goodbye to Anti-fan and the villagers. The journey was lengthy, traversing through the deep mountains where human presence was scarce. The riverbed lay within a vast canyon. From their standing position, they could see only a sliver of the sky above. After walking for half an hour, Yagu abruptly halted. Curiously, Greensmuller inquired, "What is it?" Yagu cast his gaze toward a direction behind them and called out loudly, "Come forth, I have seen you." His voice echoed through the canyon, the last syllables lingering in the air for 4 or 5 seconds. A look of vigilance immediately crossed Greensmuller's face as he tightened his grip on his, glancing over his shoulder. However, no matter how intently he scrutinized, he could discern nothing amiss. After a pause of 5 seconds, he hesitantly asked, "Yagu, there is no one here. Are you certain you are not mistaken? It is getting dark. Let us rest in the house ahead." The house he referred to as one Anti-fan had explained to Yagu earlier. These structures had been constructed by the villagers, and the river was of paramount importance to them, not only for irrigation and drinking but also as a source of aquatic sustenance for Anti-fan and his village. This river was their lifeline. As long as the river flowed, there would be food to eat, fish to catch, and surplus to trade for essential goods or currency. Similarly, the ominous end of this lifeline, the Valley of Demons, cast a heavy shadow in the hearts of the villagers. Decades ago, strange fiends emerged from within, preying upon the unsuspecting. Anti-fan once mentioned that there were 6 villages in proximity at that time. However, as the years passed, the deeper settlements faced demise or dispersion, leaving only their village standing. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the man-eating demons eventually vanished, allowing their village to endure. There were instances of individuals venturing into the Valley of Demons, yet none returned, leading one to surmise that they likely met a grim fate, given the notorious history of the fiends. Greensmuller's attempts at persuasion proved futile as Yagu's gaze remained fixated on a protruding rock wall behind him. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "How long do you intend to remain hidden, you little rascals? Now that I know it is you, I must insist on your return. What right do you have to send us back?" A child leaped forth from the rock wall, boldly challenging Yagu. It was none other than Gume, followed closely by another child, whom Yagu recognized as Ali. "What are you two doing here?" Greensmuller exclaimed, astonished and visibly anxious. Anti-fan had cautioned him about Ali and Gume's propensity for trouble. Their excursion into the Valley of Demons was a matter of life and death. Should the two children wander in out of curiosity, it would pose a dire threat. Yagu, harboring ulterior motives, explained Ali and Gume's behavior. Of course, they followed us, fueled by their curiosity. Greensmuller, consider Anti-fan's words carefully and do not be deceived by these two youngsters. Greensmuller nodded in agreement and turned to Ali and Gume, asserting, "What do you think you're doing? You must return at once. This is no place for you." Unfazed by Greensmuller's stern demeanor, Ali stepped forward, ignoring Yagu entirely. "Brother Greensmuller, we do everything together. Are you really going to exclude us? I assure you, it's out of the question. We are inseparable friends, have you forgotten?" Gume chimed in, joining in the playful banter. In a battle of wits, Greensmuller found himself at a disadvantage against the two children. The towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, could only scratch his head in bewilderment. Yagu sighed inwardly, wishing fervently that the children would not involve themselves. In both novels and films, the inclusion of children often complicates matters significantly. Although the resolution usually involves children's assistance, the initial turmoil is often of their own making. Yagu was not one to indulge in sentimentalism. If his safety were at stake, he would not hesitate to refrain from rescuing them. Moreover, he was troubled by Ali and Gume's personalities. Anti-fan had instructed Greensmuller to refrain from entering the Valley of Demons, permitting only Yagu to proceed. However, with the unpredictable variables of the two children before him, one could only wonder what awaited them upon their arrival in the valley. "I care not for your relationships, Greensmuller. You must take them back at once." Yagu's voice resonated with authority, leaving no room for dissent. Gume, unwilling to relent, shouted defiantly, "On what basis? We are not obstructing you in any way," And besides, you are merely children. What right do you have to judge us? Humph. Although Ali approaches tasks with a calm demeanor, he remains a child, his tone lacking the bluntness of Gume. Yagu, we have come to accompany Brother Grinsmuller. We will part ways at the entrance of Demon Valley. Ali spoke earnestly, enunciating each word slowly, yet Yagu shook his head and replied, No, with you here. Problems are certain to arise. Why? Yagu smiled, casting a glance at Gume, who had regarded him with disdain since their first encounter. He replied nonchalantly, Because your presence makes me uneasy. Enough. We do not have time to linger. Return. Grinsmuller, you will escort them back. I can manage the rest of the journey alone. Very well, hand me the burden. Grinsmuller, a well-meaning giant, had always been alongside Ali and Gume, allowing them to make all decisions. He understood he should heed Lord Anafan's orders, yet he also wished to avoid disappointing his two young companions. Furthermore, Lord Antifan had tasked him with delivering Yagu to the entrance of Demon Valley, making a return midway difficult to explain to the villagers. Before Grinsmuller could continue speaking with Yagu, Ali tugged at Gume's arm, suggesting, Let us find shelter in the house ahead. The village is quiet. And we can see if there is anything to catch in the river. He spoke loudly, intentionally, so that Yagu could hear. Without waiting for Yagu to object, they moved past him toward the house. Yagu turned to watch the two children, furrowing his brow. Bringing them along would undoubtedly lead to complications. It seemed he would have to continue on his own. He had initially hoped to stroll leisurely and chat with Grinsmuller, as he had not seen anyone for days and felt quite lonely. Grinsmuller was a simple soul, a perfect confidant. Grinsmuller, Yagu called to the towering figure beside him. Upon hearing his name, Grinsmuller halted, gazing somewhat blankly at Yagu. What is it? Yagu pointed to the burden on Grinsmuller's back and said, Allow me to carry that. It will expedite our pace. We must hurry. Grinsmuller, somewhat confused and hesitant, ultimately complied, thinking of the help Yagu was providing to his village. Are you sure? It is quite heavy. If it becomes too much, please tell me. Fear not. I am no mere child, Yagu reassured him, lifting the enormous burden above his head with one hand and quickening his pace. Grinsmuller, momentarily taken aback, soon found himself several meters behind Yagu as he sprinted forward, wielding his ghostly blade to catch up. Hey, wait for me. Yagu ignored him, intent on distancing himself from Ali and Gume, gradually increasing his speed. As he passed Ali and Gume, the two children momentarily paused in surprise, only to be swept up by a gust of wind. Grinsmuller was hot on Yagu's heels, exchanging glances. They understood Yagu's intentions, and unwilling to fall behind, they took a deep breath and hastened to keep pace. For Yagu, as long as he did not enter the Demon Valley simultaneously with Gume and Yali, any misfortune that befell them would not concern him. Yet, should he witness their peril firsthand, he questioned whether he could find solace, regardless of the reasons. The rugged canyon echoed with the hurried footsteps of four individuals, swiftly traversing the terrain. After a mere 15 minutes, they split into two formations. The first comprised Yagu and Grinsmuller, while the second, Gume and Yali, could no longer see the former pair ahead. Chapter 24. The call. Yagu ran with great speed, and although Grinsmuller was no slouch, he could not match Yagu's pace. By nightfall, the two had reached the second wooden cabin outpost. According to Grinsmuller, a typical person could reach the mouth of the Demon Valley after half a day's journey. At their current speed, they would arrive in approximately an hour. Estimating based on Grinsmuller's words, Yagu calculated that it would take them about 2 hours to run from the village entrance to the Demon Valley. Should we not wait for them? Grinsmuller expressed concern for Yali and Gume, casting a worried glance back into the dark abyss of the canyon. What if something has gone awry? Perhaps I should. Yagu nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, it would be wise to see for yourself. If possible, bring them back. This way, old man Antifan can rest easy. They must be anxious back in the village. Grinsmuller concurred and replied, You stay here. I shall return shortly. Indeed, Yagu affirmed, as Grinsmuller's figure vanished into the night. Yagu divided the food and water from his pack, stowing the remainder in the versatile capsule he carried. Without a backward glance, he seized the powerful flashlight he had brought from the western capital and sprinted towards the Demon Valley, intent on avoiding any encounters with Yali or Gume. He ran swiftly, the sound of his footfalls echoing like a rhythmic drumbeat, and fierce gusts of wind whipped around him, swirling the yellow earth in rapid circles, leaving a distinct trace in his wake. In less than half an hour, Yagu arrived at the entrance of the dry riverbed. This was indeed a canyon, markedly narrower than the previous river path, with towering cliffs and jagged rocks. Utilizing his flashlight, he observed the steep walls of the valley, where every crevice and sharp edge resembled a razor's edge. Standing at the canyon's mouth, he felt a cool breeze wafting from within. Though it was described as cool, Yagu could sense its chill, It was now summer, with the daytime temperature soaring, despite the considerable temperature variation between day and night in the inland regions. The wind emanating from the canyon felt as if it were flowing from an ice cellar, chilling him to the bone. Ah, this is truly remarkable, Yagu mused. He initially intended to enter during the day, but upon seeing the towering cliffs that even his flashlight could not illuminate, he realized that once inside the cave, sunlight would be of no assistance. Thus, he resolved to act promptly. Yagu was confident, although his strength was not on par with the future Dragon Ball warriors. He had already cultivated considerable combat prowess in these early stages. The entrance to the river channel and the Valley of Demons descends 4 meters, with the stones above having become remarkably smooth over the years due to the relentless erosion by the river's waters. As Yagu ventured closer, he could still discern traces of lichen and other ferns, with a small trickle of water flowing through, though this meager stream hardly sufficed to nourish the area below the river. It seems that the true issue lies within the Valley of Demons. Yet, what did Anti-Fan mean when he spoke of demons consuming humans? The gravest peril faced by Earth was undoubtedly during the era of Teitu, marked by the incident involving the fearsome demon king Piccolo. He leaped forward to peer into the depths of the Valley of Demons. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Such stillness was unsettling, compounded by the chilling winds that occasionally swept through the canyon, creating an atmosphere of psychological terror. In the realm of Dragon Ball, many techniques defy conventional understanding. For instance, there was a rabbit that could transform people into carrots, a trick once encountered by Sun Wukong. Moreover, the demonic arts employed by his 5 underlings would cause those with even the slightest wicked thought to self-destruct. Coupled with the red gourd wielded by the golden and silver horns, capable of drawing individuals in, along with the magical sealing wave created by Teitu, though later unraveled by Piccolo, it still represented an insurmountable challenge. Should Yagu find himself ensnared by such techniques, even his vast abilities would be rendered futile. Summoning his courage, Yagu stepped inside. Viewed from above, the Valley of Demons resembled a trumpet's bell, with the area where Yagu walked being the widest. As he ventured deeper, the canyon narrowed progressively, ultimately culminating in a small opening, which was also the source of the underground river's tributary. Cautiously navigating for 5 minutes, Yagu suddenly heard a rustling sound, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In a state of panic, he hunched over, adopting a posture of readiness for confrontation. Yagu mused. It seems that venturing here at night was indeed ill-advised. However, retreating in such a cowardly manner would be utterly disgraceful. After all, I am a Saiyan. Reflecting on his heritage, he glanced at his tail, cleverly concealed by the fabric around his waist. Even in the presence of the king, he had avoided raising any suspicion. Furthermore, Yagu understood that lower-class warriors often lose their reason upon transforming into great apes. True mastery of this transformation requires acclimatization to the change. Take Vegeta, for instance. He retains his composure even in his great ape form, as does Bardock, the father of Sun Wukong, whose entire team consists of lower-class fighters. Yet each can rationally control their transformed state. Bardock's combat power neared 10,000, a remarkable feat for a lower-class Saiyan. He enjoyed considerable renown on planet Vegeta, not only due to his extensive combat experience, but also owing to his inherent strength. The battle against Earth serves as a testament. Dazzler had a combat power exceeding 1,000, while Nappa's standard combat power was 4,000, peaking at 7,000, the force of a single strike. Nappa, a noble among the Saiyans, was indicative of his status by his association with the royal Vegeta. Nevertheless, after 2 decades, his combat power still failed to surpass that of Bardock, revealing just how formidable it was for a lower-class warrior like Bardock, born into such circumstances, to possess a combat power nearing 10,000. Although recovering from fatal injuries would significantly enhance combat capabilities, the technological means at the time could only save a limited number of low-level warriors who had suffered severe wounds. The thought of the extinction of the Saiyans, along with the memory of Son Goku, stirred a sense of resentment within Yagu. By the way, when was planet Vegeta destroyed? This detail is crucial to the historical timeline of events in the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, Yagu dismissed it, feeling indifferent as Dragon Ball warriors could surely erase any catastrophe. He viewed himself merely as a background character, unconcerned with the grand scheme of things. Despite Yagu's humble perception of his own status, his actions belied that, unbeknownst to him, a faint desire to surpass Son Goku and ascend to become the strongest in the universe lingered in his heart. However, due to the influences of his past life, he was accustomed to placing himself in a lowly position. Did traversers truly possess exceptional power? Yagu did not think so. Analyzing the myriad scenarios in which traversers appeared in novels, often leading to premature endings, abrupt cancellations, or unsatisfactory conclusions, he recognized the alarming mortality rate among them. In his previous life, he had defined the fate of protagonists in such narratives as meeting their demise within a time vortex, succumbing to sudden illness, or experiencing madness induced by the forces of time, rendering their worlds irrational. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, protagonists caught in such predicaments seldom fared well. Thus, Yagu remained cautious. Recalling a phrase from his past life, stay low-key in life, yet high-profile in actions. As he focused intently, Yagu once more heard a rustling sound nearby, startling him greatly. His heart raced as he brandished his flashlight, scanning the surroundings while listening intently, prepared to swiftly confront any anomaly. He was determined to unmask the source of the disturbance. The night was dark, and through the crevices of the canyon above, he could discern a star or two. However, the celestial light offered no solace to Yagu. Trapped within the gorge, strange mountains bore peculiar stones, and wicked valleys harbored demons. Though not philosophical, these were truths of his reality. Another sound, prompting Yagu to instantly focus on its origin. His flashlight illuminated the area, but before he could scrutinize what lay before him, he was taken aback by a chilling cry. The creature, suddenly caught in the blinding light, emitted a wretched scream, reminiscent of countless fingernails scraping against glass, an unbearable sound that pierced through him. In that moment, Yagu felt as though a nail had lodged itself in his heart, inducing nausea and dizziness. He understood that such entities utilized their cries as a weapon against, and judging by its immediate effect, an ordinary person would likely be rendered unconscious by that sound in an instant. Without the luxury of careful observation, he swiftly kicked the creature, sending it hurtling like a ball against the nearby rock wall. Its scream abruptly ceased. Chapter 25. A new discovery. As the bright beam of the flashlight illuminated the peculiar creature, Yagu realized that what had startled him was an ugly being reminiscent of a goblin from the games of his past life. His skin, an unappealing shade of grayish-green, was marred by unruly hair reminiscent of withered straw, while his pointed ears drooped. Devoid of any enchantment and lined with numerous creases akin to the bark of a dying tree. His eyes bulged out like ping-pong balls, and a long, pointed nose, thin and etched with fine lines, complemented his diminutive stature and emaciated frame, rendering him grotesque beyond imagination. However, Yagu swiftly discerned the distinctions between this creature and a goblin. Two prominent canine teeth jutted from his lips, revealing a set of sharp fangs. A vampire. Yagu stared in astonishment at the being before him. Suddenly struck by a thought, what might transpire if he were exposed to sunlight? Abruptly, Yagu checked his combat system and, indeed, noted a minuscule increase of 0.1. The persistent addition of experience points provided him with a more tangible understanding. Particularly enlightening were the final three attributes of the combat system: friendly duel, 50, contest of supremacy, 80, and life and death battle, 100. This suggested that the combat level was not determined by his own considerations, but rather by the attitude of his adversary towards him. The nature of the combat experience he could acquire hinged upon his opponent's disposition. The towering Greensmuller was undoubtedly more powerful than the creature before him. However, due to his lack of genuine intent to engage in combat, perhaps merely seeking to bully Yagu, the combat level languished at that of a friendly duel, resulting in meager experience points. In stark contrast, the creature before him, albeit weaker, harbored a lethal desire for his demise, categorizing their encounter as a life-and-death battle. Yagu nodded in agreement with his reasoning. If this were indeed the case, his quest for improvement in level necessitated continual exposure to higher-level combat, particularly life-and-death confrontations. Regarding the battle 3 years prior against the Red Silk Army, Yagu was aware that the combat system did not acknowledge his victory achieved through weaponry. Even though that android vastly surpassed Yagu's level, the use of a grenade to defeat him resulted in a mere 0.5. Despite the system categorizing the encounter as a life-and-death battle. Of course, Yagu did not presume to fully understand the intricacies of the combat system, as his time observing it was limited, firstly, due to its monotonous interface, and secondly, owing to the scant number of battles he had encountered over the past 3 years. Common thugs, lacking both the strength and the resolve for a true life-and-death struggle, were easily bested by Yagu with a single move. It is worth noting that even armed members of the Red Silk Army had only yielded a meager 0.1 experience. Greensmuller, a 13-year-old towering at 3 meters with a fearsome blade, had merely contributed a few additional points to his experience bar. Opponents were indeed hard to come by. Nevertheless, upon entering the Demon Valley, Yagu was confident that through combat, the true nature of the combat system would gradually unveil itself before him. After a brief silence, during which no further sounds emerged from the surroundings, Yagu turned his attention back to the small creature. Was it truly a vampire? He found himself in a quandary, wavering on whether to eliminate it. Hesitant, he anxiously tapped his toes against the ground, seeking to alleviate the turmoil within. The little creature had been subjected to considerable assault, rendering it incapable of regaining consciousness for the time being. Yagu, having heard tales of vampires possessing formidable regenerative abilities, found himself at an impasse regarding how to handle the situation. Thus, he bound the creature with ropes as one would a pig. Not long into his exploration, he encountered such an unusual being and hesitated to proceed further. After much contemplation, Yagu lifted the small entity and sprinted towards the valley's edge. The surroundings were shrouded in deep shadows, and he felt a greater sense of security outside. Yagu was unafraid of direct confrontation but harbored concerns of potential ambushes from behind. Initially, he considered this world to be devoid of peril. In truth, only a handful of entities instilled genuine fear within him. Yet, gazing at the creature before him, doubt crept in, attacking through sound. Wasn't he that a form of cheating? If your master fought in such a manner, I might find myself at a loss against you. He had not anticipated the adversary's ability to unleash sonic attacks. This was a miscalculation on Yagu's part. However, now that he was on guard, he no longer felt the urgency to delve deeper into the valley. It seemed prudent to prepare some resources and ascertain whether sunlight would prove effective against this creature. Lost in thought, he discarded the securely bound being aside as he reached the banks of a desiccated river. Although he had left the demon valley behind, unease lingered at the valley's mouth, where chilling winds swept forth, causing his heart to tremble. Yagu was an atheist. Yet with the occurrence of his transmigration into a parallel world, he pondered what else might manifest. Even an abrupt confrontation with a Voldemort-like figure would not astonish him. Releasing his tail, he observed its incessant writhing, casting several shadows behind him. Yagu mused, "This is the world of Dragon Ball. How is it that creatures from Azeroth have appeared here? Could it be that the Demon Valley serves as a gateway to Azeroth?" With a solemn nod, he adopted a resolute demeanor. Indeed, it must be so. There exists a temporal portal here. Throughout the night, Yagu remained vigilant, fearful of the creatures from the Demon Valley launching a surprise attack. The surrounding landscape was defined by two towering rock formations, devoid of trees or dry branches, rendering the prospect of a campfire impossible. Battling against the biting cold wind, he spoke to himself, mustering the courage to endure what felt like an interminable night. It was not uncommon for warriors of lesser power to be vanquished by those with greater strength, as evidenced by numerous instances in the early arcs of Dragon Ball. For instance, Master Roshi sealed away King Piccolo despite the vast disparity in their combat abilities. Moreover, had Goku not been prematurely released from the gourd by the gluttonous duo of Silver and Gold Horn, he might have been reduced to mere liquor. Additionally, sheer power did not equate to martial prowess. Goku, who had defeated King Piccolo, found himself in a sparring match with Bubbles in the temple, where Bubbles remarked, "Are you truly the one who defeated Piccolo? Your strength is formidable, yet you have yet to learn how to wield it." These musings were the result of Yagu's wandering thoughts, but suddenly, they opened a door of realization for him. To utilize his power effectively, to harness his strength. A flash of inspiration struck Yagu as he endeavored to recollect relevant information from his mind. Moments later, he slapped his thigh in realization. How could he have overlooked this? The combat system's power activation level and explosive activation level refer to the strength one can typically wield and the strength unleashed during an explosive moment, respectively. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this notion. Power activation level, 10. Explosive activation level, 15. Below these indicators was the term combat level, beginner. Low tier, revealing just how poorly he grasped his own capabilities. Ordinary human brains only develop 5% of their potential, with a mere handful surpassing 10%. However, if an average individual experiences certain stimuli, their development could potentially exceed that of many prodigies. This pertains to the brain, but what of the body? The process of combat is a contest between physical prowess and intellect. Intellect resides in the brain, while the body speaks for itself. Evaluating from a holistic perspective, my actual combat strength is 100 points, yet I can only manifest 10 points under normal circumstances, peaking at 15. This calculation suggests that a significant reservoir of potential remains trapped within the body. The unexploited potential is undoubtedly linked to lifespan, but Yagu held firm in his belief that, given this is the world of Dragon Ball, there must be various peculiar methods to assist him in releasing his potential while ensuring the integrity of his body. Furthermore, understanding the plot of Dragon Ball grants insight into the hierarchy among Saiyans. He chuckled to himself, pondering the possibility of creating a manga based on Dragon Ball, illustrating the transformations from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 10, and whether it might become a bestseller. With clarity on the purpose of the combat system's levels, Yagu felt a surge of joy. With the remaining time on his hands, he indulged in whimsical thoughts. In Dragon Ball, the pinnacle form of Super Saiyan is the Oozuru transformation, known as Super Saiyan 4. while subsequent forms were introduced by another character. Yet, he wondered if he could achieve Super Saiyan 10. This thought prompted a self-deprecating smile. He was self-aware enough to recognize that his ambition for martial prowess did not rival that of Goku. His reliance lay solely on his understanding of the Super Saiyan path. In the original narrative, Gohan's strength never reached the level of Goku's during the battle against Frieza on Namek, yet through Goku's gradual guidance, he ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, such a transformation lacked a solid foundation. Yagu sighed inwardly. If a shortcut existed, his nature would compel him to pursue it. The storyline involving the Super Android 17 illustrated that even in a diminished form, Goku could toy with Frieza and Cell without transforming into a Super Saiyan. This underscored the critical importance of foundational training in one's normal state, which is paramount. In the manga, Goku and Vegeta are frequently depicted deepening their practice in their ordinary forms. Leaning against a rocky wall, Yagu bit his lip and murmured softly to himself, "Foundation, foundation." It is imperative to establish a solid foundation before all else transpires. Chapter 26. Seeking the cause. As dawn broke, Yagu awaited the arrival of light. However, the diminutive creature he had captured did not disintegrate into ashes under the sunlight. Instead, it stirred awake, bleary-eyed from the morning rays. Upon realizing its bindings, the creature was seized by panic, leaping and bounding in an attempt to free itself from the ropes that restrained it. The fear that gripped the little creature elicited a wretched yet somewhat distasteful cry, which prompted Yagu to plug his ears. Observing the creature's futile struggles with a mixture of amusement and disdain, reality proved to be merciless. Despite its frantic efforts, the creature remained ensnared. Its wrists marked by deep indentations from its vigorous attempts to escape. The pain only fueled its desperation, and after 5 minutes, it lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, tongue lolling out. Noticing its pitiful state, Yagu removed the makeshift earplugs and approached the curious being step by step. The creature opened its eyes at the sound of his approach, gazing up at Yagu. It stood nearly at his height, perhaps slightly taller. Yet Yagu still regarded it as a diminutive entity, reminiscent of how he perceived Guma and Alibi as mere children despite their age. "What is your name?" Yagu inquired, pondering the plethora of beings that existed in this world, where even pigs roamed. Surely, anything was possible. He considered the creature an eccentric anomaly. The little being fixed its gaze on Yagu, remaining silent. Yagu smiled, tilting his head with an inquisitive stare. "Do you not understand me?" he asked, incredulous. After all, if Frieza could speak the language of Earth, and Namekians were capable of such universal communication, surely this little creature could comprehend human speech as well. Yet, it remained mute, its glare intensifying. "It seems you do understand," Yagu chuckled, advancing closer until the creature was caught off guard by his sudden movement, and he placed a foot firmly on its back. The unexpected weight caused the creature to stiffen, its curled form abruptly unfolding, letting out a cry of "wah." This sound did not evoke disgust in Yagu. Rather, it ignited a fierce glimmer in his eyes. He lifted his foot and brought it down hard once, prompting another "wah" from the creature. "Please, stop. Don't hit me," it pleaded, its voice trembling. Yagu maintained his smile, the corners of his mouth curling with a hint of malice. "Ah, so you can speak human language after all. Excellent. Now, let us commence with introductions. Who are you?" He crouched down, scrutinizing the creature with intent. Yet, it remained silent, its bulbous eyes fixed upon him. "Speak," Yagu demanded in frustration. The creature, terrified of further punishment, stammered. I am Dobi." "Dobi?" Yagu echoed. The creature nodded vigorously, its head bobbing in a manner that caused it to strike its forehead against the ground multiple times, leaving a bruise forming on the side. Oblivious to its own discomfort, Dobi's eyes remained locked on Yagu, fear evident in its gaze. Yagu nodded approvingly. "Very well. Let us maintain this level of communication. What brings you to follow me? Surely you have not forgotten what transpired last night. Additionally, could you elucidate why you find yourself in this valley?" I am indeed inclined to respond, yet fear constricts my heart, and I find myself stifling sobs. As if speaking to Yagu would summon a dreadful punishment upon him. Yagu remained silent, rising to stand beside Dobi, before delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Dobi's eyes widened in a manner unprecedented, bulging like light bulbs, bloodshot and filled with terror. The pain radiating from his midsection contorted his face into an agonized grimace. After a prolonged moment of silence, Dobi, mouth agape yet unable to vocalize, emitted a pained wail. Before he could finish, Yagu's raised leg came crashing down upon Dobi's back, expelling the breath from his chest, rendering him mute. With a smile, Yagu crouched before Dobi, observing his suffering countenance, and spoke deliberately. "You may choose to remain silent, and I assure you, I will introduce you to sensations hitherto unexperienced. However, I prefer simplicity. You shall answer my inquiries directly. Understood? It seems you comprehend. Thus let us commence anew. Why did you trail behind me last night, and what brings you to this valley? With a raised eyebrow, Yagu beckoned for a response. Aware of the consequences of silence, Dobby whimpered, I was sent by the king to gather intelligence. Last night, upon seeing you alone, I sought to frighten you away. Yagu arched an eyebrow, feigning amusement. You merely wished to scare me off? Dobby nodded fervently. I have never taken a life. That is the domain of Bisto. I swear. I speak the truth. Bisto? Yagu inquired. Yes, he accompanied me. He is quite fearsome, and I dare not oppose him. Yagu pressed. Did you witness him commit murder? Dobby nodded once more, but Yagu chose to move past that inquiry, continuing, What has become of the water here? Why has it vanished? Bisto claimed that only in this manner would outsiders be deterred from entering, thus allowing us to feast upon humans. As Dobby uttered these words, he lowered his head, unable to meet Yagu's gaze. Yagu murmured to himself, cannibalism. He recalled the incident with Vegeta, when they had feasted upon the remains of grotesque creatures, which could be deemed cannibalism in its own right. He felt a pang of disappointment, lamenting the absence of Bisto, who, having been with Dobby, must now be elsewhere. When posed with the question of Bisto's whereabouts, Dobby replied, after a death occurred a few days prior. No one dared to venture into this valley, prompting Bisto to leave in search of humans to consume. When did he depart? It has been 2 days. I have been awaiting his return. Yagu nodded, then inquired, From where did you emerge, and is it possible to return? Dobby nodded in response, saying, We can return, however. We have not gathered sufficient intelligence, and upon our return, we shall incur the king's wrath. Hence, we have yet to make the journey back. Very well then. Lead me to the location where the water source has been obstructed, Yagu declared, as he untied the ropes binding Dobby's feet and lifted him up. Dobby, aware of his own limitations in combat and understanding that he could not contend with Yagu, complied. As they traveled, Yagu inquired as to why Dobby had ventured out with Bistuo. Dobby explained that the creatures emerging from the sealed gate could not possess excessive strength, nor could the issues be resolved from the outside. Furthermore, the number of demons venturing out was limited. The Demon King believed that Dobby's unique soundwave attacks could yield unexpected results, thus assigning him to cooperate with Bistuo, with the 2 demons tasked to seek a means to unravel the seal once outside. Should they fail to find a solution, they were to gather sufficient information about the external circumstances and report back. Little did the Demon King realize that Bistuo, having tasted human flesh, would abandon Dobby. Disregarding the collection of intelligence and the unsealing of the barrier, Dobby guided Yagu into the Valley of Demons. And within less than 15 minutes they descended into an underground cavern, which once served as the river's exit, but now only bore a meager stream. Navigating through the rugged terrain, Yagu activated a powerful flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. Numerous passages branched from the cavern, yet from the stream's flow, it was evident these were merely tributaries of the primary river, with the water from deeper within diverging here before continuing its journey out of the Valley of Demons. After an hour of exploration, Yagu and Dobby halted their advance. This is the place, Dobby stated, his hands still bound as he tilted his head towards Yagu. Yagu inspected the area with his flashlight, nodding slowly. Indeed, that fellow Bistuo was fortunate to have discovered this location amid the myriad pathways. Before them lay a narrow stretch, barely 5 meters wide, flanked by impenetrable rock walls, where several massive elongated boulders obstructed the flow, accumulating heaps of rubble in between, thus halting the river. Due to the multitude of passages within the cavern, the water pressure had not intensified enough to dislodge the stones. After surveying the surroundings, Yagu hoisted Dobby onto a higher rocky platform. Dobby, uncertain of Yagu's intentions and intimidated by his presence, hesitated to voice his thoughts. Taking a deep breath Yagu focused on the small dam before him. He approached to within 10 meters of the dam, adopting a stance, bending low, and gradually raising his fist. Squinting, he identified a point of impact with the aid of the flashlight in his left hand. With a mighty shout, Yagu propelled himself forward, his body surging like a cannonball towards the dam, directing his raised fist towards the determined point of attack. Like chopsticks piercing through tofu, Yagu's fist plunged into the rock that constituted the dam. With another fierce cry, he retracted his leg, and the area struck by his fist bore a gaping hole the size of his own body, surrounded by a web of cracks. Aside from that, there was no other commotion. Just as Yagu felt his attacks were ineffective, a sudden crack resounded as the fissures in the dam widened. The sound echoed clearly within the cavern, startling Yagu, who promptly leaped onto Dobby, standing still as if awaiting something. Dobby, for his part, merely gaped. As a creature of the night, his vision naturally possessed unique qualities. With each crack and rumble, the dam's fractures spread like a spider's web across its surface. Ultimately, the fractured rock could no longer withstand the water pressure and, with a thunderous roar, it was utterly obliterated. Chapter 27. Reflection and Clarity. Seeing the once-blocked river flow freely, Yagu erupted into joyous laughter. Dobby, with his hands bound, though not aligned with Yagu's faction, could not help but smile at the sight of the rushing waters. Wonderful! Now I can explain this to the village, Yagu exclaimed cheerfully, adding, it's fortunate that that fellow named Bisto Ice and Tea here, otherwise I might wish for his presence. Realizing that his words hinted at fear, he quickly rephrased, noting that he still had a combat system to upgrade. I am eager to see the might I will wield when my combat proficiency reaches 100%, he mused, clenching his fists. That man may not have dreamed of conquering the battlefield, yet not everyone possesses the opportunity or the capability to do so. Ultimately, solitary struggles are trivial, however. This is the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where individual strength can dominate the universe. How could he not feel exhilarated? Turning to Dobby, Yagu declared, let us venture forth. See, the waters are gradually calming. As he had predicted, the river was no longer as ferocious as before, revealing many protruding rocks that had once been submerged. Without waiting for Dobby's consent, Yagu grasped him and began to depart, only to halt abruptly. Yagu regarded Dobby with a glint of curiosity, causing Dobby to shrink, nervously inquiring, Master, do you have any instructions? Is your so-called king powerful? Yagu pressed, do not feign ignorance. I ask you, is your king's strength formidable? Upon hearing the inquiry about his king's might, Dobby nodded vigorously, proclaiming, very strong, indeed, no one can defeat the king. Truth be told, Yagu was quite eager to meet this supposedly formidable king. However, a sense of caution held him back from acting impulsively. Take me to him. Show me the location of your seal. Dobby did not refuse, for in truth, had he not been deprived of useful information and Bisto's consent, he would have wished to return to his homeland immediately, reluctant to remain in the realm of humans. Following closely behind Dobby, the two ventured deeper into the unknown. The world of Dragon Ball is replete with various realms, including the heavenly realm, Hell, the king of all kings, and the realm where the Kais reside. Additionally, it encompasses peculiar dimensions such as the hyperbolic time chamber and the six dimensions. However, it remains uncertain whether Dobby's homeland lies in the subterranean world of Earth or within a diminutive space. Yagu contemplated all of this, noting that a year spent in the other dimensional space equates to merely a day in the outside world. Should one encounter formidable foes, entering this realm for training could yield remarkable results upon exit. Yet, if one were to remain within the temple for over 48 hours, the exit would vanish. Nevertheless, achieving the state of Super Saiyan 3 might enable one to rupture the space there and effectuate an escape. However, even among Super Saiyans, there exists a disparity in strength, and Super Saiyan 3 would undoubtedly have its own levels of power. The impression left by Android 17, who was able to defeat Cell and Frieza in his normal state, is indelibly etched in my mind. Hence, it is imperative to establish a solid foundation, rather than revisiting training in the future. It is far wiser to hone one's skills while still young. While the number of martial arts techniques in the Dragon Ball universe may appear limited, many are exceedingly useful. For instance, Oolong's transformation technique taught in kindergarten, the four-demon fist which manifests four arms, the four-symbol split that divides into four, and the iconic techniques such as the vanishing fist, solar flare, Kamehameha, and spirit bomb. Beyond these, there are also the Kaioken, spirit slash, and instant transmission, the latter of which Goku learned from extraterrestrial beings. Additionally, there exists the fusion technique and the spirit slash, though the latter's practical application is somewhat lacking. Anyone with sufficient power who understands its principles can employ it similarly to the solar flare. Krillin, who utilized it against Demon King Piccolo, perished once, and later, he died again on Namek. There seems to have been another instance as well. Another notable user of this technique is Frieza, who was bisected by his own spirit slash. The speed at which one can master this technique is notoriously difficult to enhance. Cell, possessing the cells of Dragon Ball warriors, could undoubtedly learn the solar flare and Frieza's techniques, making it implausible for him to be incapable of using spirit slash. Yet, he refrained from doing so, indicating that there are no useless techniques in the world, only those who do not know how to wield them. Seizing the opportunity to master such techniques would certainly lead to extraordinary accomplishments. If circumstances permit, I aspire to visit the planet that Goku once traversed, though it is crucial that the narrative surrounding Namek remains unchanged. Given my mindset, earning the recognition of the Kai and subsequently journeying to that planet seems exceedingly challenging. Yagu does not perceive Kalen, the gods, or the Kais as easily deceived beings. These deities do not welcome humans with malevolent thoughts. To become a successor to the gods, one must relinquish their own wicked inclinations. It is known that the Namekians are a gentle race, and any malevolent thoughts they exhibit in youth, influenced by humanity, were discerned by the gods of that time. This indicates that, while their power may not reach the pinnacle of the universe, they possess remarkable insight into human nature. However, the intricacies surrounding the fusion of the Namekians and the division of Piccolo into two entities in pursuit of divinity, which resulted in diminished combat strength, remain somewhat perplexing. Before Goku's arrival on Earth, the combined combat power of Piccolo and the god did not even reach 1,000. Yet, I recall the Grand Elder of the Namekians, upon hearing of Piccolo's demise, firmly believed it was the work of a Super Saiyan. Although the Grand Elder may not have encountered a Super Saiyan, how could he be so certain that the death of Piccolo, who had been divided into two beings, was indeed the doing of a Super Saiyan? Or perhaps, the talent for battle is not calculated in multiples. When the god split into two forms, the aptitude was likewise halved. If talent is computed as an exponent, the undivided Piccolo would possess a combat strength equivalent to 10 raised to the 10th power, which amounts to 10 billion. Upon their division, the value is reduced to half, equating to 5 raised to the 5th power, thereby yielding a combat strength of 3,125, a stark contrast. Just as Yagu was immersed in his own thoughts, Dobi suddenly halted, turning to Yagu. After a moment of surprise, Yagu directed his flashlight forward, revealing a mysterious ceiling array etched upon the rocky wall. This design, while lacking in intricate beauty, imparted a profound impact on newcomers at a spiritual level. Yagu examined the surroundings and discerned that apart from the ceiling array, there was nothing else of note. The layout indicated that the creator had deliberately chosen this specific location. Although the wall portraying the seal appeared similar to the surrounding rock, Yagu recognized its distinctiveness. It had been camouflaged post-construction to blend in with its environment. "Is this ceiling array the only way for you to return?" Yagu inquired. Dobi nodded, responding, "Indeed, it functions like a door, allowing me to enter and exit, albeit with restrictions. Each creature emerging from within has only 3 opportunities to pass through. Moreover, beings of considerable strength cannot utilize this passage. Lord Bistow's power is precisely on the threshold, and any creature slightly stronger than him would be unable to go through." Understanding the principle behind the ceiling array, Yagu posed another question. "If I were to enter and exceed the threshold of power, would I be unable to exit as well?" Dobi cast a puzzled glance at Yagu before quickly shaking his head. "I do not know. I have never heard of anyone from the outside entering." "Ah, I see. So, do you wish to return?" Yagu asked. "Huh? You wish to send me back?" Dobi replied, astonished. Yagu shrugged. "Why not? If you wish to remain bound to me and venture forth together, then follow along." With that, Yagu turned and walked in the direction they had come from, now aware of the ceiling array's location. In the future, once he had gained sufficient strength, he would allow the knowledgeable Kalen sage and others to examine this passageway. Dobi stood there, staring in amazement at Yagu's departing figure, joy lighting up his wrinkled face. He then cheerfully turned towards the seal, clasped his hands behind his back, and raced upwards. As his body made contact with the seal, the entire array shimmered with a faint ripple, and Dobi's form seemed to dissolve into the array as if submerging in water. Chapter 28. Tactical ambush. Freed from the burdens of Dobi, Yagu employed his rudimentary aerial techniques, leaping and bounding, taking 30 minutes to reach the outskirts of the Demon Valley. Upon arrival, he found the area inundated with water. It appeared that this mission had been executed satisfactorily, the only lament being a mere increase of 0.1 in combat efficiency. As he pondered this, he approached the valley's edge, when suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Instinctively sensing danger, Yagu darted to the right, using his arms to grasp the protruding rocks, propelling himself away with greater speed. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated in his ears, followed by a shockwave that surged outward, with mud and debris pelting Yagu, who lay flat against the ground. He adjusted his position, curling his body to shield his more vulnerable areas from the onslaught of rocks and dust. After a few breaths, the shockwave subsided, allowing Yagu to rise. Upon discerning the source of his peril, Yagu was struck with alarm. Who had orchestrated this? The darkening sky had been caused by a massive rock plummeting from above. Judging by its size, Yagu estimated it to be nearly 2 meters high and 3 meters, with half of it now buried in the soil, leaving the surrounding area slightly concave and resembling a crater. As he glanced upwards, a towering figure descended rapidly towards him. Due to the angle, Yagu could not clearly discern its features. However, he observed that the creature's limbs dug into the rock face as it descended, mitigating the tremendous inertia of its fall. With a series of thuds, the shadow drew closer to the ground, leaping effortlessly, landing directly before Yagu with a resounding impact akin to a heavy bulldozer crashing down from several meters above. Yagu, on high alert, scrutinized the being before him. Standing tall, it possessed blue skin, the most striking feature being the tusks protruding from its jaw. With a menacing countenance, blue fur adorned its chin, temples, chest, wrists, and ankles, emphasizing its ferocity. Recognizing its identity, Yagu realized he was face-to-face with Bistro, the man-eating monster Dubi had spoken of. Gagaga, what a delightful little morsel. I was just considering turning you into a meat pie. Haha, where has Dubi gone? As Yagu had surmised, the grotesque creature before him was indeed Bistro, who regarded Yagu with utter disdain, subconsciously perceiving him merely as a dish on his platter, without concern for any potential escape. Yagu, not a practitioner of martial ideals, felt a surge of joy at the creature's arrogance. This was fortuitous. He simply regretted being unable to wield his weapon. Seizing the opportunity to diminish his opponent's combat effectiveness or have their strength, he narrowed his eyes, fixating on the 4-meter-tall Bistro. The other party remained infuriated by Dobby's absence, loudly complaining and completely disregarding the diminutive figure of Yagu, who barely reached the height of Bisto's shins. Indeed, with his childlike visage, Yagu appeared utterly harmless. He had already scrutinized the internal combat system, which defined the encounter as a life-and-death battle. Thus, emerging victorious would grant him a full 100% experience. His body was riddled with vulnerabilities, and although Yagu's fists were clenched, they lacked firmness. He interlaced his index and middle fingers, enhancing their grip with his thumb pressed against the index. As Bisto turned to shout into the depths of the Demon Valley, Yagu seized the moment to move, swiftly navigating the corners that Bisto's peripheral vision might catch. The sound of his swift movement was quite pronounced. The faster he ran, the greater the force he exerted against the ground, amplifying the noise he generated. Naturally, upon hearing this commotion, Bisto turned his head, only to find Yagu had his face immediately registering surprise. Where did he go? Before he could finish his thought, he caught sight of a shadowy figure appearing beside him. The figure moved with remarkable speed, aiming directly for his head. Instinctively, Bisto swung his right hand to swat it away. This shadowy figure was Yagu. His speed, though impressive in his own right, was but a fleeting notion against Bisto's reflexes. It was akin to the swiftness of a bullet, while fast. It paled in comparison when juxtaposed with the velocity required to escape the confines of Earth's gravitational pull. Yagu's rapidity was indeed formidable. Yet Bisto managed to intercept him with a mere wave of his hand. However, the 3 years spent in the gravity chamber were not in vain. Yagu propelled his limbs forward, swiftly decelerating as he landed on Bisto's forearm. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. As Yagu grasped the mane on Bisto's wrist and deftly maneuvered around him, half kneeling upon Bisto's shoulder. Throughout this process, he maintained the tension in his fingers, which remained tightly interlaced. Bisto's broad shoulder seemed like solid ground to Yagu. Noticing Bisto's focus shift toward him, he leaned forward in a half-kneeling position, launching his arms towards Bisto's face with ferocity, while simultaneously extending his index and middle fingers straight towards Bisto's eyes. Realizing the danger, Bisto cried out, drawing his right hand to his shoulder, tilting his head back, and shutting his eyes tightly, refusing to relax for even a moment. In the darkness behind his eyelids, he could still sense the murderous intent of his adversary, akin to a beacon of light in the night, palpable even with his eyes closed. When a sharp pain pricked the corner of his eye, indicating contact with an object, panic surged within him. In a frantic response, both of his hands flew toward his face, desperate to shield himself. All thoughts of anything else evaporated. If this human were to blind him, he faced a certain death unless he could flee back to his own world, a fate he simply could not accept. With a resounding crack, a sharp sound echoed off Bisto's face, leaving it flushed, though Yagu had not struck him directly. The force of the blow was tremendous, accompanied by Bisto's, which soon faded as Yagu deftly evaded the attack launched from behind. Positioning himself at Bisto's chest, he delivered a fierce strike to the creature's throat. In a desperate attempt to evade Yagu's assault aimed at his eyes, Bisto shut his eyes tightly and tilted his head back, revealing an immediate vulnerability to Yagu. Consequently, though Yagu's fingers grazed Bisto's eyelid and could feel the tension of the eyeball beneath, he resolutely abandoned the intent to target Bisto's eyes further. Though Bisto was a monster, his anatomical structure bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, albeit with greater strength. Unfortunately, even the most formidable physique is difficult to train internally, and Yagu's strike to Bisto's throat caused the creature to cough up a torrent of blue blood. Bisto staggered backward, trembling and ultimately collapsing to his knees. Yagu, unwilling to allow Bisto any respite to regain his composure, recognized that despite their initial encounter, Bisto's strength surpassed his own. A punch from Bisto would likely be devastating, while Yagu's blows, though painful, would not prove fatal, save for the most vulnerable areas. With a swift motion, Yagu positioned himself above the half-kneeling Bisto, arching his back and raising his arms overhead, nearly touching his heels. Harnessing the momentum of his downward strike, he aimed for the back of Bisto's head, delivering a powerful blow that reverberated like the collapse of a building. The massive creature, standing 4 meters tall, crumpled to the ground with a thunderous impact, particularly his head, which sank deep into the earth. The force of Yagu's strike caused a brief moment of suspension in the air before he began to descend, adopting a sideways position as he fell. As he approached the ground, he lifted his elbow to deliver yet another blow to Bisto's skull. The sound of the impact was identical whether made by fist or elbow. Bisto's head sank slightly deeper into the earth, yet it still towered above Yagu's waist. This exchange of blows revealed to Yagu the extent of Bisto's resilience, prompting him to abandon direct confrontation. Channeling his strength into his legs, he swiftly moved to Bisto's side. This time, Yagu clenched his fingers tightly, raising his right fist, and with a fierce cry, he struck Bisto's midsection with all his might. Yagu's considerable strength sent the 4-meter giant sliding sideways by approximately 65 centimeters. However, Yagu felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Having perused numerous novels, he often encountered characters who, despite enduring severe beatings, would seize any opportunity to retaliate, sometimes even feigning weakness to deceive their opponents. Therefore, Yagu resolutely refused to show any mercy in battle, especially towards those he knew well. With fervor, Yagu unleashed a series of 7 punches to the vulnerable waist of Bisto, then vaulted over his opponent's body. Using his own strength, he ascended the rocky wall with agility, employing both hands and feet to climb swiftly. Within mere moments, by means of leaps, rolls, and he scaled to a height of 20 meters above the ground beside the riverbank of the Demon Valley. Casting his gaze downward, he fixated on Bisto, who remained prone. Yagu leaped, adjusting his posture midair, bringing his legs together and bending his knees, preparing to deliver a fierce knee strike to Bisto's exposed neck. This time, Yagu refrained from shouting. He understood that if his decisive blow were to be evaded, it could prove perilous. He recalled how many protagonists in stories lost their prime opportunity due to excessive chatter or cries of bravado. Although the absence of a battle cry left a tightness in his chest, it paled in comparison to the stakes of either vanquishing an enemy or facing demise himself. Yagu was a pragmatist. He employed whatever was advantageous and discarded what might hinder him, even if it was something he cherished. Chapter 29. The turmoil of the heart descending from his height. Yagu's knee connected sharply with Bisto's neck, producing a distinct crack. In an instant, Bisto's massive form convulsed, his limbs exhibiting slight spasms, yet he could no longer move. Yagu paid no heed to the treachery of his assault. Witnessing his experience in the battle system surge by 1% to a total of 171 brought him immense relief, akin to the sudden release of pent-up frustration that had long been trapped within his chest. Huh, is that all there is to it? He mused. You thought to ambush me? Suddenly, Yagu's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing. He realized he could not afford to be complacent. Not only was this foe a monster, but recalling the future saga of Bu, he recognized that even 2 earthlings, altered by a malevolent sorcerer, could regenerate after suffering broken necks. The notion that this adversary might possess similar resilience was not beyond possibility. Contemplating the adage of striking a serpent and facing dire consequences, Yagu resolved to abandon any leisurely observation. Although Bisto appeared on the brink of death, he employed every means to dislocate the joints of his opponent's limbs. In doing so, even if Bisto were to survive, he would no longer be capable of standing to fight. Contrary to Yagu's concerns, Bisto did not possess the formidable vitality he had anticipated. Merely 2 minutes after Yagu had rendered him immobile, Bisto breathed his last. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Bisto, Yagu felt no trepidation. Instead, a long-forgotten familiarity surged within him, reminiscent of a 21st-century individual, reintroduced to the comforts of the digital world after years of living without electricity or the internet. There was no fear or strangeness. Even as technology had evolved and rendered the experience unfamiliar, he found immense delight in the rediscovery. Ha ha ha. Indeed. I am a Saiyan, truly formidable. He let out a hearty laugh, gazing skyward, and if it were not for his limited vocabulary, he would have boasted about himself. After the laughter subsided, Yagu's excitement gradually calmed. With hands on his hips, he glanced down at the lifeless Bisto, contemplating the gains, and Bisto's strength surpassed his own. As Dubois had mentioned, Bisto was a high-level entity among the lower ranks, possessing power that kept other monsters from emerging. Although meddling in this affair consumed a considerable amount of time, the prospect of gaining even a mere 1% of experience was indeed an extraordinary achievement. However, the Red Silk Army's cyborg he had encountered 3 years prior likely possessed a combat level superior to Bisto, yet yielded a pitiful experience gain of only 0.5%. The utilization of weaponry severely diminished combat experience. Would he eventually be unable to wield cold weapons at all? Yagu had envisioned equipping himself with a sword akin to future Trunks, ready to confront foes with a flick of the wrist, drawing the blade from its sheath, and executing a dimensional version of a spectacular technique. The elegance and flair of such a display would surely captivate audiences of all ages. Regret washed over him at the thought of being unable to use weapons, but he dismissed it, firmly grasping Bisto's tusks and dragging him toward the riverbank. It would suffice. Upon reaching the village, he would have the villagers come to remove the body. It was a deep azure hue, and he was uncertain whether the corpse bore any toxicity. So it was prudent to minimize contact. The prospect of having a promising dungeon map for leveling up monsters brought a sweet satisfaction to Yagu's heart. The return journey proved troublesome. The canyon he had traversed was now inundated with water. Yagu, resigned to his fate, leaped into the river, swimming downstream. 2 hours later, he arrived at the cabin where he had left provisions for Grinsmuller the previous night. To his surprise, not only had Grinsmuller failed to return with Gamali, but the three were also breathlessly standing there. As Yagu appeared before them, the trio, previously lost in thought, suddenly came to life, dancing with joy. "Hey Yagu, we are here, we are here. Thank you Yagu." Yagu had no intention of lingering. He proceeded onward, with only Yali recognizing his intent. The other two believed Yagu had overlooked them, hence their unbothered departure. The following day, after placing the food the villagers had prepared for him into the universal capsule, he continued his journey, akin to Kalen, advancing while honing his skills. In this world, as combat power increased, the speed of the sky dance technique had already surpassed that of most human aircraft, however. Yagu acknowledged that his own speed could not compare to that of a sports car. As a former inhabitant of Earth, his inertia was even greater than that of Klin, whose clear motivation for cultivating martial arts was to attract more female admirers. Yet, through his series of actions since arriving on Earth, he found no evidence of this tendency within himself. He had previously stated that he understood his weaknesses. Human inertia was a formidable obstacle. Therefore, under any circumstance, he would not permit himself to make excuses for failing to complete the training tasks assigned to him years ago. Each day's training regimen must be fulfilled entirely, regardless of the circumstances that might arise. In recent days, Yagu has gradually succumbed to a desire for rest. As the saying goes, neglecting practice for a single day leads to sluggishness. 2 days results in a loss of half one's skill. 3 days renders one a novice, and 4 days leaves one merely gazing in bewilderment. He was preoccupied with various matters, primarily fearing that if he allowed himself to become exhausted from his training, he would be vulnerable to a surprise attack from an enemy. Yet, he undeniably fell short of his training goals during those days. Consistent practice is essential for urgent situations. A lack of diligence during ordinary times leads to dire straits when urgency arises. Yagu worries that if he becomes too fond of a life of ease, he might end up like He Ping, neglecting his training. In the original Dragon Ball series, Krillin began to falter in his practice after marrying Android 18. Yagu finds it hard to believe that her hard work would significantly enhance her strength, especially considering Krillin's casual attire and penchant for slippers, reminiscent of Master Roshi's leisurely lifestyle. In Yagu's eyes, the prodigious Gohan was rendered ineffective by Chi-Chi. Naturally, no mother desires her son to frequently engage in perilous battles. Moreover, a crucial point is that although Goku possesses immense power, he, like Vegeta, remains oblivious to the concept of work, with no intention of opening a martial arts dojo. When a man lacks an income, the burden inevitably falls upon his wife. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation and a brilliant scientist, is not significantly affected by Vegeta's lack of employment. In contrast, Chi-Chi's situation is different. The Ox King is not a wealthy man, and the substantial appetites of Goku and Gohan demand considerable financial resources. This elucidates her strong opposition to Gohan's martial arts training. Yagu, devoid of familial obligations, has become a military representative, securing shares in the Capsule Corporation, ensuring his future is free from financial worries, bolstered by over a ton of unused. 2 weeks have passed since he departed from the mountainous region, entering an expanse of endless grasslands. Yagu carried a 20-kilogram weight and held above his head a massive rock measuring nearly 1 meter high, 2 meters long, and 1.5 meters thick. This weighty stone, selected after 3 attempts, serves as his steadfast training companion. The grasslands occasionally reveal herds of cattle and sheep, yet Yagu maintains a cautious distance. This world is fraught with peril. Although it is under government control, the Red Ribbon Army moves freely within this territory, sometimes dispatching a small elite unit to garrison specific locations. 3 years prior, an attack on the Red Ribbon Army resulted in the plundering of substantial resources. Yagu doubts that the Red Ribbon Army would remain unresponsive, given that the Earth's military is comparable to the Nationalist Army during World War II. It is likely someone has relayed news of his audience with the king. He might already be on the Red Ribbon Army's blacklist. As an organization with aspirations of world domination, the Red Ribbon Army spares no adversary. Despite his youth, Yagu understands that lethal measures will be taken when necessary. After running continuously for 10 days, one day, as Yagu ascended a dirt slope, he noticed two single-person flying machines from the Red Ribbon Army approaching in the distance. The flying machines moved swiftly, disappearing into the sky within moments. At the base of the slope was a family in the grasslands, migrating with a lively herd of cattle and sheep moving alongside them. At that moment, the two distant aircraft returned without uttering a word. As they approached the homestead, two gun muzzles emerged from the front of the vessels, followed by a rapid succession of gunfire. In an instant, cattle and sheep fell lifeless to the ground, and a mounted herdsman, struck by a bullet, burst forth in a brilliant spray of crimson in midair. The livestock, startled, scattered in all directions, while the aircraft, seemingly satisfied with their mischief, swaggered away into the horizon. Yagu, clutching a stone far larger than his own frame, escaped the attention of the aircraft. As he watched the crimson-clad military's vessels vanish, a profound anger welled within him, one he had never experienced before. Their actions evoked memories of the East Sea nation's transgressions against Huaxia in his previous life. Though the earth was ruled by a king, it posed no threat to the Red Silk Army. On the contrary, it allowed insurgents to steadily encroach upon the territories held by the governmental forces. The Red Silk Army's oppressive policies towards ordinary citizens were ruthless. Any act of defiance would end in a grisly fate. Yagu realized that what he had witnessed was neither the first nor the last of such brutality. Although he yearned to bring the two aircraft down and deliver a fitting retribution, he understood that with his current skills in aerial combat, he stood no chance against the airborne adversaries. Furthermore, the Red Silk Army's military bases were scattered across the globe, rendering him ill-equipped to confront them in battle. Chapter 30. Attracting trouble unexpectedly. By Tuesday, he had garnered 30 recommendations, a significant improvement compared to the previous week's complete lack of recognition. He felt grateful. The enormous rock fell beside him as Yagu fixed his gaze on the direction from which the aircraft had departed, his fists clenched tightly. "I shall teach you a lesson that will be etched in the memories of all," he vowed, his words devoid of any gnashing anger. Instead, he preferred to wear his emotions on his sleeve and within his heart. The frustration brewing within Yagu served as motivation for his growth. Despite the potential for these negative sentiments to weigh heavily on him, he had grown accustomed to the accumulation of adverse emotions, as if they were an intrinsic part of his identity. Below on the hillside, a family of herdsmen gathered around the man who had been struck by the machine gun fire. Though at a distance, Yagu could still hear their faint cries. The lamentations echoed across the grasslands, while sorrow lingered in the clouds above. Yagu chose to depart without approaching the grieving family. He possessed no means to offer comfort nor the capability to avenge the two perpetrators, only the quiet resolution to leave. However, this scene solidified his determination to one day confront the Red Silk Army, perhaps seizing a few items when Wukong infiltrated their stronghold. With this resolve, Yagu suddenly recalled the future android, Cell, but quickly dismissed the thought. Time and space were discontinuous. If this world were indeed the original Dragon Ball universe, the future would undoubtedly hold the presence of Trunks. But if it were not, would that not imply Wukong's demise due to a heart condition? Yes. This was a point to consider. Additionally, he must ensure that the cell-collecting machine kept its distance from him, remaining vigilant. There is no need to rush. The creation of Dr. Gero's cell is still a distant concern. To ponder such matters now is merely to indulge in unfounded worries. One must strive to become stronger. Ever stronger. The purpose of Yagu's arrival in this world remains ambiguous. While Super Saiyans are commonplace in Dragon Ball, even the young Goten and Trunks eventually achieve this transformation. Yagu recalls that in the annals of Saiyan history, a Super Saiyan emerges only once every millennium. Vegeta's battle power exceeding 20,000 astonishes other warriors throughout the universe, underscoring the rarity of millions in battle power and the Super Saiyan transformation itself. Yagu understands that the Frieza force, led by Frieza, has never pursued training. They are accustomed to gaining strength through combat. However, the stark reality is that they can only prey on weaker races. Upon encountering a race with superior battle power, they dispatch warriors of a higher caliber. Thus, aside from a select few, none under Frieza's command aspire to transcend their limits. In sharp contrast, the warriors of Dragon Ball, aside from the Saiyans and Namekians, including Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin, continuously surpass their own limits through relentless training. Notably, in the manga's climax, even in the face of the formidable Majin Buu, Tien, as a human from Earth, displays no cowardice. Yagu is uncertain how he would react when confronted by a formidable foe. The thought of facing Frisia now is beyond his imagination. He recognizes that he would be incapable of confronting Frisia with the same resolve as Tien against Majin Buu. In Yaga's own words, he would opt for a strategic retreat, lurking in Frisia's vicinity and plotting his course. After all, one must preserve the Green Mountains to avoid the fear of firewood running out. The scene that unfolded on the grassland has spurred Yagu to some degree, yet he acknowledges the paramount importance of adopting a correct training methodology. In Dragon Ball, there is no notion that intense training adversely affects lifespan. However, the likes of Master Roshi and Crane Hermit living for over 3 centuries is indeed astonishing. Yaga does not wish to provoke the Red Ribbon Army, yet 6 days later, he unexpectedly finds himself traversing a region under their control. Curse them, they truly are relentless. Yagu exclaims, casting aside a massive boulder as he stands atop a high mountain, gazing at the imposing military fortress below, adorned with the Red Ribbon Army's banners. He is acutely aware that his current battle power is insufficient for direct confrontation with the Red Ribbon Army, although he has grown accustomed to 30 times Earth's gravity. This does not equate to the formidable strength of Goku, who has mastered the Kaioken under such conditions. In a similar gravitational environment, the disparities in battle power among Goku, Piccolo, Tien, and others are significant. This illustrates that training in the gravity chamber merely enhances the visibility and speed of results. It does not guarantee rapid enhancement in effectiveness. Observing the Red Ribbon Army patrols meandering along the road below, along with the 2 reconnaissance ships making their rounds every half hour, Yagu can only suppress his apprehension. If he were to circumvent this area, it would likely extend his journey by an entire month. Thus, it would be far wiser to stealthily traverse the region. As long as he refrains from stirring up unnecessary trouble along the way, he should be able to pass through swiftly. Deep down, he is aware that should he encounter an injustice, particularly one that is egregious, he would undoubtedly intervene. Unless he were to face an adversary whose prowess greatly surpassed his own, leaving him helpless, he would surely rise to thwart any wrongdoing. Indeed, as Yagu had anticipated, after half a day of quietly passing through a village, he witnessed 3 soldiers of the Red Silk Army executing a family, seemingly due to the possession of a valuable antique. Concealed in the shadows, Yagu spotted the Red Silk Army's vehicle and immediately devised a plan. He scanned his surroundings and contemplated an ambush along the route leading to the Red Silk Army's stronghold, believing that a surprise attack could yield significant results. However, he hoped that fortune would favor him, as becoming entangled with the Red Silk Army could prove exceedingly troublesome. Turning swiftly, Yagu sprinted toward the path leading to the Red Silk Army's base, intent on selecting an optimal location for his ambush. 5 minutes later, he found himself in disbelief. There was nothing but flat terrain, devoid of any hiding spots. Anxiously, he could only cover himself with some grass and branches, concealing himself in a patch of underbrush. The surrounding trees had all been felled. What was the Red Silk Army planning here? Regardless, he resolved to deal with the 3 nefarious soldiers before making his exit, as lingering in this place was not an option. The Red Silk Army was infamous for their reprisals, and with military bases established globally, their formidable strength made both governmental armies wary. Yagu had to consider the disparity in power between himself and his foes. After another 7 minutes, dust billowed along the distant dirt road. Here they came. Yagu thought to himself upon witnessing the scene. Although there was still some distance between them, he could hear the raucous laughter accompanying the roar of the engine, a sound that filled him with disdain. As the convertible jeep passed by his hiding spot, he seized the moment and leapt onto the vehicle. What in the world? Although the Red Silk Army soldiers lacked formal training, their years of suppressing governmental forces had honed their military skills, and the strict punitive measures within their ranks ensured that each soldier was formidable. In the instant Yagu jumped onto the jeep, both the driver and the soldiers quickly sensed something amiss. With a clatter, 2 Red Silk soldiers drew their weapons, but before they could raise their guns, a pair of sharp blows struck their noses. Hit squarely in the face, the 2 soldiers slumped into their seats, hands weakly clutching their faces, unable to even groan. After effortlessly dispatching the 2 soldiers, Yagu glanced at the driver, who exhibited remarkable courage. Despite witnessing his comrade's swift defeat, he remained undeterred, steering with one hand while retrieving a Type 12 pistol with the other. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted, yet the soldier realized he had lost sight of his enemy. Where did he go? At that moment, a youthful voice appeared before him. I'm right here. After finishing his words, Yagu delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the Red Silk Army soldier at the wheel. The impact caused the soldier to spew a copious amount of saliva, his eyes bulging as if they were telescopes, almost popping from their sockets. Losing control, the jeep's wheels screeched, veering left and right. Realizing the vehicle was about to crash into a rock, Yagu pushed off with all his might, soaring high into the air. After performing 2 flips, he landed in a horse stance. Ah, that was rather easy. The combat system granted Yagu a meager 0.3% of experience, compared to 3 years prior. His strength had increased significantly, yet he still earned a mere 0.1% experience, just as he had back then. Yagu felt quite pleased with this progress. However, he was deeply dissatisfied with the slow pace of experience accumulation. A mere 1.74% meant that leveling up would take an eternity at this rate. Boom. Just as Yagu contemplated his experience bar, the jeep collided with the rock and exploded, shocking him. As military machinery, these vehicles were not supposed to detonate, so the blazing fire and billowing smoke shot skyward, leaving Yagu astounded. Damn it, this will surely attract the Red Silk Army. Realizing this, he dared not linger and summoned all his strength to sprint away swiftly. He needed to find a hiding place before the aerial reconnaissance arrived. Chapter 31. The Unaware. One day, the story received 14 new recommendations. Thank you. Although I do not wish to dampen anyone's spirits, I must express that I am not particularly suited for writing lighthearted and humorous tales. I had attempted to incorporate several comedic segments into the narrative, but they fell flat. Bird's Nest. Eagle 1 has detected a situation. Bird's Nest acknowledges, signal is strong. We have discovered the bodies of our personnel at location 7805. I request ground inspection, with Eagle 2 responsible for perimeter security. Understood. Bird's Nest will dispatch support promptly. Within the mountain fortress, a young commander sat silently in the control room, listening to the reports being relayed from outside. The personnel in the control room worked diligently, without disturbing the commanding officer with questions. At that moment, a civilian staff member approached the commander, who glanced at him and, closing his eyes, irritably inquired, "What is it?" The civilian picked up the report in his hand. It was unusual for someone of his rank to review such documents, but the commander, having guarded this region for years, had noticed discrepancies between small details and the orders issued by the higher-ups of the Red Silk Army. General Dapu. Headquarters has issued orders for us to withdraw from this area within 2 years and redirect our efforts to mineral operations in Area 5402. Simultaneously, we are instructed to avoid any clashes with the government forces to ensure the safety of all soldiers. After the withdrawal, a civilian officer failed to fully read the orders on the document. General Dapu swiftly snatched the materials from the officer's hand, casting a rapid glance over the contents. With a disdainful snort, he dismissed the orders as nonsensical, undoubtedly issued by Blaku under the guise of the commander's authority. What a fool. Expanding aggressively while expecting the government forces to remain complacent. Does he assume everyone is a fool? With a flick of his wrist, a flame erupted from the palm of Dapu's hand, instantly reducing the substantial document to ashes. The civilian personnel standing beside the general looked on in horror at the charred remnants on the ground, trembling slightly. Dapu scoffed, "Inform your superior not to trouble me. He and I are now worlds apart. Given that the ideological tenets of the Red Silk Army are primarily influenced by his faction, I have no intention of returning to vie for power. Therefore, let him rest easy. However, it is paramount that he refrains from any tricks. I do not wish to sever ties completely." In the control room, apart from a few individuals glaring with hostility at the civilian officers, the rest were engrossed in the instruments before them, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding events. The civilian officer nodded in acknowledgement, then reluctantly straightened up and exited. Dapu remained with his eyes closed, silent. He was acutely aware that over half of the troops he commanded were placed there by Blaku, with only a small fraction being his loyal confidants in this control room. He advocated for a gentle approach to manage the occupied territories, though such methods yielded poor results and were slow to take effect, especially in the face of the radical factions that made it increasingly difficult to establish a foothold within the Red Silk Army. Many of the generals who once aligned with Dapu had perished or been demoted, leaving him as the sole survivor, sustained by his formidable prowess. Yet his ideology had fallen out of favor with the Red Silk Army. Even within his ranks, many mid to low-level officers leaned towards radical views. And faced with the prevailing trends, he felt powerless to act, compelled to acquiesce to their whims. As for the middle and lower ranks beginning to investigate the circumstances surrounding the deaths of 3 Red Silk Army members, Yagu, having put some distance between himself and the situation, noticed that the Red Silk Army's aircraft had not pursued him. He quickened his pace and pressed onward. In preparation for advancing towards the temple, Yagu began experimenting with the art of flight. It was perplexing. In the Bu saga, even Biddy could swiftly master this skill. Yet it proved so arduous for him. Yagu felt a surge of indignation. Indeed, by the later stages, even the 7- or 8-year-old Goten and Trunks were effortlessly transforming into Super Saiyans. How unfair the heavens! Without delving into the immense efforts Goku exerted to achieve transformation into a Super Saiyan, nor the rigorous training Vegeta endured, consider Gohan, who transformed successfully under his father's direct tutelage in the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, Goten and Trunks managed to transform without even realizing it, while burying their loved ones in the process. Given all these factors, Yagu could not accept that mere anger in his heart would suffice for him to become a Super Saiyan. It was Vegeta's surpassing of his limits that enabled his transformation. Indeed, it is a challenging period. The Super Saiyan transformation has yet to unveil its full potential, and the struggle is palpable despite the lack of any significant power enhancement. Although it is understood that training within the gravity chamber signifies effective practice rather than a direct correlation to an increase in combat prowess, Yagu finds himself at a loss for words. Presently, how many Earthlings can operate normally under 30 times the planet's gravity? Transitioning from 1 to 10 times gravity took Yagu an extensive period to acclimatize, and upon reaching the 20-fold gravity, he opted to commence his training from 12 to 13 times, mindful of the arduous path ahead. Yet, within just a day, he found himself unable to continue. While this methodical approach may appear sensible, the reality is that he was merely seeking excuses for his inability to endure rigorous. Once the gravity chamber was converted into a capsule, Yagu kept it close, spending 3 hours inside daily. After a month, he arrived in a small town, having gone nearly 3 months without social interaction, which left him feeling profoundly lonely and yearning for life in West City. Although he seldom engaged with others there, the daily sounds of machinery and the sight of bustling crowds brought him a sense of security. This contrasted starkly with the solitude of deep mountains, where the occasional glimpse of smoke rising from a distant village felt entirely different. The streets of the town were bustling with activity, and a brief observation revealed that this was a market formed by nearby villagers. After subsisting on canned food for days, he longed to indulge in the culinary arts of humanity. With ample funds at his disposal, he inquired about the finest restaurant in the vicinity and promptly made his way there. Much like the grand establishments found in urban centers, the entrance of this town-esque restaurant was graced by a hostess clad in a qipao, a sight familiar to Yagu. Notably, Dragon Ball, as a Japanese manga, interweaves numerous elements of Chinese culture, such as the Ox King, the banana fan, and the three-eyed character akin to Erling Shun. Even the dragon that connects the entire narrative possesses an unmistakable Eastern essence. It is evident that the Shenlong of Namek is a stark contrast, suggesting that the deity responsible for the creation of Dragon Ball was influenced by this world, leading to the emergence of such a dragon. Upon noticing patrons entering, the hostess bowed gracefully and greeted them with a smile, "Welcome." Although taken aback by Yagu's youthful appearance, she maintained her composure and professionalism. The hotel's opulent decor was far beyond what one might expect in a small town. In the dim, amber lighting imbued the atmosphere with an air of intrigue. With his keen perception, Yagu quickly surveyed the area and observed a portly man placing his hand on the rear of a beautiful woman around the corner, enlightening him as to the peculiar expression the passerby had exhibited when he had inquired about the best hotel. Now that he was inside, Yagu resolved to enjoy a splendid meal. He soon garnered the attention of the entire dining hall, and just as the manager contemplated having security escort him out, Yagu revealed a stack of currency from his pocket. The specific name of the currency in the Dragon Ball universe remains a mystery, as there is no definitive answer within the fandom. This act captured the interest of everyone present, particularly as a child of only 7 or 8 years possessed such wealth. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers. "Is the manager present?" Yagu called out to the elegantly dressed individuals. The hall manager, realizing the situation, hurried to Yagu's side. Glancing at the money in Yagu's hand, he inquired, "Young sir, what would you like?" Without hesitation, Yagu replied, "The money signifies that I am affluent. Prepare for me the finest dishes your hotel has to offer, as much as you can muster, promptly." The hall manager, taken aback, stared at Yagu incredulously. "What? Hurry up and prepare the food. After all, this is a hotel." The manager nodded repeatedly. Yes. Would you like a private room?" Yagu responded affirmatively. "Yes, do hurry. I am on the verge of starving. Right this way, please. Musico, have the kitchen prepare the meals," the hall manager instructed while escorting Yagu to a nearby private chamber. 30 minutes later, numerous guests in the hall gazed curiously at the private room occupied by Yagu. The sounds of clattering dishes echoed continuously, interspersed with Yagu's youthful voice calling out, "Not enough. Bring more, quickly." A group of portly gentlemen who had just entered the hotel observed the peculiar expressions of those in the hall. One of them inquired with a secretary-like woman beside him, and soon the secretary returned with information. The men exchanged glances, and one chuckled. "What an odd child. Perhaps he could fetch a handsome price. Gentlemen, consider this business opportunity. Boss Puliner, this is your hotel. Although we are quite curious about this child, we shall defer to your judgment." A tall man, markedly different from the rotund fellows, remarked to the one who had spoken earlier. Hearing no opposition from the man, Peeliner laughed heartily. I must thank Major Dacky for this. Over the years, I have been collecting peculiar creatures and have tamed quite a few. Thank you. Haha, Boss Peeliner, you are too modest. Who around here is unaware of your illustrious name? Meanwhile, Yagu, still engrossed in his meal, remained oblivious to the attention he had drawn. His mind was solely occupied with one thought. Indeed, money holds great importance. Without it, he could never dream of indulging in such culinary delights. Chapter 32. The unaware being in the private room where Yagu resided, a flurry of activity unfolded. 5 or 6 individuals entered with dishes, while 2 or 3 exited with empty plates, creating a continuous cycle that astonished the young hall manager. He pondered whether Yagu's wealth would suffice for this extravagant feast. It was well known that Yagu had ordered the hotel's signature dishes, and for an ordinary person, that amount of money could last a month. Yet, as the manager counted, unease crept into his heart. What if the boy decided to dine and dash, leaving the hotel at a loss? Although the hotel could seek recompense from Yagu, the manager would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility. Suddenly, he spotted a well-dressed young man approaching him. Someone the hall manager recognized as an employee under this gentleman's authority. For the sake of both work and maintaining a good rapport, it was imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Secretary Bai, you have arrived. Where's the boss? Secretary Bai regarded herself with great importance, casting a haughty glance at the hall manager. Noticing his inclination to approach her employer, she frowned slightly and said, You need not concern yourself with the boss's affairs. Simply attend to your own responsibilities. Do you understand? The hall manager, sensing her displeasure, trembled with fear and nodded repeatedly. Were it not for the public setting, surrounded by many others, he might have succumbed to the urge to kneel before her. To him, once one attained power, dignity became inconsequential. Particularly, after gaining authority, it mattered little if those of higher rank looked down upon him. However, should any subordinate dare to disregard him, he would ensure their suffering. This was the exquisite power he wielded. Indeed, you are correct, he stammered. Might I inquire what brings you here, Secretary Bai? Without meeting his gaze, Secretary Bai gestured toward the private room where Yagu was located. Is it true that this child possesses an appetite capable of consuming the equivalent of hundreds? Surely, he hasn't employed some extraordinary means to deceive you all? The hall manager's mind raced, and he quickly recalled a certain matter. It was said that the boss had a penchant for collecting individuals with unique abilities, be they beautiful, grotesque, or otherwise. Could it be that the boss had taken a liking to this extraordinary child? The world's greatest eater might indeed prove an excellent spectacle. Having grasped this notion, the hall manager assured her, Rest assured, Secretary Bai, our personnel are within. There will be no errors. Observe, we have signaled to him discreetly. He bowed deeply, adopting a humble demeanor. The hall manager understood that someone like Secretary Bai, given the boss's disposition, was akin to a mere dog. Such individuals would bow low before the powerful, but would unleash a torrent of retribution upon those beneath them when separated from their superior. Thus, to deal with such people, one must appease their vanity. Failing to do so, unless one possessed formidable backing, could lead to dire consequences. Handle it as you see fit, but remember to act and do not tarnish the hotel's reputation, understood? After issuing her command, Secretary Bai turned imperiously and departed. Upon nearing her employer, Peeliner, her demeanor transformed to one of humility and deference. The arrogance that once graced her visage vanished without a trace. The hall manager pondered Secretary Bai's words. Do not tarnish the hotel? His thoughts quickly aligned, realizing that tampering with the food was out of the question. However, a spark ignited in his eyes as he devised a plan. Since the boss desired this child, there would be others eager to take action. Thus, it was imperative to ensure that this boy remained within the hotel. Seizing a moment amidst the bustling crowd at the entrance, he ventured inside, and the sight that greeted him was a mountain of empty plates. Most astonishing was Yagu's astonishing speed of consumption. His mouth resembled a pulverizing machine. Anything placed within was chewed a few times before disappearing into his stomach, leaving his slightly protruding belly in utter disbelief. How could such a person exist? The hall manager, experienced and well-versed, had previously encountered numerous voracious eaters, boasting of their feats of consumption over a span of half an hour. Yet, in comparison to this child before him, they seemed trivial. Some individuals find joy in amassing stamps, while others delight in collecting the artwork of a particular person. However, Peeliner has a penchant for gathering peculiar beings, including humans. The hall manager has personally observed some of these curiosities, yet they pale in comparison to the extraordinary child before him. With a smile gracing his face, the hall manager gradually approached Yagu, deftly avoiding the clattering spoon and bowl being tossed about by the child. As he stood beside Yagu, he was met with indifference. The child engrossed in his feast. Suppressing his awkwardness, The hall manager maintained a cheerful demeanor and greeted, "Good day, esteemed." Yagu seized a massive leg of an unknown creature, its skin roasted to a golden crisp by the chef, devoid of any greasiness, exuding an inviting aroma. It was akin to a person, accustomed to rich delicacies, suddenly encountering fresh apples and oranges in a gasoline-scented box. Despite having savored this dish 6 times, Yagu felt insatiable. When the manager addressed him, his annoyance was palpable, as he tore off a piece of meat and muttered, "What is it?" The hall manager, adept at handling such situations, concealed any signs of distress behind his smile. "Are you satisfied with our hotel's service?" Yagu paused, his inherent wariness ignited. Why was the manager approaching him? Was it for market research? Surely, it wouldn't default him. Moreover, the hotel's primary revenue likely stemmed from more intimate encounters rather than mere dining. Was the manager perhaps offering him special services? This line of thought prompted Yagu's gaze to wander. The nearby waitress, clad in professional attire, possessed an alluring figure that stirred his curiosity about her physical elasticity. Shaking his head, he quickly dispelled the fanciful notions. What was he thinking? He was destined to become a martial arts master, a replacement for Satan himself. Calm down, he reminded himself. He could not afford any blemishes on his record. Everything else was trivial. Closing his eyes to feign tranquility, he turned to the hall manager. "What is it? Are you concerned my funds are insufficient?" Yagu fixed his gaze on the manager, fully aware that, given the hotel's dealings, he had no reason to be cordial. This industry undoubtedly harbored coercion, murder, and deception. As it eroded the very essence of humanity, its entanglement with the sordid was inescapable. Oddly enough, the Dragon Ball world seemed devoid of such chaos. Perhaps the existence of the Red Ribbon Army diminished government influence. This seemed plausible. Yagu contemplated whether he should act as an agent of justice, dismantling the powers he observed. Yet, given that he had already offended the Red Ribbon Army, provoking further trouble with his current combat prowess would only invite self-inflicted harm. Thus, he resolved to retreat strategically, not out of fear for them. Yagu regarded the hall manager, silently affirming this conviction within himself. "The gentleman, your current expenditure has reached a threshold set by our hotel, allowing us to offer you a complimentary night in a suite. I wonder if you would like to take advantage of this opportunity." The lobby manager thought to himself. Surely no one would decline such a generous offer. Who would refuse a gift? Unfortunately, Yagu shook his head and replied, "No need. Please go back and continue serving the dishes. I wish to indulge fully." The lobby manager hesitated, wanting to say more, but found himself at a loss for words. With a silent scorn directed at Yagu, he had no choice but to depart. Once outside, he promptly made his way to the kitchen and instructed his staff to enhance the food given to Yagu. 10 minutes later, as Yagu ate, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His mind grew hazy, and his inherent distrust of others led him to realize he had been betrayed. With morsels of meat still in his mouth, Yagu's thoughts raced. Ultimately, he concluded that given his current weakness, it would be wiser to feign surrender. Revealing his true strength prematurely could grant them an advantage, which would be disastrous. With this in mind, Yagu closed his eyes, his head drooping like a heavy object, crashing onto the table. Chapter 33. The unaware the lobby manager. Having stealthily approached the private room, observed Yagu's collapse and smirked, his demeanor unchanged, exuding arrogance. He stepped lightly to Yagu's side and gently prodded him. Sir? Yagu did not open his eyes, shifting slightly as he mumbled, "Leave me be." Noting that Yagu was not yet fully unconscious, the lobby manager found amusement in the situation. The drug he had administered was potent enough to keep Yagu incapacitated for 2 days. During this time, he would provide only water, ensuring that when Yagu finally awoke, he would be too weak to resist, effectively neutralizing him for the boss's purposes. As for how the boss would handle Yagu thereafter, that was no concern of the lobby managers. After dismissing the others from the private room, the lobby manager summoned hotel security to carry Yagu away in a box. He instructed them to conduct the operation discreetly, ensuring no outsiders were watching. Additionally, he cautioned everyone who had been in the room to keep their mouths tightly shut. The security personnel, clad in military uniforms and armed, were the local strongmen, akin to regional warlords. The captain responded, "Understood, manager. I am fully aware of the gravity of this matter. Rest assured, there will be no loose ends." With a sinister grin on his lips, the captain of the security team received a nod of approval from the lobby manager, who said nothing further and exited the private room. Yagu, though enveloped in a fog of confusion, remained aware of the external world, reluctant to act without the restoration of his strength. 2 individuals arrived, concealing themselves while Yagu remained oblivious, neither awakening nor revealing any flaws in his performance. He had no inkling of how well he was acting, merely presenting himself in slumber for others to observe. Fortunately, they did not immediately search his person, and several versatile capsules remained on him. Yagu endured several hours within the confines of the dark box, experiencing some jolts along the way, leading him to surmise that he had been placed in a vehicle and transported to their clandestine base. After Yagu was dismissed, the hall manager swiftly approached Secretary Bai. At that moment, Secretary Bai stood outside the private room of the esteemed boss, glancing at the hall manager as he approached, inquiring, "Is it done? No mistakes, I hope?" The hall manager, bending slightly, lowered his voice despite the room's excellent soundproofing, assuring that he had already handed the individual over to the boss's instructed personnel. Avoiding any commotion in the hall, Secretary Bai scoffed, "It better be without incident. Are you aware of why your predecessors have gone missing?" The hall manager nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "That is precisely why I need your careful oversight, Secretary Bai. A few days ago, I came across some intriguing goods. Shall I arrange for them to be delivered to your residence for your selection?" Observing the obsequious demeanor of the hall manager, Secretary Bai retorted coldly, "Manager, you must understand that we serve the esteemed Mr. Puliner. Do not create any blunders in this regard, do you comprehend?" The hall manager, feeling disheartened by the rejection of his overtures, quickly composed himself, donning a facade of humility, and smiled broadly. Secretary Bai was correct. He would naturally consider the boss's interests. Yet he truly admired Secretary Bai for his diligent service alongside the boss. Secretary Bai, showing no sign of impatience, directly informed him, "Your predecessors have all uttered the same sentiments to me, and I have consistently advised them to refrain from being overly clever, be diligent and straightforward in your duties. Do you understand? I have conveyed this to your predecessors, and I trust you can foresee the outcome. I hope your appearances before me will be more prolonged than those of the previous fools. Understood?" "Understood," the hall manager stammered, cold sweat trickling down his back, his legs trembling slightly. Secretary Bai, dismissing any further engagement, waved him off as he turned away. Once the hall manager departed, Secretary Bai turned back, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, letting out a cold laugh. "There certainly are a plethora of fools. My 7 years of service beside the boss stem from my adherence to my duties, never overstepping bounds. I accept what the boss offers and refrain from venturing into what has not been assigned to me. Humph, you simpletons, without such discernment. How could the boss reign supreme in this territory?" Having served alongside Puliner for 7 years, Secretary Bai was aware that prior to him, there had been numerous secretaries, each lasting less than 2 years before meeting their demise. He acknowledged his own opportunism, his shamelessness, and his subservience, yet in his eyes, these were precisely the traits the boss desired. Since the boss wanted them, he would fulfill that expectation. For 7 years, the proprietor of Puliner forbade him from engaging with women, thus he remained untouched until today. He understood that he was merely the dog kept by the Puliner master, who was strict in his discipline. Even when the dog felt the stirrings of desire, it was compelled to remain obedient. His secretary, too, had persisted in servitude to the Puliner master for 7 consecutive years, motivated by a similar mindset. Fortunately, over these years, he had not left empty-handed. It seemed that Puliner had grown accustomed to him and had begun to loosen the leash. For instance, 3 years prior, during a moment of leisure, Puliner inquired if he drank alcohol. The secretary shook his head, stating he did not partake. Puliner then remarked that, when work was not too demanding, a modest drink could provide some relief. Now, the secretary could subtly display the influence of being a favored subordinate in front of others, all with the master's consent. In the secretary's view, those who labeled him as a base sycophant were merely exhibiting their own ignorance. The fact that Mr. Puliner had cycled through numerous secretaries over the past 20 years underscored that those foolish enough to attempt to seize what lay before them without the master's approval were courting disaster. As he stood quietly at the door, the secretary felt a sudden unease. After a moment's reflection, he recognized that conveying his instincts to the master was another reason for his prolonged tenure by Puliner's side. His intuition had proven invaluable. Having saved the master on 2 occasions, he knocked, and a servant opened the door, revealing a woman. The secretary was acutely aware of the master's almost obsessive need for control over his subordinates. To endure in such an environment, one must have the leash loosened by him. With a faint smile, the secretary sidestepped the woman, avoiding any physical contact. The room was dimly lit, suffused with a chaotic ambience, as several individuals of comparable or even superior status to Puliner were present, which restrained any inclination to act out of line. Quietly, he approached the master's side. Puliner had already spotted the secretary and, noticing that he had not made contact with the woman, felt a slight smile tug at his lips. Truth be told, he did not relish in controlling others. Rather, he was inherently distrustful of people, convinced that prolonged proximity would lead to someone discovering his vulnerabilities. Thus, he preferred to eliminate potential threats before they could manifest. Yet, this particular secretary was different. He exhibited remarkable self-discipline. Initially, Puliner had not noticed, but after 2 years, it became apparent. A subtle test revealed a distinct difference. The secretary fulfilled his directives efficiently, while refraining from intruding on matters beyond his purview, always prepared with necessary documents at a moment's notice. Most intriguingly, the secretary's private life was firmly within Puliner's grasp, without his consent. This fellow abstained from alcohol, tobacco, and women, even choosing to consume a nutritious diet that many of Puliner's bodyguards would reject. This peculiar behavior amused Puliner, akin to possessing an exceptionally refined pet. He, Polanier, had a penchant for collecting all manner of peculiar creatures from around the globe. To him, the secretary before him was merely one of them. Since the individual was among his cherished collections, it seemed only fitting to keep him close. He had long since dismissed any thoughts regarding the secretary by his uncanny sixth sense. As by cautiously approached from behind, Polanier smiled and remarked, "By Luasi, what do you think of that woman over there?" Bai, who had been prepared to speak, turned his gaze upon the woman, recognizing her as the one who had opened the door for him moments earlier. His longing had reached a crescendo. A normal man would have succumbed to madness after 7 years of restraint, yet he had persisted with a fervor that appeared almost insane to others. "She is quite beautiful," Bai replied, refraining from overstepping his bounds, understanding that it was prudent to allow his employer to finish his thoughts before voicing his own. Polanier continued, "You are not a child anymore. She is still a virgin. Why not take her home with you?" "Very well, I shall marry her tomorrow," Bai responded, his tone unwavering, a humble smile gracing his face. "Let it be so." Polanier nodded in agreement with Bai Luasi's decision. "Is there anything else?" In a hushed voice, Bai replied, "Boss, I have been feeling a sense of unease lately. Perhaps we should review our recent affairs. What if it is a matter pertaining to my sixth sense?" Polanier inquired softly. "Indeed." Bai bent slightly, lowering his head as he stood behind Polanier, who furrowed his brow. It was true that he ought to heed Bai's sixth sense, but he was currently embroiled in a significant plot with several powerful associates, fraught with its own perils. If this danger were to materialize, even if genuine, he would need to forge ahead. Although I cannot ascertain if it relates to my plans to investigate. However, if it pertains to any present company, halt immediately and ensure they remain unaware, Polanier instructed. Bai lowered his head even further, affirming, "Understood. I shall take my leave." "Go." Polanier waved his hand. After taking a few steps back, Bai reached the door and cast a glance at the naked woman who had opened the door for him. The young woman was fresh and lovely, her allure innate, prompting an irresistible urge to embrace her. Bai fixed his gaze upon her and, drawing closer, softly instructed, "Put on some clothes and wait for me in the lobby downstairs. We are to marry tomorrow. Do not waste time." With that, Bai Luasi departed, considering the matter entrusted to him as trivial compared to his obligations to his employer. Chapter 34. The Reckless. Soon, Bai's influence had grown, and he expressed gratitude to all. He quickly had his subordinates review the recent activities within their sphere and reconfirm the identities of their targets. They meticulously examined whether there were any infiltrators, ensuring that all individuals within their ranks who had offended others were thoroughly investigated. They also looked into those who had inadvertently offended others, covering all bases to avoid any oversights. Among these matters was the incident involving Yagu, though this was hastily dismissed by those gathering intelligence, as the individual in question was confined within a box, rendering escape impossible. However, Secretary Bai had been by Pulinel's side for 7 years and possessed remarkable abilities. After a fruitless search, he began to actively investigate the origins of Yagu. At this moment, Yagu was confined within an iron cage. His captors did not imprison him in a dark, damp dungeon. Rather, he found himself in a space furnished with a pristine mattress and a bathroom, alongside several toys that children particularly adore. Notably, there was even a miniature train occupying nearly 1/5 of the area, complete with tracks laid upon the ground. The effects of the drugs within him had not yet waned, and his strength could not be fully unleashed. In his prime, these iron bars would have seemed inconsequential. But now, escaping would require considerable effort. A flicker of anger surged within Yagu, like a dragon stranded in shallow waters or a tiger fallen into the lowlands. He felt wronged by these wretched beings. He had no intention of causing them trouble, yet they had provoked him. Perhaps he would need to don the guise of a superhero with his underwear worn backward. Yagu was aware that his strength was currently inadequate. If measured by the detectors in this universe, his combat power would scarcely exceed 50. In contrast, the average person possessed a combat power of 5, and those slightly stronger would merely reach 10. To others, he appeared overwhelmingly formidable. The later stages of Dragon Ball were indeed disheartening, as the number of Earth warriors dwindled, and few sincerely aspired for breakthroughs in martial arts. Yagu had sensed this during his youth while reading manga. Both Trunks and Goten lacked the fervor for martial training displayed by Goku and Vegeta, prioritizing romantic pursuits over martial advancement. Their passion for martial arts paled in comparison to that of the young Xiaofeng. During the Bu saga, Mr. Satan was nearly killed by a bullet. A stark contrast to Goku's encounters with the Red Ribbon Army, where he was hit by their sniper rifles yet emerged relatively unscathed. From the very first meeting between Bulma and Goku, he had exhibited capabilities far beyond human limits, first getting hit by a car and later shot by Bulma, only to lie down for a brief moment. After a prolonged slumber in his own world, Yagu sensed the presence of individuals nearby in a daze. "What does this kid possess?" one inquired. "A few universal capsules, but we haven't touched them. Once he complies, let him hand them over one by one. I need to ascertain his identity." Then, Yagu heard a door creak open, followed by footsteps entering the room. If he did not act now, when would he? Although his strength had not yet returned, to remain idle would be a disservice to their disdain. As the individual approached, Yaga's body sprang from the ground, and he swiftly dashed toward the door. If the person outside was ruthless and saw him incapacitate their companion before shutting the door, it would spell disaster. The one sent to capture Yagu was no ordinary foe. Feeling their presence behind him, a surge of alarm coursed through him, and he instinctively turned to confront them. Yet, he was ultimately a step too late, having already made his escape into the outside world. Sensing the presence of an assailant behind him, Yagu exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself forward with renewed speed to evade the grasping claws of his adversary. Without a glance at the individuals in front of him, he charged forward with a fervor akin to madness. Among the gathered crowd was Secretary Bai, who, sensing impending danger, swiftly turned to flee. Yagu, with keen eyes, immediately spotted the man and surged towards him with unrelenting vigor. However, two imposing figures in military attire emerged beside him, launching their right fists in his direction. Yagu executed a swift roll, evading their strikes as he tumbled forward. During his horizontal maneuver, the fists of his opponents narrowly missed, creating the sensation that he was rolling atop their outstretched arms. Furious at Yagu's evasive tactics, the two adversaries ready to retaliate, but in that instant, Yagu had already reached their ears. Contracting his body, he formed his hands into fists, drawing them to his chest before swiftly unleashing a powerful strike. The impact reverberated as both fists struck their temples simultaneously. The two men staggered, their heads snapping in opposing directions before gradually returning to their original positions. However, their eyes became bloodshot, filled with crimson streaks. In the blink of an eye, Yagu transformed into a soaring eagle, leaping to position himself behind Secretary Bai. Without a word or a shout, he delivered a direct punch to the man's back. The secretary was no seasoned warrior. Yagu was capable of functioning under 30 times Earth's gravity, with the strength to shatter large boulders. When his fist connected with Bai's back, the secretary felt a sharp pain, only to be enveloped by a profound numbness thereafter. As he collapsed to the ground, he sensed a tingling sensation throughout his body, which soon faded, rendering him unable to control his limbs. Having incapacitated Bai, Yagu turned his attention to the remaining two individuals in the room. These men had drawn their Red 12 series pistols from the Red Silk Army, and upon seeing the weapons, Yagu's murderous intent intensified. He accelerated his speed, remaining undetected to the naked eye, but as they fired at him, the bullets missed their target. After two futile shots, they realized further attempts were fruitless. Within the confines of the cramped room, Yagu's velocity rendered them unable to reposition. "Die!" Yagu bellowed, appearing behind the pair in an instant. He leaped into the air, delivering a calculated blow to the back of each man's head. To prevent any gruesome aftermath, he deliberately tempered his strength. With two muted thuds, the men collapsed forward, landing on the ground as if they had merely succumbed to slumber. "How foolish to challenge me," Yagu mused, a smile gracing his lips as he cast his gaze upon the last remaining figure, the one who had attempted to search him earlier, only to find himself imprisoned in a cage. Witnessing Yagu's prowess, the man dared not resist any longer. He was a robust fellow, with a square face, thick brows, large eyes, and a broad nose, presenting an appearance of earnestness and integrity. Upon witnessing Yagu's intentions directed towards himself, the square-faced man shuddered involuntarily. Earlier, he had observed within the iron cage how this youth effortlessly dispatched one adversary with each breath, and the cumulative time taken to eliminate 5 outside was astonishingly under 5 seconds. A peculiar creature, you are indeed a monster. He had long heard tales of his employer's penchant for collecting bizarre entities, ranging from strikingly beautiful women who captivated the eye to handsome young men who could stir even the most stoic hearts, as well as the shortest of humans and those who transformed into grotesque beings under the full moon. In essence, a veritable menagerie of oddities. While he had encountered some of these beings, none had ever instilled fear in him until today, when confronted with an unassuming child. "Yagu," Wary of the white-collar man at the door who might be plotting deceit, an oversight often leading to calamity in novels and films, cast a cold glance at the still-living man before turning to the five, delivering a final blow to ensure they were irrevocably deceased. What a ruthless act, the square-faced man mused. Yagu seemed to discern his thoughts, flashing a grin as he said, I merely took precautions. After all, being a child, it is wise to tread carefully. Would you not agree? Huh? The square-faced man appeared momentarily lost in thought, failing to grasp Yagu's words. Noticing the other's unwavering gaze, he stammered, Why yes, of course. Yagu maintained his smile. I appreciate your understanding, big brother. The square-faced man shook his head vigorously. And no. Your strength is extraordinary. How could I accept such a courtesy? As Yagu approached the iron cage, the square-faced man retreated to the farthest corner, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the proximity of the child. Chapter 35, Martial Sovereign. Joe's recommendations exceeded 120. And the bamboo shoots pleased him greatly. If you find this book worthwhile, please continue your support. Last week's 0 recommendations startled me. The square-faced man watched, eyes nearly popping from their sockets, as Yagu effortlessly pried open the cage with both hands. His mouth hung agape, seemingly unable to close. Why you? Yagu stepped closer and interrupted. You. What are you stammering about? What do you wish to convey? Realizing how close the little demon was, the square-faced man, with his back against the wall, stuttered, I have nothing to say. Ah, so you have nothing to express? Yagu replied, his voice laced with mischief. Well then, I have much to say. He leaned in, grabbing the man by the collar. Come with me. The square-faced man, in a state of resignation, was led away by Yagu. Should any bystander witness this, they would undoubtedly wonder why the square-faced man did not rise. For from any angle, if he stood, Yagu would either cling to him or risk falling should the grip loosen as he attempted to rise. If indeed someone approached and questioned the square-faced man, the moment those words were uttered, the individual would surely face the wrath of the square-faced man, who would make it abundantly clear that one encounter was far more formidable than another. In the midst of the tumultuous crowd, a certain individual found himself gripped by a delicate yet firm hold at the nape of his neck. The seemingly gentle grasp of the young one belied a potential for harm. A misplaced pinch could indeed cost him a piece of flesh. While the stout man contemplated his predicament, the child, Yagu, was indifferent to any thoughts of rebellion that might arise in the heart of the captive. It was somewhat amusing to realize that the weapon in his hand was likely cursing him internally, yet it was a futile endeavor to resist. If only he could master the art of telepathy, like the turtle hermit. Alas, such skills demanded extraordinary circumstances, as evidenced by Krillin, who had spent ample time by the hermit's side yet had not acquired them. When Goku was on Namek, a mere touch upon Krillin's head would unveil recent events. Of course, this ability paled in comparison to the divine powers possessed by certain deities within the Dragon Ball realm. Yet, Goku and his companions were pure warriors. They were infused with blood, not magic. Imagine a warrior adorned with the garb of a sorcerer stepping onto the battlefield. Such a creature would be a veritable target, ripe for slaughter. Within minutes of Yagu's departure, he was met with the cacophony of the bustling throng outside. Had he been an ordinary person, or even a typical soldier, the stout man would have undoubtedly cried out in fear and fled with all his might. However, witnessing the extraordinary speed of the assailants, capable of evading bullets, he realized that even with the utmost effort, escape was futile. Initially, Yagu was taken aback by the swift reactions of those outside, for he had observed the absence of surveillance cameras in the vicinity. Turning to the stout man he had dragged along, he grinned and remarked, Indeed, as the saying goes, those who recognize the situation are the truly wise. Although you have sullied the meaning of wisdom, I shall bestow this phrase upon you. Well done, young man. You possess great potential. The smirk on the stout man's face nearly froze. Blood oozed from the wounds inflicted during his dragging. Yet fear of the child prevented him from covering them. Yagu appraised him thoroughly and inquired, Can you read? Can you write? Yes, little brother. What would you have me do? The stout man replied, a flicker of joy igniting within him, for he perceived the arrival of assistance. Nevertheless, like a cunning rabbit with its multiple burrows, he remained cautious, refusing to make any sudden movements. The foolishness of villains in films, who boast when cornered by their captors, was not lost on him. Such bravado was reserved for the astute, who remained clear-headed and adept at survival. To threaten someone of lesser mental fortitude repeatedly could lead to a breakdown, resulting in self-harm. Though the stout man could not ascertain Yaga's true identity, he had witnessed the miraculous evasion of bullets, and, thus, understood the necessity of not offending one with such genuine skill. Yagu was pleased with his response. Nodding slowly before continuing, You can read and write. Splendid. This grants you an additional choice. What choice? The stout man stuttered, with a mischievous grin reminiscent of a child. Yagu replied, a choice between two options. You must have heard that sound, yes? If I were to confront you and suddenly flee, how would I find you? The square-faced man thought of his opponent's ruthless nature. Knowing that a single strike could take a life, he shook his head repeatedly in assurance. I won't run. I absolutely won't run, even if it costs me my life. Yet, indeed, he would not flee if met with death, but would certainly escape if spared. Naturally, Yagu was unconvinced. He raised a hand, gesturing for silence. Let me make this clear. I do not believe a word you say. Therefore, I present you with two choices. So listen closely. First, I shall sever your tongue, and henceforth, you will communicate through writing. This will undoubtedly affect your life, but considering your complicity in wrongdoing, it serves as a fitting punishment. The second option is to keep your tongue while I remove both of your arms. What do you say? I will count to 3, 1, 2. The second option, the square-faced man interrupted. It was obvious, unless one were mentally unfit, who would choose the latter over the former. Very clever, Yaga remarked as he swiftly seized the man's arms, applying force, which elicited a pained cry as his arms dangled limply, akin to sausages hanging from a eave. A smile curled on Yaga's lips. The man's scream had attracted attention from those nearby, but what did it matter? The room ahead led to several paths, a veritable crossroads on the ground level, and Yagu was intent on ensnaring that band of rascals. The first to appear were indeed affiliated with the Red Silk Army, each brandishing a red 09 rifle. However, compared to the Yagu of yesteryears, he felt no fear of such filth. A punch landed squarely in the abdomen of the first assailant, who doubled over in pain. Collapsing to the ground, Yaga swiftly maneuvered between the second and third adversaries, delivering a blow to one's back and another to the chest, resulting in both men soaring through the air before crashing down 3 meters away. What? Fire! Shouted the fifth man, yet his vision darkened before he too fell, having witnessed the violent tremors of his comrade's body as it succumbed to the ground. The square-faced man gazed in awe at Yagu's performance. To him, it was an exhibition of sheer power and dominance, deftly evading bullets in close combat. Soon, every visible space was strewn with bodies. The battle unfolded swiftly, and within 10 minutes, Yagu had made his mark. He was no fool. The orchestrator behind this chaos would undoubtedly summon reinforcements. Observing the close ties between these individuals and the Red Silk Army, Yagu ordered the square-faced man, now devoid of his arms, to lead the way as they made a hasty exit. Along the route, Yagu liberated a few imprisoned individuals, strange as they were. Whether they intended to release others confined within was of no concern to him. Seizing a moment, he glanced at the battle system, astonishingly. His experience points had surged to 528, a tally of over 300 opponents. Quite splendid, Yagu mused with great satisfaction. However, it appears that what I previously dismissed is indeed accurate. The battle system is designed to cultivate a higher fighting spirit. Unlike in games where defeating lower-level monsters yields no experience. What about that plus sign? In the village he once aided, defeating the formidable giant had granted him a boost in experience, but now it has vanished. Have the individuals I have vanquished yielded even a mere 0? One of experience? A sigh escaped Agu's lips. As a traveler from another world, he naturally wished for some distinct advantage. Ideally, he would enjoy the fruits of his strength while swiftly enhancing it. Yet, after several years, he has felt none of this. At times, Yagu silently rejoices that he did not neglect his training upon discovering the battle system. Otherwise, he would surely be left far behind by the likes of Sun Wukong and others. One only needs to look at the conclusion of the Buu saga to understand. While Goten and Trunks possess great strength, their lack of the pressure Gohan faced in his youth led to their complacency in training. Otherwise, considering their ages of 6 or 7 when they first transformed into Super Saiyans, they should have long since attained the second level of Super Saiyan. If they adhered to Wukong's training methods, reaching the third level would not be out of the question. After all, as a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, Gohan possesses the greatest potential among them. From the known tales of Dragon Ball, Yagu understands that immense ability and potential alone do not guarantee supremacy. It is only through the confluence of both that one can truly become powerful. Sometimes, Yagu reflects that martial arts training is akin to a nation's strength. Those who rely on a mere few techniques to confront foes resemble nations that depend solely on a handful of advanced weapons. They may easily overwhelm weaker nations. Yet when confronted by a military powerhouse with comprehensive technological advancements, they can only suffer defeat. Techniques such as the Spirit Bomb, Spirit Slice, and Demon Seal Wave, if one relies on these from the outset to eliminate adversaries, the outcome is bound to be tragic. Only genuine strength, coupled with relentless self-improvement, can drive one's power to new heights. Just like Wukong and Vegeta, even as fathers become grandfathers, they do not forsake their training. They are the kind who engrave the pursuit of strength into their very bones. Cheating and taking shortcuts may grant temporary triumph, but they cannot lead to true victory. Understanding these concepts, Eiga finally comprehends why, during the Cell Games, Wukong and Gohan had the opportunity to remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for an additional year, yet chose not to utilize that time. They had accomplished what needed to be done. Now was the time to conserve energy and adjust their mindset. With this realization, Eiga sighed deeply within. I truly am not as capable as Son Wukong. Chapter 36. Unsuitable for Cunning Tactics, 24 Recommendations in a Single Day. Thank you for your support. And gratitude to Fonglin Buyu for their attention to this book. If I understand correctly, the influence of this Puliner is not only firmly established within the Red Ribbon Army but also robust within the government forces. The name of the square-faced man remains unknown to Yagu, who seems to have forgotten to ask for his name. So be it. Yagu led the other party to a location that his superior, Planel, would take some time to find. He inquired about Planel's influence, and upon hearing the words of the square-faced man, Yagu was quite astonished. This individual, known as Planel, possessed an extensive network of power, reminiscent of the arms dealers of his past life, who interacted with various factions on Earth. The two most significant forces were the government troops and the Red Silk Army. It was said that the Red Silk Army could suppress the government troops, primarily due to the existence of individuals like Planel. They understood that once one faction unified the Earth, their own survival would be jeopardized. Hence, they tended to support one side while repressing the other. Given the government troops' considerable reputation among the populace, many factions gravitated towards the Red Silk Army. Yagu was not a benevolent character. Yet he believed that a chaotic Earth could never provide the sense of security that a unified and peaceful world could offer. After all, for practitioners, it was preferable to remain unencumbered by attachments to material concerns. As he paced back and forth in front of the square-faced man, Yagu suddenly inquired, "What is today's date?" Oh, it should be the 13th, the man replied. Yagu swiftly turned to face him and continued, "So, that means the full moon is the day after tomorrow?" The full moon? The square-faced man was somewhat puzzled, yet he answered honestly, "Yes, the full moon is indeed the day after tomorrow." Yagu's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "That is splendid, truly splendid." Once Goku transformed into a great ape, he lost control of his consciousness, while Gohan, upon transforming, exhibited only minimal judgment. However, Vegeta could freely govern his thoughts after becoming a great ape. If one were to consider the tale of Goku's father, it could be inferred that even lower-tier warriors could maintain control of their consciousness after such a transformation. In truth, Yagu held reservations about the animated and cinematic adaptations of Dragon Ball, as many of the stories within the films failed to align with the main narrative. For instance, in the arc featuring Frieza's brother Cooler invading Earth, Goku returned to Earth to train for the imminent battle against the androids. Yet the opening scenes depicted Chi-Chi and others moving to Kame House, while Goku was seen training outside the house. In the manga, Goku had clearly left the Capsule Corporation with Piccolo and Gohan for more intensive training elsewhere. Furthermore, the arcs involving androids 13, 14, and 15 diverged entirely from the main storyline, as Goku had already perished following the battle with Cell, and the tension surrounding the Cell Games was exceptionally tight. The saga involving the Super Namekians and the Tale of the Tree of Might, as well as the Saiyan Alex arc, also followed suit. Only a select few films could seamlessly integrate into the Dragon Ball mainline without causing temporal discrepancies or reversing causality. The rest appeared to isolate characters from the series and construct entirely new plots around them. Yagu was uncertain whether he should incorporate the insights gleaned from these films into his future direction, yet one undeniable truth remained. After transforming into a great ape, even lower-tier warriors could potentially engage in battle while retaining a degree of consciousness. He was determined to test whether he could maintain thematic awareness while undergoing the transformation into a great ape. Upon learning of Planel's news, Yagu resolved to extinguish any notion of allowing his influence to persist. I find it hard to believe that in today's world, there exists anyone capable of contending with my transformation into a colossal ape. When Planet Vegeta dispatched Goku to Earth, it was foreseen that this place possessed a moon. Should he successfully undergo the transformation, with over a decade's time, he could undoubtedly annihilate all life on Earth. However, this raises a crucial concern. Planel must not be permitted to escape. This individual wields considerable power. To leave a serpent alive is to invite danger. And Yagu is unwilling to harbor such a latent threat. Suddenly turning to gaze at the square-faced man, he inquired, "Where is the location of your munitions?" Several hours later, Yagu arrived at a site 50 miles distant from his previous location, a flat expanse dominated by a military fortress. According to the information provided by the square-faced man, This was the repository for their arms, and he also disclosed the existence of 3 military factories, all under Planel's dominion. However, these sites were somewhat remote. After binding the square-faced man like a pig, Yagu felt reassured to proceed towards this location. Standing atop a hill, he surveyed the distance. From this vantage point, the fortress designated for arms storage appeared exceedingly fortified. Beginning at the foot of the mountain, a plain stretched forward, while observation points were established atop the surrounding peaks, capable of relaying information via radio about their observations. This indicated that Yagu's initial plan of attacking them one by one was no longer feasible. As darkness gradually descended, the fortress illuminated its perimeter with searchlights, ever vigilant against potential intruders. It seemed that stealth was the only option. As for what would transpire thereafter, that was left to fate. Lacking extraordinary intellect and meticulous foresight, Yagu's plan could only proceed step by step. The impetus for his actions was a matter of sheer strength. Without power, even with 1,000 troops backing him, he could not make a single move. Yagu was not one to jest with his life. Without a solid foundation, he would never act recklessly. His speed surpassed that of the individuals on the opposing side. Thus he easily approached Planel's armory, yet entry required passage through a netting wall. From a nearby corner, footsteps echoed. Yagu glanced briefly as an individual leaped over the netting wall. Swiftly, he darted deeper into the compound. And only a dozen seconds later did a squad of uniformed security personnel pass by. Their attire resembled that of government troops. Yet their colors were akin to those of the Red Army, implying a clear message: do not seek assistance here. Although these individuals could serve as valuable experience for Yagu, he had already made his decision. Thus, he harbored no intentions of confronting them one by one. The arms were stored in the basement, and the transport of these materials followed specific corridors, capable of accommodating multiple trucks side by side, though typically prohibited for use. Yagu contemplated the descent below, knowing he must gradually charge downwards. After 30 minutes, he finally reached the 3rd underground level. The armory contained numerous cameras, compelling Yagu to hold his breath for extended periods each time he traversed these areas, then erupting with speed to reach the pinnacle of his capabilities. The speed reached the ultimate limit of the physical form, and his figure before the camera appeared merely as a shadow in the slightly dim environment. These shadows were virtually indiscernible, for contemporary technology has yet to identify such intricate details in images. Several encounters with patrols and sentinels, yet these individuals were not elite soldiers. Their prolonged night shifts had dulled their mental acuity, and even as he passed before them, they merely sensed a breeze. Of course, this approach bore certain risks, but Yagu could not concern himself with such matters, adhering to his prior mindset of taking one step at a time. He had anticipated being discovered mid-journey, envisioning a forced breakout. Countless scenarios of how he would single-handedly confront thousands had played out in his mind. Yet, to his astonishment, Yagu arrived at the location of the munitions without any hindrance, rendering his emotional preparations in vain. Gazing at the towering piles of weapons, reminiscent of mountains, a slight twitch occurred at the corner of Yagu's mouth. He truly had not expected it to be so effortless. He had presumed he would face numerous trials. A smile crept across his face. If these items were to be detonated, they could likely obliterate the entire region. Yagu mused internally, simultaneously commencing his search for explosives that could annihilate the entire munitions depot. He proceeded with caution, yet upon reaching the arms storage area, he found himself unexpectedly relaxed, neglecting to observe the cameras set around the perimeter. Hardly had he appeared when a red alarm blared from the underground plaza's ceiling, the cacophony echoing, mobilizing all soldiers. The sudden alarm startled Yagu. He chuckled, realizing that despite his proximity to the objective, he had still been detected. How careless of him. But what did it matter? Clutching several grenades, he hurled them back into a wooden crate, removing the lid to extract a few more, opening them before tossing them back into the crate, and then quickly sprinting towards the exit before the grenades could detonate. In the ensuing years, Yagu would often scold himself for his lack of foresight regarding this incident. Had there been anything akin to a nuclear weapon within the depot, a momentary lapse could have resulted in the annihilation of the entire fortress. Would he have been able to escape? His actions had been thoughtless, his plans poorly devised, and he had overestimated his own speed and strength. Although he fled the fortress after neutralizing 25 individuals without sustaining injury, it must be admitted that this was the most perilous experience Yagu had encountered since arriving in this era. Feeling an intense heat radiating from behind him, the scorching airflow nearly singeing his backside, he sensed the grasp of death looming ominously. A mere pause would allow its scythe to ensnare him, leading to his demise. Gasping, he glanced back at the fortress, now unrecognizable amidst the chaos of the explosion, while feeling the burn on his back. Yagu trembled within. The sensation of life hanging by a thread made him feel as though he were running on clouds, weightless and devoid of sensation. Chapter 37. Surviving the aftermath. Turning to view the remnants of the munitions depot post-explosion, Yagu felt a lingering trepidation. Next time, I shall certainly refrain from engaging in such perilous activities. With injuries afflicting me, I cannot linger here, on the vast plain. The sky is alight with a multitude of flickering lights. Given the magnitude of the events that have transpired, it is likely that the government forces will soon receive word. With the utmost swiftness at my disposal, I must vanish into the boundless expanse. The crystalline wine glass shattered upon the ground, crimson wine spilling across the surface. Reminiscent of blood. What has transpired? Planel, who should have been reveling in the fruitful transactions made with several factions, now wore a countenance darkened by foreboding. Leaning back against the sofa adorned with a layer of white fox fur, eyes closed. Before him stood a man clad in military attire, undeterred by Planel's palpable aura. Calmly stating, the reason behind the attack on the base remains unclear. However, we have ascertained the cause of the troubles in your collection. It stems from a child we brought back today. All those guarding the premises fell victim to him. And White Ross also met his demise at the hands of this child. Perhaps the assault on the armory can be attributed to him as well. That child? Though little time has elapsed, Planel can still recall him, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Excellent. After so many years, this is indeed. Do you know what must be done? The soldier stood tall, responding with icy resolve. My subordinates understand. With that, he turned and departed. The fury in Planel's eyes swiftly dissipated. After so many years, he had witnessed innumerable storms, and he understood that anger is the harbinger of failure. It clouds one's fundamental judgment. While some may draw strength from their rage, in a tempest of metal, even the most fervent fury is of little consequence. A child, capable of slaying hundreds and decimating his armory. Could such a thing truly be? Planel refrained from openly questioning his subordinate, if they provided this answer. There must be evidence to support it. Let them pursue this avenue of inquiry, while I assign others to continue the investigation. Meanwhile, Yagu lay ensconced in a blanket. Observing the square-faced man he had bound, casting furtive glances in his direction, smiling as he spoke. What's the matter? Do you think I'm wounded and wish to take advantage? Feel free, as long as you dare to make a move. The square-faced man, unaware of Yagu's deeds, was nonetheless terrified to his core. Even though his opponent was but a child, and injured at that, he merely contemplated such thoughts, daring not to indulge in any transgressive behavior. Planel, is it? Tomorrow night, I shall send you to your demise, Yagu thought bitterly. Suddenly recalling he did not know the whereabouts of his adversary, he inquired of the square-faced man, do you happen to know where Planel resides? You wish to find Boss Planel? Naturally, I cannot allow my injuries to go unavenged. Though his arms were severed and his body bound, Planel loomed in his mind like an insurmountable mountain, beyond the reach of any threat. He chuckled, saying, do you truly desire death? To be honest, I would rather you not venture toward such a fate. Yagu regarded him curiously, asking, why? If I die, wouldn't you be saved? The square-faced man averted his gaze, offering a rueful smile as he remarked, indeed, I have been saved, yet considering the temperament of Boss Puliner, I cannot foresee my survival. It has become apparent to me that unless you possess a method to apprehend me, the instigator of all this, in the eyes of that old curmudgeon Puliner, you and I are merely two sides of the same coin, equally deserving of disdain, correct? The square-faced man nodded. After such an extended tenure under the boss, he had come to understand this aspect well. Puliner exerted a profound control over those around him. Placing his trust only in those who valued family, his most esteemed subordinates had their families under his watchful eye. Conversely, those who merely drifted through life, lacking familial ties or disregardful of their importance, regardless of their talents, would never be entrusted with matters of significance by Puliner. The square-faced man was one such individual. Despite his evident capabilities, familial circumstances had precluded him from gaining Puliner's favor. Their conversation did not persist, as dawn swiftly approached. Yagu remained still, opting not to engage in training that day, instead lying in the 40-fold gravity chamber, acclimatizing himself to the intense gravitational forces. His notion of acclimatization merely ensured that he could throw punches and kick as a typical martial artist would, starkly contrasting with the later feats of Dragon Ball characters like Goku, who could unleash the Kamehameha wave. To illustrate this vividly, one might reference the swift gorilla Baburus on planet North Kai. Though it exhibits remarkable speed, it is incapable of engaging in combat with Goku. Yagu found himself in a similar predicament, though he remained oblivious, perhaps intentionally so, as the combat system clearly indicated his battle level, low-tier novice. A careful assessment would reveal the rudimentary nature of his martial skills. The classifications of beginner, intermediate, and advanced are standard, with further distinctions into top tier and various stages. including low, mid, and high levels. Yagu occupied the lowest echelon within the 9th tier, thus illuminating the fact that although he had adapted to 30-fold Earth gravity, his combat prowess had yet to surpass 100. Numerous beings thrive on planets with 10-fold Earth gravity in the cosmos. Yet this does not necessarily equate to superior combat abilities. The gravity chamber merely serves as a means to enhance training outcomes, providing one with incremental goals to surpass. Consider, for example, soccer players who engage in targeted leg muscle training, day in and day out, yielding minimal increases in effectiveness. Yet they persist. Why? Because this practice bolsters their confidence, continually enhancing their self-assurance. Yagu's greatest regret lay in the absence of a proficient mentor. It was precisely for this reason that he sought out Kylan. He did not naively believe that merely observing comics and animations would impart the essence of true cultivation. Adapting to increased gravity would indeed enhance his combat strength and potentially surpass the likes of Goku in the future. However, Yagu was acutely aware that once the narrative advanced to the Namek saga, his advantages would dissipate, leaving him far behind Goku and the others. The prospect of Kylan imparting martial arts knowledge before venturing to the temple and subsequently to the underworld had yet to fully crystallize in Yagu's mind. On this day, Yagu occasionally observed a fleet of neatly arranged single-person flying vehicles soaring through the sky. The square-faced man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the house that Yagu had concealed, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Kid, if you don't leave soon, you may find yourself with no chance to escape." Although he was aware that Yagu inside the house could not hear him, the square-faced man seized the opportunity to speak. Yagu, who desired not to perish, was not inclined towards death. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the night of the full moon arrived. Yagu was no longer with the square-faced man. His small stature endowed him with great speed, yet the sole challenge lay in locating Planel's residence. Fortunately, the square-faced man had divulged 5 locations to Yagu, indicating that while there were other areas where Planel might reside, he would only rest in these 5 nearby spots. That old codger, hiding here, made me traverse nearly half the region. Half the region, which was equivalent to 10 Shanghai cities, required careful discernment to ensure the person he sought was indeed within the house. At that moment, Yagu lamented his lack of strength. If only he possessed 1,000 combat power, he could charge directly towards them amidst the bullets without a care in the world. The old demon king Bick had boldly entered the royal palace without hesitation when seeking the king. I suppose I need not fear bullets now. Suddenly, Yagu came to this realization. When Wukong and Bulma first met, Bulma was unable to kill Wukong with a gun, even though it was merely a low-caliber pistol. The bullets from rifles and sniper guns could not compare, yet it indicated that Wukong's strength had already enabled him to handle such projectiles. Nevertheless, Yagu, lost in thought, did not intend to present himself before others to be shot at. Surrounding Planel's residence were numerous soldiers, and the nearby houses were inhabited by concealed sentinels. To approach the target under such stringent surveillance was a daunting task for Yagu. Damn it, once I achieve success, I shall certainly put on an even grander display than you. However, to be fair, even the notoriously shameless Satan of the universe could not rival your imposing presence. What a digression. A gangster flaunting such grandeur in the Dragon Ball world should really return to his role as a tutor. Chapter 38. The always unfavorable infiltration 48 recommendation. Double that of yesterday. It seems the same individuals are lending their support. Thank you. I hope those who find this book worth reading can offer their backing. Yagu continued to wait, though he did not raise his gaze to the sky. Even if he were to transform into a giant ape, it would be near Planel's location. For only in doing so could he maximize his chances of eliminating these individuals. He did not wait long, despite the distance. He soon noticed a large group moving within the residence. "Ha, this is the moment I've been waiting for," Yagu silently exclaimed, lowering his body as he channeled his strength into his legs and began to sprint swiftly. The diminutive figure possesses an astonishing strength, and in this moment, Yagu seems to embody the essence of a cheetah in the eyes of the animal kingdom, swift in movement and fierce in intent. Behind him, the force exerted by his feet upon the ground stirs up a plume of yellow dust, trailing along the path of his rapid advance. Yagu's speed surpasses that of a cheetah by several folds, and although the moon hangs high in the sky, his small stature renders him nearly invisible against the backdrop of night. However, the instruments set up by Pulinal's subordinates nearby reveal Yagu's presence. Adjacent to Pulinal's estate stands a 10-story clock tower, which, since its completion, has remained untouched by visitors. At the top level, a myriad of devices and dozens of screens are meticulously monitored by a group of individuals. Upon detecting a heat source, the analysts scramble to assess the situation. Confirming the target's location in Zone 6, a soldier suddenly spots a red heat source moving at an extraordinary speed within his assigned area. manifesting as a long red line on the screen. As a technician, he understands that only a missile could produce such an anomaly. Yet the temperature of this heat source does not match that of a missile. It resembles more the swift movement of an animal. To his knowledge, no creature possesses such remarkable speed. Despite his confusion, the soldier promptly files a report, relaying the information upwards. Upon hearing the news, the surrounding soldiers immediately dive into analysis, while those without specific assignments diligently inspect their respective areas, wary of any oversight. Simultaneously, the situation is communicated to the concealed sentinels below. However, the subsequent reports leave the analysts in disbelief, for none had detected this entity. After a brief analysis, they conclude that a biological form is moving at an incredible velocity. How could this be? Indeed, until now, they have never encountered such an extraordinary individual. The world's most renowned assassin, Tao Bai Bai, is famed globally, yet few have had the privilege of crossing paths with him, and while he has claimed many lives, the majority of humanity still perceives firearms as far more formidable than hand-to-hand combat. Take, for instance, the Dragon Ball Bu saga, where Satan, confronted by the absorbed Gotenks Bu, resorts to a handgun, illustrating that people's perceptions regarding this matter remain unchanged. Suddenly, an alarm blares, causing Yagu to furrow his brow in annoyance. Why must he always face obstacles? It appears that a forceful approach is his only viable path forward. Without further ado, he closes the distance to Pulinal, now merely a few hundred meters away. In mere breaths, he reaches this short distance, and having received a description of Pulinal from a square-faced man, he swiftly identifies the flustered figure surrounded by a throng of people as Pulinal. Pulinal, reclining on a sofa, suddenly senses an unusual atmosphere. A believer in the divine, he has narrowly escaped danger on multiple occasions thanks to others' heightened instincts, thus placing great faith in such phenomena. Prepare the vehicle, we shall depart tonight, he commands. His words were absolute. No one dared to defy him. The newly appointed secretary was particularly timid, hurriedly stepping out to arrange for the car. Just as he was escorted from the room, a sudden announcement of an intrusion sent ripples of surprise through Pulinal, intensifying his anxiety. He realized that failing to evade this threat would result in dire consequences. In the midst of his unease, Pulinal abruptly lifted his gaze, spotting a diminutive figure perched atop a wall several dozen meters away. Pulinal's bodyguard noticed Yagu as well. The captain raised his weapon and fired, urging his team to swiftly usher their employer into the armored vehicle. Yagu, observing Pulinal sprinting towards the distant vehicle, revealed a sinister grin and leaped skyward with tremendous force. As he ascended, his velocity diminished with altitude, and he slowly turned his gaze towards the radiant moon illuminating the earth below. The imagery from countless comics depicting Goku transforming into a colossal ape flooded his mind, and Yagu began to experience a similar metamorphosis. A powerful current coursed, rendering his thoughts blank. If one were to gaze into Yagu's eyes, they would find them vacant, his form suspended in midair, plummeting rapidly. His heartbeat thundered, growing more intense as clarity returned to his mind, yet it was overshadowed by a torrent of primal thoughts surging from his memory. It felt as though a beast resided within him, demanding to be satiated with blood and flesh, yearning to unleash the chaos confined within his chest. In that moment, Yagu's physique began to swell, his garments tore apart, revealing dark fur and a gigantic simian visage emerging from his form. With a tremendous leap, Yagu soared too high for the onlookers below to discern his intentions. Just as they secured Pulinal inside the armored car, the sky darkened ominously. A resounding crash echoed, and the bodyguards, who had just ensured their employer's safety, suddenly saw the vehicle vanish from sight, replaced by a colossal ape-like creature. What a monster! One bodyguard gasped. But he had no opportunity to continue. The giant ape surveyed the surroundings, opened its maw, and bellowed at the moon before slamming its hand down, reducing several humans to mere pulp. The thrill of slaughter exhilarated the beast as it pounded its chest with its fists. At that instant, a sharp sound pierced the air. The giant ape turned to see missiles hurtling towards it at breakneck speed. Though ferocious, it retained the awareness to evade. Its massive form was surprisingly agile as it leaped high to dodge the incoming attack. However, to its astonishment, the missiles veered sharply, relentlessly pursuing its target. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Not far from this location, several soldiers stationed near the missile vehicles gazed at the sight of the explosion, pondering how that entity had appeared, yet they presumed it must be dead. A brilliant beam of light, resembling a rocket, surged forth from the smoke, traveling at an astonishing speed. Before they could utter a word, the light struck their position. The colossal ape emerged from the smoky air and landed on the ground. Without pause, it opened its massive jaws and relentlessly unleashed energy beams in all directions. Thunderous explosions erupted around them, and the town, painstakingly constructed by Planel, was reduced to ruins in less than 5 minutes. The clock tower, serving as the command center and the most prominent landmark, met its demise at the hands of an energy sphere, vanishing entirely in the explosion. Survivors hastily fled in their vehicles, while those nearby brandished their rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades, warning others that such weaponry was futile against the monstrosity before them. With each energy blast, punch, and kick, the giant ape unleashed devastation upon the town, which, in just 1 hour, had transformed into a landscape riddled with craters. Unless one took refuge dozens of meters underground, survival was virtually impossible. Despite obliterating an entire town, the giant ape remained unsatisfied and chose a direction to sprint madly. Minutes later, it stumbled upon a village, and in a fit of excitement, it roared and released 3 energy blasts, following 3 thunderous explosions. Nothing remained of the village except 3 nearly contiguous craters, each nearly 100 meters in diameter. The carnage and bloodshed only fueled the giant ape's frenzy, as it continued its relentless run through the ruins of the former village. Chapter 39. The Dojo, a new change in the system, 72 recommendations. Thank you all for your support. What exhaustion. In the early morning, Yagu awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily. He had been resting in the gravity chamber, and through the window, he could see the bright morning sun. Adjusting the gravity multiplier to 1, Yagu opened the door and stepped outside. A month had passed since the transformation into a giant ape, and upon waking the next day, he found himself far from the town of Planel. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not recall what had transpired, leaving him quite disheartened. He pondered why Bakura, the father of Sun Wukong and a lower-tier warrior, could retain his consciousness upon transformation. Ultimately, Yagu attributed this discrepancy to the theatrical nature of the animation, deeming it untrustworthy, a simplistic explanation that did little to alleviate his disappointment. The inability to control such immense power weighed heavily on him. Moreover, he found that his combat system experience had not increased, uncertain whether it was due to his combat level rising, thus rendering him devoid of experience points. That day, upon waking, he discovered a considerable presence of government troops nearby. Spotting the Red Silk Army, he quickly fled, relieved that they had not noticed him. Later, he returned and released the square-faced man, who was named Xiao Bao. Upon hearing this, Yagu was taken aback for quite some time. However, considering that in the Dragon Ball universe there existed characters like Tien and Dumpling, he pondered why there couldn't be a Xiao Bao as well. Yet, the name sounded rather unappealing, reminiscent of a festering sore, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. After freeing him, Yagu bestowed some money upon him, suggesting he establish a media company in West City, perhaps even a newspaper. Xiao Bao expressed his doubts, inquiring why Yagu was not concerned that he might abscond with the funds. Yagu casually replied that as long as he had no regrets, he was free to flee if he wished. With that, he disregarded him and resumed his journey towards Karen Tower. He had heard that there was a martial arts dojo in the city ahead, and he was keen to see how his current strength measured against the locals. After spending so long on Earth, Yagu was finally thrilled to discover a martial arts school. His ultimate destination was Karen Tower, primarily for the Senza beans, and secondly to receive guidance from the Cat Sage. Systematic training would undoubtedly yield more effective results than mere self-discipline. With the aid of Senza beans, Goku had adapted to 100 times gravity in just a few days, for after enhancing his physical strength, he could utilize the Kaioken to significantly amplify his combat power. It was akin to how Jinyu and Goku exchanged bodies, yet only manifested over 20,000 in battle. The fusion of spirit and body was not simply an arithmetic sum of their strengths, nor a mere dispersion of energy. Rather, it was a sublime elevation of power. When Goku first arrived on Namek, he exhibited a battle power exceeding 180,000, with further potential for enhancement. Yagu was quite eager to learn the Kaioken from King Kai. As Goku's displayed strength during his battle with Vegeta suggested that mastering the Kaioken would surely elevate his combat power beyond 20,000. This was a source of great frustration for Yagu. He was acutely aware that his strength could reach an extraordinarily formidable level, yet felt utterly powerless to achieve it. It was akin to his Saiyan being restricted from transforming. Despite knowing that ascending to Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, or 3 would exponentially increase their power, there was no means to do so. For instance, during Goku's confrontation with Frieza, if he did not utilize the Kaioken, he would undoubtedly be annihilated should Frieza decide to take the battle seriously. Even employing a tenfold Kaioken would result in Frieza using only 30% of his power, overpowering him. However, once Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength eclipsed Frieza's. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was a superior martial technique compared to the Kaioken, yet it mirrored Yaga's current predicament. He had no clarity on how to proceed. In Yaga's perspective, the Kaioken was indeed formidable, but surely there must be similar techniques on. Even a thousandfold increase in battle power could dominate this era of Earth. Along the way, he inquired of a passerby and soon arrived at the entrance of the dojo. Tianhong Martial Arts School. The name immediately suggested it was a mere fade. Nevertheless, he decided to venture inside, as it would certainly contribute to enhancing his combat system experience. With this thought in mind, Yaga strode confidently into the dojo. Hey, young one. Have you come to learn martial arts? A man clad in black attire, stationed at the entrance, inquired as he blocked the path of Yagu. Yagu, unwilling to squander time with these individuals, reflected on the 4 to 5 months that had elapsed since his departure from the western capital, which was nearing half a year. Although he had been practicing while journeying, the efficacy of training could never rival the focused and tranquil practice one could achieve in a serene environment. I have come to challenge your master, Yaga declared. What? You say you wish to challenge our master? The man's face bore a smirk, and his eyes glimmered with derision at Yaga's audacity. Yaga sidestepped him, affirming, indeed. Hey, wait. The man shouted as he pursued Yagu, yet for reasons unknown. He could never catch up. The dojo's architecture was simple, and as Yagu entered through the main door, he beheld the central area of the dojo. There, atop a platform, stood a strikingly handsome man, his gaze sharp as a sword, observing the many practitioners clad in similar attire as they trained. Sensing the commotion outside, he lifted his head and noticed one of his disciples chasing a young boy. Jualai, what are you doing? He admonished. The man pursuing Yagu halted abruptly, and at that moment, Yagu had already entered the dojo, thus also coming to a stop. The man named Jualai bowed respectfully to the figure on the platform and explained, Master, this child suddenly barged in, claiming he wishes to engage you in combat. Ha. Laughter erupted from those surrounding, as they had paused their training to witness the unfolding scene. Their master was notoriously strict, a demeanor that extended beyond the training sessions into their daily conduct. What are you laughing at? Get back to your training. The stern man addressed his disciples with a harsh tone, and they, fearing his reprimand, promptly resumed their exercises. Jualai, you may leave, he instructed. Yes, master. Jualai acquiesced and turned to depart. It was only then that the stern man shifted his attention to Yagu, asking, Child, have you come to learn martial arts? Yagu perceived a subtle shift in the man's expression, as if he were attempting to conjure a smile. However, it was evident that for someone who had maintained a cold demeanor for years, displaying warmth was a formidable challenge. No, master, Yagu responded. As Jualai mentioned, I have come to spar with you. The man surveyed his surroundings and noticed a sandbag in the corner. He approached it without hesitation, and the stern figure on the platform did not intervene, finding himself intrigued by Yaga's assertion of combat. Arriving at the sandbag, Yagu turned to the stern man and asked, Master, if I were to destroy this sandbag, would that be acceptable? Seeing Yagu's earnestness, the man replied, That is permissible. The individuals practicing martial arts within the dojo gradually ceased their activities, eager to witness Yagu's intentions. Standing resolutely before the sandbag, Yagu launched into action without any preparatory stance, delivering a powerful punch directly into the bag. With a resounding thud, an immense force struck the sandbag, causing it to burst, sending a cloud of yellow dust swirling into the air, which settled upon the dojo floor. What appeared to be an ordinary punch had produced an extraordinary spectacle, rendering those within the dojo momentarily speechless, as onlookers abandoned their previous demeanor of casual interest. After a brief silence, murmurs began to circulate through the dojo. How is this possible? Who is this individual? Such an impressive young man, exhibiting such strength. A glimmer of astonishment and admiration flickered in the eyes of the stern gentleman. Noticing Yagu glance in his direction, he proclaimed, Indeed, your prowess warrants a match with me. Please. With that, the austere man poised on one foot and, akin to a soaring swallow, gracefully ascended to the center of the dojo's ring. The ring, composed of white, rose 10 centimeters higher than its surroundings and measured 10 meters in length and width, significantly larger than the average ring. At this moment, although Yagu's gaze remained fixed upon the stern gentleman, his focus was primarily on the combat system, which was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. The combat system had read, Level 0, Current Experience, 528, Name, Yaga Combat Power Activation, 10 Eruption Activation, 15 Combat Level, Beginner Low Tier. Beneath the combat level were distinctions for sparring matches, championship battles, and life or death contests, which had remained unchanged until now. Now, it read, Level 0, Current Experience, 528, Name, Yagu Combat Power Activation, 10 Eruption Activation, 15 Combat Level, Beginner Low Tier Beginner High Tier Sparring Match, 50 Championship Battle, 80, in red, Life or Death Contest, 100. The combat level had expanded to include a beginner high tier, while the previous life or death contest position now glowed alongside the championship battle. Yagu found himself puzzled not only by these changes, but also by why what he perceived as a sparring match had escalated to a championship battle. A mere dojo seemed too grand for such an occasion. After all, he was a Saiyan, and his opponent, nameless and faceless, was akin to a mere supporting character. Yet, he soon dismissed these thoughts, reassured that as long as it was not a matter of life or death, it mattered little. As the stern gentleman observed Yagu approach, he removed his cloak, and upon Yagu's arrival at the ring, he stood tall and proud. Initially, he anticipated Yagu to introduce himself, but then realized that the young man was likely a novice, strong yet unaccustomed to battling outsiders. Thus, he took the initiative to bow and introduce himself. "I am Tian Hongwu, the master of this dojo, Wakita Hiroshi." Yagu paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure, reciprocating the gesture with clasped hands, stating, "Wandering martial artist, Yagu." Chapter 40. The martial arts of intermediate high tier. As Yagu regarded Wakita Hiroshi, he pondered, beginner low tier, intermediate high tier. Could his martial arts rank truly be intermediate high tier? A smile crept upon his face as he thought, very well, I shall witness firsthand what intermediate high tier entails. Wakita Hiroshi observed Yagu assume his combat stance and mirrored the posture of readiness to strike. The earlier punch that obliterated the sandbag was a testament to his opponent's strength. And Wakita Hiroshi dared not let his concentration waver. "Let us begin," he declared. Yagu replied, "Then I shall not hold back." Upon concluding his words, Yagu surged forward, utilizing his utmost speed to charge at Takeda Hiroshi within a remarkably short distance. What? Takeda Hiroshi was taken aback, unprepared for the swiftness of his opponent's approach. His glasses barely captured a fleeting shadow, the velocity astonishing him. Nevertheless, Takeda Hiroshi did not falter. He crouched low, pivoting on his left foot while his right leg swiftly spun outward. Simultaneously, he extended his arms, conjuring an impenetrable wall of fists around him. Yagu's speed was formidable. Yet Takeda Hiroshi was equally adept. As Yagu closed in, Takeda's fist barrier was fully formed. Realizing he was about to collide with this wall of fists, Yagu swiftly planted his right foot on the ground, harnessing immense force to leap into the air, thereby evading the impending impact. Unbeknownst to him, Takeda Hiroshi's spirits soared at the sight of Yagu ascending. It was an opportune moment. His fists drew back to his waist, legs aligned, and he propelled himself upward with great force. In midair, Yagu suddenly sensed the peril he was in, but a moment later, he steeled himself. He had come to the dojo to issue a challenge. He swung his fist downward, targeting the ascending Takeda Hiroshi. As they neared each other, both fighters unleashed their strikes simultaneously. However, Takeda, having recognized Yagu's remarkable speed, positioned his left hand in a blocking stance to intercept Yagu's right punch. In the chaos of battle, discerning the trajectory of punches is often challenging. Yet, Takeda, seasoned in combat, gleaned Yagu's striking path from the movements of his shoulders and waist. Thud! Takeda's arm successfully deflected Yagu's poised punch, but he too felt the repercussions, the force reverberating through his arm, leaving it tingling. Remarkable indeed. However, with an opening now presented, Yagu sought to retract his right hand and counter with his left fist. Yet, Takeda would not permit Yagu to execute his plan. His left fist, coiled with power at his waist, surged forth, his body advancing to meet Yagu. The blow struck directly against Yagu, forcibly expelling the air from his lungs, sapping the energy he had gathered in his left hand, causing his punch to falter and lose its trajectory. Yagu, merely a child, found himself outmatched by Takeda, an adult whose physique dwarfed his own. As Takeda advanced, his punch propelled Yagu's descending form upward by half a meter. Though Yagu curled into a defensive position midair, Takeda pressed on, refusing to relent. As both began to descend, Takeda harnessed his leg strength to execute a spinning maneuver, flipping upside down, and his leg, having completed a full rotation, connected with Yagu. The impact of Takeda's kick against Yagu's chest, already in pain and gasping for breath, intensified his discomfort, and he perceived a cascade of stars before him. In an instant, everything was inverted. Yagu found himself beneath Takeda, whose knee descended forcefully onto his chest. As both fighters plummeted towards the ground, Yagu failed to perceive clearly what transpired, yet those around him were acutely aware. Takeda Hiro, with a fluid motion, spun his body and struck Yagu with his leg, not ceasing his movement. He ensnared Yagu with his leg, once again flipping him upside down, following the trajectory of his descent, and reappeared above Yagu. A thunderous crash resounded as Yagu's body fell to the ground, yet his chest remained unscathed. Clutching his chest and abdomen, Yagu struggled to rise, only to behold Takeda Hiro bowing before him. Goodness, he has won, yet he indulges in such ostentatious theatrics. Yagu mused. Takeda Hiro's assault had proven so formidable that even Yagu's well-honed physique felt overwhelmed, as though a force penetrated his skin and struck deep within. No matter how resilient his body had become, it could not withstand the sheer power of his opponent's attack. Although he had lost, none present dared to underestimate Yagu. The speed he had just exhibited left everyone in awe. Takeda Hiro, known for his rigorous tutelage, ensured that his dojo's disciples remained humble, and he possessed keen insight. Many recognized that even their master could not match the velocity displayed by the youth before him. Observing Yagu, battered yet still able to rise, Takeda's admiration deepened. A slight smile gracing his lips. "Young man, you possess remarkable talent, yet you have yet to learn how to harness your strength. What say you? Will you consider apprenticing under me to refine your abilities at the dojo?" Takeda Hiro held the young man in high regard, perceiving a latent potential within him that surpassed even those he had encountered in the past. Yagu, grimacing in pain, hesitated and waved his hand, the impact to his abdomen and chest making it difficult to catch his breath. Takeda, undeterred by Yagu's condition, instructed a nearby disciple, "Please escort our young brother to the backyard for rest, and prepare some medicinal broth to nourish his body." "Understood," replied one of the disciples, who approached Yagu and assisted him, struggling slightly as they made their way to the backyard. Takeda Hiro watched Yagu's retreating figure, feeling the lingering ache in his left arm. Even now, it throbbed with pain, a testament to Yagu's immense strength. This was merely the result of Yagu's raw physicality, as he had yet to learn how to wield his power. Had he mastered it, even with Takeda's formidable defenses, he might have sustained injury. How could this be? I have been bested by a mere extra, Yagu thought, grappling with disbelief. His mindset starkly contrasted with that of Takeda Hiro. Having adapted to 30 times Earth's gravity, he could not fathom being defeated by someone deemed insignificant on this planet. Is there a mistake? This is Dragon Ball, not a comedic farce. This isn't a scenario where a multitude of rockets descends, and the opponent casually repairs their tattered attire in the blink of an eye. Yagu found it impossible to accept the reality of his defeat. After all, he had acclimated to 30 times Earth's gravity. Surely, his battle power must have been at least 1,000, if not 10,000. Yet, why had he faltered? Even as he was led to a resting chamber, Yagu remained consumed by these thoughts. This defeat marks the first failure of Yagu since his arrival in this world, and the loss was particularly decisive, especially considering that his opponent was not a formidable figure like Master Roshi or Master Shin, but rather a mere supporting character who had never appeared in the Dragon Ball universe. Although Yagu understood that he could never match the likes of Goku, he could not fathom how he was so easily vanquished by Takeda Hiroshi, an ordinary earthling, while he himself was a Saiyan, one who dominated the latter battles of Dragon. For 3 years, he had tirelessly trained in the gravity chamber, yet now he was effortlessly defeated. His opponent had merely used a single technique to overwhelm him, leaving Yagu grappling with self-reproach. Was it a lack of training intensity? Feeling a surge of indignation, Yagu was also gripped by fear. He remained uncertain of his true combat power. Initially, he believed that no matter how weak he might be, he would undoubtedly exceed a power level of 200. And even 500 should not be an issue. However, in light of recent events, such notions seemed utterly absurd. Suddenly, Yagu noticed a peculiar difference in the battle system. His experience points, initially at 528, had risen to 628, an increase of a full 1%. This was reminiscent of the experience he had gained after stealthily defeating the demon Bisto. Astonishingly, the experience gained from a life-and-death battle at 100% was equivalent to that obtained from a competition battle at 80%, even in the wake of his defeat. What was going on? Pondering this, Yagu wondered if he could challenge Takeda Hiroshi daily, thereby swiftly elevating his level. He was eager to discover what changes would accompany such an increase. After lying in bed for an hour, Yagu still felt a lingering, sharp pain in his abdomen and chest. How could such a seemingly mundane attack inflict such prolonged agony? He vividly recalled the sensation of Takeda's strike penetrating his abdomen, leaving him utterly powerless. The technique resembled the distant strike from his past life as martial arts. Yet this was the Dragon Ball world, where even the Kais and Supreme Kais, who had immersed themselves in training for countless years and could observe the entire universe, lacked knowledge of internal martial arts. This suggested that such fantastical elements did not exist within the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that this was the reason his opponent's combat level was classified as advanced beginner? Was this method of fighting the fundamental basis of martial arts? Takeda Hiroshi's combat level indicated that he possessed the most rudimentary fighting skills. Reflecting on his previous battles, Yagu realized he had relied solely on speed, striking down enemies with brute force, akin to street brawlers. With this realization, his heart gradually calmed. It was not a matter of his own inadequacy, but rather that the enemy was simply too cunning. Chapter 41. The enigma of martial arts in just 3 days. I have received 114 recommendations, exceeding my expectations. Thank you all for your support. Yagu had rested in Takeda Hiroshi's dojo for 2 days. When Takeda visited his room, he subtly expressed his desire to take him as a disciple, but was rejected by Takeda Hiroshi. Takeda Hiroshi felt a sense of regret, but did not press the matter with Yagu. Due to his injuries, Takeda arranged for a disciple to attend to him. This disciple, named Yamayama, introduced himself as having been accepted by Takeda 2 years prior. The door creaked open, and Yagu turned to see Yamayama. "Hey, it's time to eat," Yamayama said to him, preparing to step out. Yagu called out to him, "Brother Yamayama, I wish to ask you something regarding Master Takeda." Yamayama paused, turned around, and inquired. "What is it?" Yagu asked. "Did Master Takeda create his techniques himself? How long has he been in this area?" "Haha. What? Are you dissatisfied with your defeat? Let me tell you, the people around here rely on Master Takeda. You know the Red Silk Army, right? A few years ago, they tried to infiltrate our city, but were repelled by Master Takeda. Did you know? He can catch bullets with his bare hands." Yamayama proudly recounted the exploits of Takeda Hiroshi. Takeda's martial arts were honed in the deep mountains. He began his training at the age of 13 and emerged at 34. Subsequently founding the Takeda Martial Arts Hall to safeguard the city. Despite the underground strength of the Red Silk Army, they dared not bully the citizens openly. Owing to Takeda's formidable prowess and his dedication to protecting the populace, many parents were eager to have their children learn martial arts from him. However, Takeda's criteria for accepting disciples were exceedingly stringent. Even nominal disciples numbered only a few, with only 4 truly receiving his teachings, and Yamayama was one of them. Yagu finally voiced the question that had long lingered in his mind. Why did I feel such intense pain from just one punch from Master Takeda? Far more than being crushed by a large stone. At this, Yamayama, with a hint of pride, replied, "Of course, that is precisely Master Takeda's remarkable ability. Ordinary martial artists can only concentrate their strength on the surface, enhancing muscle and bone resilience to increase their offensive capability. However, Master Takeda can ingeniously channel the strength acquired through training deep into the target's interior. He once struck a stone slab with such force that it shattered an egg placed just a centimeter behind it, while the slab remained unscathed. Striking a cow across the mountain? An idiom sprang to Yagu's mind, as the scene described by Yamayama bore a striking resemblance to the legendary feats depicted in his previous life's martial arts stories. If it were him, a single punch could shatter not just a stone slab, but even a rock several meters thick. Yet, achieving Takeda's level of mastery was beyond his reach. Noticing Yagu lost in thought, Yamayama said, "I'll be leaving now." When Yagu attempted to call him back, he had already departed. This must be the reason why Takeda's combat level was classified as advanced beginner. However, such concepts seemed absent from Dragon Ball. Yagu pondered, feeling perplexed, as these elements had been portrayed in both the Dragon Ball manga and anime. However, the power is indeed substantial. Speaking of which, his attacks target the internal structure of the body. As long as I do not fall victim to his strikes, I may have a chance to defeat him. Oh, if I were to master the art of aerial maneuvering, the outcome could be entirely different. In that case, to what extent could my combat prowess elevate if I were to attain such skills? At no point has Yagu yearned to learn aerial maneuvering as he does now. It is evident to his peers that Takeuchi Hiroshi wishes to take him as a disciple, yet Yagu harbors no desire to become his pupil. Rather, he seeks to acquire his martial techniques. Therefore, he must offer something in exchange. With this thought in mind, Yagu begins to apply his rudimentary skills of aerial maneuvering. In no time, he finds himself floating above the ground, eyes open, arms outstretched. A sigh escapes him. What is the meaning of this? I can perform aerial maneuver, yet I cannot move with the agility of the warriors from Dragon Ball. This is truly disheartening. He glides slowly around the room, contrasting sharply with how Goku and his companions soar freely through the air. Yagu must expend considerable focus merely to maintain a steady flight. Much like the moment in the Buu saga when Bulla barely lifts off the ground, only to see Goten, who trained alongside her, soaring effortlessly. Yagu feels a profound sense of discouragement. Aerial maneuvering is one of the fundamental means of combat for the future. It expands the arena of battle, elevating it from the ground to the sky, akin to transcending from a 2-dimensional world into a 3-dimensional one, an extraordinary martial skill. Yagu has practiced diligently for half a day. Yet mastery cannot be achieved overnight, which also reveals that he is not an exceptionally gifted individual, at least not in the realm of martial arts. By the end of the day, while his body does not feel fatigued, despite some injuries, it is his spirit that bears the weight of exhaustion. Confronted with his current predicament, Yagu finds himself at a loss. 3 years. No, since arriving in this world. He does not believe his level of cultivation to be inferior to that of Goku. He can now move effortlessly under 30 times the gravity of Earth. He is confident that if the battleground were to change, even Takuchi Hiroshi, with his extraordinary abilities, would stand no chance against him, perhaps even facing death as a consequence. Yet, a question arises. Why was it his opponent who triumphed over him rather than the other way around? That evening, Yagu quiets his mind to reflect upon the scene from that day. For the past 2 days, he has avoided contemplating this matter, but now, having experienced moments of reflection and lamentation, the accumulated emotions surge forth, prompting him to earnestly consider the circumstances of their confrontation. Upon careful recollection, Yagu concludes that his downfall stemmed from his leap into the air. His speed and strength undoubtedly surpassed those of Takuchi Hiroshi, yet once airborne, his advantage in speed could not be realized. Moreover, his opponent's wealth of combat experience provided him with the upper hand. A single strike led to successive victories. And without means to counter the onslaught, Yagu was ultimately defeated. The reasoning is straightforward, yet Yagu remains unsatisfied. Combat experience and fighting techniques require the accumulation of experience. However, in the Dragon Ball realm, did not Goku and Krillin, in their first martial arts tournament, defeat their opponents solely based on their superior physical attributes? Why is it that when it comes to myself, I find myself lacking? Yagu came to this martial arts school to gain experience. He has acquired knowledge. Yet he suffered defeat in battle, which is truly disheartening. Throughout the night, Yagu simulated various combat techniques in his mind, analyzing each move and the possible variations that could arise, all meticulously arranged. The primary focus was to avoid letting his opponent strike him. Consequently, lacking the ability to perform aerial techniques, he would have to rely on his speed to engage on the ground. Yagu clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes in determination. In the morning, Yagu stepped out of his room, the lingering pain from his injury still evident, though it was no longer a significant hindrance. As he crossed the courtyard, Tianshan spotted him, slightly taken aback. Yagu, you are injured. Why don't you go back in and rest? Yagu replied, Brother Tianshan, I wish to see Master Takeda Hiroshi for another match. What? Tianshan exclaimed in astonishment. You still want to spar with the master? If you do not carefully tend to your injuries, they may leave lasting repercussions. Besides, you cannot possibly defeat my master. I am determined. I have prepared myself, this time. I will surely win. Brother Tianshan, please take me to see Master Takeda Hiroshi. Casting a glance at the confident Yagu, Tianshan chuckled and shook his head, bemused. I truly do not understand where your confidence stems from. That day, you could not even withstand a single move from my master. And this is your first experience sparring with a martial artist, is it not? Yagu nodded. Indeed, but even so, I want to face Master Takeda Hiroshi again. I believe that my skills will surpass those of Master Takeda. Tianshan opened his mouth, pausing for a few seconds, puzzled by the source of the child's confidence. The audacity of youth knows no bounds. Having conversed for a few days, he was aware that Yagu was merely 5 years old. Such a young child would typically still be at home, yet he had ventured out to explore the world. Indeed, there is always a higher mountain beyond the mountain. Very well, I will take you to see the master, Tianshan remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Follow me. I hope the master will fulfill your wish. Chapter 42. The Exchange of Martial Arts Techniques. 133 Recommendations. Thank you all for your support, which is over 20 more than yesterday. The backyard of the Takeda Martial Arts School was expansive. As the guardian of this city, Takeda Hiroshi may not be the wealthiest, yet his influence is unparalleled. Many merchants and wealthy individuals sought his association. Had he not chosen to associate only with conscientious merchants, his wealth would likely be 100-fold what it is today. Despite this, as Yagu followed Tianshan, he was enchanted by the surrounding scenery. Unlike the modern and cozy ambience of Bulma's home, this place radiated a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, cultivated to help martial artists find peace of mind. With its rockeries, ponds, courtyards, lofts, decorative pillars, and maple trees, one might easily mistake it for a serene rural village, were it not for the distant high-rises visible in the background. Not far away, Yagu spotted Master Takeda Hiroshi seated on a cushion in meditation. Master, I have brought Yagu. Upon arriving at this place, Yamada respectfully bowed to his teacher. Takeda Hiroshi opened his eyes, casting a glance at Yagu, his gaze revealing admiration. He did not hasten to speak to Yagu, but instructed his disciple, please bring breakfast here. Yamada glanced back at Yagu, and Takeda's voice resonated once more. And bring along the young one. Understood. With hands clasped in respect, Yamada bowed and withdrew, leaving Takeda Hiroshi and Yagu standing there, their eyes locked, each exuding the spirit of a warrior. As a tranquil breeze approached, it was halted by an unseen force, turning the refreshing coolness into the intangible. The gentle sunlight cascaded from the sky, glimmering on the surface of the nearby pond, which danced with endless brilliance under the caress of the breeze. After a prolonged silence, Takeda Hiroshi spoke. Previously, I was troubled by your reluctance to become my disciple, but that is no longer the case. Your strength likely surpasses mine. You simply have yet to grasp the art of combat. Once you fully comprehend martial techniques, you shall soar to greatness, becoming a martial artist far beyond my capabilities. Perhaps even surpassing the legendary Master Wutian. Yagu was taken aback, surprised that Takeda was aware of the existence of Master Rashi. Although the name of the turtle hermit was renowned, many dismissed him, and by the time of the Bu saga, humanity had virtually forgotten the divine martial artist. This was the most lamentable aspect of Yagu's former life. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tien Shinhan had obliterated the arena with his Kikaho, and later, Piccolo had decimated an entire city, yet such spectacular battles faded into obscurity, their legacies seemingly erased from history, perhaps deeply influenced by the modern environment. Yagu did not wish for these heroes to be remembered only after their demise, particularly Goku, who, even in death, was not commemorated by the people of Earth. The king had remarked upon seeing Goku on television that he resembled the young warrior who faced Piccolo, illustrating how swiftly humanity forgets its heroes. In modern times, Yagu had watched an interview with Akira Toriyama, who had expressed that if he were to create a new story, it would center around Satan and Bu. Aligning with his character, much like a doctor, infused with humor and lightness. Yet, Yagu felt uncomfortable. His aspirations to become a man akin to Satan were not to be realized through mere words, but through his own strength. Above all, he yearned to present the true history to the world. However, all of this hinged on one prerequisite, his own power. Without strength, even the gusts generated from confrontations could blow him far away. The man seated before him was indeed Yagu's true adversary in this life. Unlike life and death battles, this man could not only impart experience to Yagu's combat system, but also offer insights into martial techniques. Master Takeda, I wish to spar with you once more, Yagu declared after Takeda's statement. Takeda Hiroshi appeared to have anticipated Yagu's words, raising his eyebrows slightly. Oh, Yagu nodded and said, indeed. I have been reflecting on certain matters these past days, desiring to validate them in combat. Moreover, I wish to beseech you, Master, to impart your martial arts techniques to me. I propose to exchange one of my skills as a gesture of goodwill, not as a transaction, but in the hope that you might pass these techniques on, enabling more individuals to pursue the path of martial arts. Takeda Hiroshi squinted slightly, then raised his gaze to him, smiling as he inquired, what makes you so certain that I will teach you? Yagu remained silent, grounding himself as he gradually gathered his energy, enveloping his being in it. Then, to Takeda Hiroshi's astonishment, Yagu ascended into the air, soaring to a height of 10 meters. Takeda's eyes followed as Yagu descended. Before Yagu could speak, Takeda furrowed his brow and asked, is the Crane Sage your master? How do you know of the Crane Sage's teachings? It appeared that, in an era devoid of Satan, the stature of traditional martial arts masters was quite elevated. Reflecting on this, Yagu hesitated not in his response. The Crane Sage's reputation was rather dubious, particularly due to his infamous assassin brother. Anyone privy to the truth would steer clear of him. No, Yagu replied decisively. At that moment, Tianshan entered from the western courtyard, carrying a plate with breakfast for both Takeda Hiroshi and Yagu. Master, young Yagu, please partake, he announced. The breakfast setting was quite modest, lacking even a table. Yet neither Yagu nor Takeda seemed to mind. After finishing their meal, once Tianshan had departed, Takeda Hiroshi spoke. Very well, I shall spar with you. But first, let us discuss the fundamentals of martial arts. By the way, the sky dance technique is essentially a method of distributing power throughout the body and then controlling it. Since you understand the sky dance, why do you not know the copper skin technique? Copper skin? Yagu replied, bewildered. Takeda Hiroshi elaborated, copper skin is merely my term, designed to aid students in comprehension. It refers to a technique of distributing our power throughout the body. For instance, consider two men of equal strength, both striking two individuals before them. One is an ordinary person, while the other is a martial artist. The first man, upon being struck, may be propelled 3 meters away. The martial artist, however, may be sent flying 5 to 6 meters. Yet, the injuries sustained by the two are vastly different. The ordinary individual may suffer broken bones, while the martial artist typically endures only superficial wounds. Thus, one flies 3 meters while the other flies 5. Both receiving the same attack yet yielding different outcomes. This illustrates the martial artist's ability to regulate their body. At the very moment of impact, they instantly disseminate the incoming force throughout their entire being, allowing their body to absorb the weight of the blow as though the robust man were forcefully pushing against them. Hence the martial artist is propelled further. For an ordinary person, however, they cannot dissipate the force. It concentrates on a minuscule area, resulting in significant damage. You might have heard the saying, It is better to lose a finger than to injure all 10. The principle is akin, albeit reversed. The force of an opponent's charged strike can be immensely powerful. Once it connects, the damage is profound. Yet, through the simple technique of copper skin, such energy can be redirected, thus mitigating personal harm. As he spoke, Takeda Hiroshi rolled up the cuff of his left sleeve, revealing a burgeoning bruise that caught Yagu's attention. "What is this?" Yagu inquired, his curiosity piqued. "This is the result of our earlier encounter, sustained when you struck me." Takeda Hiroshi, undeterred, met his gaze with lively eyes, exclaiming, "You possess remarkable talent. With merely the most rudimentary of attacks, you have inflicted such significant damage upon me. To put it plainly, if you were to land a hit, even with my copper skin defense, I would likely falter." Yagu felt a pang of urgency. It appeared that Takeda was reluctant to engage in further combat with him. Raising his right palm, Takeda interrupted Yagu's thoughts, lowering his sleeve with a smile. "Worry not. Since I have made a promise, I shall not retract it. This alone demonstrates the strength of your physique. Once you learn to harness your physical potential through martial arts techniques, you will undoubtedly experience tremendous breakthroughs. This is precisely why I wish to take you as my disciple. As for the alternative methods of attack, they are techniques I have researched specifically designed to counteract copper skin, akin to the control of force required for it." Subsequently, Yagu recounted the methods for learning the void technique, while Takeda elaborated on both the copper skin technique and his own devised method to counter it. The technique to dismantle the copper skin was rather complex. Although Yagu grasped the underlying principle, much like the void technique, he could not wield it freely. However, he quickly mastered the copper skin technique, having just a slight understanding of the characteristics of the void technique. In essence, the concept was straightforward. It involved distributing one's energy throughout the body, reminiscent of the traditional martial arts technique known as the Golden Bell Shield, albeit with differing applications. Suddenly, Yagu noticed a transformation within his combat system following his acquisition of the copper skin technique. Combat system, level 0, current experience, 628, name, Yagu combat power activation, 10 burst activation, 15 combat level, intermediate beginner sparring, 50 arena battle, 80 life and death battle, 100 his combat level had ascended from beginner low tier to intermediate beginner. A joyous moment as he finally shed the novice status. A seemingly trivial combat technique, one that was merely a thought away. Yagu had never contemplated its significance before, but a realization alleviated his concerns. As the senior disciple of Master Turtle, who surpassed Master Crane in combat prowess, Yagu recognized that, despite the latter's knowledge of the void technique that allowed aerial movement, he had not devised it himself. This illustrated that even techniques that appear simple are not easily created. Much like modern science, as one delves deeper into a field, relying solely on whimsical ideas is unlikely to yield success. In any system during its nascent stage, various imaginative concepts might achieve decisive results. Yet as time progresses, attempting to rely on such notions for success only leads to self-destruction. Takeda Hiroshi, let us engage in battle once more. Yagu reiterated his request. Chapter 43. The second encounter. Thank you all for your support, and to Wind and Rain for your attention. This was my oversight. I merely aim to emphasize the significance of martial techniques by presenting a greater challenge. Mastering each martial skill significantly enhances the protagonist, allowing the energy within to flourish. It is akin to how Son Gohan possesses only a modicum of combat prowess during ordinary circumstances, yet can unleash a power that far surpasses that of his father and Piccolo when consumed by wrath. The journey of mastering martial arts serves as a unique form of training. Lacking the innate combat instincts of the Saiyans, the protagonist must rely on self-directed learning. Setting down his teacup, Hiroshi Takeda fixed his gaze upon Yagu, and as he observed the subtle shifts in the latter's expression, he finally spoke. Very well. Let us proceed to the main hall. It is opportune for me to demonstrate to my disciples the level of physical conditioning required for profound martial arts. You are a rare talent, appearing once in a millennium. I do not expect my disciples to attain your level of prowess, but even if they can grasp it would be a remarkable achievement. Upon hearing these words, Yagu felt a measure of admiration. Considering Takeda's earlier remarks, it was evident that he anticipated his own defeat. Yet, despite this, he wished to fail before his disciples, aiming to convey the lesson that there are always those stronger beyond oneself. Even the teacher is not invincible. As they exited the courtyard, Tezhan, who stood guard at the entrance, noticed them. He hesitated several times to inquire, but ultimately remained silent. Takeda cast a few discreet glances in his direction, and upon noticing the silence, chose to disregard him. A warrior must possess not only a robust physique, but also a formidable spirit. Takeda was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. He He could only impart strict discipline to his disciples, yet he lacked the means to teach them how to fortify their hearts. Although cognizant of his weaknesses, Takeda had no intention of changing, for he was still on the path of martial exploration. It would only be when he ceased his quest for martial truth and found tranquility within himself that he might consider transforming his spirit. Before even entering the Takeda Martial Arts Hall, the sounds of exertion and effort resonated from within. Upon entering, they discovered a multitude of Takeda's disciples engaged in fundamental training. Some practicing stances while others honed skills akin to boxing. Yagu found it perplexing, as the training methods appeared chaotic and disorganized. Perhaps sensing Yagu's confusion, Takeda elucidated. These are the methods that the youth believe to be effective. They enhance their ability to concentrate. Today as youngsters are quite discerning, unlike in the past, when one could practice monotonously against a tree for half a year. Now let us ascend. The duo arrived at the arena, a distinct white area set apart from the rest of the hall. It's that lad again. Does he still wish to challenge the teacher? One voiced. Of such arrogance. If the teacher hadn't held back that day, he wouldn't have been able to rise again. Nevertheless, the lad's speed is impressive. You all remember how he shattered a sandbag the other day. So what? He remains no match for the teacher, someone retorted with a hint of envy. The assembly in the hall was diverse, each individual harboring their own opinions about Yagu, excluding those who were negligent in their practice. Anyone with a discerning eye recognized Yagu's formidable strength, one that they could never hope to rival. As before, Takeda clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and invited, please. Yagu mirrored the sentiment, responding, after you. Both parties assumed their stances, gazing intently at one another, seeking vulnerabilities. Takeda Hiroshi was indeed searching for a chink in Yagu's armor. Yet Yagu was entirely oblivious to the concept of a flaw. No matter how formidable the opponent's defense, he perceived no lack of openings. Having read the Dragon Ball manga, particularly the memorable Cell and Buu sagas, Yagu firmly believed that with sufficient strength, a single punch would reduce any adversary to mere pulp, regardless of their defenses. Lacking substantial combat experience, Yagu's impatience quickly surfaced. The notion of counterattacking, as taught in martial arts, was utterly foreign to him when struck down by a single blow. Gasping on the ground, the idea of retaliation seemed ludicrous. Yagu observed the battle system, aside from the change from a competition of 80 to a sparring session of 50. His initial low-level status had upgraded to an intermediate beginner, while everything else remained the same. Suddenly, with a swift sound, Yagu departed from his stationary position. He moved. Takeda Hiroshi, concentrating, began to meticulously observe the alterations around him. The onlookers could merely discern a shadowy figure darting around their instructor, vaguely identifiable as Yagu. Although it was not their first encounter with such velocity, for those who believed martial arts had diminished in stature since the advent of firearms, it was indeed a remarkable experience. Indeed, while Takeda Hiroshi could catch bullets with his bare hands, performers worldwide showcased similar feats. To the uninformed, Takeda Hiroshi appeared as a mere clown, and to the majority residing in this city, his ability to combat the Red Silk Army stemmed solely from the existence of the Takeda Dojo. Humanity is forgetful. They were too lazy to recall how Takeda Hiroshi had once single-handedly forged his path upon first arriving in this city. Returning to the arena, Yagu dashed around Takeda Hiroshi with remarkable speed, rendering his figure nearly indistinguishable to both the spectators and Takeda himself, who could only perceive a hazy outline. With a shout, the attack commenced as Yagu lunged forward. Takeda Hiroshi, recognizing Yagu's intention, pivoted to face him directly. As they were about to engage, he leapt into the air. Yagu aimed a punch at Takeda's chest, only to see his opponent ascend, leaving his strike thwarted. Undeterred by the failed ambush, Yagu understood that Takeda's aerial position would hinder his agility. However, at that moment, Takeda Hiroshi launched his own offensive. Yagu realized he must evade the impending blow. Although he had acquired a form of resilience, Takeda's attack could penetrate to his core. Thus, he opted to evade whenever possible and to block only when necessary, striving to minimize direct confrontations with Takeda's strikes. Standing on the ground, Yagu's speed, while diminished, still surpassed Takeda's. He noticed a fist descending towards his head and, as he sidestepped, positioned himself in anticipation of where Takeda would land. In a remarkable display of skill, Hiroshi Takeda harnessed the power of his core, twisting his body mid-air to adjust his posture in an astonishingly brief moment, transitioning from a grounded stance to a fierce assault towards Yagu. Although Yagu was Takeda's adversary, he could not suppress his admiration upon witnessing this feat. Such precision in movement necessitated an extraordinary command over one's body, a level of mastery that Yagu could aspire to. Yet he acknowledged he could not emulate Takeda's seamless adjustments without alteration. The opportunity for a calculated strike had dissipated. Yagu retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Takeda before unleashing his utmost speed, transforming into a mere shadow. In the blink of an eye, Takeda regained a balanced stance, ready to defend against Yagu's impending attack. At that moment, Yagu realized that engaging in direct confrontation was not a necessity, and a slight smirk graced his lips as he clenched his fist, pivoting his body toward Takeda, and forcefully struck the pristine white surface of. Although constructed from resilient padding, the impact of Yagu's blow resonated with a thunderous crack. The pad split, leaving Takeda astonished and the onlookers bewildered. Yet, Yagu promptly provided them with an explanation. He seized the torn section, yanking it upwards, producing a tearing sound as the opening widened. He hurled the shredded material towards Takeda and swiftly closed the gap between them. The spectators grasped his intention. It was a ploy reminiscent of street fights, where one might throw dirt to obscure an opponent's vision. Despite the triviality of his method, the realization elicited a chorus of hushed chuckles among the disciples, mindful of Takeda's notorious sternness. On the arena, now aware of Yagu's strategy, Takeda sprang into motion. Though his speed did not match Yagu's, it surpassed that of an average individual, leaving behind a faint afterimage. The two exchanged positions of offense and defense, yet had not truly clashed. Lacking patience, Yagu grew frustrated with his ineffective techniques and impulsively resolved to engage in a trade of blows. At that moment, Takeda's stamina was waning, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow, while Yagu appeared unaffected. If this continued, Takeda's defeat seemed inevitable. Unbeknownst to Yagu, he had overlooked Takeda's condition. Even if he had noticed, he would likely have sought to alter the situation himself, refusing to rely solely on physical prowess to secure victory. He aspired to overcome Takeda through sheer strength in a direct confrontation. Realizing this, Yagu halted, lamenting inwardly. How foolish of me to resort to such underhanded tactics. With Yagu's pause, Takeda likewise ceased his advance. Observing Yagu discard the remnants of his makeshift weapon, an enigmatic light flickered in the depths of the stoic man's eyes. The atmosphere lingered momentarily in a profound silence, before two figures, akin to a cheetah and a rabbit, swiftly surged forward, generating an invisible barrier of energy around them. Chapter 44. A thought of victory or defeat within just a few hours. The recommendations have surpassed 200. I am immensely grateful for your support. I also aspire to maintain originality, ensuring that the plot remains captivating for all. As the clash commenced, Takeda, Hiroshi, and Yagu intertwined, their forms flickering like ephemeral sparks, becoming faint shadows in the eyes of the onlookers due to their rapid movements. However, at the moment of their confrontation, their silhouettes abruptly solidified, and a subtle sound echoed within the hearts of the spectators as their arms intertwined, emanating a voice from the depths of their souls. Both Takeda, Hiroshi, and Yagu aimed to strike their adversaries directly, yet upon discerning the target areas, they opted for a strategy that balanced offense and defense, successfully parrying each other's attacks. Yagu's left hand intercepted Takeda, Hiroshi's right wrist, while Takeda's left arm deflected Yagu's incoming right punch. As their arms met, they exerted force at the point of contact, striving to displace one another. Yagu, being smaller in stature, exerted his force upwards, placing him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, his physical prowess far surpassed that of Takeda, Hiroshi, and after 3 breaths, Yagu let out a mighty roar. Takeda, Hiroshi felt an immense force surging from their point of contact, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. With a thunderous crack, a surge of energy erupted between them, sending shockwaves outward that even the ordinary spectators could perceive. Takeda, Hiroshi was propelled 6 meters into the air. Conventionally, such an elevation would have presented a perfect opportunity for an attack, yet Yagu recognized that his aerial control paled in comparison to his opponents. And having not mastered aerial techniques, he would merely become a target in the air. As Takeda, Hiroshi descended straight down, his body abruptly halted and then began to descend at a uniform speed. The spectacle left the onlookers agape, akin to witnessing a stone plummet from the sky, only to halt abruptly and then descend slowly, an incredible sight, invoking notions of magic and illusion within the Takeda dojo. Yagu, however, marveled inwardly, impressed by Takeda, Hiroshi's ability to apply the principles of aerial techniques so effortlessly after their recent discussion. Yet, he pondered, why would such a remarkable individual find himself in this situation? His heart felt aged as he observed the disciples surrounding the ring. In the heat of battle, time was of the essence, leaving no room for distractions. As soon as Takeda, Hiroshi touched the ground, Yagu lunged forward, delivering a punch. Had he been facing an opponent of equal strength, Takeda, Hiroshi would have employed both palms to shield against Yagu's strike. However, the force Yagu wielded was unprecedented, a magnitude he had never envisioned. Most critically, Yagu was merely 5 years old, possessing limitless potential. Takeda, Hiroshi found himself unable to resist. Thus, as Yagu's fist barreled toward him, Takeda Hiroshi instinctively sidestepped while leaning back. This blend of defense and offense was a tactic that warriors like them often employed during a stalemate, strategizing to turn defense into a lethal counterattack against their foes. As Takeda Hiroshi deftly evaded the punch aimed at him, only mere centimeters separating their bodies, Yagu swiftly raised his fist and struck towards his opponent's chest. However, Takeda, leaning back, unleashed his leg with astonishing speed, akin to a whip, aiming for Yagu's waist. In that fleeting moment, hesitation clouded Yagu's mind, yet he steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he positioned his left arm to intercept the oncoming attack. Simultaneously, he elevated his right arm, elbow poised to deliver a decisive blow. With a resounding impact, Yagu's elbow collided forcefully with Takeda's abdomen, while Takeda's whip-like kick struck Yagu's arm. One could liken the sensation to being struck by a colossal weight, as Takeda plummeted towards the mat with great velocity. Despite the mat's cushioning, the force of Yagu's strike left Takeda's face pale, revealing the toll it had taken, even with his hardened skin. The overwhelming power of Yagu's blow left little energy to be redirected throughout his body, causing him to feel as though he were falling apart. Reminiscent of Krillin's experience on Namek, when a single kick from Raikum rendered him immobile. On the other hand, Yagu, having endured Takeda's kick, felt his muscles tremble as if his bones were vibrating within. He was thrust back a distance of 3 meters, where he stood, tightly clenching his right fist, his left hand dragging as his gaze remained fixed on Takeda, wary of a potential counterattack. Struggling to rise, Takeda appeared unsteady, and it was evident to any observant onlooker that he was in no condition to continue. As he shifted his arm away from its support, he fell backward again. Witnessing this, Yagu's mouth fell open, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Could it be that he had one? To confirm the outcome, he accessed the battle system. And indeed, his experience points had surged from 628 to 828. What? 2 percentage points for a spar? At that moment, Yagu felt more astonished than elated. But there was no time for distraction. His opponent, Takeda, still lay on the ground. Before Takeda's disciples could gather around, Yagu rushed to his side. Master Takeda, are you all right? Teacher, what happened? Quickly, get a stretcher. You all, hurry and fetch the doctor, and bring Master's medicine, commanded Takeda's most devoted disciple to the crowd of students, as they squeezed through from outside. With half-closed eyes, Takeda soon opened them wide again. His complexion significantly improved. Yagu, you truly are formidable. A true prodigy, he remarked, though with a note of caution. You must learn to wield your power wisely. Do you understand? Yagu nodded earnestly. Yes. Master Takeda, I intend to stay here for a few more days. Please, teach me more. Oh, I heard from Tianshan that you were eager to embark on a journey? Takeda wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Yagu with an inquisitive expression. Unperturbed, Yagu replied, that was from before. Quickly, bring the stretcher and take Master Takeda to the backyard. Hiroshi Takeda was taken inside, followed closely by Yagu. After 2 hours, Yagu emerged, his left hand bandaged and slung across his body. Even though he had triumphed over Hiroshi Takeda, he had to pay a price. According to the doctor, his internal injuries required a fortnight of rest, while his arm, though not as severely injured, would also take several days to heal. The disciples in the martial arts hall gazed at Yagu with astonishment, speculating whether this young man was even human. Whether it was his displayed speed or the way he had shattered the punching bag days earlier, he bore an uncanny resemblance to anything but a mere mortal. Yagu paid no heed to their inquisitive stares, knowing that Takeda would recover in a month's time. He intended to remain there for over 20 days. This city had managed to evade an invasion by the Red Silk Army solely due to Hiroshi Takeda's presence. What would happen if he left and they suddenly attacked? Though Yagu feared becoming adversarial with the Red Silk Army, he was equally unwilling to let anyone suffer because of him. At that moment, Yagu's thoughts were not on his injuries or the possibility of encountering the Red Silk Army. Rather, he pondered the purpose of the combat system that had appeared. Since its inception, he had yet to reap any benefits. There were no attribute enhancements, no skills to utilize. It seemed merely an auxiliary system filled with his physical data, allowing him to stay informed about his own condition. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why couldn't he unleash a key explosion? He recalled scenes from Dragon Ball, where warriors, upon assuming a pose reminiscent of holding in a bowel movement, would erupt with flames, dramatically increasing their battle power. Why was he incapable of such a feat? Was it a form of martial skill? Contemplating the seemingly simple act of condensing ki at the surface of one's body. Even if it were a basic intermediate martial technique, that explosive increase in power might also be a form of martial artistry. Yagu sat in a corner of the martial arena, reminiscing about the images from Dragon Ball. Indeed, among the androids, Android 20 had absorbed Piccolo's energy. after which Piccolo remarked that such energy could be unleashed to its utmost limit. But was it truly that simple to unleash ki? Yagu was torn when watching Dragon Ball. These abilities seemed innate to every fighter, requiring no formal training. Even techniques like the Kamehameha, Solar Flare, and Keyblade were easily replicated. Why was he faced with such complications? Could it be that he had crossed into the wrong world? With a weary sigh, Yagu resolved to retire to the room prepared for him by Hiroshi Takeda and the others for a brief respite. Chapter 45. Kirin Tower. If this book can still be read, I hope everyone will continue to support it. The concept of technique is enigmatic, especially for Yagu. In his past life, having read the Dragon Ball manga and watched the anime, he found their battles to appear effortless. He believed that with diligent training and a relentless pursuit of self-improvement, one could conquer formidable foes. However, the situation at Takeda's dojo served as a wake-up call. The reality was far more complex than he had imagined. If one were to employ a metaphor, it would be akin to a competitive game where both characters possess identical skills, health, magic, and levels. They are endowed with the same amount of currency to procure items and equipment, and then set against one another in combat. The novice is invariably subjected to defeat, while the adept can subtly manipulate the nuances of battle to gradually seize the upper hand, ultimately vanquishing their opponent. Some even manage to dispatch two fully armed adversaries while barely clinging to life through deft maneuvering. Such occurrences may be attributed to luck on one or two occasions, but they become increasingly frequent. The prowess of Yagu, as perceived by Takeda Hiroshi, is evident. However, the challenge lies in harnessing the latent power within his being. It is reminiscent of Sun Wukong's son, whose combat prowess typically stands at 1, yet can surge 1,000-fold during moments of explosive energy. Nonetheless, this surge occurs unconsciously, as the hidden strength within the body only manifests when the mind is devoid of thoughts. Yagu does not consider himself to possess such formidable abilities as Wukong's son. With hundreds or even thousands of times the latent strength within, yet he remains profoundly dissatisfied with his current combat capabilities. Despite the arduous training he endures, his fighting power remains woefully inadequate. During Takeda Hiroshi's recuperation, the Red Scarves did not wreak havoc in the city, which provided Yagu with a measure of relief. Tianshan informed him that, in truth, the Red Scarves maintain a liaison within the city, supported by certain factions of organized crime, albeit without military presence. To the average citizen, as long as the military is not involved, they are willing to tolerate other matters. This situation evokes thoughts of the common people in the Celestial Empire, who endure as long as they are not utterly cornered. The notion of a resilient and hardworking populace is one Yagu wishes to dismiss. Endurance should not merely manifest as passive acceptance of oppression or as silent fury in the face of authority, leading to a life of squandered potential. Such rhetoric, tolerated during high school and university, becomes tiresome in the broader societal context. In a world that has long devolved into a starkly mercenary society, the perpetuation of such ideals is perplexing. While there are many individuals with benevolent intentions, the number of unscrupulous and corrupt individuals vastly outnumbers them. Lacking a solid economic foundation or a network of connections, the reckless application of benevolence may unwittingly offend the undead. After all, in reality, the undead are not as easily discernible as in games. In life, a necromancer may exhibit an air of righteousness, adorned in splendid attire, their appearance polished, leaving even those who have known them for decades unaware of their true nature. The citizens of this city harbor gratitude towards Takeda Hiroshi, yet also a degree of disdain, as he cannot possibly orchestrate the interests of every faction within the city. After a mere 20 days residing in Takeda's dojo, witnessing the latter's return to training, Yagu took his leave. During this brief period, Yagu did not leave empty-handed. Aside from acquiring various combat techniques, he gained insights into the intricacies of combat levels and experience allocation, thus comprehending the true purpose of the battle system. In the preceding period, the combat system dictated that defeating a Red Silk Army soldier would yield a mere 0.1 experience, while vanquishing an ordinary giant, Grinsmuller, would provide a paltry amount, less than 0.1. However, his encounters with Takeda Hiroshi resulted in a substantial gain of 3 experience. Subsequently, Yagu engaged in combat with 4 disciples of Takeda Hiroshi, each at a primary intermediate level, which collectively awarded him 2.3 experience from these sparring sessions. These events led Yagu to suspect that the experience allocated by the combat system would increase as his combat level ascended. Moreover, he discerned that repeated battles against the same adversary would not yield experience. Only a breakthrough in the opponent's martial skills or combat prowess would renew the potential for experience points, a phenomenon he observed with Tianshan. On the 3rd day of sparring with Takeda's 4 disciples, Yagu faced them again but received no experience. It was not until 13 days later, when Tianshan claimed to have achieved a breakthrough and sought Yagu for a duel, that Yagu emerged victorious and consequently earned experience. He then sought out the other 3 disciples, only to find that no experience was gained from them. This led Yagu to conclude that the combat system was designed to encourage him to perpetually pursue the footsteps of martial arts masters, engaging in the slaughter of insignificant red silk army soldiers to enhance the combat system's level would undoubtedly deviate from its true essence. Reflecting on this, Yagu recalled why, upon transforming into a giant ape and killing numerous foes, he had garnered no experience whatsoever. Firstly, the combat prowess of the giant ape was so formidable that any comparative measure became irrelevant. A common stipulation within all gaming systems dictates that his levels rise. Defeating weaker foes yields no experience. Secondly, even though the levels were equivalent, the calculation of combat power levels differed upon transforming into a giant ape. Yagu's Saiyan combat instincts were restored, causing his combat level to rise drastically from a low primary level, potentially reaching the highest tier. In such circumstances, slaying those individuals would provide no benefit to his martial arts progression. Regardless of the situation, Yagu was resolute in his belief that once he attained a certain level of power, creatures with significantly lower combat capabilities would no longer confer experience points. Yagu continued his days of running and training, embarking on a journey specifically towards the martial arts schools in larger cities, challenging opponents and honing his skill. He defeated numerous school masters, yet most lacked the prowess of Takeda Hiroshi, with only 4 disciples, all of considerable age. Additionally, some possessed formidable strength, relying on physical attributes that surpassed ordinary humans, yet their combat levels peaked at the primary intermediate tier. Yagu relished confronting these individuals, as they were akin to him, thriving on physical prowess. When they struck Yagu, he employed his mastery of energy manipulation to develop a hardened exterior, and having acclimated to 30-fold gravity, their blows were far less painful than those delivered by Takeda's disciples. Although the martial arts dojo masters encountered by Yagu were somewhat lacking in strength, they nonetheless provided him with considerable combat experience. With the gradual mastery of the energy technique under the guidance of Takeda Hiroshi, his combat level finally ascended to the intermediate high tier. Now, even the slightest flick of his finger could send a person sprawling several meters away. This was also a source of perplexity for Yagu. Why was it that Takeda Hiroshi could swiftly grasp the art of flight while he remained only a novice? It was only when confronted with deep ravines, where leaping was insufficient to traverse to the opposite terrain, that Yagu would resort to the energy-draining art of flight. Yagu ascended to a peak within the forest, surrounded by undulating mountains and drifting clouds. He lifted his gaze towards the towering edifice that pierced the heavens, the Kylan Tower. His intended destination. At last, I've arrived at Kylan Tower, home of the cat sage. Should I prepare some fish? A sudden thought struck Yagu, an important consideration. Surely, the universal truth that cats relish fish would hold some merit. Using fish to lure a cat should work, despite the fact that his counterpart was a sage. The essence of the being should not alter. After a moment's contemplation, Yagu resolved to gather a sufficient supply of fish before attempting to ascend Kylan Tower. It seemed that a father and son pair lingered beneath the tower. Upon closer inspection, Yagu noted that the father possessed formidable strength. With a swift leap from his vantage point, he descended in a graceful arc, landing with precision before propelling himself once more, alighting on another spot. As he neared Kylan Tower, a tall man emerged before him. Having seen Dragon Ball, Yagu recognized him as a guardian of Kylan Tower, a character who had appeared in the original series, slain by the Crane Hermit's disciple, Tao Pai Pai. Although Yagu had yet to adeptly sense energy, the moment this imposing figure stood before him, he felt an undeniable surge of strength emanating from the man, perhaps the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Regrettably, Yagu could not recall the man's name. Many years had passed since he last indulged in the captivating narrative of Dragon Ball. He only remembered that the man had a son named UPA. Good day, sir. I am a wandering martial artist here to explore the continent and to climb Kylan Tower. As the man was not an adversary, Yagu deemed it unnecessary to adopt a hostile demeanor. Chapter 46. Preparing a Gift. 266 Recommendations. I hope those who find this book worthwhile will offer their support. Thank you. Additionally, while Saiyans possess immense combat talent, the protagonist, being a traveler from another world, inherited the bloodline but failed to acquire the Saiyans' innate combat abilities, rendering him inferior to many warriors from Dragon Ball. Bulla, observing that Yagu was merely a youth, slightly older than her son, spoke kindly. Young man, you are too young to attempt the ascent of Kylan Tower. Upon hearing the rejection, Yagu felt no anger. Although the man looked down upon him, he could empathize. After all, if a small child suddenly appeared on television claiming to be a host, Most would undoubtedly regard him as insane, save for those who approached him with curiosity. Yagu inquired of Bra, I have heard that there is a guardian beneath the Chiron Tower, and it seems that it is you, uncle. Therefore, I wish to ask once more, may I ascend the Chiron Tower? Oh, and by the way, my name is Yagu. What is yours, uncle? Bra, devoid of malice in his heart, felt no obligation to hinder those pure of spirit from climbing the Chiron Tower. I am Bra. If you insist, I may accompany you. However, you must not disturb the tranquility surrounding this sacred place. That is only right, Yagu responded in agreement. But, Uncle Bra, you must be a formidable warrior. Am I correct? I wish to spar with you. Bra gazed intently at Yagu. A spar, you say? Nodding, Yagu continued. I have climbed the Chiron Tower to seek the guidance of those above in honing my skills. Since you possess remarkable martial prowess, let us engage in a friendly contest first. The area surrounding the Chiron Tower was as Bra had described, serene and peaceful, perhaps untouched by war for a millennium. Bra remained silent for a moment, then said, Very well, when shall we commence? Delighted by the ease of his acceptance, Yagu exclaimed, We can begin right now. He then assumed a combat stance, his eyes fixed intently on Bra. Bra, possessing keen perception, noticed Yagu's body lower as his garments began to swell. Realizing the youth's strength was not to be underestimated. Child, you may attack first. Regardless of Yagu's age, Bra prepared to engage with utmost focus. For as the chief guardian of this sacred ground, he approached every matter with diligence. With a flash, Yagu's form vanished, reappearing at Bra's side. Poised to deliver a kick with his right leg, Bra sensed the impending threat and swiftly raised his robust right arm to block Yagu's strike. Thud. Though Bra successfully deflected the attack, the force behind it sent him flying a considerable distance to the left. Fortunately, the ample space allowed him to absorb the blow without sustaining a grievous injury to his arm. Observing Bra clutching his arm with a wary expression, Yagu thought, My strength surpasses his, yet he is the first mid-level warrior I have encountered. I must carefully observe the skills that the system deems him worthy of this classification. Realizing Yagu's formidable power, Bra cast aside any thoughts of leniency and resolved to treat Yagu as an equal. He charged towards Yagu with great speed, which appeared slow to Yagu. Yet he chose not to evade, meeting Bra head-on. As Bra drew near, he suddenly threw a punch, catching Yagu by surprise. Bra's speed eclipsed that of anyone Yagu had previously witnessed. Yagu swiftly sidestepped to avoid the blow, momentarily holding back his own strength as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Bra's abdomen. Thud. The punch landed, yet Bra remained unfazed, retaliating with his left fist. Bang. Before Yagu could react, he was sent flying 5 to 6 meters to the right by Bra's strike. In midair, adjusting his body for a safe landing, Yagu swiftly turned to face Bra, only to realize that the latter was charging towards him once more. What is happening? I clearly utilized my energy technique, yet it did not inflict any damage upon him. Although my previous punch lacked substantial force, I had employed a technique capable of transmitting power into the flesh. The reality, however, was that Bra remained unscathed, leaving Yagu astonished. Bra, unfazed, continued the encounter, while Yagu momentarily regained his composure. Yagu's combat experience had reached 5,159, with nearly half remaining before a potential upgrade. Yet, as the battles progressed, he found little to be optimistic about regarding the combat system's level. He regarded it merely as an auxiliary system, useful for assessing his opponent's combat level. Approaching once more, Yagu tempered his force to engage with Bra. Their fists collided, blocking each other's attacks, and Yagu, leveraging his superior speed, managed to land several punches upon Bra. Strangely, Bra consistently evaded Yagu's strikes aimed at his vulnerable spots, countering with a blow to Yagu's head whenever he was taken aback. How is this possible? Yagu was sent flying once more, half kneeling on the ground, astonished. Since mastering the energy technique, no one had been able to withstand it. Why was this happening? Bra, panting heavily, noticed Yagu's determination to continue fighting and raised his hand in a gesture of pause. All right, I concede. Despite his disbelief in the dissipating power of the energy technique, Yagu was about to charge forward when he heard Bra acknowledge his defeat. He deflated like a punctured balloon, gazing at Bra with a sense of helplessness. Uncle Bra, we haven't determined the victor yet. He had not exerted much strength, and from their previous exchanges, Yagu surmised that Bra likely was not even a match for Takeda Hiroshi. Nevertheless, Bra possessed martial skills that surpassed those of Takeda. This reminded Yagu of a peculiar phenomenon in traditional martial arts novels from his past life, where individuals who mastered the nine-yang divine skill were outmatched by those using ordinary techniques. Profound martial arts techniques, if not accompanied by commensurate strength, would only appear incongruous. Yagu's situation was entirely the opposite. He possessed immense energy and a physicality that far exceeded others, yet he could not effectively channel that power. Bra, having caught his breath, looked up at him and remarked, "Can you already discern victory and defeat? Your strength far surpasses mine. What is troubling you? Are you beginning to doubt your own combat style?" Uncle, do you know about energy techniques?" Yagu inquired with excitement upon hearing Bra's words. "Do you know how to evade the damage they inflict on the body?" Bra rubbed the area where Yagu had struck him. Although Yagu controlled his strength, he still hit quite hard. "I need to catch some fish for my son. Let us discuss this further after lunch." Yagu, eager yet unable to refuse the mention of Bra's son, replied, "All right, uncle. Well, I shall join you in fishing. I have some skills too." As the two individuals approached the riverbank, Yagu first observed Bora's fishing endeavors. Upon noticing that Bora had been standing by the river for quite some time and had finally seized the opportunity to catch a fish, Yagu lost interest. His motivation for catching fish was not for personal consumption, but rather for the cat sage. He concluded that it would be more prudent to purchase some fish from outside. From his encounter with Bora, Yagu gained a mere 2% experience points. Their skirmish was of a competitive nature, which led Yagu to feel a sense of significant achievement. At the very least, the energy he had harnessed was not merely as he had imagined, it was a profound martial art. Although he had learned the basics of energy manipulation, Bora had mastered techniques that rendered energy harmless to himself, showcasing a more advanced skill set. The distinction between their levels of mastery was readily apparent. Noticing Yagu's perplexed state after catching a fish, Bora inquired, "Yagu, why don't you give it a try?" Well, I think I'll pass. I lack the patience for it. By the way, uncle, which city is closest to here?" Yagu asked. Bora pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't ventured out much, but my tribe is located 10 kilometers to the south. You can inquire with the elder there. He will guide you on how to find the city." After speaking, Bora seemed puzzled and asked, "Did you not mention your intention to climb the Kylan Tower? What happened?" With a smile, Yagu explained, "Before I ascend the Kylan Tower, I must gather some supplies, which is why I need to visit the city. However, since you are the chief of the tribe, I thought I might exchange some items within your community." Bora was somewhat baffled but accompanied Yagu, pointing him in the right direction. As Yagu swiftly made his way toward it, Bora took the fish he had caught and headed back to his dwelling. Yagu's pace was brisk, and after receiving directions, he ran straight toward the designated location. The Kylan Sanctum was perpetually serene. The forests and flora seemed to be arranged with meticulous care, devoid of the chaotic and wild disarray typical of untamed wilderness. Everything exuded an air of order and simplicity. Within less than an hour, Yagu arrived at the tribe that Bora had mentioned. His purpose for visiting the city was to procure fish. However, in Bora's tribe, fishing constituted 1/3 of their income. Thus, he paid them for their catch. What delighted Yagu even more was the tribe's dedicated ice cellar for food storage. He took some crushed ice, mixed it with the fish, and stored it in a capsule at his waist. After expressing his gratitude to the tribe, Yagu set off toward the Kylan Tower, eagerly anticipating his long-awaited encounter with the revered Kylan sage. An indescribable excitement welled within him. For the Kylan sage was among the few pivotal supporting characters in Dragon Ball, particularly known for the magical beings that played a crucial role in the battles of the Dragon Ball warriors. Chapter 47. The Cat Sage. There have already been over 300 recommendations. I hope everyone continues to lend their support. The Kylan Tower was tall, and upon encountering Bora once more, Yagu also caught sight of his son, Upa. However, the child was quite young, babbling incoherently, and Yagu did not see Bora's wife, who might have already been in the tribe. Yagu refrained from climbing immediately and instead inquired of Bora why the energy he had mastered did not inflict internal harm upon his body. "The energy you speak of should be a controllable explosive force," he stated. After listening to Yagu's words, Bora pondered for a moment before providing an answer. "Is it not possible for you to distribute your strength throughout your entire body? By mobilizing the power within you, your physique can become remarkably resilient, impervious even. However, this technique is insufficient to repel forces capable of penetrating the body's interior. Thus, this method of utilizing strength represents merely the initial step. To overcome the technique you employed earlier, one must persistently engage in physical movement, allowing this energy to flow in tandem with the body's motions. Qi, as a martial arts technique, follows discernible patterns. By disrupting the velocity of power gathered at the body's surface, one can prevent it from solidifying within. However, a martial arts master can instantly discern the weaknesses in another's energy mobilization through their actions and, in a fleeting moment, exploit these vulnerabilities to deliver penetrating attacks. This demands an exceptional level of observational acuity, especially when the combatants are evenly matched, requiring a talent for combat that transcends ordinary capabilities. Bra reflected for a considerable time as he spoke, clearly not regarding Yagu as possessing such attributes. To employ techniques capable of inflicting internal damage upon an opponent in the presence of a seasoned martial artist presents challenges far surpassing those of simply overpowering them through brute force. Yagu began to grasp this concept. It resembled a collaborative effort within a studio to produce a 3D animation, where tasks are allocated among various individuals working together. To assign all responsibilities to a single person would be impractical and unrealistic. If that individual were to accomplish the entire task solely through personal effort, it would indicate their expertise in the field, warranting a position in management rather than remaining an ordinary employee tasked with coordination. In Bra's eyes, should Yagu identify the weaknesses in his own energy mobilization, he would surpass even the likes of Master Roshi. Such insight necessitates not only formidable vision but also extraordinary combat experience, enabling one to perceive the intricacies of another's movements. To achieve this level of understanding requires an extensive array of skills. From Bra, Yagu learned the techniques of this martial art, which, though more profound than the copper skin technique he had acquired from Takeda Hiroshi, still had its limitations. After a brief study, he began to comprehend the concept. He then took his leave, intending to ascend the Karen Tower. Bra made no move to accompany Yagu, genuinely curious to witness how this young boy would scale the tower, the height of which remained a mystery even to him, despite having guarded it for much of his life. As Yagu ascended the tower, he recalled the legend that only the Golden Staff could grant access to the temple at its summit. Yet, by the later stages of Dragon Ball, all Dragon Ball warriors could establish a presence there. Even Bulma's aircraft could safely land at the temple, rendering the earlier words of Master Cat considerably exaggerated. For Yagu, the exertion of climbing Karen Tower was not significantly more challenging than his own training under gravitational conditions. After enduring an extended period of training within the gravity chamber, Yagu found himself suddenly thrust into the normal gravitational environment of Earth. His stamina had notably increased, allowing him to spend 3 consecutive days atop the Kylan Tower. His diminutive stature rendered him incapable of fully embracing the tower with outstretched arms. In contrast to the teenage Goku, Yagu not only exerted more effort to grip the tower, but also had to meticulously find the right points of leverage. Consequently, the challenges of climbing as well as his speed diminished significantly. Otherwise, he estimated he could have completed the ascent in merely an hour or two. The most arduous aspect for Yagu during these 3 days was the lack of sleep. As time progressed without rest, his controlled strength began to wane, particularly as fatigue set in, leaving his limbs feeling increasingly feeble. Gazing upwards, he observed an endless expanse of blue sky, while looking down revealed the earth below. A vibrant tapestry of blue, white, green, and yellow, shrouded beneath layers of cloud. Strangely, the contours of the land had vanished, and even an inversion of perspective yielded no discernible differences. After climbing for another half hour, Yagu finally spotted a small black dot in the sky. Ah, there it is. The Kylan Tower. Haha, I have finally arrived, he exclaimed, his excitement causing him to nearly lose his balance and tumble from the tower. That was close. Falling now would be a tremendous failure. Over the past 6 months, he had carved out time to practice the flight technique. Although the reasons for his inability to master it remained elusive, it was reminiscent of Goku's arrival on Earth. Despite having learned the flight technique, Goku still relied on the Nimbus cloud for travel. Am I a warrior and not a mage? He pondered, shaking his head to dismiss such impractical. Upon catching sight of the Kylan Tower, Yagu felt a resurgence of strength as his goal came into view. With the intention of resting comfortably upon reaching the top, he quickened his pace. A few minutes later, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Kylan Tower, traversing from the lowest level to the highest. It was hard to fathom that the seemingly simple exterior belied an expansive interior space. However, upon not finding the sage he sought, Yagu called out, "Hey, Kyan. Where are you, Kyan?" After several minutes of shouting, he began to wonder aloud, could he have gone on vacation? It's improbable. A millennia-old recluse wouldn't leave this place. Lost in his thoughts, he opened a capsule filled with fish, the icy aroma of which wafted through the air, overpowering to Yagu's senses. I wonder if this will coax him out, he mused. Suddenly, an unexpected thought struck him. Little ghost, why do you have so much fish here? Startled, Yagu turned to find a plump white cat with a wooden staff standing behind him, slightly taller than himself. Ah, you must be Kyan, Yagu exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to seize the cat and pulling it towards the box of fish. Kyan, please accept these offerings as a token of my respect, hoping you might provide me with guidance in martial arts. On the forehead of the cat sage appeared several dark lines, and he was enticed with fish, a gesture that had never been made in the 8 centuries of his existence. Although Tao Bai Bai had once ascended to this height, he ultimately fell victim to the sage's cunning. Yagu, well versed in the lore of Dragon Ball, recognized the immense assistance the sage had provided to the Dragon Ball warriors and thus dared not overstep his bounds. Moreover, during their initial encounter, he refrained from any excesses, understanding the significance of first impressions. Should the sage hold back while imparting martial wisdom, it would be to Yagu's detriment. With a delicate push of his toes, the cat sage sprang to the edge of the box as if propelled by a spring mechanism. He deftly hooked a fish from within using his wooden staff, inhaled its scent vigorously, and licked its surface, all the while grooming his own fur with one hand. "So, young imp, you wish for me to guide your training?" he inquired. Yagu nodded earnestly, responding, "Indeed, sage. It is for this purpose that I journeyed from the West City, aspiring to cultivate a mightier strength and continually transcend my limits." "Oh, and what compels you to surpass your own limitations?" the cat sage queried, tossing the fish back into the box and licking his hand that had captured it. Without hesitation, Yagu replied, "There is no particular goal. I simply relish the sensation of breaking through my own barriers. Life is about setting objectives for oneself, is it not? I enjoy the experience of overcoming what has previously been a bottleneck. Only then can one truly appreciate the significance of existence and derive excitement from it." The cat sage, peering at Yagu with his nearly closed eyes, remarked, "So, you pursue martial arts without a concrete aim, merely for the sake of breaking through. Is that correct?" Yagu clarified, "No, there is also the ambition to transcend martial principles. Every discipline encounters its own limitations. I aspire to stand atop the highest peak, seeking to learn from those of greater strength." "Ah, this reflects your lack of understanding of your own purpose," the sage countered. "Your approach to martial practice lacks purity of intent." Yagu fell silent, realizing that conversing with a millennia-old cat spirit could lead to further missteps. He then beseeched, "Sage Chiron, might you train me?" The cat sage cast a sidelong glance at the box of fish, a gesture noted by Yagu, who quickly added, "Sage, I shall bring a box of fish each year henceforth." Dark lines reappeared on the sage's forehead as he regarded Yagu with dissatisfaction, who remained oblivious, and continued, "2 boxes. Nothing more, for this journey consumes much time." "Very well," the sage conceded. "Since you have managed to reach this height, it signifies your martial prowess has passed the test. Let us commence." Not affording Yagu further interruption, the cat sage pointed to a kettle in the center of the hall, declaring, "This contains holy water. Consuming it will enhance your strength." Aware that the sacred water was counterfeit, Yagu nonetheless resolved to proceed, recognizing that the process of seizing it was, in itself, a form of training. Though Au was unaware of the specific benefits of this training, the thought that even Goku, who had received guidance from Sun Wukong since childhood and later from Master Roshi, could gain significant advantages from it ignited a spark of enthusiasm within him. Chapter 48. The Quest for Sacred Water. If you find this book to your liking, please do not hesitate to leave a token of appreciation. Thank you. Au directed his gaze towards the water jug in the center of the hall, glancing at the cat sage, who remained still. Instead, he turned his attention to a nearby box containing fish and remarked, "Sage, perhaps we should secure these fish first." The cat sage also noticed the box of fish and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, that would be wise. Please assist me in putting them away." "At your service," Au replied, moving to the box, closing it, and then pressing a button. With a pop, a capsule emerged from the smoke. He turned to Karen, saying, "This is a universal capsule. Now you can store it properly." Au's every action was marked by courtesy, and thus, even though the cat sage discerned his impure intentions at first glance, he felt unable to refuse. "Very well, hand it over," the cat sage said, accepting the capsule from Au and descending the stairs with the water jug, while Au began to survey his surroundings. Moments later, the cat sage returned, holding the water jug up to Au. "Now, as long as you can seize the jug from my hands, you shall partake of its contents." Au regarded the cat sage and nodded, stating, "My martial arts skills may be lacking, but my speed is unparalleled by ordinary folk." The cat sage replied, "Very well. Let us see. I'm coming," Au proclaimed, and in an instant, his form vanished, leaving behind mere shadows that represented where he had stood. The cat sage, taken aback by this display, was unaware that Au's greatest asset was indeed his speed on the ground. Although his speed diminished during attacks due to a lack of coordination, he understood that seizing the opportunity to strike first would grant him the advantage. Au reappeared beside the cat sage, not attacking but instead focusing on the water jug in his grasp, just as he was about to claim it. The cat sage interposed his staff before the jug and repositioned it to a location that Au could not reach without circumventing him. Recognizing this as a trial set forth by the sage, Au approached with earnest determination, refraining from unnecessary words as he dashed towards his target. The cat sage exhibited remarkable agility and a high degree of control over his own body. In his leaps and movements, though not particularly fast, he managed to maneuver Yagu, who nearly vanished from his sight, into a dizzying chase. Yagu circled around him, capitalizing on his extraordinary speed, and whenever the opportunity arose, he would dash in front of him. After half an hour of this relentless pursuit, Yagu felt he had gained nothing from this training. However, as the cat sage continued undeterred, he resolved to persist, believing that in a test of endurance, his opponent would not rival him. As the encounter unfolded, Yagu relinquished his aim at the water flask, instead preparing to pounce upon the cat sage and seize the flask from him. "Ha, I've caught you." Just as he reveled in his triumph, the cat sage before him suddenly morphed into several phantoms. The Phantom Fist. This is an exceptionally renowned martial art, one that I have seen depicted in animations and comics in my previous life. However, having arrived in this world, I am entirely unfamiliar with the application of the Phantom Fist. What initially appeared to be a simple technique has proven elusive to me. Lacking the ability to sense living beings through chi, I was left with no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary and clumsy method of dispelling each of the cat sage's illusions one by one. Time swiftly passed, and Yagu once again confronted the harsh reality that, despite his superior strength, he could not overcome his opponent. The cat sage was now panting lightly, yet Yagu, who was 4 to 5 times quicker in motion, remained unscathed. Recognizing this, Yagu understood that in order to elevate his abilities, he must continually amalgamate various martial techniques, prompting him to cease his actions. "Hey, why have you stopped?" the cat sage inquired, regarding him with curiosity. Yagu, not wishing to conceal his thoughts, replied, "I see you are quite fatigued. I do not wish to acquire the sacred water in such a state." The cat sage paused for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter, then remarked, "Kid, you wish to learn martial arts from me, don't you?" Surprised that his intentions were so readily discerned, Yagu feigned nonchalance and candidly admitted, "Yes, I aspire to grow stronger, and since you are already weary, continuing this way would only mean I would gain an unfair advantage if I were to obtain the sacred water." The cat sage held the flask in his hand and asked, "So, you are aware that the super sacred water is a ruse?" Encountering someone capable of perceiving the thoughts of others was most irksome to Yagu, who could do little but nod in affirmation. To his delight, the sage did not probe further into his reasoning, instead stating, "Very well, since you are considerate of the elderly, I shall take a nap. By the way, you can handle your own dinner." Yagu had hoped to wait for the sage to provide him with some senza beans, and then seize the opportunity to request more. Had the sage already discerned his thoughts? How vexing it was to deal with someone who could see through his mind. Yagu pondered, disheartened. However, he recalled that individuals in the Dragon Ball universe each possessed unique abilities, such as the general who battled Goku in the early Red Ribbon Army saga, who wielded superhuman powers. Likewise, the long-established character Tao Pai Pai also possessed remarkable skills, as did the esteemed Master Rashi and Master Shin. Unbeknownst to Yagu, Takeda Hiroshi of the Tianhong Martial Arts School, whom he had met for the first time, had once defeated Tao Pai Pai. Yet, he was unable to leave the city, which was surrounded on 3 sides by territories held by the Red Ribbon Army. If he were to depart, the city's inhabitants would suffer greatly. Should one attempt to rank the strength of minor characters, Takeda Hiroshi would likely place above Tao Pai Pai, although he was less versed in martial techniques and had not yet faced the fate of being defeated by Tao Pai Pai's singular strike. The inability to fully immerse himself in combat is the greatest vexation that Yagu currently faces. If a global weightlifting competition were to be held now, he would be confident of claiming the championship, regardless of his opponent. Even if it were Master Rashi, he believes he could hold his own. Likewise, in speed and high jump, as well as various other physical competitions, Yagu is assured of securing first place. However, when it comes to battle, he falters. A multitude of factors converge, rendering his power significantly diminished. It is akin to individuals who can harness 70 to 80% of their brain capacity, while others manage to unlock 20% or even more. This mirrors those who consistently excel in training yet falter when it comes to official competitions, leading to understandable frustration. Yagu remains oblivious to what he lacks, much like Vegeta, who, despite enduring grueling training that borders on self-abuse, cannot surpass Goku, always trailing behind him. If Yagu cannot discern the crucial aspect at play, he risks becoming utterly lost, akin to Vegeta's relentless pursuit of Goku. At least during the battles on King Kai's planet in the Buu saga, Vegeta recognized the distinction between himself and Goku, understanding why he could never catch up. Yet Yagu, possessing the innate advantage of a traveler, is subconsciously influenced by the novels of his past life, leading him to believe he is superior to others. The reality, however, is that in battlefield reading comprehension, he may even fall short of Tien Shinhan. He retrieves his food from the universal capsule, intending to eat, when a thought strikes him. Isn't it true that the cat master can walk on vertical surfaces? What kind of ability is that? Yagu also forgets that Tao Pai Pai, who will battle alongside Goku in the future, can run on pillars. These individuals have mastered combat techniques to an extraordinary degree. Some possess such skills innately, while others acquire them over time, and some have sudden epiphanies. Yagu, who inherits the Saiyan bloodline of combat but lacks their fighting awareness, is indeed unfortunate. His analytical ability concerning the dynamics of the battlefield pales in comparison to his prowess after transforming into a great ape, where instinct governs consciousness, allowing his body to act before his mind can catch up. Without the transformation, he risks missing numerous opportunities. Different individuals define combat in diverse ways. Some seek merely the thrill that fighting brings. Others aspire to grow stronger through conflict. Some wish to validate their existence through battle. And there are those who yearn to create carnage, satisfying their twisted desires. The following day, Yagu resumed his playful contest with the cat demon over the water bottle. Chapter 1. In pure heart at noon, for reasons unknown, the cat master bestowed upon Yagu some Sinza beans, enlightening him on their remarkable utility. Aha! This is a Sinza bean. Yagu, devoid of any signs of fatigue, pinched the bean between his thumb and forefinger, examining it closely with unabated curiosity. The full name of the fairy bean is the bean of the immortals, clearly intended for those reclusive individuals who are reluctant to venture outside or engage with others. Otherwise, one could simply place a delivery order. After all, for a sufficient price, even the delivery personnel could scale any heights. The character of Yagu has never underestimated the motivation that money can inspire in people. In truth, the primary sustenance of the cat immortal consists mainly of fish, with the fish Yagu provided merely serving to supplement his reserves. Of course, Yagu also inferred from the absence of fish prepared for him that the immortal's stock was evidently limited. Immortal, he questioned, what exactly have I failed to do? Why do I sense that my strength exceeds yours, yet I am unable to articulate my subsequent thoughts? The cat immortal replied, you engage in countless meaningless gestures. Although your physical prowess is impressive, your efficiency in harnessing it is remarkably low. You are not born of a martial arts lineage, are you? This remark displeased Yagu, who retorted, in my pursuit of martial arts and the enhancement of my abilities, I have challenged numerous martial arts schools. The cat immortal responded, martial skill exists to augment one's strength, yet what is even more crucial is the spiritual insight gained. What have you derived from those contests? Yesterday, when I inquired about your purpose in strengthening your abilities, you were equally at a loss for words. Such a fundamental question should not be overlooked by a practitioner of martial arts. Yagu felt a surge of indignation. He wondered why the immortal had not posed such inquiries to Sun Wukong in the original tale. Did the immortal deliberately challenge him due to his perceived lack? Yagu's frustration grew as he simply wished to enhance his martial prowess under the guidance of the cat immortal, diligently practicing the art of flight, ascending to the divine temple, and undergoing training under the god Bobo, all in the hope of being led to the king of the underworld for further cultivation. He did not see any flaw in his aspirations, yet he found the immortal's demeanor exasperating. Just teach me the martial techniques, he thought. Why must you prattle on endlessly? However, recognizing the immortal as his senior, and acknowledging the necessity of future interactions in his training, Yagu endeavored to maintain a facade of respect despite his inner dissatisfaction. Approaching the cat immortal, who stood at a height similar to his own, Yagu ingratiatingly remarked, Immortal, you have received so many fish from me. And you have consumed them as well. It feels rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? The white-furred cat immortal, upon hearing Yagu's words, displayed a frown on his forehead. Ignoring him and walking away, Yagu felt helpless. Since the immortal was aware that the super holy water was a ruse, there was no need to prolong such charades. He merely sought to discern the nature of this youth and assess his character, which seemed to lack purity. Seeing the cat immortal seated and indifferent to worldly matters, Yagu grew increasingly anxious regarding his own physical state, yearning for guidance. This sensation mirrored that of Vegeta witnessing Goku and Trunks transforming into Super Saiyans. His inner pride would not permit him to remain in a state of inferiority. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he could find no method to achieve his own transformation into a Super Saiyan. The arduous training indeed gradually enhances one's strength. However, in comparison to the power acquired post-transformation, it is akin to comparing clouds to mud. The feline sage, Yagu, helplessly approached the cat sage, who remained indifferent. Having exhausted all flattering, Yagu resolved to engage in a battle of endurance. He ascended to the top of the Kylan Tower, retrieved the gravity chamber, and stabilized it with several suction-like supports, all the while wary of the cunning intentions of the mischievous cat attempting to push him off the tower. The gravity multiplier of the chamber was set to 40 times that of Earth. Yagu engaged in basic exercises within, having acclimatized himself to the 30-fold gravity. Yet, unlike Goku, who managed to leap several meters high upon his initial arrival at King Kai's planet despite the overwhelming gravity, Yagu found himself incapable of such feats. His adaptation merely allowed him to move freely like an ordinary person within the chamber. The days that followed were starkly different from what Yagu had anticipated. It was as if the cat sage had not noticed his presence, engrossed in his own affairs within the Kylan Tower, while Yagu diligently trained in the gravity chamber above. Adjusting to 40 times Earth's gravity was no trivial matter. In addition to practicing techniques learned from others, he also focused on refining his flight technique. Though with less than satisfactory results, Yagu felt somewhat frustrated. Yet he could only rely on his own abilities and review the knowledge he had garnered on his journey to this place. Occasionally, he would descend to the Kylan Tower, either climbing or utilizing his flight technique to bring fresh fish back to the cat sage. Although the sage often found this behavior somewhat embarrassing and at times infuriating, previously questioning Yagu in exasperation, "Do you truly think I am a cat?" Yagu would simply respond with, "You are indeed a cat," diffusing the situation. For months later, for reasons unknown, the cat sage took notice of Yagu. One morning, he announced that he would teach Yagu the art of cultivation. Having spent 3 years in the company of Master Rashi, Yagu believed that with the guidance of the cat sage, his accomplishments, at least in the early stages, would surpass those of Goku and his companions. A solid foundation makes any endeavor more manageable. This principle not only applies universally in past societies, but also influences many areas of life. The cat sage observed the young man standing before him. Over the course of 6 months, Yagu had grown taller. Previously just a couple of centimeters taller than him, he now exceeded him by a full 4 centimeters. Yagu paid close attention to the moon of Earth, equipped with a reminder device. Having completely abandoned the sleep patterns of his past life, retiring to bed promptly at 8 each evening. You have mastered numerous martial arts techniques. However, this is merely a preliminary grasp, remarked the cat sage as he began to critique Yagu's martial arts. While many can learn martial arts skills, some exhibit superior results compared to others. Conversely, there are individuals who, despite lacking mastery of advanced techniques, can still defeat those who have. The underlying reason for this disparity lies in the degree of control each person has over their own body. He paused, shifting his gaze to Yagu, and upon seeing the other nod, continued, "Half a year ago, when we competed for the water jug, your speed and strength far surpassed mine by several folds. Yet, why were you unable to seize it from my grasp? Have you pondered this question deeply?" Yagu reflected for a moment, admitting that he had not given it much thought. To him, this seemed to be the sort of lesson a cat sage should impart. His comprehension was lacking, and he felt that laboriously contemplating such matters was less efficient than receiving guidance from others. Thus, he responded with words once spoken by the cat sage. "I have too many unnecessary movements." The cat sage was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Yagu. Noticing the sage's expression, Yagu grew anxious that he might be disappointed and disregard him, so he added, "I truly haven't thought about these questions. I can accomplish whatever rigorous training you assign me. But contemplating such nonsensical matters is simply not my forte. Since you aspire to surpass your limits, why do you not even contemplate the most fundamental aspects?" The cat sage's words struck a nerve, bluntly revealing that Yagu's martial pursuits were not truly aimed at transcending his own boundaries, but rather a deception. Hesitating, Yagu looked at the cat sage with difficulty and remarked, "I have heard tales of your kind. It seems that there are even greater beings atop Kylenta. I wish to learn everything from you before ascending there. Hee, I can already perform the void dance, and though it may be of no use now, I believe it will serve me in the future." The cat sage provided a succinct explanation. "You still have not grasped your true purpose. Do not interrupt. I have more to say. I should have taught you some things by now, but I am more interested in observing the essence of your character." Yagu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Does that mean I have passed your test?" "Not at all." The cat sage's words dealt a significant blow to Yagu. "Do not be disheartened. Your intentions are not pure. The truly formidable techniques can only be imparted to you if you comprehend them yourself. Otherwise, few would willingly share their knowledge. Do you understand?" Yagu nodded, replying, "I understand." Just like in the Namek saga, when Piccolo and the others went to train under King Kai, the old man never mentioned his other technique, the Spirit Bomb. Thus, in Dragon Ball, Goku became the sole user of that technique, leaving one to wonder why King Kai did not gather energy himself. Surely, with a mere command, King Enma could have intervened, contacting those in the celestial realm to gather energy from beings on their planets, likely amassing more than Goku could achieve on his own. It seems that deities cannot intervene directly, can they? The cat sage disregarded Yagu's wandering thoughts and continued, "I am somewhat satisfied with your disposition. Yet there remains another trial to endure. If you cannot pass this trial, I shall not teach you. What trial? Yagu asked, slightly disheartened, having thought the sage had already acquiesced, only to discover that another challenge lay ahead. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, the cat sage turned to him and said, "Follow me down." Chapter 2. The Return of the Art. If this book is still worth reading, please do not hesitate to show your support. Thank you. The cat sage led Yagu to a lower level, where numerous jars and containers were displayed. The celestial beings should also be here, Yagu pondered. Although he could secretly stash some away like Yajirobe, he was reluctant to forfeit his opportunity to continue training with the others. Go take a look over there, instructed the cat sage, pointing to 3 jars in a corner. Yagu examined the fragile ceramic jars, each topped with a wooden lid. He felt a flicker of as if he had encountered these objects in the original narrative, yet the purpose eluded him. Navigating around the entrance that ascended from the pillar, Yagu approached the jars. His stature was too short, requiring him to leap and grasp the edges to peer inside. Upon lifting the first lid, he found a pool of water. Just as he was struck with curiosity, ripples broke the surface. Suddenly, the reflection of his face vanished, and through it, Yagu beheld another version of himself training in the gravity room. This is a scene from my past training, he realized, recalling the origin of the image. With a flicker of insight, he turned his gaze to the 2 adjacent jars. Through these 3 vessels, he could glimpse the past, present, and future. As the image dissipated, the water in the jar receded, appearing as if it had been dry for years. Without further ado, Yagu swiftly opened the other 2 jars. In the present, he witnessed Dr. Briefs repairing a machine. When he opened the jar representing the future, a colossal centipede erupted forth, moving with astonishing speed. No, it would be more accurate to say that Yagu's perception of time had slowed as the creature coiled around him, revealing a multitude of images: the World Martial Arts Tournament, the formidable King Piccolo, and more. When he regained his composure, all was gone. What you just witnessed were your past, present, and future. Excellent. Now, come with me. I will impart all that I know to you, the cat sage finally proclaimed, igniting a spark of excitement within Yagu. In the days that followed, Yagu shadowed the cat sage, learning the fundamental techniques of combat while minimizing unnecessary movements, dramatically enhancing his fighting efficiency. It was akin to an athlete whose innate physical prowess had yet to be refined, although he surpassed the average individual. A considerable journey remained to secure victory in the boxing ring. Now, with a dedicated coach at his side, he received targeted training. As the saying goes, those within the game are often confused, while the observers see clearly. Yagu had not inherited the Saiyan instinct for battle. He merely felt a penchant for fighting due to his lineage. Arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he aspired to stand alongside the protagonists. Yet it could be said he had inherited no innate talent or instinct for combat. The cat sage gradually guided Yagu in his training. For reasons unknown, 3 months later, although Yagu had not mastered the art of flight, he had nonetheless elevated his combat level to the intermediate stage. It is worth noting that Bra's combat level remained at the beginner level. Despite not having learned significantly more than Yagu, he found himself at a higher rank, which filled Yagu with exhilaration, yet also highlighted his limitations. In the realm of Dragon Ball, there are numerous techniques. Yet the question remains, to what extent can they enhance one's combat level? Combat level is not merely a reflection of strength, but rather an assessment of an individual's combat awareness and intuition. 2 months prior, the cat sage had declared that he had little left to teach Yagu, merely providing guidance and correcting minor mistakes that Yagu had overlooked. While his own combat level stood at the advanced beginner stage. Over the past months, every time Yagu felt he had made progress, he would challenge the cat sage to a duel, all of which were recognized by the combat system. These encounters had collectively granted Yagu nearly 10% of the experience he needed, but now, he found that he could no longer gain experience from sparring with the cat sage. Regularly, Yagu would descend to the base of the tower to bring back fish for the cat sage. He had met Bra several times, and even the younger UPA would occasionally attempt to mimic Yagu's name. Time flew by, and after 6 months, the cat sage suddenly remarked to Yagu, "Continuing your studies here will only hinder your advancement. It is time for you to train elsewhere." Yagu had sensed this himself during these days and inquired, "May I ascend to the upper realm?" The cat sage, understanding the implication, shook his head and replied, "No, how can a mortal freely meet with the divine?" Yagu discreetly pouted. If judged solely by the storyline of Dragon Ball, this was indeed the case. The deities within the temple held exalted status. However, in reality, everything was different. "Very well, I shall take my leave, Master Karen," he declared, preparing to leap down. "Wait," called the cat sage, halting Yagu. The latter paused, observing as the sage waved his staff, summoning a dark cloud that floated into view, halting before Yagu. The cloud appeared vaguely familiar, stirring echoes of memory within him. What does this mean? A gift for you, the cat sage stated. A gift? Upon hearing the word, Yagu recalled something he had almost overlooked. Master Karen, could you share the cultivation method for the Sinza beans? The cat sage regarded him thoughtfully and asked, You wish to know the method for cultivating the divine beans? Indeed. The cat sage replied, That is impossible. Disheartened, Yagu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why not? The cat sage explained, Cultivating them is exceedingly difficult. However, if you desire, I can offer you some. You may take as many as you wish from the jars over there. Yagu glanced at the jars tucked away in the corner and, with reluctance, questioned, Master Karen, is it truly impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate these miraculous beans? Their gazes locked. The cat sage and Yagu shared a moment of understanding. The two individuals fell into a silence, their gazes locking in mutual reassurance. Confident that no sparks would fly. Very well. The cat immortal approached a nearby box and retrieved a jar, placing it before Yagu. You may attempt to plant the celestial beans in this jar, but remember to periodically nourish them with your life energy. Moreover, it is crucial that you harbor no malevolent thoughts during the nurturing process. Otherwise, they will perish. This is the most fundamental rule. As for whether they will thrive, I have never entrusted this task to anyone else, so I cannot say for certain. Thank you, immortal Chiron, Yagu replied joyfully, taking a small portion of the celestial beans. Witnessing this scene, the cat immortal nearly leapt in agitation, yet Yagu wore a shameless grin, leaving the immortal feeling quite helpless. He placed the jar suitable for planting the celestial beans and the beans themselves into a universal capsule and mounted a black cloud. Farewell, immortal Chiron. The cat immortal remained silent as the black cloud soared away in an instant, swift and direct towards the West City. That little rascal must be taught a lesson. The cat immortal thought, harboring resentment over the substantial number of celestial beans Yagu had taken. These beans were exceedingly precious. While their flavor was not remarkable, they held immense value for martial artists and for someone like him, a recluse of a millennium. The black object, reminiscent of the flying nimbus, moved at great speed. From the original text, it is evident that even after Goku returned from training with King Kai, he needed to summon the... Although his flying techniques may have surpassed the nimbus in speed, Goku was pressed for time, indicating that the nimbus's velocity was still quite commendable prior to the Namek. In less than an hour, West City appeared before him. However, as the black nimbus hovered over the land he had purchased, it suddenly malfunctioned, causing Yagu to tumble down as if the cloud had sprung a leak. It was only then that Yagu recalled the episode in the original story where Tao Pai Pai experienced a similar fate. Curse this wretched cat demon. He muttered silently to himself. After a brief bout of cursing, Yagu, having extricated himself from the pit, sighed and began to inspect the land he had acquired. Having been away for a year, he noticed numerous new constructions surrounding the area. Suddenly, Yagu detected an unsettling commotion emanating from his factory. Could it be that someone has turned my factory into a gathering place? I specifically hired military personnel to oversee the premises. Chapter 3. A spectacle of one's own within 2 days, 60 recommendation votes. Thank you all. Truly. The cacophony of voices within his own factory irritated Yagu. While he was not a particularly fastidious person, he possessed a strong sense of territoriality over his belongings, unwilling to permit others to tamper with his possessions. Swiftly approaching the factory, Yagu exerted himself, leaping onto the rooftop with remarkable control, making no sound whatsoever. Quietly, he approached a window, which was a transparent glass pane, albeit obscured by dust and grime from exposure to the elements, significantly reducing its clarity. Nevertheless, Yagu was able to discern the disturbances within. In the factory, 5 individuals were present. A robust young man with short hair was assaulting another timid youth. The 3 others included one slightly overweight, another with an unruly afro and darker skin, and the last with dyed green hair. All were attired in a haphazard hippie style, their faces adorned with mocking grins as they observed the muscular young man delivering kicks to the school uniform-clad youth. Yagu estimated that they were merely 16 or 17 years of age. Haha, Rinsheng, how does it feel? The short-haired brute asked, wiping his nose with his thumb after knocking the uniformed youth to the ground. Although Yagu could not see the details from his vantage point above, he discerned that the fallen youth had skillfully evaded several blows. Otherwise, had he been struck in critical areas, he would not merely be lying there gasping for breath, but rather unconscious. The dark-skinned youth with the afro approached the muscular assailant and said, Huilong, that's enough. You'll have your chance to teach this kid a lesson later. Let us go? Huilong disdainfully glanced at the prostrate Rinsheng, spat on him, and turned to the other 2 companions, declaring, let us move. The slightly overweight one and the green-haired individual followed suit, and as they exited the factory, Huilong kicked the fallen Rinsheng one last time. Yagu watched the 4 depart, a desire to twist their heads off surging within him. He held them in contempt. These individuals seldom considered their families or parents, as if such ties mattered little to them. They were the type that resorted to armed intimidation to fill the void in their hearts. Many powerful factions control people by leveraging their families as pawns, for only those with attachments can truly be dominated. Yet, the four he observed, regardless of any potential they might possess, remained mere foot soldiers. However, exceptions exist, and perhaps one day they might carve out their own domain. It seemed imperative for Yagu to cleanse the environment of Shiji City. The Dragon Ball world represented a rare sanctuary from his childhood that must not be sullied by anyone. He yearned to champion justice. Yet how could stability be achieved in a world where the greatest evil, the Red Ribbon Army, had not been eradicated? Numerous areas under government jurisdiction were infested with mafia groups supported by the Red Ribbon Army. Even if one faction was vanquished, another would inevitably arise within days. As the four delinquents departed, Yagu turned his attention back to the individual still sprawled in his dwelling. He felt compelled to rouse him and encourage him to leave his residence. He wished to assist him, not just as a solitary act of charity. For countless others endured far worse fates, many of whom had lost their lives in the process. In truth, Yagu did not wish for another's success to overshadow this individual's excellence, nor for another's suffering to diminish this one's sorrow. Comparisons between people are futile. A farmer in a remote valley, earning 1,000 yuan a month, has every reason to leap for joy. However, if one were to place this income in the Western metropolis, it would likely only suffice to endure the hardships of existence beneath a bridge. When Yagu leaped from the rooftop of the factory, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Turning around, he focused his gaze. A kilometer away, through the window of a dilapidated house, a figure was observing him with binoculars. The moment the individual realized that Yagu was staring back, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Utterly bewildered by how Yagu had detected him, instinctively he recoiled under Yagu's piercing gaze. "Big brother, that kid has returned, and he has spotted me." The binocular-wielding man relayed over the phone to someone on the other end. "What? That kid is back. Well, it doesn't matter. I've endured for quite some time. This fellow, having concealed himself like a turtle for over a year, has finally shown his face. Humph. Tonight, I shall dismantle him utterly." The voice on the other end sounded menacing. "Just keep a close watch and report his movements to me at all times." Understood. Unbeknownst to Yagu, he merely found it peculiar that someone would observe him from such a distance with binoculars. Humph. Who could possibly threaten me? Unless they wielded powers akin to the magic wind wave, what could be so fearsome? He possessed the strength to be audacious. His months spent with Master Karen had significantly augmented his abilities. His combat prowess had advanced exponentially. Yagu was not surprised by his own progress. Having acclimated to 30 times the normal gravity, what he lacked was the means to channel this newfound power. Much like Sun Wukong, who, when defeating his brother, had a combat strength of less than 500, spent over 100 days with King Kai, and was then able to contend with Vegeta's nearly 20,000 combat power. Currently, Yagu did not believe there were many who could rival him. The only one capable of challenging him was likely the deity within the temple. Unfortunately, Master Karen did not permit him to ascend, leading Yagu to contemplate seeking the fortune teller for assistance, and possibly venturing to the afterlife to learn the King Kai Fist from King Kai himself. The King Kai Fist, a martial art that instantaneously enhances overall combat power, is a profound technique developed by the North Kai over countless years of research. The method of instantaneously boosting combat power through the King Kai Fist is remarkably similar to the way Saiyans increase their strength upon transformation. There are numerous methods to elevate combat power, some rudimentary, others advanced. It is merely a matter of distinction. For instance, Master Roshi, with his muscles bulging, once pushed the moon away in Dragon Ball. Master Roshi obliterated the moon, and later, it was destroyed yet again, leaving one to ponder how many moons were left. And Trunks, during his fierce battles, also experienced significant muscle expansion. These are all valid methods. As a Saiyan, continuously transforming is the most effective route. Yet Yagu harbored concerns about his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he resolved to venture to the afterlife to cultivate his relationship with King Kai. As I approached the entrance of the factory, I beheld the once meticulously organized space, now a disheveled mess, ravaged by others. Fortunately, the vital equipment had been secured in the basement by military personnel, locked away with chains. Bloodstains marred the ground, and I walked over to the figure sprawled nearby, inquiring, "Hey, how long do you intend to lie there?" Ren Sheng, a student from Huayong Senior High School, was the son of a detective from the Shiji City Police Department. This connection led many of those apprehended by his father to seek a sense of equilibrium through him, having experienced his parents' divorce. Rin Sheng believed his father's faults outweighed those of his mother. Consequently, even when bullied by classmates, he refrained from seeking his father's assistance, wishing to exact retribution in his own way. As he lay on the ground, gradually regaining his strength, he suddenly heard the voice of a child. Looking up, he saw a boy of around 10 years, slightly chubby and with pallid skin, likely a result of prolonged confinement in the gravity chamber. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Rin Sheng struggled to rise. After all, he was a high school student, and he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of dignity in front of the young one. It was then that the boy, Yagu, truly observed Rin Sheng. The latter had a tall, slender frame, and though the school uniform made him appear somewhat constrained, along with his lackluster demeanor, Yagu sensed that with a bit of grooming and self-assurance, he could undoubtedly be quite handsome. Why, in the Dragon Ball world, was even a bullied individual such a striking figure? Yagu felt a surge of indignation. The boy named Rin Sheng clutched his abdomen and painfully made his way toward the entrance, but he faltered and collapsed to the ground. Hey, do you want me to call an ambulance? Yagu inquired as he approached him. Rin Sheng shook his head, declining the offer. Yagu chuckled and remarked, "You're rather stubborn, aren't you? Quite commendable. However, while your injuries aren't severe, a few days of rest would do you well. What is your home phone number? I can have your parents come pick you up." Noticing that Rin Sheng was ignoring him, Yagu felt a flicker of annoyance. He spread his arms and said, "Well, you truly are a stubborn one. Very well, you may remain there. By the way, I should inform you that I purchased this place. Who would have thought that within just over a year, it would become your gathering spot? While you may not have fond memories of this place, you certainly share in the disruption of its peace." At that moment, a sense of danger enveloped me, a palpable murderous intent directed at me. Yagu chose not to continue conversing with Rin Sheng and walked outside. In the distance, several business vehicles were parked, and a group of men in black, armed with guns, descended from the cars, their sights clearly set on me. What do they want? I don't know them, I thought, suddenly glancing back at Rin Sheng, who lay slumped in the corner. Hey, they're not here to cause you trouble, are they? Rin Sheng squinted at the 6 armed men and shook his head with difficulty, saying, "I don't know them. You should call the police." With a dismissive scoff, I replied, "Who am I to call the police, since they dare to act so brazenly? It seems I must make them aware of how to write my name." Chapter 4. Prologue. Still needing 60 more recommendations. I hope everyone continues to support me. If you find this book worth reading, please do not hesitate to show your support. While the sound of gunfire did not concern Yagu, the lives of the nearby youths, age 16 or 17, were at stake. Thus, he swiftly picked up Rin Sheng, who had collapsed at the doorway, and dashed into the factory. Upon witnessing Yagu's actions, the man in the center bellowed, "Everyone, pursue him. Do not let him escape. You too, flank him from behind." The 2 individuals, addressed by name, acknowledged and armed themselves to encircle the factory, ensuring Yagu could not slip away unnoticed. Quick resolution was paramount. They had to avoid attracting the attention of the police. The speaker was the burly man who had stood in the center, clearly the mastermind of the group. If Yagu's memory were sharper, he would recognize the familiarity of this figure. Indeed, his likeness still adorned the wanted posters on the streets. This man was Mowgli, a notorious bank robber who had evaded capture. It was no coincidence that they crossed paths. Mowgli would never forget Yagu's act of killing his brother. Even after aligning himself with another powerful faction, he sought to personally conclude matters with Yagu. Yagu discarded Rin Sheng in a corner, shielded by cargo, rendering him safe from harm unless the adversaries approached. As Yagu attempted to exit, Rin Sheng, clutching his abdomen in pain, managed to utter, "You should call the police quickly, though it may be too late. Just lie there and conserve your energy," Yagu replied, turning away without a glance, and proceeded toward Mowgli and his men. Rin Sheng had endured a beating for 7 or 8 minutes. Although his assailant had been somewhat restrained, any movement caused excruciating pain at the site of his injuries, compelling him to curl up in agony. When Mowgli and his men entered the factory, they were momentarily stunned to find Yagu standing boldly before them. Recovering from their shock, Mowgli erupted with laughter. "Kid, you're truly audacious to remain here. Originally, I had intended to turn you into a pulp, but since you exhibit such courage, I admire your spirit. How about I give you a proper end instead?" The 2 who had flanked Yagu also entered through the side door, guarding their respective exits with weapons drawn. Yagu scrutinized them, puzzled, and inquired, "I don't believe we are acquainted. Have we crossed paths before?" Mowgli gradually lowered his weapon and retorted, "You truly have a forgetful nature." Before he could continue, one of his subordinates interjected, "Boss, keep an eye on the time. We wouldn't want the police to catch us. Spare me your chatter. I am the boss here, understand?" Mowgli countered, silencing the interruption. Yagu raised a hand to silence them both, stating, "Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. There will be ample opportunity for that." At that moment, A burly man with a bushy beard shouted at Mowgli, "Kid, it has been 4 years, and we have not forgotten you." "For years? I was barely 2 years old then," Yagu responded with a smile, unfazed. Suddenly, he found the conversation rather tedious. With a swift motion, he vanished from Mowgli's sight. With a resounding thud, the figure of Yagu suddenly materialized, standing alongside Mowgli and the other two companions. In an instant, one of them received a powerful punch from Yagu, sending them soaring into the air, followed by a crash to the ground several meters away. The guards stationed at the entrance were momentarily taken aback as Yagu seized two firearms, hurling them toward the bewildered duo. The weapons struck them with a dull thud, eliciting pained gasps as they collapsed to the ground. "Ah, splendid. I've garnered a mere 0.6 experience points. Is it truly possible that these individuals could pose a threat to me? Or does the state of life-and-death combat guarantee the accrual of experience points?" A question lingered in Yagu's mind. A year prior, he had transformed into a colossal ape and taken countless lives, yet had received no experience whatsoever. The reality was that Yagu had failed to grasp the intricacies of the battle system, which was designed to elevate his combat level by continually challenging him against formidable opponents. Its primary aim was to bolster his fighting spirit. Upon transforming into the giant ape, however, Yagu's resolve dissipated, and thus the system ceased to assist him. For Yagu, whether in his original form or as the giant ape, the body remained his own. There was no distinction. This divergence from the system's expectations left him perplexed, unable to comprehend the underlying reasons. As Yagu swiftly dispatched the 6 members of Mowgli's group, Ren Sheng, who had been observing closely, widened his eyes in astonishment. Unable to contain his awe at Yagu's rapid and decisive strikes that felled the adversaries in mere moments, binding Mowgli and his companions tightly with ropes, Yagu first made a call to the police, then proceeded to rouse the most frail among them. Upon awakening, the man trembled, clearly having fainted from the pain. Now, as he regained consciousness amidst lingering agony, he would have cried out had he not been gagged. Yagu patiently waited for the man to exhaust his cries before removing the cloth from his mouth. As soon as the fabric was lifted, the man spat out, "You little brat, how does it feel? Are your punches delicious? If you're nostalgic, I have plenty more." His words were cut short as Yagu delivered a punch to his abdomen, causing him to retch painfully. Observing the man's distress, Yagu feigned concern, gently patting his back as he inquired, "How are you feeling now?" The man, realizing the futility of his bravado in the face of Yagu's expression, found himself at a loss for words. Though merely a child, the recent events were no mere figment of his imagination, and the memory of a comrade who had perished at Yagu's hands instilled a sense of dread within him. "What do you wish to know?" Yagu eagerly awaited this question, responding with a smile. "Now we're getting somewhere. It's quite obvious, isn't it? Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. Why are you here to confront me?" The man, resigned, cast a glance at Yagu before lowering his head, his voice heavy with regret as he replied, "For years ago, we were robbing a bank, and because of you, a comrade lost his life at your hands. Thus, we have been keeping watch here for years." Yagu reflected on this revelation, acknowledging the truth of the man's claim, though a sense of confusion soon followed. "Your elder brother is not in prison. It appears he has escaped. However, for all these years, you individuals have remained in the West City without fear of the police capturing you." The man seemed somewhat troubled, and upon noticing his demeanor, Yagu clenched his fists and gestured in front of him, prompting the man to honestly speak up. His elder brother has allied with a formidable force, known as the Red Silk Army. The Red Silk Army. How intriguing it is to have a connection with them. These audacious individuals dare to extend their influence into the West City. Yagu, eyeing the man, inquired if there were any contacts for the Red Silk Army in the West City. Shaking his head, the man replied, "That individual merely calls us periodically, and we cannot reach him. However, each time he contacts us, he supplies us at specific locations in West City, and over the years, we have aided him in consolidating the underground power here. Yet, they seem to distrust us. Once we consolidated power, they seized control from us. But what of it? 6 months ago, those underground forces were caught off guard by the government troops and have since disbanded. 2 months after that, the individual contacted us again." Yagu furrowed his brow and asked if they had no idea who he was and if they could not ascertain anything from the phone number. They could not. It was a special line that allowed only one-way communication. Apart from the leader, none of us have seen him. The man's voice was low, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. At that moment, the wail of police sirens echoed from outside. Shortly after, several officers entered and, upon seeing 6 individuals lying next to Yagu, along with a few scattered firearms, they approached with caution, drawing their sidearms towards Yagu and the man he had securely bound. Yagu stood and addressed them. "Gentlemen, these individuals are former bank robbers. You must be aware of that." "Ah, You are the officer who stood beside the little mustachioed one, correct? He pointed at one of the officers who seemed vaguely familiar. The officer, taken aback, raised an eyebrow. The little mustachioed one was a metaphorical reference to both his past and present superior, blinking in realization at the mention of bank robbers. The fair-skinned officer quickly pieced it together. Oh, you are that little rascal from back then? Did you defeat all of these? Yagu shrugged, exclaiming. I told you not to leak my information back then, yet you did. Now look, they have come for me. TSK, how disappointing, considering my trust in you. The young officer was somewhat speechless. He had a vivid memory of Yagu's youthful appearance, and it seemed Yagu had never expressed any trust towards them. Well, let us set aside the small talk. These individuals are indeed fugitives. Thank you for aiding us once again. However, we must trouble you to come to the police station to provide a statement. No problem. Oh, by the way, please take this fellow to the hospital. As Yagu concluded, he could not help but frown. He had been brought here to fight by his schoolmates. Look, this is my factory. As police officers, you neglect to address these delinquent minors, and now you fail to safeguard my property. Observing Yagu's articulate complaints, the officer remained unperturbed. Smiling as he nodded and escorted Yagu to his police vehicle, where arrangements for an ambulance were naturally made. Headquarters. The headquarters has received the message. Please respond. This is the West Capital Soda Ash Manufacturing Plant. We have discovered a fugitive from a year ago, along with 3 accomplices, who have been subdued. Please send assistance swiftly. Understood. Personnel are already being mobilized. Within 2 minutes, 5 police cars arrived. Yagu, aware of the efficiency of the West Capital Police, was not surprised. Chapter 5. Learning Martial Arts. Thank you all for the 33 recommendations received in just one day. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the humor I previously mentioned has completely vanished. It feels a bit awkward. After leaving the police station, Yagu headed to the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. By some twist of fate, he did not encounter Bulma or her mother. Instead, he met with Dr. Briefs. After exchanging a few words, he departed, initially intending to visit the next day. He decided to go today since he was already out of the police station and the company was not far. Upon returning to his workshop, preparing to commence his training for the day, he noticed a young man at the door, bandaged and adorned with several patches on his face. Yagu recognized him as Renshing, the young man who had been beaten. Renshing often faced bullying from classmates, enduring beatings without revealing the truth to his father. He had always aspired to grow stronger and had studied various techniques. Yet, despite the instructor's eloquent teachings, he could only withstand a few strikes when confronted by those seasoned in street brawls, especially when faced with multiple assailants wielding pipes and knives. Even the most skilled instructors would cry out for help in such situations. Nonetheless, Rensheng did not abandon his pursuit of martial knowledge. If there were a theoretical examination for martial arts, he may not claim the top spot, but he would certainly be among the top 10. His father was quite generous with living expenses, which Rensheng used to treat martial arts instructors to meals and cigarettes. He despised unsavory groups and never considered using money to hire outsiders to confront his bullies. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yagu inquired. Observing the youth towering over him, Rensheng hesitantly lowered his head and said, Teacher, I wish to learn martial arts from you. Yagu's eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. It was the first time someone had called him teacher. Though in his previous life, patrons were often addressed as such. This felt entirely different, akin to the distinction between self-proclaimed experts of the 21st century and the esteemed professors of the 60s and 70s. Likewise, the title of teacher in the Dragon Ball universe was not commonplace. Recalling the earlier incident where he had witnessed Rensheng being bullied by classmates, Yagu asked, Do you want to learn to fight so you can take down those individuals? Rensheng, still looking down, gradually shifted his gaze to Yagu and replied, Yes. Teacher, please teach me the techniques of combat. Yagu ignored him, but Rensheng, like a persistent adhesive, followed closely behind. He retrieved a capsule from his pocket, producing the gravity room. Before entering, Yagu turned to Rensheng and said, I am about to begin my training. Do not disturb me and stand back. Teacher, please teach me the techniques of combat, Rensheng insisted, his tone and pace unwavering. As Yagu stepped into the gravity chamber, he continued to acclimatize himself to the 40 times the normal gravity. His adaptation to such extreme gravitational force starkly contrasted with the likes of Goku and Vegeta, who, even under 100-fold gravity, could leap, strike, and kick with a speed surpassing that of an ordinary person. Yagu, however, could not. His adaptation merely allowed him to endure this level of pressure like an average individual. Since returning from the Chaos Tower, Yagu had been diligently revisiting his training regimen for over a year, yet he had not fully mastered the 40 times gravity chamber. His foundational exercises persisted. as Yagu aspired to establish a solid base to ensure he would not fall too far behind Goku and Vegeta in the future. Training was a monotonous endeavor, a sentiment Yagu profoundly understood after years of commitment. Yet, it remained the minimal assurance for any martial artist striving for continuous self-improvement. Among the few who could endure such tedious training consistently, the majority would gradually cease to progress after achieving certain goals. Take for instance Lepin, who, and later, not only withdrew from the main storyline of Dragon Ball, but also ceased his training, or Krillin, who, after marrying Android 18 and fulfilling his childhood dream of martial arts, no longer immersed himself in his craft. Even Piccolo, after merging with the Namekian deity, shifted his focus away from solely enhancing his physical prowess. As for Gohan and Goten, along with Trunks, who grew up in a peaceful environment, they exhibited similar trends. The terrifying potential of combat talent is exemplified by future Trunks from the Cell Saga, who, after training under Gohan in the future world, ultimately transformed into a Super Saiyan only after Gohan's demise. Yet, upon returning to the main timeline of Dragon Ball, he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from Android 18. After years in that future world, Gohan and Trunks could not have evaded rigorous training. However, future Trunks saw a significant increase in strength simply by spending a year with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber. Even Gohan, under Goku's guidance, gradually reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power and attained Super Saiyan 2 following his exploits against Cell. Such circumstances did not manifest in their counterparts from the main timeline. Gohan possessed potential that exceeded Goku's, a fact made clear during the Buu saga, yet he consistently lagged behind Vegeta within the confines of the Dragon Ball storyline, lacking the relentless ambition for limits that characterized both his father and Vegeta. This was akin to the discussion between Krillin and Tien. Since the Android saga, Krillin had rarely engaged in combat, with subsequent scenes depicting a warm domestic life. Maintaining the heart of a martial artist, one that ceaselessly pursues personal limits, is fundamental for survival within the Dragon Ball universe. 3 hours later, Yagu emerged from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat, his legs slightly trembling and eyelids drooping with fatigue. Noticing the absence of his annoying rival, Ren Xing, he felt a flicker of joy. He produced a capsule, conjuring a room beside the gravity chamber, simultaneously compressing the gravity chamber into a capsule to stow away. Rather than entering the room immediately, he connected the water pipes and other utilities to the capsule house before finally stepping inside. After a refreshing bath and a satisfying meal, Yagu reclined comfortably on the sofa, indulging in a television program. He had risen quite early, and less than 2 hours remained before he would retire for the night. The question lingered, could the mystical beings truly be cultivated by an ordinary person? Tomorrow, he would embark on that endeavor, contemplating the methods of nurturing these extraordinary beings. He hoped for success. Moreover, in a few days, he planned to visit Dr. Brevis to present the beans to him, curious to see if he possessed any means of cultivation. Master Karen had proclaimed the beans to be exceedingly difficult to grow. Otherwise, the entire Earth would not possess but a solitary source. Not even on King Kai's planet or in the realm of the Kais could such a thing be found. This underscored their rarity. Although Master Karen had stated he could not cultivate them, Yagu resolved to try. He would never concede defeat. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Who could it be at this hour? Although the sun still shone, the area where he resided, despite the recent construction, saw few passers-by. In West City, his acquaintances were limited to Dr. Brevis and the police. Who else could it be? Rising to investigate, he glanced at the monitor beside the door, which displayed the face of Ren Xing, the young man he had encountered earlier that day. Ah, quite the stubborn fellow, Yagu mused, amused. Well, I too am one who does not turn back until I hit a wall. Let us see who will give in first. Besides, I am not your friend. Seek companionship elsewhere. Yagu chose not to open the door, instead addressing Ren Xing directly. What is it? If it is not of utmost importance, do not linger before me. After stating this, he turned away from the television and began to concentrate, honing his mastery of the void dance technique. Ren Xing stood outside for an extended period, until the sun had fully set and the streetlights illuminated the surroundings, before departing. However, he did not stray far. He carried a large bag to a nearby factory, and within half an hour, he had erected a makeshift tent, having resolved to follow Yagu. At dawn the following day, Yagu awakened, donned a weighted vest, and commenced his morning routine of running and swimming. Upon his return, he was astonished to find a table set outside his door, adorned with a perfectly cooked steak, a glass of milk, and a plate of chocolates. Most striking of all was the presence of Ren Xing, who had prepared this breakfast for him. You truly are relentless. Yagu chuckled, addressing him. Even so, do not expect to learn anything from me. Without hesitation, he took a seat and began to eat, though Ren Xing, unaware of Yagu's hearty appetite, had prepared a portion that barely constituted 1/10 of what Yagu typically consumed. After finishing the meal, Yagu produced a capsule, conjuring a large box before Rin Sheng, and remarked, "Young man, attempting to win me over with food is a misguided strategy." Yagu then ignored Rin Sheng's astonishment, continuing to devour the contents voraciously. Watching Yagu annihilate half a box of food, Rin Sheng, with a satisfied pat on his belly, proclaimed he was finally full. Left at a loss for words to adequately describe the scene. Chapter 6, Immersive History. Rin Sheng stared blankly at Yagu as he took out the universal capsule, transforming it into a gravity chamber, and began jogging around to digest his food. After a while, Rin Sheng joined in the jogging, trailing behind Yagu. He softly requested, "Teacher, please teach me combat techniques." Without even needing to glance at him, Yagu already understood which path suited this individual. A monk, indeed, if he were not to become one. It would be a sign of the heavens turning a blind eye. Subsequently, Yagu continued his training in the gravity chamber, while Rin Sheng remained by his side. During mealtimes, Yagu engaged him in conversation, a rare occurrence over the years, as Yagu particularly yearned for someone to talk to. Rin Sheng attended the lowest tier of high school in Shidu, akin to a vocational school in modern terms. In the context of Shidu, institutions like his were among the most chaotic, contrary to Yagu's belief that the local police were neglecting their duties. However, Yagu refrained from teaching him combat. In Yagu's view, he himself was still seeking a master, and to take on the role of a teacher would indeed be laughable. Regardless of the tactics Yagu employed, Rin Sheng showed no resistance. He walked alongside Yagu, tidying up the area, even assisting in warming cold meat in the microwave during Yagu's breaks, serving it to him when it was ready. Time passed swiftly amidst these trivialities. Yagu made a trip to the Universal Capsule Company, leaving a magic bean with Dr. Brevis for research, while he cultivated a few beans himself. Regrettably, both Dr. Brevis and his own attempts at cultivation met with failure. Dr. Brevis expressed great interest in the magic beans, requesting more from Yagu. Yagu hesitated, claiming he only had 4 left and needed them for himself, yet ultimately gave one to the doctor. As Yagu anticipated, once a scientist becomes serious, reasoning goes out the window. They took the remaining 3 beans from Yagu for their research. The results, of course, were disappointing and yielded no insights. That day, Yagu did not see Rin Sheng until noon. When he finally spotted him, his face marked with bruises and a split lip. Observing the young man towering over him, Yagu sighed and invited him to sit across from him at the table. He handed Rin Sheng some tissues and inquired, "Did you get into another fight with your classmates?" Rin Sheng, a man of few words, lowered his head and nodded twice. Yagu tapped his fingers on the table, asking, "Do you truly wish to learn combat?" "Yes." "Is your family wealthy?" "Huh." Yagu met Rin Sheng's gaze as he lifted his head, saying, "If you engage in fights and injure others, you will have to pay for their injuries. If your family lacks funds, it would be best to avoid fighting altogether. I don't see you as the type to become a thug. If you seriously injure someone, their family will certainly come looking for compensation." "Is your family wealthy?" In modern society, Yagu had witnessed several individuals who, after seriously injuring someone in their previous locale, fled to other regions to escape the consequences. Only 2 types of individuals possess the capacity to act ruthlessly. First, those with connections who can resolve matters effortlessly. Second, those unburdened by attachments, who regard familial ties with indifference. These 2 categories are prone to resort to violence without hesitation. Yagu falls into the former, being affluent and having a tenuous association with the military, coupled with his own formidable prowess. Conversely, Rin Sheng clearly does not belong to either group. He is incapable of inflicting harm upon others. Consequently, the unsavory youth entrenched in society tend to cling to him like stubborn adhesive, proving to be quite a nuisance. Observing Rin Sheng's silence, yet perceiving a silent plea in his eyes that conveyed a desire to learn combat, Yagu sighed, bowed his head in contemplation, and then rose to enter the workshop. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, placing a dagger upon the table and stating, "Use this to stab me." "What?" Rin Sheng looked at Yagu in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. Yagu reiterated, "Pick it up and stab me. If you can do this, I shall teach you the art of combat." Hesitantly, Rin Sheng extended his left hand and grasped the dagger. He lifted his gaze to meet Yagu's, then cast his eyes downward upon the sharp blade, his breath gradually growing heavier. The moisture in his palm increased as his heartbeat quickened. A myriad of thoughts surged through Rin Sheng's mind, a cacophony of conflicting notions. He contemplated driving the dagger into Yagu. Yet he understood that such an act would surely inflict grave harm upon his opponent, potentially leading to his own imprisonment, an outcome that even his father, a police officer, could not avert. As he observed Rin Sheng's trembling arm, a smile crept into Yagu's heart. Suddenly, he bellowed, startling Rin Sheng, who instinctively swung the dagger. With a sickening sound, several droplets of blood splattered across Yagu's face. Yagu had merely intended to frighten Rinxing into dropping the dagger, not anticipating that the lad would inadvertently sever his own radial artery. Witnessing Rinxing turn his head to stifle a whimper of pain, Yagu felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, he knew he had to tend to the boy's wounds. Reluctant to waste precious healing beans, Yagu seized Rinxing by the collar and dashed towards the nearest hospital. As night descended and the streets grew desolate, Yagu led the way while Rinxing followed with his head bowed. The more Yagu pondered, the angrier he became. And he abruptly turned, leaping into the air to deliver several strikes to Rinxing's head. The sound of slaps echoed as Rinxing ducked to evade the blows. Once Yagu landed, he scolded, "You foolish idiot. Do you not realize that harming oneself is the most foolish act of all?" After venting his frustration, Yagu contemplated delivering a few more strikes to Rinxing's head, but the latter seemed to anticipate his intentions, continuing to retreat. Yagu, feeling no inclination to exert himself further, allowed Rinxing to escape unscathed. He had no doubts that the dagger could not possibly harm him. In the future, Trunks could wield his sword to vanquish Frieza, yet could not pierce the defense of Goku with a mere finger. Moreover, when confronting Android 18 in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, he not only failed to leave a mark upon her but also shattered his sword in the process. Thus, it becomes evident that the resilience of one's body is contingent upon the unique combat power each individual possesses. In the vicinity of the factory, Aga disregarded Rinxing, who had followed him inside, and settled onto the sofa to watch television. Both remained silent, with Agu feeling exasperated at being burdened by this insistent companion. After a moment, he switched off the television and turned to face Rinxing, who sat timidly on a nearby chair, clearly intimidated by Agu's presence. "You wish to learn martial arts? Very well. But tell me, do you know who the most formidable martial arts master on Earth is today?" Agu inquired, understanding that Agu intended to teach him combat skills. Rinxing retrieved a small object from his pocket and brought it closer to Agu. He held it in front of him, unsure of its significance. Agu glanced at the small item, realizing it resembled a microphone, and suddenly understood it was a recording device. He regarded Rinxing, who seemed earnest yet lacked the courage to take action. Over 300 years ago, a terrifying demon king named Piccolo emerged on Earth. Humanity lived in fear of him, with countless lives lost daily. Agu felt compelled to share the early history of the Dragon Ball world with him. Krillin, Yamcha, Launch, and Mr. Satan, these were all ordinary Earthlings. Agu noted, believing that imparting knowledge of martial arts history might inspire Rinxing. At that time, the Earth government deployed a vast army to eliminate, but no matter the firearms, artillery, or other weapons, they could inflict no harm. Why was that? Rinxing asked, puzzled. Agu paused to counter. "What do you envision martial arts mastery looks like?" Rinxing lowered his head in contemplation before tentatively responding. "Like how you dealt with the armed bandits that day, able to swiftly take them down. There's something you haven't considered, or rather, something you ordinary people cannot fathom. Those who reach a high level of cultivation fear no bullets." "What? Not afraid of bullets?" Upon seeing the skepticism in Rinxing's eyes, Agu recalled the weapons he had obtained from the Red Ribbon Army and went to retrieve a gun. "Wait a moment, I shall prove it to you." Thus, Rinxing followed Agu into the factory, witnessing firsthand as Agu shot a real bullet through a wooden board. Agu then pulled the trigger, aiming at a wooden surface less than 2 meters away. The gun fired, yet the board bore no bullet hole. Agu presented the bullet to Rinxing. "Do you see?" he asked softly, observing Rinxing's astonishment. Though incredulous, Rinxing gradually accepted Agu's assertion. When martial arts are cultivated to a certain degree, bullets become ineffective against them. At that time, the strongest martial artist on Earth was a man named Master Mateto. He led his disciples into battle against the Demon King Piccolo. Unfortunately, they were defeated, and only 3 survived. That failure left Master Mateto in silence for a long time, until one day he perfected his ultimate technique and returned to seal Piccolo. From that point on, peace was restored to Earth. As the conversation unfolded, Yagu turned to Rinxing and inquired, "Are you familiar with Master Wutian?" "Ah, Master Wutian? Of course I am. He is the god of martial arts," Rinxing replied, displaying his profound knowledge on the subject. Master Wutian, also known as the Turtle Hermit, along with his disciple, the Crane Hermit, were both disciples of the esteemed martial arts grandmaster and among the 3 survivors of the battle against the formidable Demon King Piccolo. Rinxing expressed his astonishment, soon followed by skepticism, pondering how Master Wutian could have lived for 3 centuries. Yagu elaborated, "The Turtle Hermit is still very much alive. For martial artists like them, living for 300 or 400 years is quite commonplace. The Turtle School of Martial Arts, alongside the Crane School, can be regarded as the 2 most formidable sects in the contemporary world, with a lineage that stretches back the farthest." The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, is the brother of the Crane Hermit. This is something you should familiarize yourself with. He decisively halted his exposition. Aware that while this information was trivial for someone well-versed in Dragon Ball lore, it was akin to a revelation for Ren Xing, who had never encountered such knowledge before. He required ample time to assimilate the information presented to him. Chapter 7. The time of training it has been 5 days, and we have received over 200 recommendations. Thank you all. As dusk descended, Yagu resumed speaking once Ren Xing had recovered from his astonishment. These figures are of legendary status. For you to meet them is virtually impossible. Encountering the Turtle Hermit or Master Wu Tian would not pose much of a problem. However, coming face to face with the latter two I mentioned might put your life in jeopardy. Feeling somewhat parched, Yagu gestured toward the corner refrigerator and instructed Ren Xing, "Please pour me a glass of water." Hearing this request, Ren Xing was not vexed but rather elated. He switched off the recorder, stowed it away, and after fetching the water, he retrieved the recorder and positioned it near Yagu's mouth. Yagu exhibited a slight aversion to the device, but was suddenly struck by inspiration. Observing the youth before him, he contemplated, how fortuitous. In the upcoming battles, a partner with moderate strength, capable of surviving in perilous situations while serving as a photographer and host, would be invaluable. Why not consider him as my ally? However, such matters may not come to fruition. I shall let nature take its course. Yagu continued, beyond these individuals, there are numerous skilled fighters who may not reach their level but are nonetheless impressive. For instance, King Kappa, the World Wrestling Champion Anthony, and Master Wu Tian's disciple, Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King. They are all martial artists unafraid of bullets. Ren Xing murmured, there are so many of them. But why doesn't he the king summon them into the army? Yagu chuckled softly and replied, a true martial artist practices to enhance their own abilities. An artist constrained by obligations gradually loses the potential to ascend to greater heights. Thus, those martial artists, fully aware that enlisting in the military might afford them a better life, choose not to do so. Observing Ren Xing deep in thought, Yagu cautioned him. What I am teaching you transcends mere combat. It encompasses the ultimate methods of martial arts that surpass human limits. You must contemplate whether you truly wish to learn from me. Preparation is essential. It is possible that you may find yourself disconnected from this world. Do you understand? Ren Xing's expression was blank, clearly dismissing the significance of Yagu's words. After a moment's contemplation, Yagu rose from the sofa and said to him, come with me. Where to? Ren Xing inquired, having already placed the recorder in his pocket, intending to study it thoroughly later. To the gravity chamber, the place where I train. I wish to share my training environment with you. Yagu opened the gravity chamber from the outside, and together they entered. Ren Xing gazed in awe at the advanced structure within, noting the spacious underground area, exclaiming, wow, this is incredible. It looks so different from the outside. I had no idea the space was so vast inside. Naturally, Yagu replied, the individual who designed this room is an exceptional scientist. Come here, he beckoned, as he secured the door at the control panel. Approaching the console where Yagu stood, Ren Xing examined the array of buttons he did not comprehend. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a monitor, and he asked Yagu, Master, what does the one displayed here signify? Yagu explained, this room is called the gravity chamber, designed to utilize gravity as a training environment. The one indicates that the gravity coefficient here is equivalent to that of Earth. Equivalent to Earth's gravity. Ren Xing exclaimed, indeed, but I can adjust it. Watch. Yagu began to modify the gravity multiplier, swiftly setting it to 5 before confirming the adjustment. A peculiar sound resonated, though Yagu felt nothing. For Ren Xing, however, the entire world transformed. His body felt as if it were laden with lead. He struggled to remain upright. Yet it was as if he bore an insurmountable weight of 300 kilograms, a burden far beyond his capacity. Despite gritting his teeth, he gradually sank to his knees, ultimately collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. If Ren Xing's weight were 60 kilograms, under 5-fold gravity, it would feel as though he weighed 300 kilograms. An overwhelming load for a high school student. Witnessing Ren Xing's plight, Yagu quickly reduced the gravity multiplier. Once normal gravity was restored, Yagu crouched beside Ren Xing, who lay on the ground, and inquired, how do you feel? Panting heavily, Ren Xing glanced at Yagu and replied, I feel as if I might perish. Master, you train in such an environment? Nodding in affirmation, Yagu continued, yes, but the gravity multiplier is not 5. It is actually 40. 40 times Earth's gravity. This surpassed Ren Xing's wildest imagination. Having nearly succumbed under 5-fold gravity, he was astounded that Yagu, a boy of less than 10 years, could endure such an extreme. It was at this moment that Ren Xing ceased to doubt Yagu's words. The earlier firearms experiment illustrated that martial artists could indeed defy bullets. and this current trial confirmed that these martial artists were truly distinct from ordinary individuals. Their level of training far exceeded the common man's understanding. On that night, Ren Sheng still slumbered within the tent he had constructed in the factory, while Yagu was reluctant to allow him into his abode. The mere thought of the term bro sent shivers down his spine. The following day, Yagu arose early, burdened with weights, and roused Ren Sheng, urging him to follow closely as they engaged in a relentless run. Originally, Yagu intended to seek out the fortune-telling elder to guide him to the underworld. However, with the presence of this encumbrance, he decided to proceed with caution. After all, the task he was currently undertaking served as a form of training. Moreover, when traversing the snake path, utilizing the void dance technique provided a measure of safety. Should he fall into the depths of hell, it would indeed be disaster. Hell existed in an alternate realm, accessible only through the Yama Palace. Thus, if one were to plummet into its depths, it would require twice the effort to return to their original location. Ren Sheng could not immerse himself in training as Yagu did daily. Yet he endeavored to carve out time to join Yagu whenever possible. Meanwhile, Yagu, while focusing on foundational cultivation, remained dedicated to nurturing the celestial beings, a pursuit he had never abandoned. In his view, as long as he remained mindful of Midgai's, ensuring that he took only a modest amount of these beings, his efforts would not be in vain. Additionally, he devoted himself to mastering the void dance technique, which he had been refining for several years and was beginning to grasp. As he delved into the fundamentals of martial arts, Yagu came to understand that there existed varying levels of foundational techniques, each with its own offensive and defensive capabilities, encompassing a multitude of forms. For instance, the solar fist served as a supportive combat style. Although not particularly profound, akin to Krillin's technique in Dragon Ball, it remained elusive to Yagu. This realization weighed heavily upon him, especially as he observed Tianjin Fan swiftly mastering the Kamehameha after witnessing its execution by Jackie Chan, and similarly, Son Goku's remarkable aptitude. Vegeta, too, displayed extraordinary talent, replicating Krillin's energy slash during the same battle against the transformed Gohan, alongside Frieza. The prodigious capabilities of these martial arts masters left Yagu in awe. Despite possessing numerous advantages, his understanding of martial disciplines remained remarkably shallow. Yagu felt he might only reach the level of individuals like Jiaozi or Lepin. Yet, the path of martial arts training was such that no amount of impatience could alter its course. Furthermore, in the future saga of Bu, Gotenks would create several techniques that, in Yagu's eyes, could rival the Meijin Bu saga, transcending conventional martial arts and akin to sealing techniques or magic. At school, Ren Sheng occasionally faced bullying. Yet Yagu refrained from intervening, believing that those matters should be resolved by Ren Sheng himself. Nevertheless, during their training sessions, he intensified both his and Ren Sheng's efforts, consistently pushing the latter's potential to its limits. Concerned that such exertion might harm their bodies, he resorted to various medicines and celestial beings for healing. Soon enough, 10 months had passed, and winter had graced Shidu with its snowy embrace, marking the beginning of the holiday at Huayong Middle School. The educational system in this world was far from rigorous, lacking a household registration system. Under the king's leadership, the realm had been poorly governed, allowing the Red Silk Army and other criminal factions to run rampant without restraint. Therefore, he bears responsibility for the citizens of the entire world, rather than segregating them and treating them differently. Individuals like Yagu cannot perceive the king's every action, yet their differences afford them greater freedom. On this day, Yagu and Ren Sheng found themselves in a workshop, having moved in a sofa and purchased a rack. While gazing at the snow, they roasted meat on the rack, relishing the rare tranquility of the moment. Chapter 8. The Fortune Teller. If this book is still worth reading, please do not hesitate to offer your support. Thank you. Recently, I have been contemplating the female protagonist, yet it all seems rather chaotic. I am uncertain whether to portray her as a divine figure. It is not due to a lack of effort on my part, but rather the narrative proves challenging to navigate. The book has already encountered instances of failing to capture the intended essence. Although I aspire to convey the story in a lighthearted and humorous manner, I have struggled to find the right inspiration these past few days. In the morning, the snow-laden scenery revealed nature's decay, while the north wind howled. The biting chill and desolation evoked a sense of solitude and melancholy, as the serene surroundings were imbued with a fragrance that wafted through the air, conjuring dreams that transcended the mundane. Yaga bit into the roasted meat and remarked, "The view here is rather splendid, isn't it? Yet it has cost quite a bit." Beside him, Ren Sheng, while savoring the grilled meat and tending to the fire, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but what we are doing now, is rather a blight on the beauty." Surrounding the workshop was a flower bed constructed at Yagu's expense, encircled by abundant greenery. He had even erected a wall. A few months prior, a gang of motorcycle riders had audaciously congregated here, only for Yagu to crush their motorcycles into scrap and break the limbs of 2 individuals who brandished firearms, thus restoring peace to the area. On ordinary days, this street was often plagued by reckless motorcyclists, and the noise at night was quite bothersome. Hey, you Haven T had a bruise on your face for quite some time. Did you manage to resolve the issue with your bullies? Rensheng paused momentarily, then shook his head. No. Huilong and the others were taken to the police station for some reason. They may not be released until March next year. Yagu merely acknowledged this with an O, returning to his meal while observing the snowy landscape. In the realm of Dragon Ball, environmental pollution was nearly imperceptible. The only observed climatic changes had occurred on Namek, which was now gradually recovering. Suddenly, as Yagu was eating, he inquired, "Have you ever fought with them?" Rensheng abruptly halted his actions, choking momentarily, and remained in a daze for quite some time. Yaga chuckled and shook his head. Everyone was different, and within each person lay a beast. Yet the shackles binding them varied. Rensheng was the sort of individual bound by heavy chains, lacking the courage to confront others in battle. Yagu felt no concern for this situation. He believed that once Rensheng's strength improved, he would come to understand the distinctions between himself and others, even if he were to endure 10 punches without consequence. "I am preparing to leave," Yaga suddenly declared. Rensheng, having just returned to the moment from his previous thoughts, looked up at Yagu in surprise. Yaga's gaze was fixed upon the vast expanse of the pure white sky, blanketed by the swirling snowflakes. "I too must embark on a journey of cultivation in search of a worthy mentor. If you wish to persevere and aspire for greater breakthroughs in the martial arts, you should ascend the Qilin Tower, located within a forest to the west. It is a towering edifice that reaches the heavens, and legend has it that those who reach its pinnacle may partake of the sacred water bestowed by the immortals, thereby significantly enhancing their prowess. Countless individuals have attempted this feat. 3 centuries ago, Master Wu-Tun successfully climbed it, and I myself scaled it just last year. If you desire to tread this path, strive earnestly, for I wish nothing more than for you to persist." Having uttered these words, Yagu fell silent, and Rensheng found himself at a loss for words, leading to an enveloping silence between them. As they dismantled the barbecue grill, Rensheng suddenly inquired, "Master, when shall we depart?" "We shall leave when the time is right. Do not concern yourself with farewells. Those of us who practice martial arts are all accustomed to enduring solitude," Yagu replied. Ultimately, Yaga departed from the West capital a week later than initially planned. While watching television at home, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, none other than the square-faced man known as Xialong Bao, a name Yaga still remembered fondly. However, the television introduced him as Li Fa. That very day, Yaga sought him out, and without any preamble, Li Fa recounted his circumstances over the past 2 years. Li Fa had been working for the owner of Prainol for several years, accumulating considerable resources, which he subsequently bundled up and fled to the West capital. Under the threat posed by Yagu, he began to venture into the newspaper business. Perhaps he was indeed suited for this field, as within a mere 2 years, the newspaper he founded had gained significant prominence in the West capital. Recently, they were in search of a new factory site, but after assessing several locations, they found them unsuitable, ultimately settling on a plot near Yagu's factory. Upon hearing this, Yaga decided to invest in the land and some funds, claiming 60% of the shares. Li Fa was reluctant, but given Yaga's formidable presence, he had no choice. Li Fa considered instigating conflict between Yagu and another group. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that should both parties become aware, he would find himself crushed between 2 titanic forces. Yagu imparted all necessary advice, refraining from asking Li Fa to look after Rensheng. He also procured several large-capacity universal capsules from Dr. Briffs and, after gathering a substantial amount of food, set off on his journey. The title of Divination Granny holds considerable renown among the aristocracy of Earth. Her exorbitant fees render her inaccessible to the common folk, and those who boast of their prowess find themselves powerless against the 5 warriors who serve her. This time, Yaga did not practice while on the move. He unleashed his utmost speed, sprinting with all his might. Except for the still somewhat unrefined aerial technique, he has mastered all the martial arts he has learned, although his combat level has yet to improve. After 7 days, Yaga finally arrived at the palace in the desert, the residence of the fortune-telling elder. Observing the surrounding Gobi and the distant sky, filled with ominous black thunderclouds, Yaga mused to himself. The fortune-telling elder truly knows how to choose a location. It is quite impressive. Contrary to his expectations, he was not greeted by solitude before the palace, but rather by a couple waiting there. The garments they wore were of a luxurious fabric that Yagu could not identify from either his past or present lives. Noticing their opulent attire, Yaga glanced down at his own clothing. Well, it seems I am not destined for such finery. Moreover, In the Dragon Ball world, strength is paramount, followed by power and wealth. Superficial appearances hold no value. As Yagu approached, a pink figure resembling a ghost, adorned with a conical hat, floated towards him. "Greetings, traveler. Are you alone?" Yaga nodded, affirming, "Yes, I am here to seek the fortune-telling elder's assistance." "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall summon you when it is your turn." Shortly thereafter, a rotund man emerged from within, a cigar clenched between his teeth, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman who appeared to be his secretary. After their departure, the pink, ghostly figure called the couple inside. 5 minutes later, the couple exited, their faces alight with joy as they returned to their luxurious vehicle. The ghostly figure called out to them, "Safe travels. Please visit us again." Then, turning to the waiting Yagu, he said, "Apologies for the wait, esteemed guest. Please, come in." As he spoke, he floated backward, resembling a spectre more and more to Yagu. The palace of the fortune-telling elder was exceedingly quiet. The desert Gobi was inherently desolate, rarely visited by anyone. However, for the affluent who genuinely sought her services, parting with a substantial sum was hardly a concern. The ghostly figure guided Yagu into the first chamber of the palace, which was somewhat dim. At the entrance, 2 skeletons stood, perhaps a sign of the elder's prolonged contact with the underworld. What a youthful spectre, thought Yagu, as the blue-purple light descending from the palace's dome faded. An elderly woman seated upon a crystal orb regarded Yagu with a sense of reflection. As she scrutinized him, he returned the gaze. "Are you the fortune-telling elder?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "Can you transport me to the underworld? In a physical form, that is." Surprised by his request, the fortune-telling elder had never encountered someone wishing to journey to the underworld. "Young one, how do you know I can take you there?" Yaga did not respond to her question but persisted, "Is it possible?" After a prolonged silence, the elder finally spoke. "Yes, it is possible. However, I must charge a fee." "Do not worry, it is not exorbitant, merely 10 million. 10 million. Aguna could produce such an amount, yet he did not carry that sum with him. Thus he merely shrugged and declared, "I don't have that much money." The fortune-teller, with an expression that suggested she had anticipated this, gestured him to follow her as she perched upon her crystal ball, saying, "In that case, accompany me." Chapter 9. The battle. The fortune-teller led Aguna to a circular where she proclaimed, "If you can defeat my 5 warriors, I shall assist you without charge. However, my dear child, I advise you to reconsider. While your youthful spirit is commendable, I do not encourage such endeavors." With a smile, Aguna responded to the avaricious yet combat-loving old woman, "Fear not, dear fortune-teller, for I am no ordinary individual." The old woman laughed heartily. "Ah, it has been ages since I encountered such spirited youth. Very well, ascend to the arena." Though she feigned disdain, her tone remained formal. There were no stipulated rules. Surrendering or falling into the lake would suffice as defeat. Leaping onto the platform, Aguna announced, "I am ready. Let the first warrior come forth." The fortune-teller nodded and called out, "Vampire, you may emerge now." Aguna remained silent as the fortune-teller's laughter echoed, her smile reminiscent of a scheming merchant, a sight that could only elicit pity for society. The most ludicrous thought that crossed Aguna's mind was the resemblance to the over 300-year-old turtle sage. He privately speculated that the two might share the same parents. Should they be half-siblings, Aguna could only marvel at their father's vitality. Yet, if they were of different fathers, the mere thought sent a chill through his heart. Before long, a bat flew out from the dome of a deeper palace chamber. Has it arrived? Aguna pondered, uncertain if Son Gohan had perished. If he yet lived, who would be the 5th warrior summoned by the fortune-teller? Son Gohan's ascension to that role would surely indicate his formidable prowess. As the bat approached the platform, hovering 5 to 6 meters above, a puff of smoke erupted, and from within, a figure emerged. "Haha, is this the one to contend with this little brat?" The vampire gazed at Aguna in surprise, turning to the fortune-teller. She cautioned him, "Do not underestimate your opponent." The vampire nodded, then disregarded Aguna, commencing a ritualistic dance. Aguna, standing at a distance, turned to the fortune-teller and inquired, "Has the competition begun?" With narrowed eyes, the fortune-teller proclaimed, "The contest commences." Aguna assumed his stance, while the vampire continued his dance, stating, "Please allow me to finish my performance." Were his opponents to be warriors of greater strength, Aguna might have considered yielding. Yet, this foe was merely of mid-level novice rank, and with the weakest combat power among the 5 warriors, Aguna chose silence, vanishing from both the fortune-teller's and the vampire's line of sight. The fortune-teller's lips formed a shape, and the vampire, caught off guard, suddenly received a heavy blow to the back of his neck, collapsing into darkness. Observing the fallen vampire, Yagu addressed the fortune-teller, "Grandmother, please summon the next warrior." The fortune-teller widened her eyes, as did the pink, ghostly figure wearing a hat beside her. After a moment, She regained her composure and looked at Yagu standing in the arena, saying, "It seems you are no ordinary little ghost." "Very well, Azu, step forth." The arena was empty, and Yagu scrutinized the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. However, he remained unperturbed. Since the fortune-teller had not spoken, he felt no urgency. In truth, the fortune-teller was waiting for Yagu to inquire, but the young man displayed remarkable composure. Eventually, upon realizing her intention, Yagu took the initiative to ask, "Grandmother, may we commence?" "Ah, can you see Azu?" The fortune-teller, along with the translucent figure, was taken aback. "Impossible. How can you see me?" Yagu glanced towards the source of the voice and then turned back to the fortune-teller, asking again, "Grandmother, may we begin?" Noticing Yagu's lack of surprise, the fortune-teller felt a twinge of annoyance. "Oh, we may begin." As soon as she finished speaking, Yagu activated his high-speed movement, vanishing from his original position and racing towards where he had heard the voice. However, the figure had already departed. Yet, departure did not mean Yagu would not encounter him. He crashed into the moving entity. The impact was tremendous, and with a loud thud, both Yagu was propelled backward, and the translucent figure couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Yagu, possessing a high degree of control over his body at the intermediate level, was confident. Although there were individuals on Earth with superior martial skills and efficiency, he did not regard them as threats. At the very least, he believed he could evade harm. Based on the sensation of colliding with the figure, Yagu leaped to the spot. His perception was somewhat vague, yet generally accurate, as he landed and heard a pained cry. The unmistakable feeling beneath his feet confirmed that he was indeed on the translucent figure. With the enemy at his feet, how could he refrain from attacking? Yagu shouted loudly and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the creature below. It was as if several hands had sprouted from Yagu, a sight that made the fortune-teller break into a cold sweat. After enduring for some time, realizing the translucent figure had no chance of retaliation, she called out, "Stop. You have won this round." Upon her command, Yagu ceased his assault, leaping into the air and maintaining a considerable distance from the translucent figure. "Thank you for your graciousness." There was no need for such pleasantries. Blood flowed from the translucent figure's mouth, and he was no longer transparent. The remarkable little imp. "It seems I have been somewhat careless." However, the fortune-teller, gazing coldly at Yagu, remarked, "Quite impressive, little one. Yet the next 3 warriors are formidable. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Yagu nodded affirmatively, replying, "Of course, otherwise how could I enlist your assistance? By the way, you won't just make a brief visit to the underworld, will you?" The fortune-teller replied, "If the dead return to the realm of the living, I can only guarantee 24 hours. But if a living soul ventures to the underworld, it is entirely up to you, provided you do not succumb to hunger. You may remain as long as you wish. Now, come with me. We must change the venue of the contest." After a brief passage of time, Yagu arrived at the demon's restroom. The atmosphere was dark and foreboding, exuding an eerie essence as though constructed from desiccated bones and ghostly stones, overwhelming to those visiting for the first time. Observing the bubbling surroundings, Yagu, despite his confidence in his abilities, felt a tinge of panic. How frustrating, he thought. At least he possessed the sky dance technique. Although it could not be freely employed in combat, it should suffice to navigate the current predicament. Thus, Yagu gradually quelled his fears, beginning to observe the scene before him with a calm demeanor. Moments later, the fortune-teller appeared before Yagu, seated atop a crystal ball. Upon seeing him, she chided, "Little one, why the haste? You show no respect for your elder." "How could that be? I have always held you in high regard," Yagu replied. "Moreover, you are seated upon a crystal ball. It requires no effort, and a little haste is hardly an issue." He informed her that he had just encountered a vampire and a wraith, earning a mere 0.5 of experience points. There remained a long way to go before upgrading the combat system, yet Yagu had ceased to harbor expectations for its absolute assistance. He regarded it merely as a testament to his martial prowess. The fortune-teller disapproved of Yagu's demeanor and, after requesting the 3rd warrior to make their entrance, began to recite an incantation. White plumes of smoke billowed from the demon's mouth, advancing toward Yagu. It was only when he assumed a defensive stance that he realized the white mist covered only half the arena. As the fortune-teller's voice grew deeper, the smoke began to recede, slowly returning to the demon's open mouth, leaving behind a somewhat rectangular object. Yagu glanced at it and noticed it was adorned with Egyptian mummy motifs, pondering the lack of any changes in these warriors. He wondered who the 5th warrior might be, or if that demon would guard the 5th level. With anticipation, Yagu watched as the fortune-teller spread her arms wide and called out loudly to the air, "Arise, warrior of the mummies." Chapter 10, Battle 2. Thank you all for your support. With a resounding shout from the fortune-teller, the long silent coffin lid was abruptly thrust open. Yagu, being of shorter stature, could not see the mummy lying within. Eagerly, he leaped atop the head of the demon statue behind him, eager to discover the identity of the opponent he was about to face. Enveloped in bandages, resembling a severely injured individual, particularly with a visage as purple as an eggplant. One could assert that this fellow is not a native of Earth. It seems that the battles of the fortune-teller are seldom contested by pure-blooded Earthlings. At least, compared to these beings, the three-eyed Tianjin fan appears remarkably normal. In today's world, what bizarre creatures are absent? Even a one-eyed entity, akin to a creature from the cosmos, is not unfamiliar to me, let alone three-eyed beings. In contrast to the spectral figure and the vampiric presence encountered earlier, Tianjin fan possesses a far more genuine lineage on Earth. At the very least, I do not perceive myself as an extraterrestrial. Some matters are difficult to relinquish. Even when faced with the reality of one's situation, one often hesitates, not out of cruelty, but from a fear of future regret. At that moment, the mummy's eyes emitted a brilliant white light, and his hands crossed over his chest, standing upright under a strange force without the slightest movement of his arms. Once the light in his eyes faded, the mummy's purple face returned to that of an ordinary person. He chuckled upon seeing Yagu and emerged from the coffin, kicking the lid back into the gaping maw of the demonic statue as he stepped out. The mummy gazed intently at Yagu, remarking that sometimes one encounters opponents unexpectedly, and to find such a small figure was a surprise. Yagu regarded his adversary in silence. Though diminutive, the very fact that one could arrive in this realm speaks to their strength. Ha ha ha, I shall engage you in a spirited contest, declared the mummy. The fortune-teller interjected, now, let the third match commence. Will you surrender? Should you lose, it would mean certain doom. At the command to begin, Yagu launched the first attack. Vanishing from their sight, the fortune-teller immediately shouted, Mummy, defend yourself. He is coming. The mummy could not see Yagu but heard the fortune-teller's urgent words, crossing his arms in defense. Just as he completed this motion, he felt an immense force strike his arms, propelling his entire body backward with great speed. He crashed into the demonic statue behind him, shattering a portion of it upon impact. Yagu, adhering to the principle of striking down the fallen, recognized this moment as an opportune time to attack while the opponent remained disoriented. The mummy struggled to rise, exclaiming, You wretched little brat. Yagu appeared behind him, raising his hand in a decisive strike to the shoulder. The mummy's words were left unspoken as he succumbed to the ground. What? This child? The fortune-teller was taken aback. In her centuries of life, she had never encountered anyone of such youth and prowess. Earlier, she had surreptitiously divined Yagu's fate, but the future remained shrouded in ambiguity. Yagu turned to the fortune-teller and inquired, Fortune-teller, does this mean I have won? Is that correct? It seems to be so, she replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. In the past, there were indeed individuals who triumphed over vampires and phantoms, yet they were all vanquished by mummies. The fortune-telling elder wasted no time, calling out to the demonic statue. All right, fourth warrior, come forth, red demon. Not a demon man. Yagu was somewhat astonished, but considering the circumstances, it was plausible that Sun Wukong was still alive or that the fortune-teller had yet to contact him, which would explain everything. Boom, boom, boom. The entire demonic restroom trembled, and Yagu sensed that the returning entity was undoubtedly robust, at least in terms of mass. It would be the kind that could leave one utterly astounded. Yagu's thoughts were mixed. The being that emerged was indeed hefty, yet long in stature. This creature was entirely crimson, adorned with two horns atop its head, resembling a goat. Certain parts of its body were covered in brown fur, and its gaze was fierce. However, to Yagu, it bore a striking resemblance to the monstrosities he encountered in Demon Valley 2 years prior. Ha, little brat, though you have defeated the mummies, do not think you can conquer me. Ha, do you know who I am? Yagu replied, Red Demon. Is it not so? Before the adversary could continue, Yagu turned to the fortune-telling elder and inquired, Elder, shall we begin now? The Red Demon's momentum waned, countered by Yagu's intervention, and the fortune-teller appeared quite displeased. What a truly disagreeable little brat. Very well, now the match commences. Thus, Yagu once more summoned his speed, vanishing in an instant before the foe. The Red Demon had previously witnessed Yagu's velocity, so upon his disappearance, he immediately swung his fist at the empty space ahead, attempting to thwart Yagu's approach. Yet suddenly, the Red Demon felt an obstruction. His outstretched fist could not retract. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that Yagu had firmly grasped his right fist. How is this possible? With great effort, the Red Demon struggled to pull back his right hand, but there was no movement. Given their respective sizes, Yagu should not have been able to maintain his stance. However, this was the exquisite application of martial arts. As Yagu delved deeper into martial technique, he began to understand why Dragon Ball featured numerous instances that defied the law of momentum, striking an opponent and sending them flying like cannonballs while remaining completely stationary in midair. Just as he stood firm on the ground, he could seize the nearly 3-meter-tall red demon's hand, preventing any movement. These were the fundamental effects of mastering martial skills. The fortune-telling elder widened her eyes. The red demon possessed immense strength. Earlier, Yagu had showcased his speed but had not demonstrated much in terms of power. How can this be? The vexed red demon, realizing he could not retract his right fist, relinquished the effort and swung his left hand, aiming to obliterate. As the red demon raised his left hand, Yagu simultaneously propelled the red demon's right hand upward. Consequently, the exerted force sent the red demon staggering backward. And had it not been for his martial foundation, he might have fallen to the ground. Even without a fall, the outcome was irrevocably altered. With a resounding thud, another unremarkable punch landed as Yagu's right hand struck the abdomen of the red demon. Upon being hit, the red demon's eyes became bloodshot, resembling boiling water, and the already crimson skin began to exhibit a hue reminiscent of flames. Exhausted, the red demon let his head droop, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing that he had vanquished an adversary, Yagu felt a surge of joy. The previous mummy had granted him a mere 1% experience, and this red demon offered the same. Had both opponents unleashed their full strength, they might have exchanged a few blows with Yagu. Yet, akin to the narratives of Dragon Ball or martial arts novels, novices often prefer to probe their enemies first. The advantage of this probing lies in gathering intelligence on the foe through minimal exertion, thereby formulating a strategy based on the acquired information. This battlefield acumen was unfamiliar to Yagu. Even when confronted with such situations, he would charge ahead without hesitation. He was fortunate, for as a transmigrator, he possessed insights into many characters in Dragon Ball, rendering the need for probing unnecessary. He could engage with full force from the outset, which was Yagu's greatest advantage. Madam Oracle, I suggest you acquiesce to my request directly. You see, thus far, no one has managed to withstand even a single blow from me. Wouldn't you agree? The Oracle, incensed, shouted back at Yagu, "Insufferable brat. Defeat my fifth warrior, and I shall certainly comply with your demands. Enough of your prattle. Fifth warrior, emerge, demon." At her command, a deep blue demon soared forth from the mouth of the demonic statue, its enormous wings flapping as it hovered in the air. Yagu regarded it with a smirk, a gesture that the demon interpreted as mockery. "Little brat, though you have bested the first two, you shall not pass my challenge. Let the contest commence," the oracle declared, her expression tinged with frustration, for in previous encounters, this proclamation had invariably preceded the fall of one of her warriors. In a similar fashion, Yagu vanished from sight, yet the demon remained suspended in midair, clearly unwilling to descend. In a flash, Yagu reappeared, gazing up at the airborne demon. "Is this truly how you wish to compete?" The demon disregarded Yagu's words and cackled, "Brat, I have awaited this moment." Chapter 11. The Serpent Path of the Underworld. The demon brought its index and middle fingers together, and Yagu realized that the foe was about to unleash his ultimate technique, a peculiar beam capable of awakening the demon within any living being. Yagu did not harbor the illusion that he could withstand such a beam, as had Goku, before his transmigration as a well-mannered youth of the 21st century. Having received guidance from numerous esteemed mentors, including the likes of Ran Muto, Yagu surmised that should he be struck by that beam, he would instantly meet his demise. He accelerated once more, ensuring his form vanished before the demon. Witnessing Yagu once again unleash his speed, the demon man cursed vehemently, "You scoundrel, little brat. Let me see how much strength you can squander." Yet, Yagu's figure remained elusive. In mere moments, the demon man, suspended in midair, heard a resounding explosion from below, where the demon statue behind him had suddenly shattered, cracks sprawling across its surface. Concurrently, Yagu's silhouette materialized before the demon man. What? Both the demon man and the divination matron gaped in astonishment as Yagu's long-prepared fist collided forcefully with the demon man's cheek. In an instant, the demon man was sent flying, his form vanishing from the matron's sight. By the time she regained her senses, Yagu had gracefully landed on the ground. A human-shaped indentation left in the demon statue, where the demon man had been struck into oblivion. "Haha, I have triumphed once more. What say you, divination matron?" Yagu exclaimed eagerly, yearning to visit the king of the worlds for his training. It is noteworthy that in the later stages, Goku underwent training under his guidance, particularly evident during the Buu saga. Throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball saga, Goku consistently encountered remarkable mentors at pivotal moments. First enlightened by Gohan, a disciple of the god of martial arts, then instructed by Master Roshi, followed by strengthening his abilities at Korin Tower, and then training in the sacred temple. Subsequently, he ventured to the King of Worlds to learn advanced martial techniques, ultimately transforming into a Super Saiyan, and remained with the king after the Cell Saga. In contrast, Tien Shinhan and Krillin often lagged behind. When Goku ascended to the sacred temple, they were still at Korin Tower, and when he trained with the king, they were at the sacred temple. This analogy carries an unfortunate connotation. With fists tightly clenched, Yagu leaped high into the air upon hearing the divination matron's deject. You have won. Hooray! The demon man's labored breaths echoed from the pit, while the matron's expression soured. She relished both wealth and battle. However, Yaga's prowess was overwhelming, rendering her warriors incapable of posing any threat. Yagu was fervently eager to rapidly enhance his strength. Upon reaching the King of Worlds and mastering all his skills, he envisioned returning to purchase the World Martial Arts Tournament. This way, he would no longer need to seek out challengers daily. Instead, he could encounter a myriad of skilled fighters, all for a price. In the Dragon Ball universe, where strength reigns supreme, wealth holds significant importance as well. After all, Chi-Chi's struggles stemmed from Goku's inability to earn a living outside their home. With influence, one could attract diverse individuals by offering something of value that commands respect. Although contemplating these matters seemed premature, Yagu understood that in the quest for wealth, one must first attain fame. Without renown, even advertisements would struggle to garner attention. In modern times, numerous exceptional individuals emerge, and the martial arts competitions in the Dragon Ball realm constitute a grand feast within the domain of martial arts. The fortune-telling matron, seated before her crystal ball, floated gracefully to the presence of the young boy, who appeared no more than 8 or 9 years in age. To her astonishment, such a diminutive figure had managed to vanquish 5 of her warriors. Truly, heroes can emerge from the most unexpected of origins. Very well, place your hand upon me, and I shall guide you to the underworld. However, she paused momentarily and inquired once more, Are you certain you wish to proceed to the underworld? The boy Yagu nodded affirmatively, replying, Yes, I wish to go to the underworld. All right then, let us embark, she declared. In an instant, Yagu found himself enveloped in a blinding white light, and the surroundings transformed dramatically. Was this truly the underworld? He and the fortune-telling matron materialized in a grand plaza before an immense palace, surrounded by humanoid beings adorned in skin of red, blue, or green hues, sporting horns upon their heads, who guided souls toward the palace entrance. Turning to Yagu, the matron remarked, Young one, I can be of no further assistance. I shall wait here for you for 5 minutes. Although I am unaware of your intentions, you may as well give it a try. Grateful, Yagu waved goodbye and hastened toward the palace. Nearby, a green-skinned, bespectacled specter approached the matron. Is there something amiss? It inquired. Nothing of consequence, merely escorting a little spirit, she replied. A little spirit? You mean that child just now? He is a living being, is he not? You realize that bringing a living soul here could invoke the wrath of Lord Yama. The matron spat in frustration. I am well aware, but what choice do I have? She refrained from elaborating further on her recent failure. Meanwhile, Yagu had reached the throne of Lord Yama. Towering and formidable, Yama loomed at least 4 stories high. Despite his imposing stature, he possessed a keen eye, and as soon as Yagu entered, he took note of the small intruder. Who is that? How dare he wander in here uninvited? Form an orderly line, one by one. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the hall. Yagu deftly evaded the grasp of several specters who rushed to heed Yama's command and called out, Lord Yama, I am Yagu. I have heard of the King of Realms from the living world, and I seek an audience with him. What? You hail from the living world? This means you are alive. Yama leaned forward, nearly toppling the colossal table before him. Indeed, you are alive. But how could a living soul come to the underworld? Unwilling to engage in such a debate, Yagu persisted with a loud proclamation. Lord Yama, I wish to go to the King of Realms. May I? Interrupting his previous train of thought, Yama glared at Yagu with displeasure before consulting the records before him. Your name is Yagu, a Saiyan, merely 7 years of age. Let us see. It appears you have performed more good deeds than malevolent acts. However, you are quite the thinker, aren't you? Esteemed and wise Lord Yama, I implore you to grant me passage, Yagu beseeched. In truth, Yagu did not need to plead so, for as a living being, he was not subject to Yama's dominion. In the original text, Sun Wukong, having passed away, must follow the arrangements set by King Yin to determine his fate, and the celestial beings escort him before the king. King Yin nods and states, it is permissible, yet the serpent road is quite lengthy. As a living being, you may easily succumb to hunger. Haha, thank you. Esteemed King Yin, I have brought ample provisions and shall be fine. I am grateful for your sagacious wisdom, great King Yin. Yaga joins his hands in reverence, bowing repeatedly. The king instructs a nearby ghostly attendant, "Take him to the serpent road." "Yes, my lord." Thus, he and Yagu depart the palace. But before proceeding to the serpent road, Yagu rushes to the diviner. "Grandmother, will you be able to visit here frequently in 2 years?" "I must remain for at least 2 years. Initially, Yagu intended to stay with the king for a year, but upon contemplating Wukong's extraordinary talents and having learned for nearly 200 days, he felt compelled to extend his stay. The diviner nods and replies, "Very well, I understand. Do not worry, I will come here every 10 days or so." "Thank you." Watching the diviner vanish before him, Yagu turns to the ghostly attendant beside him. "All right, let us proceed." On the journey, the ghostly attendant begins to describe the serpent road and the king. After hearing some familiar details, Yagu inquires, "Is the heavenly realm vast?" The attendant chuckles softly. "It is indeed vast, not smaller than the universe, and it connects many realms. The souls gathered there are primarily those who performed good deeds in life, and can rest there after death, compensating for their regrets in the mortal world. In essence, heaven serves as a sanctuary for those who have made significant contributions during their lives, yet left with unfulfilled aspirations. Moreover, should they choose to reincarnate instead of ascending to heaven, King Yin will also consider that option favorably." "Ah, we have arrived. Let us disembark here." Before them stood a serpent's head, its mouth wide open, with the road extending into an obscured distance. Yagu leaped onto the serpent road, surveying his surroundings. "Will those yellow clouds harm me?" The attendant shook his head. "They pose no threat, but should you fall, you will be drawn beneath the clouds. Below the clouds lies hell. Thus, avoid close contact with the cloud formations at all costs." "Oh," Yagu nodded. "I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Farewell. May you soon meet the king." Chapter 12. The king. The tale unfolds further. Brave youth, venture forth and create miracles. I am still pondering how to weave humor into the narrative, yet I face repeated failures and find it quite vexing. These are merely my grievances and should not disturb your enjoyment. Continue to read on. The serpent road stretches endlessly, as those familiar with the original text would know. However, both the original work and the animation gloss over the time Wukong and Piccolo spent traversing it. What remains etched in memory is that after gaining strength, Wukong completed the journey in just over a day. Yet, as Yagu traversed the serpent road, he felt as though he might go mad. Yagu is a living being, not a spirit like Goku or Piccolo who arrived here after death. He must eat daily, and after several consecutive days, he requires sleep, all while meticulously calculating his food and water intake, for he has no desire to perish on the Snake Way. One wonders where the souls of the living who die on the Snake Way might go, perhaps to the King of Hell, for it is the rule of this world that departed souls must report to him. The only exception pertains to those slain by the demon race. In the Saiyan saga, the gods discerned Piccolo's transformation upon learning that Goku's soul had ventured into the underworld. He was no longer one of the demon clan. Souls of those killed by demons cannot enter the netherworld. They are condemned to wander aimlessly in the void, perpetually trapped in chaos without liberation. This violation of the underworld's laws is the source of displeasure among the divine. In contrast, those slain by Frisia and his ilk can arrive in hell, which is deemed normal. The surrounding silence is eerie. Yagu encounters neither the Snake Princess nor any vehicles traversing the Snake Way, which resembles a roller coaster. It is only logical that the presence of such a track negates the possibility of vehicles. Days pass monotonously. The sky here remains perpetually bright. 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 50 days. Each day a repetition of the last. Such tediousness can gradually drain one's spirit. However, for Yagu, who has spent several years honing his martial arts, this existence is considerably more bearable than solitary training. His sole source of frustration lies in the constricting confines of the Snake Way, which feels oppressively narrow. At times, he attempts to practice the flight technique, but the progress is sluggish, and the exertion required is excessive, far from the exhilarating freedom he experienced in battles from the Dragon Ball series. Is it possible that mastering the flight technique, like transforming into a Super Saiyan, is similarly bound to the unfolding of the narrative? Transforming into a Super Saiyan is an arduous task, unlike Goku, Vegeta, or Gohan, who achieved it through intense training and specific triggers. Trunks from the future only managed the transformation after the death of his mentor, Gohan. In contrast, the transformations of Goten and Trunks seem almost trivial. Goten can transform with merely a hint of anger, a feat that appears exceedingly simple. Yagu's inability to fully master the flight technique breeds numerous thoughts in his mind, yet he is too apathetic to ascertain their veracity. He merely needs to ensure that he receives comprehensive training from the King Kai and obtains his true teachings. After more than 200 days, Yagu finally completes the Snake Way. It has been a grueling endeavor indeed. Sighing inwardly, he gazes upward, where a small dot signifies King Kai's planet. The sight fills him with joy. All his efforts have led him to this moment. Now, with his hopes within reach, his heart races, causing his body to tremble. At last, he has arrived. Catching his breath, Yagu lets out a triumphant shout, channeling strength into his legs before leaping high into the air. He leapt with remarkable height, swiftly approaching the planet of King Kai. The gravitational force there is 10 times that of other places, causing Yagu to descend rapidly upon nearing the surface. However, having endured a considerable duration in an environment with 40 times the gravity, he managed to maintain control over his body. The only feat he found insurmountable was the unprecedented height of his jump in such a high gravity setting. Consequently, when Yagu's feet finally touched the ground, his calves sank deep into the soil as he had yet to learn how to absorb the impact under such gravitational strain. His entire body shook violently from the landing. What a thrilling experience. His complexion took on a slight pallor, as previously mentioned. Yagu's movements in this high-gravity environment were not as fluid and effortless as those of Goku during his training. For instance, when Goku first arrived on King Kai's planet, with 10 times Earth's gravity, he struggled to walk yet could leap over 10 meters high. In contrast, Yagu found it quite challenging. Even in what he considered his adapted state of 30 times Earth's gravity, he could only manage a jump of 3 meters. After some time, Yagu recovered from his predicament, only to find a creature resembling a gorilla standing beside him. "Hello, may I ask? Oh dear, do you know King Kai?" Yagu quipped while extricating himself. Jesting with the pet of King Kai, his banter was short-lived, as a deep voice resonated from behind him. "Kid, what are you doing here?" Hearing this voice, Yagu felt elated, quickly turning around to behold the visage of King Kai from Dragon Ball. You are King Kai, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am King Kai. What brings you here?" The king, known for his affinity for cold humor, appeared somewhat serious at that moment. Yagu refrained from being disrespectful in his presence, and given that he was uncertain of his own strength against this venerable being, he understood that a person who had lived for countless years possessed profound martial prowess. Even a slight guidance from such an individual could take years of arduous training for him to comprehend. As the saying goes, a house with an elder is a treasure. Excluding those who boast without knowledge, true scholars and cultured individuals earn respect. "Greetings, esteemed King Kai. I have come here to train in martial arts." Yagu maintained a humble demeanor, fully aware of the importance of balancing high-profile actions with modest conduct. Acting with flair could garner admiration from those who truly understand, while a low profile could mitigate unnecessary troubles and leave a favorable impression on others. The world contains many arrogant individuals, yet few can sustain their bravado for long. Those who persist in such a manner for decades are exceedingly rare. Emulating them could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, like attracts like, and individuals possess varying temperaments. Particularly with the short, rotund figure before him, Yagu couldn't help but find humor in the seriousness etched on his face. King Kai scrutinized Yagu for a prolonged moment. "You wish to train martial arts under my guidance?" "Yes, esteemed King Kai. I implore you to teach me." "No," King Kai replied firmly. "I shall not teach you. You may leave." Yagu felt a surge of indignation, his lips curling into a snarl before he suppressed it. There was no recourse. The king had the authority to dismiss him. Esteemed King Kai, why? Though he spoke otherwise, his heart seethed with indignation. Why was it that Wukong and his companions could swiftly acquire knowledge wherever they went, yet he struggled? Oh heaven, do you have eyes? Am I not a traveler from another world? However, it must be noted that the fate of such travelers is not always favorable. Endings can be unsatisfactory. Stories may be abandoned, and natural disasters can claim their lives. Some authors merely present a title and then leave the narrative unfinished. It seems that the moment a time traveler enters the tumultuous flow of time, their plight can turn dire. The king of the world stated bluntly, "Because I perceive you are not a good person." "What? Which eye of yours discerned my supposed malevolence? Moreover, I am but a child under 10 years of age. Is there a misunderstanding here? I am quite adorable." Aga's discontent was palpable. Yet he possessed a remarkable ability to regulate his emotions. He understood that the king, akin to the turtle sage and the Kalen sage, possessed the power to see through the hearts of men. Nevertheless, Aga speculated that the king was merely awaiting a more significant bargaining chip. Thus, Agu composed himself to ponder a new approach. Perhaps I could share a joke with the king? After careful consideration, he deemed this idea splendid. "Great king, may I share a story with you?" Agu approached the king, who was seated on a chair at the entrance of his abode. The pet Baburus scampered over as well. And upon hearing of a story, this self-proclaimed master of cosmic humor assumed a composed demeanor and inquired, "Oh, what tale do you wish to share with me? Speak, and let us hear it. If it pleases my discerning eye, I might just reconsider and teach you the art of martial cultivation. What do you say?" You must ponder this opportunity carefully. Do not squander it, understand? Yagu felt elated. He had intended to gradually earn the king's favor with time. Yet the king had unexpectedly opened this door. He was not one to weave jokes easily and lacked the ability to create a lively atmosphere. Unable to captivate attention like those who effortlessly became the center of attention, regardless of their attire or status. That innate talent was foreign to Yagu. But he felt no trepidation, for the individual before him could find humor even in the most mundane of jokes without difficulty. Chapter 13. A sparring session. Thank you to 1226022650 for the generous tip. I am both grateful and flustered. Thank you. The king sat quietly as Yagu began to share his joke. Once upon a time, a group of animals found themselves aboard a ship that was sinking. In a bid for survival, they devised a plan. Each would tell a joke, and if they could elicit laughter from everyone, they would remain. Otherwise, they would jump into the vast ocean. The lion went first, delivering a joke that had everyone roaring with laughter, except for the pig, who remained stoically silent. The lion, seeing the pig's reluctance, jumped overboard. Next was the tiger, who told a joke that was even better than the lion's, yet still, the pig did not laugh. The lion glanced at the pig and, resigned, leapt into the sea. When it was the peacock's turn, the moment he opened his mouth, the pig erupted into laughter. The peacock, incensed, exclaimed, "What do you mean? I haven't even spoken yet." As the peacock had just begun to speak, the pig chuckled and exclaimed that the lion's joke was utterly hilarious. After uttering this, Yagu cautiously glanced at the king of the worlds, who wore an expression of serene composure. After a brief moment, he turned to Yagu and inquired, "Is this your joke?" At that moment, Yagu's eyes squinted to the size of grains of rice, as if he had regressed into a cartoon character. He weakly nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed." The king, donning sunglasses, concealed his eyes from Yagu's view. In truth, even if Yagu could see them, he would be unable to decipher the subtle nuances of expression, for it was beyond his comprehension. Just as Yagu pondered how to alleviate the awkward situation, the king of the world suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "What is the matter, Your Majesty?" Yagu asked, filled with concern. Clutching his belly, the king continued to laugh uproariously. "I just remembered. Your joke is too amusing." Yagu clenched his fists tightly. Had he not known that the individual before him was not one to harbor ill intentions, he might have thought he was the subject of mockery. "What on earth? You're not even a pig." Of course, such reprimands would not reach the king's ears, as he was known for holding grudges. Furthermore, Yagu had come here to engage in a quarrel. If arguing could lead to acquiring the king's exceptional skills, Yagu would gladly indulge. However, the reality was that no matter how fierce the argument, one could not learn another's prowess through mere conflict. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball world, Yagu had never felt at ease. Every endeavor required immense effort, as if the entire universe conspired against him. It was a far cry from the smooth experiences of protagonists in novels. After the king's laughter subsided, he gazed at Yagu's countenance, which had improved significantly. "Indeed, you possess a knack for humor. Though you have a mischievous streak, you are still a good person." Yes, Yagu could only respond, otherwise questioning. "Which of your eyes perceives me as good?" The king regarded Yagu for a moment and asked, "Did you not say you came here to learn martial arts?" "Yes, great king. I have heard you are the greatest being in the universe, which is why I have undertaken great hardships to arrive here," Yagu complimented. The king nodded and stated, "Good, very well. Since that is the case, let us dispense with idle talk. Come, spar with me." Upon observing the king assume a fighting stance, Yagu momentarily froze before swiftly accessing the combat system. It was a sparring match, and the king's combat level was classified as intermediate high. Intermediate high? How could this be? Yagu was astonished. Both the spirit bomb and the king's fist were formidable techniques, far beyond the capabilities of races that could not transform like the Saiyans. Yet, it was still categorized as intermediate high. Was it that the king had not fully mastered these martial arts? Or were there even more advanced techniques within the universe? "Hey, kid, come at me already," the king urged impatiently, noticing Yagu's hesitation. Regaining his composure, Yagu promptly unleashed his signature move, utilizing his extraordinary speed to vanish from the king's sight. As Agusha vanished in an instant, King of the Realm raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the tactical maneuver. Speaking aloud, he abruptly swung his fist to the left, and for reasons unknown, his body swiftly followed suit in that direction, yet he did not lift his leg. With a resounding thud, the previously vanished Agusha reappeared, his right cheek nearly deformed from the force of the king's palm, sent flying several meters before hitting the ground. Cough cough, how is this possible?" Agusha exclaimed, astonished at the king's prowess. However, he quickly recalled a similar circumstance when Sun Wukong first emerged from the Divine Temple. The king regarded Agusha and remarked, "Youngster, Mere speed is insufficient. As he spoke, the king's form vanished, only to reappear behind Agusha, causing him to nearly leap in surprise. This was a tactic he had always employed against others. Now, the tables had turned, and he found himself momentarily disoriented. Once more, the king continued, then distanced himself from Agusha. Agusha understood that the king sought to observe his martial skills in order to provide comprehensive guidance. Martial artists do not merely aspire to perfect their techniques. They strive to master the skills they have acquired, allowing these techniques to become second nature. Much like those who reside in remote mountains lacking formal instruction, yet possess strength rivaling that of trained martial artists, they have honed their abilities through years of combat with ferocious beasts, awakening their innate talents and understanding of martial arts. Shaking off the shock, Agusha launched another attack on the king, this time approaching him earnestly with a series of punches and kicks. The amalgamation of techniques he had learned resembled the martial arts depicted in Dragon Ball. During the era of the 7 Dragon Balls, distinct styles existed, but over time, they faded, relying solely on speed and strength to confront adversaries. With sufficient speed and power, one could effortlessly vanquish foes. Deception and guile faltered in the face of raw strength. With a series of rapid punches, Agusha found that either the king evaded him or deflected his blows with his palms. In Agusha's extensive combat experience, this was unprecedented, though the opponent's speed appeared unimpressive. He could not land a hit. Damn it, Agusha grunted, raising his fist and swinging his right arm back, gathering all his strength to strike indiscriminately at the king. However, his right punch never materialized, for at that moment, the king had inexplicably appeared before him, placing a hand firmly on his right shoulder, rendering Agusha's strength futile. Before he could fully comprehend the situation and retreat, Agusha faced a straight punch aimed at his chest from the king. The impact was deafening, resonating within his chest cavity. Or perhaps it was the speed of the strike that created the explosive sound. This time, Agusha was propelled far away, landing on his back. Limbs sprawled in the air after flying over 10 meters. Rubbing the area on his chest where he had been struck, Yagu furrowed his brow. How formidable. This precise strike had targeted the vulnerable point of my energy flow. If the king of the worlds were to channel his power through this very spot again, I would not only be spitting blood, but would also find it impossible to rise as I am now. Yagu was acutely aware of the king's prowess. After all, could a man devoid of martial arts mastery possibly have conceived such unparalleled techniques as the king's fist and the spirit bomb? While their combat abilities may not have further ascended, the reservoir of martial knowledge they accumulated could undoubtedly give rise to even more bewildering offensive maneuvers. The martial sage was the most formidable martial artist of his era, yet even he could not withstand the might of Piccolo, nor could Master Roshi or Tien Shinhan. Although Tien had yet to engage Piccolo directly, he had succumbed beneath a warrior born from an egg that Piccolo spat out. However, had it not been for someone to withstand the onslaught during the use of the Demon Wind Wave, it is likely that Piccolo would have returned to his sealed fate. The two who previously wielded the Demon Wind Wave had perished, yet Tien remained alive, indicating that as long as one possesses sufficient stamina, the Demon Wind Wave can be harmless. Employing techniques to adjust the balance of power between opponents is not only exemplified in the Demon Wind Wave, but is also evident in Goku's battles against Vegeta, where the king's fist continuously amplifies its multiplier. Were it not for this ability to escalate power, Earth would have surely been obliterated by a single blow from Vegeta. High-level techniques grant martial artists the resources to engage in life-and-death struggles. For instance, in Tien's confrontation with Nappa, had Tien not possessed the spirit bomb, losing one hand might have meant certain death, much like when he intervened to prevent Cell from absorbing Android 18 without desperate measures. Ordinary attacks against Cell would have proven futile. Even Android 16's full-force strike against Cell, who had absorbed Android 17, was ineffectual, as Cell remained unscathed and effortlessly dispatched 16. Faced with such overwhelming power, how could Tien hope to thwart him without the spirit bomb? Thus, it is evident that for both lesser-skilled martial artists and highly advanced warriors, possessing a remarkable technique that commands respect is of paramount importance. Chapter 14. A regretful return. Thank you all for your support, and special thanks to 1226022650. Some elements have indeed taken on the flavor of a melodramatic urban narrative. I shall endeavor to improve. How do you feel? Does it still hurt? A bit, Yagu replied. My dear king, a mere test of my skills would suffice. Was it necessary to strike so fiercely? Rubbing the bruises on his body and face, he expressed his discontent. The sparring session with the King of the Worlds had proven immensely fruitful, as he had gained a solid 2% in experience, albeit as the subject of the King's brutal training. Presently, the combat system reflected an experience of 6,495, with leveling up remaining a distant prospect. Only through such means can your true capabilities be assessed, the king remarked nonchalantly. If you cannot endure, you may take a break. Yagu quickly replied, oh, I was merely grumbling a bit. Take a break? That's out of the question. However, might I inquire if there are any aspects of my martial techniques that require refinement? There are indeed many areas that need attention. Do you truly believe you are without flaws? The king of the world cast a sidelong glance at him and continued, you have acquired many martial techniques. Yet you have not genuinely applied them in combat. Even when you have, their potency remains at merely 6/10 of their potential. How can that suffice? A true master can unleash power that surpasses their innate capabilities. Can you, in your current state, achieve that? Yaga felt quite disheartened by his words. On Earth, he had been nearly invincible, yet now the king of the world likened him to a soldier wielding a submachine gun against a group of children, expending countless rounds of ammunition in the process. It seemed as though Yagu was left utterly humiliated. The ensuing days unfolded in a rather monotonous, at least from Yaga's perspective. Under the king's guidance, he began to revisit the martial techniques he had previously learned. However, the king possessed an extraordinary eye for detail. The techniques Yagu believed he had perfected revealed numerous flaws in the king's discerning gaze. Some shortcomings were due to Yagu's insufficient cultivation, while others stemmed from habits and oversights that were more critical. In summary, Yagu's strength did improve, yet he had not acquired the king's fist or the spirit bomb. Techniques he yearned for. Although he held some hope for the spirit bomb, his ambition was not particularly grand. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan had perished defending Earth. And when they reached King Kai's planet, the king had not even mentioned the existence of the spirit bomb to them. Now, as the king had not spoken of the king's fist either, Yagu could only wait patiently. Fortunately, the knowledge imparted by the king proved invaluable in enhancing his abilities. As time inexorably passed, devoid of night and day, Yagu lost track of how long he had been in the other world. Thankfully, not only was his food supply ample, but the king also had a generous store of provisions, leaving Yagu curious about the source of the king's sustenance. After a year of residence, the king finally taught him the king's fist. To Yagu's delight, having built a solid foundation over the year, he grasped the technique swiftly, mastering it in less than 100 days. Yagu did not believe he could rival Son Goku, whose innate talent was far too formidable. One might not see another like him for a millennium. Just like the legendary Saiyan warriors, it was worth noting that there had never been a being in Saiyan history with a battle power exceeding 20,000. Yagu had perused the Dragon Ball manga, watched the anime, and explored many films, particularly fond of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly from the movies. However, he did not expect to encounter such figures in the main world of Dragon Ball, as their appearances in films often stemmed from temporal displacements. In one such instance, Gohan had already transformed into a Super Saiyan while Son Goku was still alive. Upon closer inspection, the temporal disarray was indeed alarming. Cell was ravaging Earth. And in less than 9 days, the Cell Games would commence. Vegeta and the others awaited the completion of their training in the Room of Spirit and Time. Furthermore, during his second appearance, the battlefield shifted back to Earth, where Son Goku had already perished in the Cell Games, and Goten had matured. Curiously, even Bulla had learned the instant transmission technique. From the perspective of the main storyline of Dragon Ball, one can discern that prior to and following Biddy Lee's mastery of the instant transmission technique, both Son Goten and Trunks were diligently engaged in rigorous training and preparation for the World Martial Arts Tournament, rendering any quest for the Dragon Balls utterly implausible. Moreover, Trunks was unfamiliar with Biddy Lee, illustrating yet another instance of temporal dislocation. Although Yagu held Broly in high regard during his previous life, while watching the anime and reading the manga, he harbored a particular disdain regarding this aspect. Broly's character resonated deeply with audiences, yet the production team relegated him to the periphery of the Dragon Ball narrative. Even a slight adjustment to introduce him at a more appropriate juncture would not have posed a significant challenge. Within the theatrical releases, several moments aligned quite harmoniously, such as the Dragon Fist Strike and the side stories set in the future Dragon Ball universe. However, Toei Animation seemed intent on maximizing profits without fully integrating these elements into the main storyline, leaving Yagu to lament in private. The Kaioken technique is an exceptionally advanced martial art, and Yagu endured considerable hardship in mastering it. Hardship that was not merely physical, but profoundly mental. The process of learning was particularly exhausting. Yagu recalled how, on Namek, when Jinyu seized Goku's body, he only managed to unleash a combat power of over 20,000. Illustrating the limitations of such rudimentary combat techniques. This scenario mirrored the dynamics of a video game, where a novice might struggle to advance, while an expert could easily conquer levels using a single character. Jinyu's control over Goku's body, showcasing a combat power of over 20,000, remained etched in Yagu's memory. Throughout Dragon Ball, characters focused on enhancing their physical prowess, striving for greater strength and speed, as if concentrated efforts toward these two aspects could lead to boundless improvement. For instance, upon regaining his body, Goku worried about the potential consequences of Jinyu switching bodies with Vegeta if such a switch occurred. Would Jinyu be able to fully harness Vegeta's combat power? The manga did not elucidate this, yet Goku's evident concern suggested a deeper rationale. Setting aside such musings, 2 years swiftly elapsed, during which Yagu successfully learned the Kaioken technique. Naturally, as he was still in his youth, he had yet to fully master it. But he was in no hurry. Additionally, under the guidance of the KO, he had become proficient in the instant transmission technique, which greatly uplifted his spirits, allowing years of pent-up frustration to slowly dissipate. Eventually, the KO informed Yagu that he had little left to teach. Yagu recognized this as the KO's subtle dismissal. Though vexed, he concealed his irritation. After all, the KO had imparted the Kaioken to him, and thus owed him nothing. Moreover, out of respect, the KO remained Yagu's mentor. Despite his resentment regarding the KO's withholding of the spirit bomb technique, Yagu maintained his decorum before taking his leave. Alas, it seemed that his fortunes were not yet aligned. But he considered it a rare opportunity to have learned the Kaioken. While he could not yet unleash its full power, it nonetheless significantly enhanced his combat capabilities, which was more than satisfactory. As he sped along Snake Way, Yagu contemplated these thoughts. The spirit bomb is a formidable technique, one that should only be employed in dire circumstances. The King Kai once cautioned Sun Wukong that if it were not controlled properly, it could even obliterate the very planet he sought to protect. However, later on, when Wukong used the spirit bomb against Vegeta, Yagu found it somewhat absurd, as it was said to only target malevolent intentions. Subsequently, during the use of the spirit bomb on Namek, this colossal sphere of energy, surpassing the size of Frisia's attack on Vegeta's planet, did not result in the explosion of Namek. This situation implied that Sun Wukong had masterfully controlled the power of the spirit bomb. The thought of this mastery filled Yagu with envy towards Wukong's innate talent. Some individuals possess the remarkable ability to discern the execution of new techniques with just a glance. Yagu, however, felt a deep sense of frustration, as he had yet to reveal such a capability within himself. In the past, while reading novels, he perceived the process as exceedingly simple. In Dragon Ball, Wukong learned the Kamehameha simply by witnessing the turtle hermit perform it. The same was true for Tien Shinhan, and Vegeta learned the Gallic gun after observing Krillin. Yagu found himself lamenting his position in the same era as these legendary Saiyans. If given the choice, he would prefer to have arrived on Earth during the defeat of King Piccolo. As the old saying goes, he aspired to grow up as Trunks did during a peaceful era, with Bulma as his mother, abundant wealth, countless toys, and a father of formidable strength. With power and financial security, and most importantly, the hallmark of the Dragon Ball universe, a formidable fighting prowess, Trunks' life appeared far superior to that of many modern second-generation elites. Even the third generation of those wielding nuclear power could not compare to Trunks, who enjoyed numerous advantages. Chapter 15. Return to the Underworld. I am grateful for the generous donation from 122602650. Thank you. To be honest, it places quite a burden on me, for I have arranged a plethora of melodramatic plot lines ahead. Your contribution makes me feel somewhat guilty, and I hope the forthcoming content will live up to your investment. I also extend my thanks to Etianshin for your attention. As you mentioned in your reply, I have perused Dragon Ball multiple times, and I am still unclear about the definition of the spirit bomb. However, I wish to pose a question to the readers. Do you think that upon arriving at King Kai's planet, King Kai entrusted them with the Kaioken technique? Initially, I had planned for King Kai to teach it to them, but after voicing this idea in the Dragon Ball forum, a flood of messages poured in. I could only disregard them and wonder what everyone else thinks. Yagu sprinted along Snake Way for over 30 days before finally returning to King Enma, a speed that was quite commendable. Along the journey, he had learned the Kaioken technique. Although he had become proficient in its application for combat, he still felt somewhat lacking. Having gained insights from King Kai, upon seeing the palace, Yagu sighed in relief. He had finally arrived. When he departed from King Kai, he felt a lingering attachment, hoping to learn even more from him. Yet, after leaving, he found himself yearning to return more swiftly, returning to the place he called home. Yagu found himself uncertain about the concept of home itself. It was a term that conjured memories of his parents from a previous life. Over time, familial affection gradually faded from memory. Contrary to what many claimed about distance breeding beauty, Yagu experienced that as the distance grew, so too did the diminishing of his emotional ties. This world had not granted him much joy, not even during his childhood. If Yagu were to traverse into another realm at this moment, he would similarly feel no attachment to the cat immortal or the kings of the realms. Of course, Yagu was not devoid of concerns. He thought of the factories in the western capital, the company of Li Fa, and the substantial wealth he possessed. He was rather eager to envision a scenario where he could rain down money upon someone's head. Upon his arrival at the palace, a ghostly attendant, upon seeing him, inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the one who visited the King of Realms 2 years ago. By the way, may I ask if the fortune-telling grandmother is present?" "I wish to ask her to take me back," Yagu replied, adopting a humble demeanor. Before the attendant could respond, a thunderous voice erupted from nearby, shaking the very palace itself. "You came from the King of Realms? How is that even possible?" The King of Hell was astonished. He had visited the King of Realms, yet he had never made such a swift journey as Yagu. For Yagu, such speed was incomparable to that of Sun Wukong, who remained shrouded in ambiguity. However, he was aware that Jinling was no ordinary pond. It was a place where one could transform into a dragon amidst the winds and clouds. A figure like Sun Wukong was akin to a dragon lurking in the depths, awaiting the opportunity to soar. Yagu wore a smile. At the age of 9, he appeared as tall as a 13 or 14-year-old child, though he did not exhibit the potential to grow to 2 meters just yet. Nevertheless, having watched Dragon Ball, he knew that among the Saiyans, there were few who were of lesser stature. In the early arcs of Dragon Ball, size was indeed a vulnerability. "Greetings, Your Excellency King of Hell. It has been 2 years since we last met. How have you been?" Yagu continued to flatter, which pleased the King of Hell, regardless of who it was. Everyone enjoyed hearing kind words, except for those who had faced trauma. The King of Hell had heavy responsibilities to shoulder, and with yet another soul arriving at the Grand Hall, he dismissed Yagu to attend to his duties. It was then that Yagu observed that the souls entering the palace were in a state of grayish-white, indicative of a pure soul form. It seemed that the deities had specifically brought Sun Wukong's physical body along for his training at the King of Realms. The same applied to Piccolo. The deities had crafted him a new corporeal form in the underworld, enabling him to train in the realm of the king. In that light, one could muse upon the notion of rebellion in the underworld. Without a physical form, how could one instigate a revolt? To cultivate power, one must possess a corporeal. Those who ascend to the heavenly realm, with few exceptions, exist solely in their spiritual state. In hell, there were only troublesome criminals whom even the King of Hell found burdensome. How could they be allowed to retain their physical forms? Once again, Yagu recognized a rule within the narrative of Dragon Ball. However, he did not display his joy, as the chaotic timeline might introduce significant variables. This scenario led him to ponder a disconcerting thought. What if the Dragon Ball world he inhabited was one where Sun Wukong perished from a heart ailment? What then? The allure of the Dragon Ball universe lies in the adventures of Goku and the pivotal Dragon Balls that led him out of the desolate mountains. Without them, the world of Dragon Ball would succumb to monotony, perhaps even chaos. Not to mention the various formidable foes encountered, even Majin Buu alone poses a significant challenge. The more Yagu contemplated, the more he sensed the urgency of the situation. However, this urgency was his arrival in the Dragon Ball realm was not to vie for supremacy in the universe. In his previous life, he fought tirelessly merely to live a commendable existence. Now, with new opportunities at hand, he wished to savor the pleasures life had to offer. Observing King Enma as he adjudicated the fates of departed souls, the specter who had conversed with Yagu earlier spoke up. "Sir, if you wish to wait for the fortune-telling old woman, it may take some time. However, rest assured, it will not be overly long." Yagu felt somewhat disheartened. He yearned to return to West City swiftly to indulge in a sumptuous feast, one deserving of a global palate. Unlike the unappetizing fare he was currently forced to consume. What? Several more days? Forget it, he sighed, shaking his head. After settling one soul's fate, King Enma turned his attention to Yagu, saying, "Child, you may stay here for a few days and take in the sights of the underworld. It is quite different from your realm. Who would come to admire the scenery of the underworld? Even if the views were splendid, who would desire to visit the underworld? Much like heaven, which everyone deems delightful, who genuinely wishes to arrive there prematurely. Thank you, Lord Enma. I truly find the scenery of the underworld remarkably distinct from ours." Yagu replied, his face glowing with delight. King Enma was pleased. It was rare for a living person to visit the underworld, and he held reservations about the fortune-telling old woman, yet her matters were unrelated to him. Moreover, after so many years of existence, he seldom received praise. A fine little fellow, indeed, he thought. To be to your taste is rather lamentable, Yagu mused silently, concealing his thoughts. A specter accompanied Yagu as they wandered through the underworld, first visiting the grand hall outside, where countless souls surged forth from a yellow cloud, the origins of which remained a mystery to Yagu. He understood that these souls hailed from various planets across the universe. Why don't I inquire about those martial artists in heaven? He considered, though the encounters had been few. Ascending to heaven was of utmost importance to King Enma, comparable to sentencing souls to hell. In modern societal terms, King Enma was akin to the head of human resources. Every soul ascending to heaven must possess certain qualifications. Although there were favors extended, they were few. Otherwise, how could heaven remain heaven? Those with impure intentions would only taint that sacred realm. Unlike the portrayal in theatrical adaptations, the underworld specter described heaven as a pure place, a sanctuary for souls seeking spiritual strength to navigate the world. Just as Yagu had learned long ago, it served to remedy the regrets of those who had lived. If malevolent beings were allowed entry, the equilibrium would be disrupted, ultimately disturbing the world that these virtuous souls had painstakingly constructed. Even with merits in the world, aside from a select few, souls ascending to heaven seldom retain their physical forms. After death, Wukong is a complete exception. Deities can indeed craft a corporeal body, and so can the King of Hell and the Realm King. Does this imply that those who ascend to heaven possess formidable spiritual strength? Yagu suddenly pondered a question. The ghostly attendant hesitated slightly before responding. Not necessarily. Only a handful possess substantial spiritual power. Most of these individuals request the King of Hell for rebirth, many of whom subsequently become the deities of their birth planets. Continuing, the ghostly attendant remarked, the King of Hell cannot afford a moment's respite. Thus, if divine beings assist him, his tasks would be considerably lightened, rather than having to manage every matter from the ground up. However, what do you mean by however? The number of individuals who can ascend to divine status is exceedingly rare. Contemporary souls are burdened with selfish desires, rendering few worthy of such divine qualifications. The few races in the universe eligible for divine status are gradually becoming extinct for various reasons. Presently, the universe is shrouded in malevolent forces, and in the past millennium, the influx of souls reporting here has significantly increased. Yet, those qualified for heavenly ascension remain exceedingly few. Yagu was unaware of these nuances within the Dragon Ball realm. Those who ascend to heaven manage to evade hell, particularly on Earth, where, under the reign of the Cat King in later times, it seemed that no significant upheaval occurred. As a martial artist who visited the Realm King 2 years ago, may I pose a question? Yagu, ever focused on his vocation, thought that if he could reach the underworld, he would like to learn a bit more before returning. For instance, the planet where Sun Wukong learned instant transmission, souls that have perished throughout the universe report there. If he could foresee the beings of that planet and acquire a few techniques from them, it would be immensely beneficial. Yagu recalled Wukong's words upon his return to Earth, stating that he had only mastered one technique due to the 1-year time constraint. Given Wukong's prodigious talent required an entire year to grasp it. The intricacies of this technique were evidently profound. Perhaps he was also interested in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Considering it took over 100 days to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, yet mastering instant transmission required a whole year. This suggests the formidable martial skills possessed by the beings of that planet, even if they were merely auxiliary. Chapter 16. A chance encounter. I extend my gratitude to 122602650. Etianshun, 65058848, the Carefree Swordmaster, Feng Linbuyu, 0313. Encountering the Wind, Shuyu Feng, and all those who have supported and followed this book. Some information within Dragon Ball is derived from my own insights, discarding traditional martial arts elements, while also drawing on principles within. I hope everyone continues to enjoy it. The ghostly attendant led Yagu around various locales near the palace of the underworld, and upon hearing Yagu's words, inquired, do you have any questions? In truth, the underworld harbors few secrets. It is merely that each location must maintain discretion. This realm oversees the souls of the entire universe. Yagu remains but a child, albeit one who, despite lacking formidable skills in martial arts, can adopt a flattering demeanor typical of youth. Yet, he seldom resorts to such expressions. For the mere thought of presenting himself in that way sends shivers down his spine. It is indeed curious. I ponder which planet boasts the most exceptional martial arts techniques in the cosmos. Alas, that eludes my knowledge. When we guide our souls to the realm of Yama, we seldom engage in inquiries. The spectral assistant, somewhat bashful, pointed towards a designated area ahead, the place where we shed the malevolent energies of our souls. As you may know, even the most virtuous individuals harbor dark thoughts, and to prevent these sinister notions from tainting the souls residing in the higher realms, Yama has earnestly implemented this device. To Yagu, the apparatus resembled a conveyor belt adorned with a modified casing, where souls traverse slowly. Upon reaching a trumpet-shaped entrance, the souls would be drawn inside, subsequently undergoing a process of crushing, dehydration, and desiccation. allowing them to ascend to paradise effortlessly. At the exit, several spectral assistants awaited, their hands wide. The liquid expelled from these liberated souls shimmered in a muted shade of pink, exuding a faint aura of malevolence. However, these evils were but minor transgressions, with few grave offenses present. Yagu recalled a scene from the theatrical version, where a spectral assistant's misdeeds inadvertently released a surge of wickedness. Not to mention, the device from that narrative bore the shape of a blender, starkly contrasting with the one before him. The tale told of Goku's demise on the Grand Kai's planet, while Vegeta met his end in hell. The crux of the matter lies in Dragon Ball, particularly when Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3. The main storyline simply cannot intertwine with this thread. After Vegeta's death, he was swiftly retrieved by a fortune teller before he could reach hell, tasked with thwarting Buu. Moreover, from Yaga's current perspective, would Yama kindly grant corporeal forms to those residing in hell? That seems a recipe for discomfort. What is that? Yagu suddenly noticed a conduit transporting a faint pink liquid stretching towards a distant apparatus, which appeared to be emitting something. Yet from his vantage point, the details were... The spectral assistant elucidated. You have spotted the yellow clouds of the underworld, have you not? Yaga nodded. Even upon reaching the Grand Kai, such clouds persisted. These clouds served to stabilize the entirety of the underworld, crucially perpetuating the creation of its domains. Wherever these clouds disperse, Yama can exert control. Thus, while the mortal realm is populated with numerous celestial beings, the underworld boasts several Kais, yet Yama remains singular. The assistant spoke with a tone of pride, attributing this uniqueness to Yama's extraordinary capabilities. The depiction of the underworld in the Dragon Ball universe diverges significantly from that in the theatrical version. Leaving Yagu uncertain whether his memory faltered, he had arrived in the wrong place, or if the creators at Toei had taken shortcuts in their storytelling. Beneath the yellow clouds lies hell, serving as a barrier between the underworld and the netherworld. From the assistant's remarks, it seems some aspects of Dragon Ball are untrustworthy, casting a shadow of unease upon him. The greatest advantage of a time traveler lies in their profound understanding of each character's abilities, skills, personality, hidden cards, and habits. Yago never believed that grasping the storyline constituted the ultimate advantage. Rather, he viewed records as instruments to be broken and narratives as frameworks to be altered. Some individuals revel in chaos, others prefer minor disputes, while many wish to follow the storyline, merely observing or seizing opportunities as they arise. Let us proceed to the vehicle, the ghostly attendant said to Yagu. Thus, the two approached the bus parked nearby and ascended aboard. The passengers within the bus were in a state of spiritual essence, and Yagu could converse with them, though they were predominantly ordinary souls. Remarkably accomplished figures, such as Sun Wukong, upon demise, would not only be guided to the upper realms, but would also be granted physical forms. Space in the underworld was limited, and upon arriving at the airport destined for heaven, one could catch a distant glimpse of the king of Hell's palace. The airport bore a striking resemblance to those on Earth, yet the passengers were largely souls devoid of malevolent thoughts, ensuring that no untoward incidents would transpire. At that moment, Yagu suddenly spotted an individual with a corporeal body, adorned with a halo, entering the airport. This person possessed pink skin and a notably large head, with numerous wrinkles evident on their forehead from afar. What thrilled Yagu most was the attire reminiscent of that worn by Goku during Trunks' arrival in the Dragon Ball storyline. Excuse me, who is that person, and how does he possess a physical form? Yagu pondered, realizing that this individual must hail from the planet where Goku mastered the instant transmission technique. After inquiring of the ghostly attendant, he hastened towards the stranger. The attendant, somewhat slow to react, contemplated Yagu's question, only to realize that Yagu had already reached the individual. Ah, young man, you are quite eager, but your luck is indeed fortuitous. This person is a martial artist specially favored by the deity of Adatella, the attendant remarked. Sir, please wait, Yagu called out. But the martial artist from Adatella had already noticed him. Despite not halting his stride, he perceived the boy's presence, initially dismissing the calls as irrelevant to him. However, he soon recognized that Yagu was indeed approaching, wearing an expression of skepticism as Yagu stood before him. Hello, do you know me? He queried, not believing his memory to be in error, but feeling no need to dwell on such matters with a mere boy. Nodding eagerly, Yagu inquired, Sir, are you a martial artist? One who practices martial arts? Indeed, the martial artist affirmed decisively. Young lad, what is it? Do you wish to learn martial arts? He suddenly paused, for the boy was undeniably a living being, yet not a ghostly attendant. Puzzled, he asked, You are still alive? That cannot be possible. Indeed, Yagu was alive, having just returned from the king of the world. The ghostly attendant, who had been guiding Yagu, stepped in to clarify, introducing them. Drelat, this is Yagu. Yagu, this is Draelat, the prodigious martial artist from Adatella. Greetings, Yagu responded. So, you are a hero. How splendid. Sir, might we engage in a sparring match? Yagu humbly inquired. I genuinely wish to duel with you. Draelat had just bid farewell to the celestial beings of the Adatella star, coming forth to assume a corporeal form, allowing him to continue his cultivation even in the realm of the divine. To his surprise, upon arriving at the airport destined for heaven, he encountered a challenger, a living person. With a smile, Draelat responded, certainly, but not here, let us proceed outside. Might this messenger provide us with a suitable venue? The ghostly attendant, grinning, replied. I would be delighted, please follow me. Though the underworld boasts numerous martial artists engaged in their training, opportunities for combat in our realm are exceedingly rare. However, I must caution you to keep the noise to a minimum, as we are near the office of Yama, and we would not wish to disturb him. Yagu nodded earnestly. Rest assured, we shall not disrupt Lord Yama. Draelat, I have heard that your planet possesses many remarkable techniques. Is that true? Draelat glanced at the ghostly guide leading them, and then turned to Yagu. Indeed, that is the case. Where did you hear such tales? Yagu, disregarding the inquiry about his sources, simply nodded. Yes, I wish to learn your extraordinary skills. I wonder if that is possible. Draelat, not one to withhold his techniques. Were a somewhat regretful expression, it is indeed possible, but the skills are quite challenging to master. For instance, despite my extensive experience, I have only acquired 3 techniques. Furthermore, I must soon depart for heaven, as my planet lies within the Eastern Galaxy, and I must report to the East King. Thus, my time is limited. Are you capable of learning them? Here we are. Is it not serene? The ghostly attendant announced, having led them just a short distance from the airport, where tranquility reigned and no other souls were present. The bus ferrying souls arrived from another direction, leaving the surroundings devoid of any moving entities. Chapter 17. A sparring match. May I hope for your continued support, and I extend my gratitude for your unwavering attention. Draelat and Yagu distanced themselves, each retreating 10 steps. Draelat surveyed the youthful boy before him, asking, Are you truly serious? Yagu nodded, Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to the underworld in a living form? It is to enhance my cultivation, is it not? Draelat, I implore you to unleash your full power. Otherwise, I may harbor resentment towards you. His words, perhaps a touch excessive, nonetheless elicited a smile from Draelat. Very well, young one. Your declaration compels me to adopt the mindset befitting a warrior in our duel. Within the combat system, this encounter was classified as a sparring match, with the opponent's battle level designated as Advanced Intermediate. This was a noteworthy revelation. The king, possessing mastery over the Spirit Bomb and King S Fist, held an Advanced Intermediate battle level, having spent over a year in his presence. Draelat had learned the King S Fist, though his efficiency in its application was not particularly high, yet he too possessed a mid-level high-tier martial skill ranking. It appears that the extraordinary techniques spoken of by Draelat are indeed remarkable. They surpass even the mastery of the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. The inhabitants of the Adatella star lack hair. Their heads resemble a blend of human and octopus features, with many wrinkles on their foreheads, giving them an elderly appearance from a human perspective. As the battle commenced, Yagu cast aside his playful demeanor and fully engaged. Suddenly, Draelat vanished from sight, prompting Yagu to swiftly employ the techniques taught to him by the Kai, harnessing his energy to discern his opponent's movements. In an instant, he sensed that the enemy was behind him. Startled, Yagu pushed off with his legs, propelling himself forward with great speed. Draelat had utilized the instantaneous movement that Yagu coveted, and what he had believed to be a certain strike was deftly evaded. Yet, in combat, the unexpected is always possible. He had not exerted his full strength. So he paused, adopting a defensive stance. As Yagu surged forward, he noticed that Draelat did not advance. With a powerful push of his right foot, he pivoted swiftly, positioning himself face-to-face with Draelat. With a flourish, he raised his right palm, fixating his gaze on Draelat, channeling the energy within him into his palm. Suddenly, a brilliant white light surged forth from his hand. At such a tender age, he had managed to harness his energy to this extent. Impressive. Draelat, witnessing Yagu's prowess, could not help but commend him inwardly. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He brought his hands together, the bases of his palms converging, and in less than a breath's time, a red energy sphere rapidly expanded in his grasp. Yagu unleashed the wave of energy from his hand. Simultaneously, Draelat released his own energy blast. The two were not far apart, and thus, the two energies collided almost instantaneously. The clash of energies reverberated, stirring fierce winds around them. The observing specters were taken aback by the intensity of the energy blasts, with one exclaiming in alarm, "This is not good." Such commotion will surely draw the attention of Lord Yen Wang. He hesitated to speak further, for numerous specters had gathered, evidently attracted by the ruckus. With a sigh, the specter resigned himself to fate, but then reconsidered. One was favored by the gods, while the other hailed from the North Kai. Surely, Lord Yen Wang would pardon this incident. This thought eased his mind considerably, and as he stepped back to avoid the forceful energy waves, he keenly observed the clash between the two combatants. Derlat and Yagu remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds, astounded by the sheer magnitude of power displayed. Could such strength truly belong to a mere youth? Where could he possibly be from to possess such formidable abilities at such a young age? Yet, Derlat did not entertain the notion of defeat. He thrust his hand bearing the energy orb forward and formed a peculiar hand sign with both hands. Yagu had not exerted his full strength. He had barely tapped into the Kaioken, let alone his maximum power in a normal state. However, controlling a technique like the energy wave was challenging, and as the standoff persisted, he found himself channeling more and more power into it. Suddenly, feeling Derlat lunge forward with great force. Just as Yagu prepared to amplify his energy output, the wave surged forward, unimpeded, bearing down on Derlat. In the present moment, a battle unfolds, albeit a sparring match that demands unwavering focus. Yet, Yagu harbors doubts about whether Drat, who possesses the ability to teleport, could evade the onslaught. To Yagu's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. He was left speechless upon realizing the opponent's actions. Yagu witnessed his shockwave, propelled alongside Drat's own, surging towards him. However, just as the energy blast was about to collide with Drat, it inexplicably veered off course, redirecting itself straight back towards Yagu. How is this possible? In that moment, Yagu summoned all his strength, knowing that if struck by this energy sphere, he would sustain considerable harm, even as he was. The shockwave grazed his side, the force of the wind nearly lacerating his exposed skin. As he rolled to his left, he extended his left hand to press against the ground, using the momentum to distance himself from Drat, executing 2 swift somersaults before regaining his footing. Phew, that was close. Exhaling the tension from his chest, Yagu's breath gradually returned to calm. Mr. Drat, is this what you referred to as your master technique? Drat refrained from exploiting the moment Yagu was occupied with the shockwave, remaining steadfast in his position. With a smirk playing on his lips, he responded, Indeed. This is one of the 3 ultimate techniques I have acquired. Thus, young one, any attack of the shockwave variety is rendered ineffective against me. Astonished, Yagu pondered internally. Is this not akin to a half-developed energy absorption android? Although in Dragon Ball, Tien Shinhan utilized a hand sign to block the Kamehameha wave, thereafter, all combatants typically retaliated against shockwaves, with only androids possessing the capacity to absorb energy. This individual had effectively nullified the most potent technique among martial artists. Remarkable, and it was no wonder he had attained advanced martial prowess, truly exceptional. Yagu expressed his excitement. Reflecting further, he recalled how Goku's father was struck by the mystic fist, which granted him the ability to foresee the future. Incidentally, the fortune-telling hag once attempted to predict the future but failed, as her crystal ball revealed nothing. There was also the demon from her realm whose ultimate technique, the evil beam, was peculiar, yet it was ultimately foiled by Goku. Given the existence of such extraordinary techniques, it was hardly surprising that a specialized counter against shockwaves existed in the world. However, Yagu recognized that Drat's ultimate technique differed from the mystic fist and the evil beam. It was a skill attainable through training, unlike the former 2, which required a specific lineage, such as transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitating Saiyan blood. The battle continued, each participant exchanging blows, kicks, and evasive maneuvers. Thanks to the concentrated training received from the King of the Worlds, Yagu displayed minimal extraneous movements while defending. Conversely, Drat's actions revealed numerous vulnerabilities in Yagu's keen perception. It is akin to a seasoned gamer observing a novice play. What appears deceptively simple to the expert is consistently overlooked by the inexperienced, rendering their efforts almost laughable. Could one perceive Derlat as a fool? Certainly not. However, witnessing the myriad of flaws that Yagu exploits when confronting Derlat simplifies matters significantly. Yet, Derlat possesses the ability to evade attacks through teleportation. And the most vexing aspect remains that his opponent can unleash shockwaves and energy blasts. Once Yagu engages, should he draw within 3 meters of Derlat, those very shockwaves and energy blasts will follow the trajectory from whence they came, simultaneously relinquishing Yagu's control over them. As Yagu strikes, his fist grazes the edge of Derlat's garment. But in a mere blink, Derlat teleports away. Sidestepping the ensuing attack, Yagu strives to increase the distance between them. Gasping for breath, Yagu kneels on the ground, fixating on Derlat, who charges towards him from 20 meters away, contemplating his own arsenal of 3 techniques: teleportation, energy ball rebound, and what eludes him as the third. This uncertainty gnaws at Yagu. As a traveler through realms, he possesses knowledge of the abilities wielded by characters from Dragon Ball. Even if Dilat were to utilize the energy ball rebound, Yagu could liken it to the energy absorption devices of the androids. Yet, the nature of the remaining technique remains shrouded in mystery. The first 2 are formidable, but what of the last? Chapter 18. The third technique. Thanks to 122602650 for the generous donation. I appreciate it. I hope you continue to enjoy the upcoming content. My gratitude extends to all for your support. Gasping for air, Dilat grew increasingly agitated as he observed Yagu, who, despite having only taken a few breaths, appeared to recover rapidly. You are truly impressive. It seems my attacks have barely warranted your seriousness. Do you harbor such contempt for your opponent? No. I have taken this seriously. However, you have yet to unveil your most powerful attack, and you exhibit an excess of unnecessary movements. This delineates the chasm between us. Regardless of Dilat's thoughts, Yagu spoke with utmost sincerity. The wind does not hinder your tongue, yet you do possess the audacity to be arrogant. Very well. This technique was not one I intended to employ, but prepare yourself, Dilat declared, extending his right index finger towards Yagu, followed by a resounding shout, light of good and evil. As the beam manifested, Yagu commenced his movement. Yet when confronted with the intertwining black and white light, dubbed the light of good and evil by Dilat, it struck his form. However, nothing transpired. While Yagu concentrated his energy inward, Dilat launched his assault. Faced with a direct punch, Yagu deftly tilted his head to evade. With a whoosh, he narrowly avoided the fist, but soon recognized a disconcerting reality. Dilat's relentless barrage of attacks surged forth, prompting Yagu to either block or dodge, rendering each of Dilat's strikes ineffective. Bending low, Yagu barely avoided Dilat's straight punch, which swept over his head. Alarmed at the depletion of his own strength, Dilat propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. As Yagu evaded the opponent's fist, he directed his own punch towards Delrat's abdomen. However, he sensed that his striking speed had inexplicably diminished, and his concentration wavered for reasons unknown. Although apprehensive, he noticed that Delrat was already airborne. Thus, Yagu summoned his strength and propelled himself towards the skybound Delrat. Jumping into the air without mastery of aerial techniques posed a significant risk. In midair, lacking a solid surface to leverage, engaging in combat under equal conditions could lead to severe repercussions without a fallback. Yet, as he ascended, Delrat clasped his hands together, manifesting a stance reminiscent of the Kikaho technique. With a powerful shout directed at the advancing Yagu, Delrat unleashed a peculiar force that swept over Yagu's body. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself plummeting towards the ground. Utilizing aerial techniques to halt his descent, Yagu floated in midair. Meanwhile, the surrounding ghouls, positioned at a distance, pointed towards Yagu and Delrat, mouths agape as if they wished to cry out, but were stifled by their own rapid breaths. Floating in the air, Yagu sensed something was amiss. Why did he feel so depleted? Suddenly aware of a presence behind him, he swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a whip-like kick that would have struck him had he remained stationary. As he created distance from his assailant and turned to confront them, he was taken aback. Before him stood another version of himself, albeit slightly altered. This Yagu had white hair and crimson eyes. Light of good and evil, light of good and evil. Yagu murmured twice to himself, finally grasping the principle behind this technique. The counterpart Yagu suddenly unleashed an overwhelming force. Kaioken. Yagu was astonished. He had not anticipated that this newly manifested version of himself would commence with such intensity. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. He was eager to gauge the strength of this entity, formed from half of his own energy. With a fierce cry, he engaged. The efficiency of his Kaioken was notably low. He could not accurately quantify its combat power, yet Yagu was confident that no one on Earth could rival him. The two Yagas unleashed their full potential, clashing in the air. With each collision of fists, a palpable wave of energy surged around them, causing tremors even among the distant ghouls. Both Yagas adeptly countered each other's attacks, engaging in a test of strength and delivering niche strikes. Their tactics mirrored one another, lacking any advanced strategy. Just as Yagu aimed to throw his opponent off balance and launch an energy wave, the white-haired, red-eyed Yagu vanished before him. Regaining his strength, Yagu turned to confront the source of this phenomenon, Delrat. At that moment, Delrat was drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as a figure emerged before him. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of his opponent, Yagu, who had flown to his side. I concede, you have triumphed. This singular statement granted Yagu an additional 2.5% experience in his combat system. Gently, Yagu assisted the half-kneeling Dorada to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Dorada shook his head and replied, "I am fine, merely fatigued." "Huh, I never anticipated that you were concealing such formidable strength. My defeat is not unjust." Yagu, feeling somewhat awkward, remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Without allowing Yagu to explain, Dorada continued, "You sought to spar with me to learn my ultimate technique. Did you not?" Acknowledging this point, Yagu admitted, "Indeed, that is part of my intention. However, I genuinely wish to engage with all martial artists, to grow stronger and learn from what I lack. By the way, Mr. Dorada, what is this light of good and evil you mentioned?" As the gathered spirits gradually dispersed, one spirit, attending to Yagu, approached. The light of good and evil is a technique that can draw out the malevolent forces within an opponent's body, manifesting them into a separate entity to engage in battle with the original self. It is a signature move of our planet, Aditrol. However, as you observed, due to your overwhelming strength, I could not maintain that form for long. Yagu helped Dorada to a nearby stone bench, and upon seeing the spirit approach, he inquired, "Excuse me, is there a place to rest here?" "Rest?" The spirit regarded Yagu with a puzzled expression before shifting its gaze to Dorada. Understanding the unspoken question, Dorada responded, "I do require some respite. If you could prepare a place for me to recuperate before I board the celestial vessel in a few days, I would be most grateful." "Of course, please wait a moment while I fetch the vehicle," the spirit replied. "Thank you," said Yagu, while Dorada, panting, added, "I appreciate your assistance." The area where they had fought was now littered with shattered stone slabs and unfamiliar material to Yagu. He felt somewhat embarrassed about the unprovoked destruction of someone else's floor. Yet fortunately, the spirit did not press the issue of compensation. Dorada, having expended considerable energy utilizing the light of good and evil, took some time to steady his breathing. Observing the young man beside him, he remarked, "Your name is Yagu, is it not?" "Indeed," Yagu affirmed. "Yagu, I can teach you. However, your aptitude is insufficient to master the light of good and evil," Dorada stated bluntly, "as you harbor considerable malevolent thoughts within. I have employed this technique against my kin back in my homeland. The malevolent entity I summoned could only siphon away 2 to 3 layers of my strength. Yet, I found it manageable to control. However, if not for the vast disparity in our strengths, cough, how astonishing it is that you possess such formidable power." Yagu, perplexed, asked, "Are those with malevolent thoughts unable to learn the light of good and evil?" Dorada chuckled lightly, though exhaustion was evident on his brow, beads of sweat betraying the toll the brief existence of the malevolent entity had taken on him. "What, do you find it impressive?" Yagu nodded. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable. I never expected to be injured by my own technique." The legs, feet, shoulders, and arms that shielded against the malevolent assault now throb with a subtle ache. Fortunately, Yagu managed to evade the critical strikes. This technique, among us in Aditella, is among the pinnacle of martial arts, and even 100,000 renowned martial artists might struggle to master it. Delrat was lost in recollection, recounting in a dreamlike tone, "I grew up in the mountains. By my father's side, he was a celebrated martial artist. Yet, the technique of the light of good and evil remained elusive to him, influenced by his dedication. I devoted myself to martial practice from a young age, untouched by worldly affairs for over a decade, until by chance, I grasped this technique. Alas, had I ventured to the big city sooner, I might have never learned it. However, even now, I can only unleash its power to the 6th degree, making it the most potent technique recorded in the history of Aditella." Chapter 19. Return, New Book Launch, Seeking Support. The launch was swift. We just returned. With Goku at 11 years old, on the brink of meeting Bulma, and embarking on his Dragon Ball journey, the protagonist has the upper hand. Receiving guidance from various masters ahead of others, yet his character remains stagnant. The regrets and disappointments of my past life continually stir within him. The launch is here. I seek your support and appreciation. Thank you all for continuing to back me. I sincerely hope the content I produce continues to satisfy everyone. Yagu and Delrat were escorted to a secluded room in the underworld by a ghostly attendant. Yagu had previously observed this space, realizing such vacant rooms were rare in the underworld. Shortly after the attendant departed, he returned with a platter of fruit, leaving them both puzzled at the existence of such items in the underworld. Delrat's demeanor brightened considerably as he addressed Yagu, who sat beside him, saying, "Yagu, now is your time to speak. Which technique do you wish to learn? If you possess talent, I shall do my utmost to assist you." This was a considerable favor, and Yagu, lacking the extraordinary comprehension abilities possessed by figures like Sun Wukong, understood that mastering a technique without a mentor's guidance would be exceedingly challenging. Yagu now comprehended that even in the realm of Dragon Ball warriors, individuals like Lu Ping and Jiaozi were merely one in a million martial prodigies. With billions of humans on Earth, it seemed improbable that only a handful had emerged as warriors. The odds of transforming into a mutant, compared to the millions of people, were far more favorable, as there were thousands of mutants among a population of less than 100 billion. The young guardian of the Korin Tower, UPA, if he could ascend the tower and receive guidance from Master Rashi, might not enter the ranks of Dragon Ball warriors, yet he would still possess a sense of presence. Unfortunately, lacking a capable teacher, he remains an exceedingly ordinary human. Yagu lifted the fruit platter from the table and placed it before Delrat, encouraging him to take some. Mr. Delrat, I think I would like to learn instant transmission. If the opportunity arises, I will seek you out again. Ah? Ha ha ha, you truly have a clever plan, Delrat chuckled, looking at Yagu. However, the energies of the lower realm and the upper realm are isolated. Neither you nor I can penetrate that barrier. Yagu, however, denied it. No, I am aware of Lord Kai's aura. The location of Lord Kai is rather unique. With careful observation, one can indeed teleport to his vicinity, allowing me to sense your presence in this gathering. After a moment of contemplation, Delrat nodded and remarked, indeed, that is a splendid idea. You truly know how to take advantage of situations. However, Yagu, there is something I must convey to you. Do not take offense. I am listening, Yagu replied. Delrat's expression turned somewhat grave. Your cunning may yield temporary advantages, yet it could significantly impact your martial cultivation. Throughout my life, I have observed and retained countless experience. I hope you glean wisdom from my words. Martial arts differ from other pursuits. An ordinary person may engage in business or hold an official position, spreading their energy across various domains. Yet martial arts demand innate talent. Without diligent effort, particularly before the age of 10, such talent may gradually diminish, ultimately leading to mediocrity. Yagu nodded solemnly, responding, Thank you, Mr. Delrat. Your words have clarified several reasons for me. However, aside from self-restraint, are there alternative methods? Such alternatives are virtually non-existent. Consider the celestial beings on planets. Becoming a deity is not within everyone's reach. Their requirements are even more stringent, transcending mere martial prowess to encompass the spirit, especially for those whose minds are not easily tainted by malevolent thoughts. Alas, such individuals are becoming increasingly rare, Delrat lamented. What Delrat spoke of were fundamental truths. Yet they are often overlooked by martial practitioners. As their strength grows, and when those around them can no longer restrain them, their hearts may begin to change. There lies a genuine barrier, the stagnation of power. After a year or two of arduous training without improvement, practitioners may lose their fighting spirit. Observing others enhance their abilities while remaining stagnant can be a torment to the heart. Those with weaker resolve may abandon their rigorous training. Among those ensnared by stagnation, apart from a rare few who are wholly dedicated to martial arts, few are willing to exert effort. In the world of Dragon Ball, the number of martial enthusiasts is limited. Goku, Vegeta, Tien, and Piccolo remain vivid in Yagu's memory. Before merging with the Kai, they possessed this form. However, after the fusion, they gradually transitioned towards a more scholarly approach. Certainly, in terms of combat prowess, during the Buu saga, Gohan was the strongest, yet regrettably, he squandered his potential by immersing himself in scholarly pursuits. Yagu listened attentively, committing every word to memory. For most people on Earth, Lord Kai's strength is formidable. Yet, despite having a lifespan of thousands of years, he did not focus his energies on martial arts. It seems that many prominent figures in Dragon Ball have become ensnared in this regard. As Yagu pondered this, Delrat suddenly stated, Much like how many people can foresee their own demise, I too foresee the day I abandon my pursuit of the martial way. What? Yagu found himself somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been advised to pay attention to matters of this nature, only to hear that the speaker himself was unable to break free from his own shackles. What a profound irony that was. You, if you are aware, then why do you not take action to intervene? Delrat sighed, perplexed as to why he had divulged so much to this stranger before him. Upon scrutinizing the young man, Delrat began to comprehend. This boy was a reflection of my own youth. No, he possessed even greater talent, though his mind was cluttered with distractions. Yagu, do you believe in fate? There was a moment of hesitation. Yagu wanted to affirm his belief, yet felt an unwillingness to concede, so he clenched his teeth and declared, I do not believe. Ah, indeed, who wishes to embrace the concept of fate, who does not desire to seize their destiny in their own hands. Yet, as Delrat reminisced, a sense of obsession lingered in his expression. Unfortunately, Yagu, being a fundamentally different entity, could not discern these subtleties on the countenance of one so unlike himself. Since we inhabit this world, there is no justification for self-deception. Do you understand? No one wishes to bow to fate, yet for countless years have not all beings succumbed to its weight? Do not be alarmed. Fate is not governed by any singular will. it is devoid of emotion. The trajectories it lays out for individuals like you and me are shaped by the events of each person's life, every moment, every second, and even by their character and habits. Thus, if you aspire to shatter the chains of fate, transformation must commence from the very moment you become aware, and it must be a continual process of change. With each alteration you make, fate will recalibrate your path. The dilemma lies in whether individuals like us possess the time and energy for such endeavors. Yagu lowered his gaze, acknowledging the merit in Delrat's assertions, though he remained unconvinced. However, he would not voice his dissent before Delrat. The latter cast a brief glance at the boy, recognizing that his words would not penetrate the young man's resolve. Yet, each must accept their own destiny. Whether Yagu would recall these lessons in the future or effect any change was entirely up to him. Afterward, Delrat began to instruct Yagu on the art of instant teleportation. This tutelage spanned 2 years, and fortuitously, the fortune-telling elder occasionally visited the underworld, bringing sustenance for Yagu. The meager provisions he had initially brought would have proven insufficient. The underworld also possessed such resources, albeit in limited quantities. Yagu was uncertain as to why Delrat extended such assistance. Initially, he had presumed that the elder would merely impart a mantra or a tome of secrets before departing. The gravity with which Delrat taught left Yagu somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he dedicated himself to absorbing every lesson, while the remaining hours were spent training in the gravity chamber, diligently exploring the principles of the Kaioken technique to enhance his efficiency in its execution. Throughout the years, under various mentors, whether it be the Cat Sage or the Ko, they all emphasized the importance of a solid foundation. Despite Yagu's rigorous training, he believed he had established a firm base. Yet, they insisted his fundamentals were lacking and suggested numerous effective methods to reinforce his foundation. The journey from the underworld to Ko's planet and back again took Yagu just over 2 years. In the underworld, I encountered Delrat and followed him to hone my extraordinary skills. 2 years swiftly passed, and before I knew it, 4 years had elapsed. On this day, Yagu accompanied Delrat to the airport destined for paradise, a bittersweet farewell. Yet, as warriors, they were spared the sorrow typical of ordinary partings. Delrat remarked, "Yagu, persevere, and do not halt your progress. Your talent is commendable. Mastering teleportation in merely 2 years is quite impressive." Yagu replied, "It is your exceptional teaching, sir. There remains much for me to learn from you." With a chuckle, Delrat responded, "From now on, you shall delve into your studies alone. This is where I take my leave." With that, he turned and departed without looking back. As the flight disappeared from view, Yagu heard the voice of the crystal granny behind him. "Yagu, we can return now. Indeed, it is time to go back." Yagu was now 11 years old. Chapter 20, Dragon God Group, a new book release seeking support. Today marks the launch. I hope for your support and wish for a promising beginning. Thank you. A warm, alluring breeze swept from the Gobi Desert, and gazing upon the tranquil palace, the lake surrounding it, and the distant, ever-present black clouds, a smile graced Yagu's face. "Thank you, Granny Fortune Teller. I must take my leave now," he said. The fortune teller, still resentful of her defeat to the young boy 4 years prior, seemed to have suffered greatly as a consequence. "Hurry along, and best not return here." Floating gracefully in the air with the floating technique, Yagu turned to the fortune teller and replied, "If you say that, I shall surely miss this place. I hope for another opportunity to visit the underworld." "Absolutely not." The fortune teller complained loudly, but her words fell on deaf ears. After speaking, Yagu shot away like a cannonball, quickly becoming a distant blur, ultimately vanishing into a small black dot against the backdrop of nature. Yagu skillfully employed the floating technique. 3 days later, he returned to Shidu by plane, eager to immerse himself in the conditions of this world. Advancements in technology had been made, and the Red Silk Army had expanded its territory. As he rode in a taxi towards his factory, Yagu reflected on the 4 years spent with Lord Realm King and Mr. Delrat, gaining invaluable experience from the combat system. Although the returns from each sparring session diminished over time, he was astonished to calculate a remarkable gain of over 20%. 8936, nearly there, he mused. While he had long regarded the combat system as a supportive tool, his attention unconsciously drifted towards it as the upgrade approached. Observing the numerous new skyscrapers surrounding Shidu, Yagu marveled at the changes. Considering the sights he had seen along the way, he pondered, though the government forces have relinquished considerable territory, their control over the remaining areas has strengthened. Perhaps it is time to occasionally demonstrate my power to them? Let it be. After all, my interactions with them are minimal. When the time comes, it suffices to inform them that it was Wukong, a practitioner of martial arts, who vanquished the Red Silk Army. Yagu, however, has yet to heed the warnings imparted by Delrat. In his perspective, this is simply who he is. He will do as he pleases. If, as a Saiyan, He truly abhors combat, then transforming into someone like Lepin is of no consequence. In this lifetime, acquiring immense power would be a blessing. If not, there is no need for anxiety. Living comfortably is what truly matters. The taxi swiftly arrives before a colossal edifice. Is this my former factory? Haha, splendid. The soup dumplings were exceptionally well made. He hands a large bill to the driver without requesting change and strides out confidently. However, just as Yagu exits the vehicle, he hears the driver's voice, "Kid, it's not that you have too much, it's that you're short by 50. What? Short by 50? Yagu's eyes betray skepticism as he attempts to discern any hint of jest on the driver's face. But alas, there is none. The driver is a middle-aged man. And typically, those of his age tend to be quite loquacious, eager to clarify matters, unlike the youth who often exhibit apathy towards explanations. Indeed, fuel prices rise each month. I've heard that next month we'll see yet another increase. Life is becoming arduous. Yagu retrieves a $100 bill and hands it over, insisting, "Keep the change." As he turns to leave, he suddenly feels that this place bears an uncanny resemblance to a notorious den of iniquity, where one is devoured without a trace. It's fortunate he had just praised the government for its adept governance during the ride. Regardless, it is of no concern to him as long as he lives comfortably. Mind your own business, he muses, as he upholds the noble virtue of disengagement, a remnant of modern society. Despite being a Saiyan, he still believes in maintaining such principles. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know this is a private company? Just as Yagu is about to enter the premises, a security guard with the demeanor of a dog halts him. Wow, a little dog. Yagu refrains from voicing his thoughts. There are many beastmen in Dragon Ball. Yet in Z, their numbers have dwindled at an astonishing rate. Take Tien, for instance. As a supporting character, his three-eyed visage was quite ordinary in Dragon Ball. And Yagu seems to recall another human with a similar trait. Given the plethora of animal characters in Dragon Ball, particularly those of significance, it has become impossible to eliminate them by the time Z arrives. Oolong, Puer, the King, the Cat Sage, and even the original president of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A dog. Yagu did not anticipate that the security guard at his company's entrance would also be an animal. Nonetheless, he is an environmentalist, with a fondness for little creatures. This used to be the site of the Shidu Soda Ash Factory, didn't it? Yagu inquires. The dog security guard, clearly irritated and without a second thought, retorts, I don't know. Move along, don't linger here. Yagu gazes at him and quips. You truly are an unprofessional security guard. What did you say, brat? In the presence of the guard and the passers-by, Yagu leaps onto the rooftop of the company building. A staggering height of over 100 meters. Everyone stands agape, their jaws dropping in astonishment. This is a media company, and upon witnessing the scene, those who reacted promptly called their partners to rush upstairs to interview the young boy. Standing atop the building, Yagu observed individuals swiftly retrieving cameras from their business vehicles. Hurrying towards the edifice, a commendable display of professionalism. He descended the stairs and, after encountering a staff member, inquired about Li Fa's office. Whether it was Li Fa or Falifa had slipped his mind, what he recalled most vividly was the individual's former name, Xiaolong Bayo. However, upon arriving in Shidu, the person had changed their name, a title so profound that it was unlikely to be used in public. Fortunately, Li Fa's office was not far from Yagu's location, and soon he barged into the presence of the latter. The Longshan group, which to Yagu appeared somewhat absurd yet, in the eyes of others, conveyed a certain ostentatiousness, was the media empire that Li Fa had meticulously built over the years. Yagu had bequeathed a substantial amount of capital to him. A considerable quantity of gold provided Li Fa with the confidence to expand. The most significant asset under the Longshan group was Longshan Satellite TV, which had become one of the most influential channels in Shidu, alongside the Shidu newspapers, whose impact was gradually growing. As the captain of the group, Li Fa naturally had ulterior motives, such as seizing all of Yagu's shares, a pursuit he had been gradually working toward. However, 2 years prior, the sudden revelation of Yagu's connections with the government and military had caused him to refrain from his ambitions for quite some time. For years had elapsed, and Yagu still had not returned. Li Fa's concerns began to resurface. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, causing Li Fa, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to frown. He picked up the phone on his desk, preparing to inquire about the disturbance. Just then, the door swung open. Li Fa, furious and without glancing at the intruder, bellowed. Didn't I say? No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Ah, it's you, he added, seeing Yagu, who smiled back at him. Turning to the company staff beside him, he said, you all may leave now. The staff, initially blocking Yagu's entry, were taken aback and somewhat flustered upon realizing the big boss recognized the young man before them. However, They did not heed Yagu's words and instead awaited their superior's command. Li Fa hesitated for a moment before calmly telling the staff behind Yagu, "It's fine. You may go." Once the door closed, Li Fa rose from his seat and approached Yagu, saying, "Do you realize how long it has been? For years. I was worried something had happened to you." Yagu detected a subtle change in Li Fa but could not articulate it. Yet, he had a way to restore the expression he had once seen on Li Fa's face. He levitated into the air, gliding past Li Fa's imposing desk to the window behind his seat. "You," Li Fa stammered, staring blankly at Yagu, disbelief etched on his face. Observing the expression on Li Fa's countenance filled Yagu with delight, for that was precisely what he wished to see. "What's the matter? Haven't you investigated the whereabouts of your former boss? No need to be so flustered." Li Fa, after all, was the president of the group. Exuding an air of authority cultivated over many years, at this moment, he realized that Yagu was intentionally revealing these things before him. His former employer, Puliner, had naturally investigated the matter before his untimely demise, which coincided with a night of widespread death seemingly wrought by a colossal beast. As calm returned, Li Fa's countenance remained gentle and amiable, a striking contrast to the square-faced man he once was, now transformed into a figure of warmth and serenity. Chapter 21. An Extraordinary Life. New book launch, Seeking Flowers. The book is now available. I shamelessly seek your support and hope you do not find it distasteful. Thank you all. In this world, are there many individuals akin to you? Li Fa pondered for a moment before posing a question of genuine concern. Are you particularly invested in this inquiry? Let's discuss it later. It has been 4 years since I left Shidu, and I am unaware of many developments. Yaga stepped away from the floor-to-ceiling window, taking the drink from Li Fa's hand. At 11 years of age, he had already reached a height of 1.50 meters. Now, tell me about the company's situation. Rest assured, I have no intention of usurping your authority within the company. As long as there is no treachery, I will not resort to physical confrontations. Despite Yagu's veiled threats, Li Fa's expression remained serene, his smile unperturbed. Then let me begin from the time you departed. Their conversation extended for half a day. Li Fa's entrepreneurial journey appeared straightforward, yet it harbored its share of risks, particularly given that Shidu was under military control, which had purged underground criminal elements, with Li Fa entangled in the aftermath. Currently, the criminal gangs, subjugated by the Red Silk Army and other factions, had been thoroughly dismantled by military actions in Shidu. The prevailing youth comprised primarily of delinquent students, who posed little threat to the city. Yaga nodded, a newfound respect for Li Fa blossoming within him, recognizing that he could not possess the formidable combat prowess that Li Fa did. Likewise, he could not emulate Li Fa's shrewdness, his perceptiveness in social settings surpassing what could be conveyed through mere written words. "What are the students now?" Yagu inquired. Li Fa, puzzled, responded, "Students?" Yagu clarified. "The young lad I had someone look after before my departure." "Oh, you mean Rensheng?" Li Fa recalled. "I arranged for him to join the logistics department. I have heard he has performed commendably and is now working with an external host, quite industrious." He withheld the complete truth. The feedback indicated that Rensheng was reluctant to communicate and had strained relationships with his colleagues. While others would engage in leisurely study or coffee breaks together, he chose to practice martial arts alone in a gym adjacent to the company. In the simplest terms, he was perceived as an oddity. Yagu, unfamiliar with these details, was curious to see if the lad had made any progress over the past 4 years. Upon returning from the realm of the king, he had mastered the use of energy waves. Although he had observed the initial movements of the Kamehameha technique, he lacked an understanding of the Turtle School's teachings, and any forced attempts merely resulted in superficial mimicry. Just as in the battle against Raditz alongside his brother Goku, where Goku's combat power exceeded Piccolo's by several points. Goku's application of the Kamehameha technique elevated his power to over 900, while Piccolo's special beam cannon could enhance his power to over 1300. This clearly illustrated that different techniques yielded varying effects in the accumulation of power. However, as one's combat prowess increases and the formidable energy within the body becomes more manageable, the control over such power becomes increasingly adept. The energy blast, a unique technique conceived by Lu Ping, had previously been employed by both Sun Wukong and Frieza during their initial explorations. The Spirit Slash, utilized by Vegeta and Frieza as well, becomes more accessible with heightened strength, as one need not be overly concerned with the limited energy within. Initially, Lu Ping could only execute the energy blast once per battle, while the Kamehameha could be unleashed multiple times. Each individual was compelled to meticulously calculate their energy expenditure, as martial skills dictated the outcome of confrontations. Eventually, however, encounters devolved into sheer brute force. This prompted Yagu to recall the martial arts novels he had perused in a previous life. where internal energy and techniques enabled practitioners to effortlessly harness their strength. The internal energy ensured that one could learn techniques at the swiftest pace. A notion vividly illustrated in Mr. Jin's The Legend of the Hero. By the way, can arrangements be made for my residence? Li Fa chuckled and replied, there's no need for arrangements. We constructed your dwelling when we built the staff dormitories. Look over there. Li Fa rose from the sofa and ambled to the floor-to-ceiling window, while Yagu followed, gazing in the direction indicated by Li Fa. That area was originally designated for my company's headquarters. However, your plot of land is considerably larger, thus the change. Behold, that villa resembling a castle on the hillside is prepared for you. It's quite beautiful, Yagu remarked, smiling. He mused that even in his previous life, he had never resided in such an exquisite abode. Li Fa moved to his side, retrieved a safe from the bookshelf, inputting a code to unlock it. Yagu, here is the key, all yours. Yagu beamed with joy as he held the elegantly crafted key, admiring its beauty, rivaling that of a work of art. Indeed, this electronic key was meticulously designed by a master craftsman. Leaving aside the villa itself, its value exceeds 100,000. At that moment, Li Fa oddly exhibited a nouveau riche mentality, which Yagu found amusing, recognizing that Li Fa had tailored his words to cater to him. From any perspective, Yagu undeniably possessed the mindset of a newly affluent individual. Thus, Li Fa naturally employed a bit of cleverness to appease him. With a swoosh, Yagu opened the window of Li Fa's office and leaned halfway out. Suddenly recalling something, he withdrew and turned to Li Fa, saying, I almost forgot to mention. Earlier, you inquired if there are many individuals like me in this world, correct? Quite a few, though most possess relatively low strength. Perhaps around 100 individuals are unafraid of bullets. Rest assured, true martial artists typically only pilfer a few items from affluent households. They would not engage in more egregious acts. Additionally, ask Renxing if he wishes to come here. I would like to assess his martial skills. The act of casually taking items is exemplified by Majir B, who, while driving Sun Wukong to Karen Tower, had left a lasting impression on Yagu with the words, what do you think of this car? I stole it. There are many individuals in the world who, relying solely on their own strength, engage in nefarious deeds, such as Tao Bai Bai and the creature resembling a pterosaur named Killen, who made his debut at the martial arts tournament alongside Wukong. It is indeed a remarkable character who brazenly boasts about possessions acquired through theft. Soaring through the air, Yagu hastens towards his villa. Li Fa, watching Yagu depart, spat disdainfully but chose silence, returning to his previous state. Having once served under the auspices of Boss Pyo, he was well aware that some individuals in this world wield power to amass personal gain, leaving the weak to passively endure. To appease his own inner turmoil, he began to contemplate the substantial gold investment Yagu had made in their organization. After all, the latter had not resorted to forceful seizure, but rather engaged in collaboration. Yagu effortlessly ascended into his villa using the sky dance technique, bypassing even the main gate at the foot of the mountain. The villa's faade resembled that of a medieval castle, while its sides and rear were adorned with modern architectural elements, dark blue roofing, walls alternating between moon white and beige, and a backyard complete with a swimming pool. Abundant transplanted greenery adorned the landscape, rendering it exceedingly picturesque. Towering trees surrounded the property, creating a canopy that shielded one from the summer sun, an invitation to recline on a chair and indulge in the serene ambience. Inside the grand hall, exquisite murals adorned the walls, and the corners showcased meticulously carved works from ancient artists. The opulent carpets, vibrant with colors, seemed almost alive, exuding an aromatic essence. Many of the furnishings were unfamiliar to Yagu, yet it was evident that the arrangement in the living room was aesthetically pleasing, utilizing space efficiently, combining spaciousness with intimacy, and infused with a palpable artistic aura alongside a plethora of modern electronic devices. Such a lifestyle was utterly captivating. Yagu crouched by the edge of the swimming pool, engaging in soliloquy. The crystal-clear water and pristine ground resembled nectar dripped upon jade. Rising to his feet, Yagu retrieved the universal capsule from the gravity chamber, deciding to engage in training first. Once he completed today's tasks, he would indulge in the pleasures of this exquisite abode. Kylie, are you done with work? Shall we head to the beauty salon together? Called a woman in a white professional outfit, gathering her belongings and lifting a small bag, addressing a colleague nearby. Oh, wait a moment. Yes, Renxing, came the response from a woman with shoulder-length hair, blue locks, emerald eyes, a pert nose, and skin as smooth and white as a peeled egg. Those acquainted with her recognized her as Kylie, the company's most beautiful anchor. Could you deliver this document to the director for me? It won't take much time. I promise to be out of your hair, she said. Renxing, busy packing his camera, hesitated before responding to the company's beauty, first checking the time. Then he nodded. All right, if the director isn't in, I'll leave it on his desk. You might want to give him a call. All right. Thank you, Kylie replied, somewhat exasperated with the man before her, who seemed to possess an air of arrogance, as if the earth revolved solely around him. The long-haired woman speaking with Kelly possessed a mane of fiery red hair cascading down her back, reminiscent of flames flickering in the distance. As she approached, she noticed Rin Sheng holding a document and smilingly remarked, I must say, Rin Sheng, you truly have not changed at all. You were always like this back in school. Even in this modern age, you still cling to those primitive methods of physical training? Rin Sheng gazed at the red-haired woman with a fervent look in his eyes. But as she spoke of her training methods, his expression grew serious. This is the method taught to me by my teacher. I do not wish to disappoint him. Well, Lisa, might we share a meal tomorrow? Apologies, but I have a prior engagement with Musa tomorrow, she replied apologetically. By the way, who is that teacher of yours? Before Lisa could finish her sentence, she was abruptly pulled away by Kelly, who turned back to Rin Sheng and said, goodbye. Nodding, Rin Sheng resumed his tasks, placing the document in a visible spot, preparing to complete his work before heading to the director's office. Chapter 22. Belief. New book launch. Seeking support. New book launch. Seeking your support. Lisa said alongside Kelly, both of whom were considered stunning beauties even in the Dragon Ball universe. Lisa, glancing at Kelly, inquired, Kelly, why do I sense that you have a special interest in my old classmate, Rin Sheng? Do you fancy him? They arrived at the company parking lot, where Kelly owned a luxurious aircraft that bore a resemblance to a car, its exterior deceptively unremarkable. Stop it. Get in. Our relationship is strictly professional. But have you noticed? Despite Rin Sheng's nature, which could inadvertently offend others even when he means no harm, he has consistently remained unscathed, evolving from a mere employee to my partner. Have you ever questioned that? Fastening her seatbelt, Lisa pondered Kelly's words, nodding thoughtfully as if they held merit. However, I know about his family. They have no connection to the Dragon God group. Kelly's slender fingers, naturally exquisite, gracefully maneuvered the controls while she continued. Have you forgotten? He has a teacher. Does he not? A teacher? The one who taught him to fight? Surely not. He mentioned that this teacher has been absent for 4 years. Moreover, he has always been reticent about what his teacher is like, and the so-called training he undertakes seems utterly reckless. As the aircraft took off, Kelly activated a set of controls, revealing a screen that displayed a map, prominently featuring the city of West. Hey, input our destination. While Lisa entered the location, Kelly, with her lips slightly parted, explained, Rin Sheng has a fondness for you. It's evident to anyone who isn't foolish. You should express your feelings sooner rather than later. He's rather dense. He won't grasp your subtlety. Be direct, and it will ease things for both of you. Lisa chuckled. I'm not fond of his clumsiness, but who knows? Perhaps one day, I might unexpectedly find myself attracted to such a personality. Consider it a potential asset. Hey, Kelly, could you please stop fixating on my affairs? The two conversed and laughed, making their way to a newly opened yet renowned beauty salon in the Rin Sheng meticulously wiped his camera, taking the documents entrusted to him by Kelly in hand as he approached the company building. Upon reaching the office of the director responsible for their position, he handed over the files to the portly director. This director, though quite capable, possessed a rather lascivious disposition. He relished in the sight of competent subordinates being dominated by him, which afforded him a sense of accomplishment. However, upon receiving the documents from Rin Sheng, he held a rather unfavorable impression of the man. Humans are inherently social creatures, and navigating interpersonal relationships is an art that demands cultivation. Thus, in the director's eyes, Rin Sheng, with his introverted nature and difficulty in assimilating into groups, was deemed rather inept. Despite his disdain, the director maintained a facade of geniality, ensuring that no coldness was perceived. Rin Sheng, he called out, halting the latter just as he was about to leave. What is it, director? The president of Lifa requests your presence in his office. Go now. Oh, understood. Rin Sheng nodded and turned to depart. The director paid little heed to this exchange. While he looked down upon Rin Sheng, he had never acted in a manner that would offend him. In his worldview, everything, even a mere piece of paper, held value and could be utilized. Therefore, he believed that unless someone explicitly targeted him, he would not create enemies unnecessarily. Yet, having ascended to his current position, he was acutely aware that it was inevitable to have adversaries in this world. His ascent had been gradual, and he possessed his own strategies for dealing with those who overtly opposed him. It seemed the earlier conjecture was indeed accurate. Rin Sheng had a connection to the president. But what exactly was the nature of their relationship? Rin Sheng's family background appeared rather unremarkable, nothing of significance. As he scanned the documents, He pondered the connection between Rinsheng and Lifa. Meanwhile, Yagu executed a series of fundamental movements at the fastest speed he could achieve, performing flips, leaps, and rapid punches and kicks in a gravity chamber set to 40 times Earth's gravity. After 4 years, he had yet to make any breakthroughs. Given the requirements for performing the King's Fist technique, his adaptive training under 20 and 30 times Earth's gravity was deemed inadequate. Under normal Earth gravity, he could execute the required movements with precision and grace, coordinating his breathing and energy without the slightest superfluous motion or deviation in his breath. He could also achieve flawless penetration points during his maneuvers. However, under high gravity, these movements would inadvertently deviate. To put it charitably, it was due to his inability to adapt. More harshly, it indicated that he had not truly mastered these techniques and could not cope with the intensified pressures of combat, where most of his energy would be devoted to observing the enemy's moves, leaving little capacity to focus on his own subconscious influences. Thus, Yagu continuously escalated the difficulty of his training, aspiring to achieve these feats effortlessly in future battles, even in moments of distraction. Observant viewers of Dragon Ball would understand that the warriors have ingrained these movements into their very bones. Those who are not specifically engineered for destruction are either ruthless killers or have gleaned combat techniques through a series of battles. Additionally, he needed to carve out time to rehearse his instant transmission, enabling its efficacy in combat. After several hours of rigorous training, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Yagu emerged from the gravity chamber and refreshed himself in the shower. Just as he was about to commence his energy training, he suddenly realized an unfortunate predicament. There was no one at home to prepare a meal for him. It seemed he had to venture out to eat. However, he reassured himself, chuckling inwardly, that he would soon harness the energy of the locking method and meet with it later. Seated cross-legged on a mat in the living room, Yagu pondered, reflecting on the current state of Earth, where martial artists capable of assisting him had become scarce. To enhance his strength, he understood he must engage in relentless training. After all, wasn't that the path traversed by Goku and his companions during times of peace? Alternatively, he could cultivate an ally to aid in his personal advancement. The upgrade of the combat system was driven by a clear objective. For instance, after sparring with someone, he would gain experience. If either party had yet to assimilate the experiences from their battle, continuing to fight under the guise of sparring would yield no experience points. However, should one party gain sudden enlightenment post-battle and engage again, the system would reward them with experience. Presently, the system was at level 0, a rank that left Yagu with considerable doubt. As in any game, the lowest rank should invariably be level 1, or a novice. Whether level 0 bore any special significance remained a mystery to Yagu, but observing the experience bar nearing 90%, he envisioned its upgraded form. Oh, it seemed that the Demon Valley was indeed the portal to another realm. He chuckled to himself, contemplating a visit there once he had further enhanced his mastery of the Kaioken technique. With these thoughts in mind, Yagu closed his eyes, commencing his daily energy training. Or rather, his meditation. For a great warrior, the foundational pillars required are stamina, mental fortitude, and vitality. Without exceptional stamina, one cannot engage in high-intensity combat. Without formidable mental power, one cannot maintain composure amidst life and death struggles. Combat encompasses both strategic intellect and physical confrontation. A martial artist fights with their mind, reveling in the strength that comes from destruction, while most rely on their physical prowess to vanquish adversaries, achieving victory through overwhelming force. As for vitality, it is self-evident that the insights gained between life and death are what enable a warrior to transcend their limits. Without robust vitality, such opportunities may be irrevocably lost. Not long after Yagu had entered his meditative state, he was interrupted by a series of beeping sounds emanating from within the house. What could this be? Surely someone had come to seek him. Ah, it must be Rinsheng. He rose and approached the source of the noise. It was a device resembling a public telephone, situated near the front entrance of the villa. The equipment was installed at a height that was somewhat elevated. Thus, Yagu took to the air, hovering about 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground, and pressed the red button atop the device. Upon pressing the red button, the screen gradually transitioned from black to brightness, revealing his nominal disciple, Rinsheng. Haha, Rinsheng, is that really you? Have you arrived at the door? Yes, teacher, it is truly you. You have returned. How wonderful. Rinsheng appeared more mature, now a 20-year-old young man, his voice having deepened considerably. Yagu chuckled. Indeed, I am back. Please come in. Since you have recognized me as your teacher, a mere small door should not hinder you. If you cannot even accomplish this, there is no need for you to seek me. Forcing those who come to pay their respects to scale walls is undoubtedly an unparalleled tactic in this world. Yet, Rinsheng complied with Yagu's words, replying, Good teacher, I shall come at once. With that, his figure vanished from the screen. Yagu switched off the device. Still harboring expectations for Rensheng, he had never contemplated training him to become a master. Nor did he envision him possessing the skills of a renowned warrior like Midru Benkei. He merely hoped that martial artists akin to Sun Wukong could be recognized by people worldwide, just as he had heard the worldwide fuel prices incessantly rising during the day. Yagu held a disdain for nameless heroes and detested those who were posthumously honored with the title of hero. Must respect truly be reclaimed with one's life? With so many trampling upon existence, what would the heroes, who earned their titles through sacrifice, signify in their eyes? Respect may dwell in the heart, yet it is fleeting. Between a deceased hero and a living one, which holds greater influence? Humanity is diverse, and every individual harbors selfish motives. Hence, living heroes cannot be easily exalted. However, in the Dragon Ball world, Yagu recognized one who could be revered as a quintessential hero, Sun Wukong. His spirit, his essence, and his martial prowess illuminated the path. Through years of martial cultivation, Yagu gradually comprehended the disparity between himself and Sun Wukong. It was a chasm that transcended the physical and the bloodline. A journey through the soul and spirit, infused with belief. Yagu realized that without fortune, he could never match the strides of his counterpart on the path to strength. Chapter 23. The test. Please support the new release. Yagu's villa was nestled on the mountainside, previously a summer retreat for the elite, now a haven for extraordinary individuals. The entire residential area was populated by Dragon God Group personnel, and the security assigned here were familiar with the residents, most of whom were company employees, with only a few being family members. However, these were few in number. Rensheng had been here for over a year, understanding the security's patrol routes and being aware of the locations of surveillance cameras, although Yagu had instructed him to scale the wall. If the security happened to witness this, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, he chose a suitable vantage point to proceed. A few minutes later, Rensheng stood before Yagu. Observing the handsome young man, who towered over 6 feet, Yagu felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering, why is it that both Saiyans, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, possess such striking figures? Even Broly from the movie appearances is so well-formed, yet my appearance is so ordinary, lacking any distinctive qualities. Once a Saiyan's hair reaches a certain length, it remains immutable. Gently caressing his short, tousled hair, Yagu found it rather peculiar that he lacked the luxurious, flowing locks of Goku or Vegeta. Teacher, Yagu did not allow him to take a seat and remarked, "You've grown into quite the handsome young man. However, I must inquire about your martial skills." "I have been training diligently, enduring strenuous exercises," was the response. "Without further ado, let us proceed to the backyard grass, where we can practice our techniques." Without granting him the chance to elaborate, Yagu walked outside, beckoning the other to follow. Rensheng hesitated momentarily before quickly nodding and trailing after Yagu. "Very well." As Yagu glanced back at Rensheng, he expressed, "I am genuinely pleased that you have continued your training. However, should your arduous efforts fail to meet my standards, I would prefer you not to seek my company in the future. Do you understand?" "Why?" Rensheng stammered, momentarily taken aback before mustering the courage to ask. By this time, they had reached the lawn, and Yagu advanced several more paces, deeming this spot sufficient. "Heh, at your current level, even if you knew the reason, you would likely deem it preposterous. Thus, it is best to maintain an air of mystery. Begin your assault on me. I wish to witness the fruits of your 4 years of training." With a serious expression, Rensheng assumed a fighting stance. The battle commenced, yet Yagu discerned from the combat system that it displayed only advanced, low-tier, intermediate, and other classifications, but nothing further. This indicated that, from the combat system's perspective, this encounter was neither a sparring match, nor a contest for supremacy, nor a fight for survival. In terms of combat prowess, Yagu effortlessly surpassed his opponent. And with regards to martial techniques, the disparity was even greater. The combat system's assessment concluded that there was no necessity for Yagu to engage in combat with Rensheng. At least in his previous encounters with the Red Ribbon Army, those adversaries came with the intent to kill, directing every strike towards lethal areas, which the system recognized as a life-or-death battle. After striking a pose, Rensheng endeavored to spot any weaknesses in Yagu's defenses. His entire being seemed to be rife with vulnerabilities. This, however, was incorrect. The teacher's speed was exceedingly swift. I must restrict the teacher's movements if I am to have any chance of making contact. Otherwise, once he accelerates, I will lack even the possibility of blocking his attacks. Yet, considering that the teacher is evaluating my martial skills, he would likely refrain from employing such tactics. Well, it is worth a try. As Rensheng slowly approached Yagu, he seized an opportunity, pushing off the ground with his back leg in a wide stance and propelling himself forward at great speed towards Yagu. Since the system did not classify this as a battle for him, Yagu naturally regarded it as a training session. He did not evade Ren Sheng's line of sight with high-speed movement. Instead, he extended his left hand, repelling the incoming strikes aimed at his head and chest with ease. As Yagu deflected Ren Sheng's attacks, his body slid backward, creating distance and preventing Ren Sheng from penetrating his inner circle. Ren Sheng continued his onslaught, initially targeting Yagu's chest, with a few blows directed at his head, yet he struggled to break through Yagu's defenses and began to feel anxious. Consequently, he expanded his attack vectors, targeting low joints, waist, ribs, and neck, areas that compelled the defender to remain vigilant. His strikes accelerated, eventually reaching the limits of his speed in a matter of moments. With a powerful swing, Ren Sheng's fist was intercepted by Yagu's left hand. Transforming his punch into a claw, he seized Yagu's wrist, using it as a fulcrum to rotate his body, altering his posture midair before swiftly extending his left leg, sweeping towards Yagu's head like a whirlwind. For those untrained in aerial maneuvers, executing such transformations in the air serves as a testament to one's capabilities. Yagu, in his first encounter with a martial artist, had fallen victim to this very skill. Ren Sheng's whip-like kick surged forth with fierce intensity. However, the gap between him and Yagu was insurmountable. Yagu swiftly extended his right hand, and with a resounding thud, he parried Ren Sheng's assault, rendering it utterly ineffective. With a firm grip, Yagu seized Ren Sheng's ankle and, with a powerful swing of his arm, sent him hurtling towards the ground. Recognizing the precarious situation when Yagu clutched his ankle, Ren Sheng braced himself as his body spun like a whirlwind. He exerted immense effort to maintain control over his posture, striving to remain in a position conducive to agile movement. This endeavor was exhausting, and he was careful not to let the air trapped in his chest escape. Otherwise, summoning a second breath would prove exceedingly challenging. As Yagu hurled him through the air, Ren Sheng curled his body, rolling continuously like a spinning top. Yet, Yagu understood that during this tumultuous motion, Ren Sheng was depleting his own energy. Indeed, when Ren Sheng finally landed, he did not crash to the ground but instead adopted a deep squat, preparing himself. With hands placed at his waist, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball aimed at Yagu. Yagu, anticipating the attack, shifted his body sideways and extended his right hand to deflect Ren Sheng's assault aimed at his right fist. As Yagu's fist was brushed aside, Ren Sheng instinctively contracted his abdomen and coiled his left leg, aiming his knee towards Yagu. He no longer cared whether his strike would land on a vital area. Hitting Yagu was his sole objective. In a swift motion, Yagu extended his left hand, palm facing, to block Ren Sheng's knee. At that moment, Ren Sheng, fueled by momentum, found himself alongside Yagu, hovering 4 to 5 meters above the ground, near a tree. With a sense of intuition, Yagu positioned his legs horizontally, allowing his feet to make contact with the tree trunk. Harnessing this force, Yagu exerted his energy through both hands, pushing Ren Sheng forward. Upon seeing the tree trunk ahead, Ren Sheng realized the impending danger. He had intended to use Yagu's hands as a pivot to somersault and land behind him for a follow-up attack. However, before he could execute the maneuver, he felt an overwhelming force barreling towards him. In midair, he rotated freely, ultimately landing in a half-kneeling position. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat formed at his temples and his breath quickened. The series of attacks had drained him of significant energy, and the pressure in his chest finally became unbearable. His breathing grew erratic, clearly detrimental to sustaining a prolonged battle. If this continued, he would only grow weaker with each passing moment. Observing Yagu, who stood calmly on the ground, gazing at him with an inscrutable expression, Ren Sheng understood the intention behind the scrutiny. Yagu was assessing his strength, testing his ability to cope with the current situation. Taking a deep breath, Ren Sheng gradually began to regulate his breathing. Yagu would not grant his opponent a moment's respite. Without uttering a word, he exerted pressure on his toes, launching himself into the air with a swift motion, soaring several meters high before descending upon Ren Sheng. Upon witnessing Yagu's aerial leap, Ren Sheng instinctively sensed an opportunity, for it is indeed challenging to maintain control when one is airborne. He prepared to leap and counterattack, only to realize that Yagu's downward momentum was not that of free fall. Rather, he accelerated dramatically as he descended. The moment Ren Sheng comprehended the gravity of the situation, he had no time to gather strength in his arms and shouted in alarm, hastily rolling to the side to evade the oncoming strike. Upon landing, Yagu came to a swift halt, as if he bore no trace of the tremendous force behind his descent. However, a powerful gust of wind erupted around him, fanning out in a conical shape. With a deft movement, he pivoted on the tip of his left foot and glided towards the recently landed Ren Sheng, who, startled by Yagu's renewed assault, instinctively leaped into the air, attempting to distance himself from the impending attack. Yet, as he ascended, he realized with a shout that he had miscalculated. Yagu's speed was far greater than he had anticipated, and before he knew it, Yagu was directly beneath him, rendering him utterly defenseless. Chapter 24. Intentions suspended in midair, Ren Sheng found himself unable to counter the assault originating from below. With no other recourse, he summoned his core strength, preparing to execute a backflip while gathering force in his legs to deliver a heavy blow to Yaga's ascending form. However, his speed was insufficient. As he rotated halfway, with his head pointing downward and legs still aloft, Yagu had already closed the distance between them. There is a saying, a meat bun strikes a dog, the thief fails and loses his rice. Ren Sheng unwittingly positioned his head directly beneath Yagu's fist, and for such an unsolicited offering, Yagu expressed no gratitude. Though Ren Sheng attempted to shield his head with his arms, it proved futile. With a light thud, the impact reverberated in his mind like the tolling of a great bell, echoing incessantly within his skull. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he crashed to the ground. Headfirst, a resounding boom followed, sending grass and debris flying, while the force of the impact stirred up a cloud of dust that enveloped Ren Sheng, who lay within the crater. Yagu descended from above, stopping a few meters from the epicenter of the explosion. "Hey, are you still alive? If so," he called out. The dust cloud, stirred by the force of Yagu's attack, dissipated quickly, unlike the smoke from a gasoline explosion or a low-quality bomb. Revealed within the clearing was Ren Sheng, his body covered in grass and dirt, trembling slightly as he lay at the bottom of the depression. Yagu gazed at him in surprise and said, "Hey, are you all right? I didn't T-strike you at a vital point." "Why, yeah, I'm fine," Ren Sheng stammered, his voice trembling and struggling to emerge from his throat. After a tense 30 seconds, he finally managed to rise, gingerly rubbing the spot on his head where Yagu had struck him as he crawled out of the pit. "Teacher, you were too ruthless. Why did you hit me so hard?" "To provide you with a glimpse of the atmosphere. I recently discovered that next year marks the commencement of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, held every 5 years. Thus, I am preparing to invite you to witness it. And you must participate." Yagu remarked, "Your performance thus far is adequate, but if you fail to improve from here on out, I regret to say that we shall each lead our own lives henceforth." "Teacher?" Ren Sheng had not anticipated Yagu's emphasis on strength. Yagu continued, "It is not that I place an excessive value on prowess, but rather that the path of martial arts requires relentless dedication. You and I inhabit disparate realms. Master Wu Tian, having surpassed 3 centuries in age, must have had companions in his youth. Time is merciless. One must occasionally learn to relinquish. I lack the fortitude for such decisions. Hence I prefer to abandon it from the outset. Do you grasp my meaning? It is akin to those who refuse to accept defeat, striving to demonstrate to others that even a seemingly weak team can achieve greatness." Yagu recalled a particular edition of the American Collegiate Tournament, though the specifics eluded him. Yet, the essence remained vivid. Ultimately, what should have been an inspiring tale became a burdensome journey. In stark contrast, another individual, initially ranked below him, chose to align with a superior team and thus acquired the privilege of a lifetime. Yagu feared becoming mired in a mundane existence, therefore. He yearned for those around him to be individuals who could perpetually inspire him in martial arts, individuals capable of exerting pressure that would continuously stimulate his resolve. Whether Ren Sheng embodies such a persona was beyond Yagu's discernment, but should he not, Yagu would gradually distance himself. Characters like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dend are all formidable figures destined to thrive in the Dragon Ball universe. Among these, which individuals could Yagu learn from? Sun Wukong is undoubtedly one. He stands as the pinnacle for all Dragon Ball warriors. As for Krillin, Yamcha, Dend, and Gohan, Yagu would not invest too much hope in them, as their commitment to martial arts lacks conviction. Sun Wukong triumphed over Piccolo at the world's greatest martial arts tournament, yet chose to let him go, exhibiting a certain capriciousness. However, Piccolo was his vanquished foe, and in doing so, Sun Wukong ensured that he would continue to thwart Piccolo's ambitions for world domination. Vegeta, too, was spared by Wukong, who possessed the same entitlement to whimsy, given that he had defeated him. Conversely, when Krillin faced Android 18 with a remote control, what right did he have to act capriciously, to destroy the remote, and allow her to depart? Piccolo nearly lost his life attempting to prevent Cell from absorbing Android 17, while Android 16 suffered damage in a bid to halt Cell. Tien Shinhan even risked his life to protect Android 18's escape. Had it not been for Krillin's grievous error and Cell's merciful nature, the Earth might have long ceased to exist. He had ample grounds for atonement. Had it not been for him, Wukong would not have had to perish. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and no one would cast blame upon Krillin's folly. The tale of choosing beauty over power remains an eternal fairy tale. In a past life, Yagu fancied himself a friend of Yukong. Under such circumstances, he would undoubtedly hold no forgiveness for Klin or the arrogance of Vegeta. His disdain persisted until faced with Bu, a moment that brought about a change in him. Gohan's teasing of Cell led to Wukong's sacrifice, yet even as a friend of Wukong, he bore no resentment towards him. Rensheng continued to rub his head. Appearing quite disheveled, his clothes tattered as if he had wandered through the mountains for years. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Can I participate? He stammered. Of course. I also wish for our television station to broadcast it live. In truth, Yagu aspired to acquire the World Martial Arts Tournament, desiring to claim it as his own. Rensheng, looking somewhat anxious, hesitated before asking, Master, how is my skill? Yagu raised an eyebrow. Do you seek the truth? Rensheng nodded, somewhat shyly. With a sigh, Yagu narrowed his eyes. Your foundation is unstable, and your practical experience is woefully insufficient. This is not your fault. But your response to my techniques can be summed up in one word: abysmal. If you lack the confidence to adjust your posture before I approach, do not act recklessly. Do you not understand? In a life-and-death battle, refraining from unwarranted strikes merely results in moderate injuries. To present your head before me is akin to courting death. You lack even this basic understanding. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rensheng pressed his lips together. Just now, I was anxious and forgot. Only thinking of responding with the best technique. Your anxiety has clouded your judgment. It stems from a deficiency in your mental fortitude, causing you to act irrationally. The fundamental tenets of a warrior are physical strength, mental resilience, and vitality. Techniques and power are built upon these foundations, no matter how exceptional a technique may be. If your fundamentals are lacking, its potency will remain unfulfilled. Yagu spoke with utmost seriousness, feeling no fault in his words. Having returned from the King of the Worlds, he had received guidance from Dalat, both of whom possessed advanced martial skills. Not to mention, Yagu had honed his physical capabilities far beyond those of Earth's warriors. Having trained extensively in martial arts, at least for the fighters of the Dragon Ball universe. Observing Rensheng's perplexed demeanor, unsure of what to do with his empty hands, Yagu remarked, Never mind. These things cannot be corrected in a short time. Let us go out for a meal. By the way, come here and place your hand on my shoulder. Huh, what is this for? Do not ask questions. Now, place your hand there. Once Rensheng complied, Yagu sensed the flow of energy around him. However, as there were others nearby, he refrained from utilizing instant transmission. 30 seconds passed, and Rensheng, perplexed, inquired, Master, what are you doing? At that moment, noticing the energy surrounding them dissipate, Yagu softly stated, It has left, and then employed instant transmission, causing the scenery before Rensheng to shift dramatically. Yagu had occupied the residence within the staff quarters, so they were compelled to relocate to another villa adjacent to West City. Soaking in the bath and sipping wine, Li Fa was relishing a moment of tranquility when suddenly, two figures appeared beside the bathtub. Who are you? He exclaimed, startled. Yagu, caught off guard by Li Fa's outburst, turned to see him relaxing in the tub and burst into laughter. Rensheng, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted Li Fa. President Li Fa, hello? What is so good about it? Li Fa thought, his mood undoubtedly soured. Let us wait for you outside, he added, turning to leave, while Rensheng waved goodbye as he walked away. Left alone in the bathroom, Li Fa clenched his teeth in frustration, his chest heaving with agitation. This was no joke. Ever since Yagu's arrival today, he felt that too much had been taken from him. Chapter 25. The Rules of the West City Grand Hotel. A new book has been launched. I seek your support. Haha, why didn't you call me first? I could have been prepared. Just look at how awkward that was. Li Fa, dressed casual, chuckled at Yagu while concealing any previous resentment. Yagu shrugged. This trick I learned in the underworld. Surprised? With a playful smile. He acknowledged that while he was poor at reading expressions, he could sense whether someone was angry or pleased through their aura. Li Fa's resentment was not lost on Yagu, but to him, it mattered little. Yagu had invested heavily, while Li Fa was merely an employee. Had Yagu not spared his life years ago, he might have long since turned to dust, instead of enjoying this leisurely existence now. As for caution, Yagu had it, yet he did not. As long as Li Fa refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics like poisoning, he felt secure. The hall fell silent as both Rensheng and Li Fa gazed at Yagu with a peculiar expression. Is something amiss? Yagu inquired, puzzled. If even the dead can transcend bullets, why can't the living venture into the underworld? Well, it seems that way, Rensheng replied after a moment of contemplation, turning to Li Fa. That's a ridiculous notion. Li Fa thought but kept it to himself. He acknowledged Yagu as formidable strength, nearing that of a monster, yet he was still human. How could he possibly enter the underworld? Thus, he interpreted Yagu's words as a veiled warning. Yagu then asked, Li Fa, where have you stashed my money? I was just thinking about dinner. Only to find the villa empty, so I came here to mooch a meal. Sorry about that. Haha, it's nothing really. My oversight. Please hold on for a moment. Li Fa stood and walked to the side room, leaving Yagu and Rinxing seated. He picked up a piece of fruit from the table. The apples were a vivid crimson, the oranges a bright golden hue, and the grapes glimmered like pearls, glistening with droplets of water, making them look delectable enough to make Yagu's mouth water. I'll just have a taste. Do you want some? Rinxing shook his head. No, thank you. With a single bite, he chewed thoughtfully, nodding in appreciation of the flavor. Indeed, it was delightful. Rinxing, reclining against the soft, snow-white fox fur blanket, found it quite comfortable and rubbed against it a couple more times. Noticing Rinxing's childish antics, Yagu cleared his throat. During this time, prepare yourself. After the conclusion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament next year, if you meet my criteria, I shall take you to a certain place. Rinxing's demeanor shifted as he gazed at Yagu, inquiring, what place? Can you tell me in advance? Reflecting on the words of the little creature from the Demon Valley, Yagu replied in a reminiscent tone, it should certainly stir your emotions. Observing the uncertainty on Yagu's face and recalling the mention of the underworld, Rinxing, though puzzled about how the living could venture there, instinctively replaced the notion of the underworld with a perilous locale. Thus, he whispered, Teacher, is it dangerous? Dangerous? Nodding, Yagu took a bite of an apple, chewed, and swallowed before fixing his gaze on Rinxing. There is danger, but initially you need only observe from the sidelines. Oh, that's a relief. As an ordinary person, the assurance of not having to participate immediately eased Rinxing's anxiety. However, Yagu added, yet, you are someone who stumbles while walking. Indeed, upon hearing this caveat, the relaxed expression on Rinxing's face vanished, replaced by a look of apprehension as he stammered, why you're not scaring me, are you? Yagu was uncertain of the strength of the creatures in that realm, yet he felt confident that he would find no worthy adversaries on Earth. A visit there should yield fruitful experiences. At that moment, Li Fa's figure appeared, approaching Yagu with a card and a small box in hand. This card allows you to withdraw cash from the bank, and this box contains capsules for various modes of transportation, specifically for your use. Thank you, Yagu replied. Accepting the items, Li Fa suggested, let us head to the West Capital Hotel today. They serve a particularly exquisite dish. Yagu readily agreed. Excellent. I've been looking forward to it. However, Rinxing hesitated, stuttering, I have. Before he could finish, Li Fa interjected, come on, it's a rare gathering. Besides, you often isolate yourself at the company. That's not good, is it? Yagu added, let us all go together. All right, Rinxing responded, somewhat awkwardly. Li Fa had changed into a formal outfit shortly after his arrival. After a moment's thought, he called out to the kitchen, Jeline. A woman's voice emerged from the kitchen, sir, how may I assist you? Please fetch my previous suit. Yes. As Jeline entered the room with the suit, Yagu was taken aback by her beauty and glanced at Li Fa, who explained, she is my wife. Though we have yet to hold the wedding. Before long, Jeline brought the suit over. You may return to the kitchen now. Although she seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, her gaze was gentle, yet devoid of pretense. Li Fa Dao. All right, you go ahead with your work. We'll have dinner outside. Would you like to join us? No. I prefer to avoid such occasions. With that, he walked around the corner and vanished. Rinxing, please change into this suit. There are leather shoes inside as well. Li Fa gestured towards the suit laid out on the table, addressing Rinxing, who appeared entirely detached. Rinxing looked surprised. Huh. The West Capital Grand Hotel has a dress code, so it's better to change into appropriate attire. Luckily, my clothes will fit you, but what about Yagu? Will you purchase a suit for yourself or change at the hotel? Noting the confusion in Yagu's eyes, Li Fa continued, explaining that the hotel offers a clothing rental service, allowing guests to don suitable garments. Yagu replied, I think I'll change there. I'm not accustomed to formal wear. However, Li Fa, are you certain someone like me is suited to dine at such an establishment? Li Fa, perplexed, wore a bemused expression. How could it be unsuitable? Moreover, while it may be described elegantly as upscale, it is merely a venue for the wealthy to flaunt their status. Our background qualifies us for this, and simply by virtue of the Longshin Group's name, we can gain entry. That was not Yagu's point. Dining there was about savoring the cuisine. After all, he was a Saiyan. And the notion of a plate containing food occupying less than a quarter of its space was something he would disdain. After Rinxing changed into his attire, Li Fa led them to the garage, where they boarded a sleek, silver car with an aerodynamic design and winged rear, its body tapering into a shuttle shape. Having never encountered luxury sports cars in his past life, Yagu felt a thrill at the opportunity to sit in a vehicle that exuded uniqueness. Rinxing was genuinely exhilarated. Is this the new model, the Galaxy? launched by the Universal Capsule Company in collaboration with the Feather Company? I heard there are only 88 of these in existence. I can't believe I have the chance to ride in one. Haha, this is beyond exciting. Even just sitting on the seat, I can feel its immense power. Hearing Ren Sheng's exuberance, Yagu found it odd. The car hadn't even started. So how could he know it was powerful? We're off. Although Li Fa was in his 30s, the expression on his face made him appear barely in his 20s. The allure of cars seems to transcend worlds, yet Yagu felt indifferent. He simply thought the car was excellent, even spectacular, and he wished to own one. However, he could not discern what was so admirable about it. Even without the ability to teleport, his speed could rival that of a sports car. Perhaps noticing Yagu's indifference, Ren Sheng leaned closer and said, "Teacher, this galaxy is truly remarkable. A young heir from a major corporation has already tested it. He drove this car around the city in search of beauty, and 8 stunning women would hop in with him. Isn't that impressive? This is a womanizing tool." Yagu had never considered using a luxurious car for courting, so aside from finding the preference for handsome men and beautiful women somewhat peculiar, he remained oblivious to its allure.